Chapter 1. If Life Could Begin Anew. The Starship Shield. Shutdown complete. Tactical helium flash bomb. Online complete. Ship separation procedure. Online complete. Motherbug location. Locking complete. The synthetic voice of the artificial intelligence resonated through the desolate bridge. Prior to the impending assault, all personnel aboard the mothership had evacuated, leaving behind only one individual, bound by the peculiar nature of his mission. In the captain's seat of the starship, a trembling hand steadied a cigarette nearing its end, a fierce glint flickering across the man's otherwise composed visage. His gaze remained fixed on the swarm of insects outside the vessel, as if he sought to penetrate the chaos that battered the bridge. Blue River ship. The breach is about to open. An urgent voice pierced through the previously silent communication channel. Blue River ship. Respond if you hear me. Respond if you. I hear you. The man, cigarette clenched between his lips, responded in a raspy yet calm tone, his eyes never straying from the glass display before him. In the next moment, a colossal fireball erupted from the left side of the starship, clearing the dense cluster of insectoids against the reinforced glass at the ship's bow. The faint light of the cosmos illuminated the man's broad, resolute face, clad in a standard space combat suit. The only distinction was the radiant star emblem upon his shoulder. Not far ahead, a menacing insectoid, comparable in size to the Blue River ship, let out a frenzied roar. General Yang, you have 3 minutes. The voice on the channel continued, pausing briefly before resuming. Yang Mu, good luck. Save your well wishes for humanity. Yang Mu's eyes remained unblinking as he stood, inhaling deeply for one last drag of his cigarette. The smoldering butt fell to the floor, releasing the final wisp of smoke from his chest. Donning a holographic helmet, Yang Mu turned and stepped into a towering, pitch-black mech behind him. The hatch sealed shut, and the control system roared to life, various flickering icons reflecting off his helmet. Old friend, let us fight together one last time. Inside the cockpit, Yang Mu caressed his beloved annihilation, relishing the enthralling sensation of the tactile controls. Moments later, he raised his right hand, commanding the right arm of annihilation to decisively smash a red button on the bridge's control panel. Instantaneously, the Republic's Emperor-class star mothership erupted from within, its pre-unlocked modules bursting outward at breakneck speed before exploding. The tremendous commotion swept through the advancing swarm, igniting a vast inferno in a corner of the universe, inciting the fury of the exposed motherbug before Yang Mu. This was a super projectile encased in the very hull of the ship, and its pilot was none other than Yang Mu, captain of the Blue River ship. However, this explosive device was not the ultimate weapon. The final weapon was Yang Mu himself, along with the mech annihilation. Before the motherbug could rally its swarm for another assault, a dark mech surged forth from the flames, propelled by blue flames at incredible speed, heading straight for the terrified, roaring motherbug. Yang Mu maneuvered the mech with agility and speed amidst the motherbug's onslaught. The shimmering titanium alloy blades expertly sliced through the encroaching tendrils, and before the motherbug could unleash an electromagnetic pulse, the slender body of the mech penetrated deep within the motherbug's form. Yang Mu finally exhaled, relinquishing the tactile controller, unbuckling his safety harness, and removing his helmet, taking a deep breath. Lowering his head, he grasped a photograph beside the control console, illuminated by the dim light of the cockpit, his gaze lingering with nostalgia. Farewell, my beloved. The miniature helium flash bomb mounted on the mech ceased its oscillation, a blinding white light engulfing the man, illuminating the photograph in his grasp. It depicted a girl with an innocent, sweet smile alongside a boy wearing a deliberately serious expression. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, a beautiful fire flower suddenly bloomed, captivating and spectacular, yet devoid of any witness to its splendor. The counteroffensive against the insectoid invasion had raged for a year. In this brief span, humanity had suffered catastrophic defeats across the galaxy, retreating at every turn, compelled to resort to such desperate measures to halt the encroachment of the insectoids. Over the course of the year, thousands of elite Mech pilots had perished, and the number of sacrificed captain-level officers like Yang Mu had exceeded 100. This was a precarious struggle against the insectoid invasion, a testament to humanity's tenacity, or perhaps a final, desperate gasp. Yang Mu felt as though he were enveloped in a vast whiteness, aware that his eyes were shut. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not pry them open. The surroundings were eerily silent, only occasionally interrupted by the sound of his heavy breathing. Where am I? Is this the afterlife? Perhaps I might reunite with my fallen comrades from the fleet. And with Kair. With such thoughts, Yang Mu relaxed, feeling as if he were suspended in a cloud, every cell in his body unwinding. He let out a soft sigh, and attempted to open his eyes once more, only to find them unexpectedly responsive. The white expanse was swiftly replaced by an inky darkness as Yang Mu blinked vigorously, Finally able to discern his surroundings, Dai appeared to be a room, a rather unadorned room. He seemed to be lying in bed, and with great effort, young Mu turned his head, aided by the moonlight streaming through the window, finally grasping the state of the room. A blanket adorned with the emblem of the Redman Horse Type 2 mech covered him. That IT was somewhat amusing during his school days. He had been quite enamored with this particular mech from a game, even persuading his mother to buy him one, which he had clung to. Until it wore out. He never expected to encounter the same object here. Yang Mu silently marveled, continuing to scan the room for other items. Across from the bed stood an open desk cluttered with books and various items. A poster of some mech plastered against the wall to the right, and in the corner by the window, a shelf laden with numerous small models. With his extensive experience in the mech industry, Yang Mu was able to glean basic information about each model with just a glance. The Nightblade Mark I, a unique assassination mech developed by OSA, distinguished by its extraordinary performance, had influenced the design of subsequent assassination mechs. Across various nations, however, its power system had not seen significant improvements in later models due to the need for counter-detection. The forward exoskeleton. Pars heavy exoskeleton armor for interstellar transport units and planetary defense forces, equipped with only 2 heavy machine guns, yet boasting exceptional endurance and traction. In recent years, it seemed to be transitioning into civilian use. The Diamond Heavy Jet, Pars outstanding planetary defense aircraft, could accelerate from 0 to 7 Mach in just 4.4 seconds. With a spacious belly and formidable firepower, it was the primary adversary of ground mechs, although its vertical takeoff and landing capabilities could leave a massive crater in any runway. The Supersonic Falcon Maneuverable Armor, a versatile mech developed by PA for land, sea, and air, demonstrated remarkable mobility, albeit at an exorbitant cost. Wait a moment. These models. Yang Mu's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he propped himself up, meticulously counting each model until goosebumps crept over him. This cannot be. These are all models from my own collection. With a sudden burst, Yang Mu sprang from the bed and dashed toward the display shelf in the corner, crouching down to search fervently. It seems highly improbable, an occurrence that defies reason. Yang Mu fervently reassured himself within, as he opened a row of drawers beneath the shelf. In the innermost drawer, he discovered a model of a double-barreled tank. With deliberate slowness, Yang Mu lifted the tank's lid, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing its contents. There lay a badge, more precisely, a meticulously crafted piece made of titanium. Gently, Yang Mu picked it up and, under the moonlight, turned it over to examine its reverse side. Hero of Peace. Yongli. 6 inscribed characters appeared on the back, quietly attesting to the achievements of the medal's owner. This was the first-class Guardian Medal awarded to Yang Mu's father, who had once commanded the 1st Mech Regiment of the Blue Star. He had met a tragic fate during an ambush while on a mission to eradicate space pirates. On a day filled with longing for his father's return, Yang Mu had received only this exquisite medal and a box containing his father's ashes. At that time, he was merely 6 years old. Clutching the medal in his hand, Yang Mu rose unsteadily, trembling as he surveyed the room around him. The cluttered desk, the disarray of various items, and the numerous mech posters adorning the walls rendered him nearly paralyzed with shock as he sat on the floor, his gaze vacant, unable to comprehend the bewildering scene before him. Why was he in his home on Blue Star? Could it be that the explosion of the helium flash had created a wormhole, transporting him back home? Immediately, Yang Mu turned his head, searching for a communication device in the room. His eyes landed on the desktop computer atop the desk. He nearly scrambled towards the desk, hastily clearing the papers, activating the interface, and swiftly inputting the keywords invasion of the insectoids into the browser. The page rapidly searched and presented the results. The renowned filmmaker Vacus' latest masterpiece, Invasion of the Insectoids, is set to premiere soon, with audiences from various Alliance planets expressing eager anticipation. Shockingly, experts asserted that the notion of an insectoid invasion in science fiction is nothing but a logical fantasy. On Dalastar, remnants of nematode eggs were discovered in imported delicacies, prompting PAJR to take serious measures to eliminate potential biological invasion threats. Yang Mu flicked through numerous pages, yet found no substantial information regarding the insectoid invasion. This cannot be. The news of the insectoids should have been broadcast worldwide. The internet should be inundated with updates. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he glanced at the date displayed in the upper left corner. April 28, 223, 2:22 a.m. Yang Mu rubbed his eyes, incredulously rechecking the date. Indeed, it read April 28, 223. How could this be possible? Wasn't the current date in the galactic calendar April 28, 243? He had personally pinned the final log of the Blue River. Yang Mu inhaled sharply, taking a couple of unsteady steps back, his mind swirling in disbelief. If it is indeed 223, then does this imply that he had traversed time or perhaps been reborn? Young Mu found it difficult to accept this conclusion until a sudden realization struck him. He hurriedly moved, pushing open the door and stepping outside. Treading softly, he approached another room's doorway and gently opened the door. Within the dimly lit chamber, he heard the steady sound of breathing, and as he entered, he beheld his two younger brothers sleeping soundly. Quietly, he exited and made his way down the stairs, arriving at a bedroom on the first floor, where he again heard the rhythm of steady breathing. It seemed he had truly been reborn. Yang Mu trudged to the dining room and sat down despondently, grappling with the staggering news. Just before the war, he had arranged for his family to relocate to the capital star of the Yanhuang star domain. So if he were still in the original timeline, there would be no one left at home now. Yet, here they all were, and Lei Ming and Lei Hong still appeared as children of 7 or 8 years old. If this were a dream, then it was far too extraordinary to be real. Even at 37, Yang Mu found himself at a loss for words to describe the tumult of emotions within him. He stood and slowly made his way to the bathroom, turning on the light and splashing water on his face. Steadying himself against the sink, he lifted his gaze to the mirror, confronting his own reflection. Chapter 2. Weathered by time, a youthful visage, untouched by the trials of life, bore remnants of adolescent blemishes, with faint stubble barely visible at the corners of the lips. The reflection in the mirror was indeed his own, albeit a much younger version, reminiscent of his high school days. Had he truly been reborn? Or was this merely a return to a time before the college entrance examination? If memory served correctly, it was the year 223, and he was 17. On the brink of his exams, as he gazed into the mirror, Yang Mu suddenly noticed a familiar chain adorning his neck. He reached beneath his shirt and pulled out his subspace necklace. This innovative technology, developed just 2 years prior to the outbreak of war, allowed for the folding of tangible space to create a diminutive subspace, measuring 20 meters by 20 meters, capable of storing non-living items. However, it remained a prototype, still in the research phase, and Yang Mu possessed it solely because he had been a test subject. The purpose of this subspace necklace was to store his beloved Mech. Annihilation. Without hesitation, Yang Mu unclasped it, his fingers deftly rotating the knob atop it, causing a small photon display to unfurl, revealing his cherished Mech suspended within. Upon closer inspection, he observed a gaping, jagged crack on Annihilation's back, clearly a result of the impact from a helium flash bomb. To his astonishment, his Mech had accompanied him in this unexpected journey. Was it truly fate that had allowed him to be reborn alongside his trusted companion? Did the heavens intend for him to save humanity with a battered machine? A sardonic chuckle escaped Yang Mu's lips. Even if it were the will of destiny. What of it? Before his impending demise, a significant portion of the galaxy had already been consumed by the swarm. Even with foresight, he would merely be delaying the inevitable for humanity's retreat. What could one man do against the overwhelming might of the swarm? This rebirth, at best, was a mere opportunity to reminisce about the past. The thought of the past. In an instant, the previously disheartened Yang Mu felt a spark of hope ignite within him. Kaier, Shinkai. Yang Mu, as if discovering a new continent, hurriedly ascended the stairs, bursting into his room to retrieve the smart wristwatch resting on his bedside table. With practiced ease, he accessed the interface and located a familiar nickname, Shinkai. Eagerly, he opened the chat, only to find a good-night message he had sent a few hours earlier, to which she had responded with a simple good night. Those two small words sent a tremor through Yang Mu's fingertips. After 12 long years, he was once again engulfed by that familiar sensation, the heart skipping a beat. In the year 2337, humanity successfully constructed a leap wormhole at the edge of Jupiter, marking the beginning of interstellar exploration beyond the confines of the solar system. By the year 2508, after a century and 70 years of profound exploration of the galaxy, the majority of the Milky Way had been swiftly divided among various Earth nations. The industrial and technological advancements surged, heralding the arrival of the sixth technological revolution, dubbed the Interstellar Revolution. Nations hastily formed interstellar exploration teams to seek out resources and territories in surrounding star systems. In 2540, due to uneven distribution of resources and habitable planets, economic turmoil ensued among nations, leading to internal conflicts that first erupted in the Chaosing Interstellar Republic, which were subsequently suppressed by domestic warlords. Yet, the underlying tensions remained unresolved, intensifying rapidly. The Chaosing Republic decided to shift its conflicts beyond its borders, igniting wars across neighboring planetary nations. Within a year, the conflict engulfed all interstellar nations, escalating into the Galactic War. By 2560, after 2 decades of relentless warfare, the anti-war alliance succeeded in negotiating ceasefire agreements among various nations. However, the irreversible changes wrought by years of conflict left the galaxy diminished, with nearly 200 interstellar nations reduced to fewer than 30 following the annexation by dominant powers. The Pan-Asian United Republic, PAJR, Pan-American Alliance, PAA, and the Agro-Interstellar Alliance, OSA, now occupied 60% of the galaxy's territory, while the remaining 30% was held by smaller nations and alliances, with about 10% still under exploration. That same year, the newly formed nations issued a joint declaration, establishing the year 2560 as the first year of the Star River calendar. The interstellar era thus entered a period of relative stability. In the 27th year of the Star River calendar, the planet of Aquamarine was discovered by an interstellar expedition team from PAJR, its favorable conditions rapidly designating it as a prime habitable planet. In the 50th year of the Star River calendar, under the auspices of the Republic's parliament, a vast area stretching 16,000 light-years in diameter was designated as the new star domain centered around Aquamarine, with the planet serving as its administrative center. Early in the morning, Yangmu slipped into the cluttered storage room in the backyard, seated before his workbench, meticulously perusing encyclopedic knowledge on his wristwatch, tracing the timeline of significant events in this new reality. Everything appeared normal. All major events from the past aligned correctly. Even the name of last year's top student from Haijo City's college entrance examination was accurate. This confirmed that he remained within the same space, merely having jumped backward along the timeline by 20 years. Everything in this reality was as it should be. If there were anything amiss, it was the memory of his 37 years and the annihilation lying dormant in the subspace necklace. Such phenomena defied scientific explanation. As Yangmu pondered this perplexing reality, a sudden knock echoed from the storage room door. "Big brother, come out for breakfast. Hurry, Mom made delicious Yaoha beef noodles." 2 youthful voices called out from outside the door, instantly dispelling the frown from Yangmu's face. He adjusted the necklace, and a blue light radiated, retrieving annihilation from the ground. He then opened the door. "What are you doing in there? I've been calling you forever." Outside stood 2 boys, around 7 or 8 years old, their bright eyes gazing curiously at Yangmu. The older one, Lei Ming, inquired while the younger, Lei Hong, peered inquisitively into the storage room. "All right, I'm coming." Yangmu gently nudged the 2 boys, guiding them towards breakfast. Just then, his wristwatch buzzed insistently. "Fatty calling. Fatty calling. Fatty calling." Having just exited the garage, Yangmu was compelled to stop, urging Lei Ming and Lei Hong to go ahead for breakfast while he returned to the workbench to answer the call. Upon checking the watch, he saw it was a video call from Jia Hao. Jia Hao had been Yangmu's childhood friend. They had played together in their youth, and his parents owned a popular roast duck restaurant not far from here. Perhaps due to being an only child, Jia Hao had always been a bit plump, and now, at 17 or 18, he weighed over 200 pounds. The thought of his friend's figure, a veritable mass of jiggling flesh, always brought a smile to Yangmu's face. "Bro, good morning." The screen projected a round-faced boy clad in an oversized striped shirt, munching on something as he spoke. "Good morning, fatty. What is up?" Yangmu inquired, glancing at the watch while walking. "Nothing much, just a reminder about the Mech exhibition this afternoon. Don't forget." Jia took a sip of milk, then returned to his fervent assault on the roast duck before him. In the early morning, indulging in roasted duck. There exists no other establishment quite like it. A mecha exhibition? What mecha exhibition? Yangmu paused, perplexed, and questioned. On the other side of the screen, Jia Hao, who was devouring his meal, abruptly halted, coughed twice, and with a bewildered expression replied to Yangmu, "Come on, boss. It's the touring mecha exhibition at the Ocean Blue Science Museum this afternoon. You mentioned just the day before that you wanted to go. How could you forget? Dwoluan has already prepared the tickets." "Oh, I thought you were referring to something else." "I know, I haven't forgotten." Yangmu, realizing he almost revealed too much, hastily responded. Upon hearing Yangmu's vague reply, the plump man did not dwell on it, merely casting a glance at the shop window where the old man was selling roasted duck, relieved to see that he was not paying attention to their conversation. This visit to the mecha exhibition was the perfect excuse to evade the grueling task of writing exams at home on Sunday. After much persuasion, he had finally convinced his father to allow him to go yesterday. He could not let that effort go to waste. "All right, I'm having breakfast now. Let us meet at the museum entrance at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Don't forget to call Dwoluan." Yang Mu said as he took a seat in the dining area. He could not afford to chat too much, lest he inadvertently divulge information he was unaware of. Although it was unlikely that Jia Hao and the others would suspect him of such matters, it still felt inappropriate. For instance, he had no recollection of the Mecha exhibition in his mind. Nevertheless, he managed to navigate through the conversation and mentally noted this event for later. Don't worry. I won't forget. We'll need those tickets, Jia Hao cheerfully responded before ending the video call. Are you going out for a stroll with Xiao Hao this afternoon? Yang Mu's mother, Lei Ming, inquired as she looked up while placing a soup bowl for Lei Ming. Yang Mu nodded affirmatively, settling into his seat and picking up his chopsticks to prepare for his meal. Logically, he should relish the rare opportunity to reunite with his family, engaging in endless conversations. Yet, inexplicably, upon seeing his mother's youthful visage this morning, a sense of unfamiliarity washed over him, leaving him at a loss for words. Yang Mu had experienced this feeling before. During his training away from home, he often longed for his family, especially in the days leading up to his return, yearning to exclaim, "I'm back." However, upon opening the front door, he often found himself speechless. Yang Mu attributed this sense of alienation to his own circumstances, hoping that a few days would ease his discomfort. You should take a break, Xiao Mu. As a high school senior, the pressure is immense. You ought to relax whenever you can, spoke the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, though his gaze remained fixed on the floating television broadcasting the news. This morning, Zheng Hai, the chief executive officer of Ocean Blue Star, will meet with James, the economic minister of the Obel Alliance, in Ocean Blue City to discuss matters concerning the extraction of titanium resources on planet TC-221. This man, named Lei Shangwu, was Yang Mu's stepfather. Married to his mother, he had been the deputy commander under Yang Mu's biological father and had led reinforcements during the Star Pirate War. When Yang Mu's father was gravely wounded, he entrusted his son to Lei Shangwu. 2 years later, this trust resulted in a new father figure for Yang Mu, along with 2 younger brothers, Lei Ming and Lei Hong. Despite being in a blended family, Yang Mu had never harbored strong resentment towards his stepfather. However, he stubbornly believed the term father solely belonged to his biological father, Yang Li. Thus, for many years, he continued to refer to Lei Shangwu as Uncle Lei. Even during the outbreak of the Zerg War, their last meeting was marked by this same address. Uncle Lei, could I borrow the storage room for a bit? I need to assemble something, Yang Mu inquired while slurping his noodles. Sure, but be cautious while working on those little gadgets, Lei Shangwu replied. Already aware of Yang Mu's penchant for tinkering, he quickly resumed his meal. Yuhua, the shop is outsourced for repairs today. I'll be having lunch with a client. So you two need not wait for me, he said, glancing at his watch before rising to gather his things and prepare to leave for the shop. When Yang Mu was 14 and preparing to enter high school, Lei Shangwu retired from the military and opened a repair shop on a busy street in Ocean Blue City with his fellow veterans. Over the years, the business flourished, affording the family a comfortable life in a duplex in a prosperous area, along with a monthly allowance of 800 yuan for Yang Mu. All right, be safe. Yang Mu's mother, Nan Gong Yuhua, stood to assist Lei Shangwu with his belongings before urging the still picky Lei Ming and Lei Hong to finish their meals. Be careful, Yang Mu echoed, rising to place his bowl in the dishwasher before retrieving his wristwatch and heading toward the storage room. Hurry up, you two. We still need to go to the youth palace, and I need to buy groceries, Yuhua called out as she prepared to leave. Okay, drive safely. Yang Mu smiled to himself, pushing open the small door to the backyard storage room. He had not experienced such a warm scene in quite some time. Upon reaching the garage, Yang Mu secured the door and retrieved a necklace from his pocket, extracting the mecha annihilation from it. This sleek, nearly 7-meter-tall black mecha lay sprawled on the garage floor, its back facing up, showcasing the gruesomely twisted components that bore witness to the heavy blows it had endured. In the early morning, Yang Mu had already activated the mecha for inspection. The armor at the back was nearly completely damaged, and only the auxiliary thrusters in its limbs remained functional. The main thruster and weapon mounts were utterly wrecked. Fortunately, the internal energy battery remained intact, as did the 2 titanium alloy blades he held in his hands. In summary, while the external protective armor had suffered significant losses, the internal control chamber was intact, and the tactile operation system functioned normally. However, the pressing issue was that he was almost incapable of repairing this mecha. It was not due to a lack of knowledge. After years of operating mechas, Yang Mu had acquired a fair understanding of their maintenance. Yet, as the saying goes, a clever woman cannot cook without rice. Annihilation. Being one of the first elite mechas modified to fit individual specifications, was constructed from top-tier materials that were nearly impossible to replicate. For instance, the armor utilized a super-refined titanium-chromium alloy, reinforced with polymer fiber materials, granting it exceptional toughness while retaining metallic hardness, enabling the mecha to execute complex maneuvers during combat. Furthermore, to enhance its impact resistance, the armor's surface was designed with sloped angles to better deflect large-caliber bullets and even artillery shells. The two titanium alloy blades were also remarkable. Their edges featured a rare and extremely hard material known as radiant iron, which allowed them to slice through a meter-thick steel plate effortlessly. When electrified, these blades possessed even greater lethality. However, these materials were either classified or yet to be discovered, making it nothing short of a pipe dream for an ordinary high school student like Yongmu to acquire them. With a sigh, Yongmu reflected on his predicament, feeling somewhat helpless. Why had he been reborn 20 years ago? Had it been merely 10 years prior, given his status then, he might have been able to restore Annihilation to its former glory. However, one cannot simply abandon the situation. In the absence of precious materials, it would suffice to utilize some ordinary ones to ensure a fallback. With this thought in mind, Yongmu grasped a wrench from the shelf, preparing to dismantle the damaged back armor of the mech. As the socket wrench engaged with the self-tightening screws on the back armor, an astonishing event transpired. The wrench in Yongmu's hand suddenly radiated a searing red heat, becoming ungraspable. Hastily, Yongmu released his grip, witnessing as the socket wrench gradually softened. And within half a minute, it transformed into a puddle of liquid, melding into the mech. Indeed, it fused into the mech, as though the back armor had come to life and devoured it whole. This was utterly preposterous. Yongmu beheld the occurrence with disbelief, even upon realizing his rebirth. He had never felt such astonishment. No, it was terror. The mech could consume materials. The mech had come to life? In a flurry, Yongmu seized another wrench, remaining vigilant of the mech below. Yet, after a moment's pause, the mech showed no sign of movement. Just as Yongmu began to feel perplexed, he observed an unusual phenomenon. On a breach of the mech's back armor, a white metallic substance, roughly the size of a fingernail, had sprouted, standing out starkly against the armor's inky blackness. Cautiously, Yongmu approached for a closer inspection, confirming that a fragment of metal had indeed appeared, merging with the existing damaged armor. Could it be that this thing consumed wrenches? And then grew. A ludicrous idea suddenly flickered in Yongmu's mind. Wait. He recalled something and approached the workbench, activating his wristwatch to gather information. The material composition of an ordinary wrench. As he perused the online encyclopedia, a spark of realization ignited within him. It stated that ordinary wrenches were predominantly composed of chromium vanadium steel and carbon steel, while his mech's back armor contained both chromium and iron. This implied that his mech could absorb the metal's components to mend its fractures. With this conclusion, Yongmu hurled the second wrench onto the damaged back armor. Sure enough, mere seconds later, the wrench glowed a fiery red, began to soften, and ultimately vanished as liquid, completely absorbed by the mech. Meanwhile, the white spot on the previously damaged corner had enlarged. Indeed, the obliteration was no longer what it once was. Here, it had mutated, acquiring an astonishing ability to assimilate materials. Chapter 3. Farewell to Chunkai. After a brief interval, Yongmu had tested all the metals available in the storage room. Scattered on the floor were tools that had not been absorbed, and the white spots on the back armor of the mech had grown larger. At this point, Yongmu could preliminarily ascertain the mech's capabilities. It could absorb the metallic elements it required, but would naturally reject any metals it lacked, as well as all non-metallic elements. However, despite its ability to absorb the same metallic elements, the wound on the back of the mech was far too extensive. After experimenting with all the tools in the garage and allowing the mech to absorb a considerable number of them, it had only managed to cover the massive wound with 2 patches the size of finger joints. This was a mech nearly 7 meters tall. And even if the back armor was shaped into curves rather than slopes, it still covered nearly 10 square meters. Such a minimal addition of metal was but a drop in the ocean. Sighing, Yongmu glanced at the items in the garage, realizing he could hardly add anything more without attracting attention to the now sparsely filled storage room. It seemed he would need to seek opportunities outside. As he pondered, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to hurry to the workbench and check the time on his wristwatch. 9:07. He had unknowingly lingered there for over an hour, and almost forgot something crucial. Yongmu hastily extinguished the lights, pushed open the small door of the storage room, and stepped outside. The house was eerily quiet. His mother must have taken Lei Ming and Lei Hong to the youth center for fencing lessons and was likely still shopping at a nearby supermarket. After tidying himself up a bit, Yang Mu slung his backpack over his shoulder, preparing to venture out in search of discarded metals. He grabbed his keycard, locked the front door, and found his hovering bicycle in the front yard. Inputting the password from memory, he unlocked the bike and rode out of his home, making his way towards the back gate of the community not far away. The Huayuan community was a unique, upscale duplex apartment complex situated beside Riverside Park, specifically constructed for retired military officers and their families. The greenery within the community was meticulously maintained, with vibrant flowers and trees adorning the landscape. It was now April, and the air was filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers. Exiting through the back gate, he found himself near a river that flowed through Extraordinary City, adorned with several suspension bridges. The streets by the river were lush with trees, bustling with traffic, and occasionally, an aerial train would glide by, while in the distance, a dense forest of steel structures towered, showcasing the grandeur of urban life. Yang Mu closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air as it filled his lungs, bringing about a profound sense of relaxation. For the first time in years, as the captain of an interstellar battleship, he felt truly at ease. Opening his eyes, the verdant scenery greeted him, and a smile crept onto his lips. Now, Yang Mu was on his way to meet someone of great significance to him, a person he could not afford to miss again. Navigating through winding alleys and slightly older, crowded streets, Yang Mu paused occasionally to check his bearings. Finally, after traversing through a narrow passage, he emerged into a bustling area. The cacophony of noise enveloped him, filling the air with a vibrant hum. This was the largest market in Extraordinary City, a melting pot of diverse individuals. Known for its lax management and security, a place that public servants dreaded, second only to the refused disposal site. Ideally, Yang Mu should not have found himself here, as his home was in a high-end community several blocks away. Aside from Lei Shangwu's repair shop, neither Yang Mu nor his mother had any reason to frequent this area. In truth, if it weren't for Yang Mu's rebirth, he would never have visited this market, especially not before completing high school. However, circumstances had changed. Within this 17-year-old body resided the soul of a 37-year-old. The reason Yang Mu was here was simple. He knew that at this hour, she would also be here. He parked his hovering bicycle in a repair shed, requesting the owner to clean the hovering jet device, then made his way into the market. As for whether his bike would be safe, he could scarcely concern himself with that now. After all, it was equipped with fingerprint recognition and a tracking device. He had to temporarily leave it behind. He hoped the shopkeeper wouldn't take advantage of the fact that he looked like a student. "Hey boss, this roly fish isn't fresh. How about if you knock off $1 per pound? I'll take it all." "Get lost. When have I ever sold stale fish at Fish King? Don't try to fool me, or I'll skin you alive." "Fine then. Get me a basket. Weigh it. I'll pay." "Hey, young man, can you chop those big bones into smaller pieces? My old man can't chew them." "Sure thing, Inti Pie. Fresh peas. From the native earth variety, non-GMO. Little brother, want to take a look?" The market was alive with noise, the ground littered with refuse, and vendors shouted their wares. Yang Mu hugged his backpack to his chest, cautiously maneuvering through the crowd while his eyes scanned for a familiar figure. At last, in a small corner of the market, in front of a shop named Hengshuan Grain and Oil, Yang Mu spotted her, slender, delicate, yet undeniably resilient Kai Air. He paused a short distance away, softly whispering her name. But suddenly something lodged in his throat, blocking his thoughts. After swallowing hard, he realized he had forgotten what he intended to say. At the entrance of the grain and oil shop, Chen Kai, her hair styled in a bun, donned an oversized work outfit. She was wiping the sweat from her forehead. Her face flushed as she hurriedly took a sip of water, only to become busy again at the shopkeeper's beckoning. Yang Mu took a tentative step closer, almost as if attempting to touch this dreamlike reality. However, when he saw Chen Kai turn to face him while moving something, he hesitated, glancing toward the alley beside the grain and oil shop, and slipped into it. When Yang Mu was 15, he met Chen Kai in a wildly popular game that captivated the entire galaxy. In the game, they fought side by side, exploring every nook and cranny while discussing various aspects of the game, treating each other as confidants. It wasn't until Yang Mu's 16th birthday that he proposed they meet in person, only to discover, quite astonishingly, that they lived in the same star domain, on the same planet, and in the same city in the vastness of the cosmos. Some connections are indeed inexplicable. At that time, Yang Mu had assumed she was a boy, only to learn she was named Chen Kai, and was of the same age as him when they finally met. From then on, they frequently communicated both online and offline, exchanging thoughts and sharing joys. This continued until after the college entrance examination, after which Chun Kai enrolled in Huangyan University of Economic and Trade in the Orange Sun Star of the New Tang Star domain, while Yang Mu entered the Taishan Military Academy in the Capital Star of the Yanhuang Star domain. In the original timeline, that summer, Yang Mu would have mustered the courage to confess his feelings to Chun Kai, only to be met with a smile and a polite rejection. Following that, Chun Kai seemed to intentionally distance herself from him. Nevertheless, Yang Mu did not give up. On every holiday, birthday, and occasion, he would reach out to her. For in his heart, there always lingered a glimmer of hope. It wasn't until he was 25, during a vacation trip, that Yang Mu unexpectedly encountered Chun Kai again. After years apart, their conversation flowed effortlessly, and feelings began to blossom. Once more, he gathered his courage to confess, and this time, he received an enthusiastic affirmation. They smoothly transitioned into a romantic relationship, sharing a wonderful holiday together and promising to meet again to decide their future together. However, this beautiful moment was fleeting, as transient as a flash of a white horse, vanishing in an instant, akin to a lovely bubble that burst in the blink of an eye. On the eve of their journey's conclusion, the cruise ship that the two were aboard was suddenly seized by rebellious forces. By the time Yang Mu summoned all his strength to bring reinforcements, Chun Kai had already been taken as one of the last hostages. Sinking into the depths of the sea along with the ship, Yang Mu could never forget that moment when he, nearly driven to madness, piloted his powered armor into the whirlpool, screaming as he attempted to rescue Chun Kai, who no longer struggled. What he retrieved was only a gradually cooling body and a soft whisper of apology. On that day, Yang Mu felt as though he had lost the entire world. He had exhausted all his strength, yet could not save the one he loved. The words "I'm sorry" were indelibly etched in his mind. It was then that Yang Mu understood that the rejection at 17 was born from Chun Kai's background, a sense of inferiority that led her to refuse acceptance. The promise made at 25 stemmed from the fact that neither had married. "You love me, and I finally opened my heart in grateful acknowledgement." That self-reliant girl, always striving, time and again made Yang Mu yearn to protect her, to provide her with the sense of security she had never known. Yet, all of this was reduced to 3 pale words, collapsing Yang Mu's entire world in an instant. Afterward, the world lost a boy with poignant feelings and gained a soldier who immersed himself in duty. By the age of 35, Yang Mu became the youngest starship captain in PJR history, a staunch representative of the hawkish faction within the military. While countless individuals marveled at his legendary rise, they remained unaware that this iron-willed soldier, known as the Iron Star, wept silently in the stillness of night, clutching the sole photograph of the two, whispering within his heart, "I would trade everything for just one more chance to see you again, even if it were the first time." And now that opportunity had truly arrived. Chun Kai, the living, breathing Chun Kai, the one who loved to laugh, was right before him. All he had to do was take one step closer to greet her with a simple good morning. What would her expression be like? Yang Mu's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Even the 37-year-old man, who would not flinch at the sight of blood, found his tears cascading uncontrollably. The backpack in his arms fell to the ground as he desperately wiped away his tears, yet they flowed freely, mingling with his nose. Still, Yang Mu managed to choke out a laugh. "It's wonderful to see you again. It's wonderful. This isn't a dream, it's really you." As he wiped his tears, he scolded himself internally. "You fool, stop crying. How can you face Chun Kai like this? How can you say good morning?" Gradually, Yang Mu crouched down, covering his face, allowing the tears to flow freely. They were tears of joy, unstoppable. "Hey, classmate, are you all right?" A gentle female voice suddenly reached Yang Mu's right side, causing his heart to tremble. It was Chun Kai's voice. In that instant, with his face buried in his knees, he recognized the source of the sound. This was the voice he had longed for, the voice he had yearned to hear. Yet, Yang Mu could not lift his head. Instead, he buried it even deeper. "Are you okay?" Chun Kai, who was moving goods, noticed the silent boy crouched in the corner and inquired with growing concern. "No, I absolutely cannot let Kyer see me. He was a mess, and there was no way he could allow her to witness his tears." Yang Mu sniffled, deliberately suppressing his voice as he responded, "I'm fine. I just touched garlic this morning without washing my hands and accidentally got it in my eyes." His head remained buried deep in his knees. "All right, rinse it off. That should help your eyes feel better." Chun Kai, carrying a bag of rice, heard the boy's response and chose not to pry further. Instead, She placed a bottle of water and a pack of tissues beside him before continuing her work. In that moment, Yangmu could even catch a whiff of Qinkai's scent. Suddenly, an overwhelming urge to embrace her tightly surged within him. However, he restrained himself, for he had made a profound decision in his heart. From that moment on, he would only smile in front of Kair. He would ensure she lived the happiest life possible and would never allow her to utter those 3 words again. To hell with the interstellar fleet. To hell with the insectoid queen. To hell with humanity's fate. I, Yangmu, will dedicate my life to cherishing Qinkai. Chapter 4. The Mecha exhibition. Casting one last glance at Qinkai, who was diligently working, Yangmu tightened his grip on the tissue in his hand. He rose to his feet, hoisted his bag from the ground, and retraced his steps down the narrow alley. Rest assured, in just 2 days, I shall meet you again, and I will undoubtedly surprise you. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Yangmu hurriedly walked forward, his gaze cast downwards, completely unaware of the individual approaching him. In the cramped alleyway, he collided with the stranger, knocking off the person's cap. My apologies, my apologies. Yangmu bent down to retrieve the cap and handed it back, only stealing a fleeting glance at the individual, aware of his own disheveled appearance. As the other waved dismissively, indicating no offense taken, Yangmu continued on, head lowered, oblivious to the fact that the person he had bumped into turned back to glance at him. A face adorned with a black skull tattoo emerged from beneath the cap. The cap wearer spat his gum against the wall, a sinister smirk playing on his lips before he lowered his hat and walked away. Upon returning to the repair shop, Yangmu faced the shopkeeper's outstretched fingers and a triumphant grin, his lips twitching in frustration. Damn, I've been duped again. The repair and parking fees totaled 250 Yuan coins. Eyeing his bicycle beneath the shopkeeper's feet and the large wrench in the latter's hand, Yangmu acquiesced and reluctantly paid the sum. There was no alternative. If he argued, he would have to lug a pile of junk home. At least the bike was unharmed and not stolen. He would consider it a misfortune averted. Originally, the money Yangmu had on him was intended for purchasing scrap metal from a recycling station, but with the shopkeeper's cunning interruption, he found himself pedaling home on his hover bike, his backpack empty. Perhaps having unburdened his heart, Yangmu felt an unusual lightness in spirit. He whistled a cheerful tune along the way, casting glances at a few attractive young ladies, offering them subtle compliments in his mind. However, a high school student weaving through traffic while whistling was met with disdain from several elderly patrons out shopping. It was likely that some elementary school students would hear an exaggerated tale at lunch today. By the time he returned home, it was nearly noon. After a quick lunch, he rode his bike, swaying slightly, to the nearby Hylon City Science Museum. Beneath the trees in front of the museum, a stout man was wiping the sweat from his face with a tissue while a tall, lean boy was engrossed in conversation with a girl on a social media platform. April's weather had begun to warm, especially following the recent rain, with the sun quickly evaporating the excess moisture from the ground, making the air feel oppressively humid, more uncomfortable than the sweltering heat of summer. Where's the boss? I'm almost sweating grease over here, Jia lamented, wiping his brow. Don't fret. With all that grease, a little sun exposure will do you good, Duluin replied, his eyes glued to the screen in his hand. Jia shot Duluin an incredulous look, pushing him playfully with his tissue in hand. You wait. When you come to my house for dinner next time, the price will double. Come on, just be careful. I'm in the middle of a great chat with a girl. Doubling the price? There are roadside stalls I can't afford. Duluin quickly countered, hitting Jia where it hurt, at the mention of his family's roast duck shop. Hey! Jia was about to retort further when he spotted Yangmu approaching on his bike, swaying slightly. He promptly waved his tissue in the air. Mu Shuai, over here. Yangmu was scanning the square in front of the Science Museum for Jia and Duluin when he noticed the stout figure waving excitedly. Recognizing Jia without a doubt, he pedaled over. Sorry for being late. Let us head inside now. Yangmu secured his bike in the designated area and addressed Jia and Duluin. Wait, we need tickets first. Duluin, where are the tickets? Jia nodded but first tugged at Duluin, who was still engaged in his conversation. Oh right, one for each of us. These tickets are hard to come by. Luckily, my dad knows someone, so he got me 3. Duluin produced 3 cards from his pocket, handing one each to Yangmu and Jia. Duluin's father was a contractor in Hylon City, which had seen significant development in recent years. With his father's cleverness and experience in construction, they had capitalized on the opportunities, significantly boosting their finances. This exhibition was essentially a small trade fair showcasing various exoskeletons, powered armor, and battle mechs developed by different countries. Though open to the public, entry was limited daily, making tickets scarce. Without Duluin's father's connections, Yang Mu and the others would have likely resorted to camping out overnight to secure tickets. Mu Shuai, with your connections, shouldn't you take me for a couple of rounds of TRM tonight? Duluin, who was slightly too thin, rubbed his hands together eagerly. Yang Mu was well aware of what TRM stood for. The reality mecha, originally developed by PA for military training and later acquired by a gaming company, which revamped it into a wildly popular mech-based virtual game, capturing the hearts of players across the galaxy. As a devoted mech enthusiast, Yang Mu had registered long ago and held a skilled rank, far surpassing the novice ranks of Duluin and Jia Hao. As an experienced player, Yang Mu had continued to play even after enlisting. However, since the incident with Chen Kai, he had refrained from logging in, as their connection had blossomed within that game. And revisiting it would only rekindle painful memories. Yet now, things felt different. Everything he cherished remained intact. All right, let us play a few rounds tonight. But you two will have to pay. I got swindled by a vendor today and am short on cash, Yang Mu remarked, tapping his pocket. Not a problem. I've got it covered, as long as Mu Shuai leads the way, Duluin confidently assured, thumping his chest, while Jia Hao, not to be outdone, cheekily leaned against Yang Mu's left arm. Mu Shuai, look at me. Haha. Yang Mu chuckled and pushed Jia Hao away, knowing they would all enjoy together, but for now, they needed to head to the mech exhibition. The trio reached a mutual agreement, and Jia Hao exclaimed excitedly, hurriedly leading the way toward the museum entrance. For these naive youths, the dazzling mechs represented the epitome of their wildest imaginations, and all were irresistibly captivated by the allure of such formidable steel weaponry. Upon entering the Science Museum, they were instantly mesmerized by the plethora of mechs displayed throughout the hall. Wow, the Hunter Dragon 2, a new creation from Corel Company. The previously lively Jia Hao was now glued to the mech, his eyes nearly popping out, saliva threatening to escape from the corners of his mouth. And look, our country's improved granite model. I hear it's incredibly durable. While Jia Hao marveled, Duluin was already snapping pictures with his watch, boasting to the girl online. Yang Mu, too, was not idle. Since entering the exhibition hall, he had been keenly observing the mechs displayed on the stands. However, these were all relics from 2 decades ago, possessing little allure for him. His visit served a dual purpose: to honor an appointment and to examine the materials used in the mechs, feigning curiosity to inquire about their properties. Yet, that was the extent of his intentions, given his current status. He dared not foolishly ask for materials to take back and repair his obliteration. A mech capable of autonomously absorbing materials for repairs, if such information were to be disclosed, it would render his mission to save humanity utterly futile, reducing him to mere fodder for dissection. As he continued deeper into the hall, he occasionally paused to scrutinize the introductions of various mechs, posing some superficial questions and mentally comparing them before moving on. In the main exhibition area of the Blue Sea Technology Museum, Jerry reveled in the myriad exclamations from attendees in front of his exhibit, a smug expression permanently etched on his face. Beside him stood a towering blue mech, approximately 10 meters high, its exquisite design and dazzling weaponry showcased in promotional videos eliciting gasps of awe from visitors. At this moment, numerous weapon merchants had gathered around the sales department, eager to inquire about pricing. Jerry considered the scene entirely deserved. This mech was a new tri-service model developed specifically for export by the state-owned Cryo Weapons Company under PA. Drawing upon the technological benchmarks of PA's elite mechs and innovatively enhancing them, this creation, after years of research by the company's scientists, undoubtedly ranked among the top 3 of currently active mechs, even securing the first position in certain performance metrics. It was indeed a formidable mech worthy of being heralded as a revolutionary machine of the era. Naturally, this was how Jerry marketed it. He was confident that these price-sensitive weapon merchants would be driven to frenzy once he revealed the company's pricing. As a senior executive of Cryo Weapons Company, Jerry possessed immense confidence and ambition for this exhibition. Just yesterday, at the Piager New Han Star Domain and the Oda Empire Showcase, his colleagues had secured orders for 5,000 and 8,000 mechs, respectively. This was already a testament to the mech's outstanding performance and immense appeal in a technologically advanced region. Furthermore, in the New Star Domain, an area on the fringes, such an advanced mech would surely incite a bidding war among the local merchants. Jerry's heart swelled with uncontainable joy, seeing the crowd gathering at the exhibit. He quickly cleared his throat, exchanged greetings with his staff, and prepared to showcase his prowess. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Jerry, the head of the sales department at Cryo Empire Weapons Company. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your keen interest in our mechs. Now, allow me to introduce this powerful mech, the Blue Giant, which can rightly be termed a revolutionary machine of the era. This mech absorbed numerous advantages from active mechs around the world, particularly excelling in mobility. The engine was developed collaboratively by our company's Mech Research Department and the PA Mech Research Institute, boasting significant thrust, strong controllability, and precise vector thrust, all while consuming less energy and offering superior endurance. Next, we present the performance metrics of the mech. Rigorously tested by our commissioned professional institutions, please direct your attention to the large screen. A series of data appeared on the screen, captivating the weapon merchants and audience alike. Now, I must disclose our pricing for this mech. The standard model is priced at 700 million yen Huang coins, while the improved space model is 10 billion yen Huang coins. Jerry observed the approving nods from the audience, his smile broadening as he announced the company's prices. What? So affordable? The weapon merchants below gasped, incredulous. Standard models of active land mechs across various countries typically cost around 650 million yen Huang coins, while space models started at a minimum of 10 billion. Yet, the mech before them boasted superior data for a price that seemed almost impossible to believe. Of course, for elite mechs crafted without regard to cost. That was a different matter altogether. I understand that our pricing may seem astonishing, but there's no need for concern. We have improved the relevant materials, thereby reducing costs without compromising the mech's reliability. If there are any questions, feel free to raise them now, and I will address them on the spot to put your minds at ease. Mr. Jerry, could you elaborate on the significant enhancement in the Blue Giant's mobility? Surely, simply upgrading the engine technology wouldn't suffice? A weapon merchant inquired first from the audience. That is an excellent question. Indeed, we have made innovative adjustments regarding the structural aspects. As you can see on the screen, comparing the structures of standard active mechs to ours reveals that we have enhanced the lower limb structure of the mech, improved the ejection system, and incorporated new titanium alloy universal joint bearings, significantly increasing the mobility of the mech's joints. Our testing indicates this will enhance the mech's agility by approximately 23. And what about the weaponry? Wouldn't an increase in payload capacity also lead to greater energy consumption? Numerous weapon merchants continued to pose their inquiries, and Jerry adeptly responded to each one. As the head of the sales department, Jerry possessed a modicum of eloquence. After more than half an hour, noticing that the audience had exhausted their questions, Jerry presented an enticing offer. Now, I believe there are no further queries. For those interested, you may place orders with our staff. Our company guarantees free shipping for clients purchasing more than 10 units, along with a 50% discount on a complete set of spare parts for the mech. A murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd. Observing the animated discussions among the weapon merchants below, Jerry felt assured of his success. Despite some minor flaws he had omitted, perfection was an unattainable ideal. Moreover, whether or not the attendees had identified these issues was not his concern. He was confident that once they experienced the mech's performance firsthand tomorrow, they would be thoroughly captivated by the Blue Giant's exceptional capabilities, rendering them utterly enthusiastic. On stage, Jerry, the sales director of Cryoweapons Company, was lost in dreams of future promotions and pay raises, while in a corner of the audience, a contrasting sentiment emerged. Something about this feels unsettling to me. It's all just a pack of lies. Two voices, one steady and aged, the other youthful and vibrant, expressed their doubts simultaneously. Though softly spoken, the speakers heard each other clearly. Chapter 5. As soon as the words left his lips, Yang Mu turned to the source of the voice. To his left stood an elderly man exuding vitality. Clad in a traditional white tang suit, the old man's thick white hair was neatly combed back, and his eyes regarded Yang Mu with an unusual curiosity. With just a fleeting glance at the old man, Yang Mu realized that his previous remarks had been overheard. It was unexpected that his momentary outburst of frustration had caught the attention of this elder. After all, it was only natural for anyone to be astonished when a student labeled cutting-edge technology as a mere deception. Regardless of the circumstances, Yang Mu resolved to employ the age-old strategy of retreat. He swiftly decided to turn away and hastily made his exit. "Hey, young man, where are you going?" The elderly voice called out as Yang Mu had barely taken a few steps. It seemed that the old man shared the same sentiment as Yang Mu. Cursing under his breath, Yang Mu realized he had drawn the elder's attention. It was entirely his fault for speaking so candidly. Perhaps he should have kept his thoughts to himself. Despite hearing the old man's words, Yang Mu quickened his pace, aiming for a nearby exhibition area to slip away. Suddenly, he felt a firm hand grasp his shoulder, and instinct kicked in. With the reflexes of a soldier, Yang Mu's right hand instinctively reacted, turning to seize the wrist of the hand that had caught him. However, before he could fully pivot, the powerful hand twisted his wrist, and another hand clasped around his arm, rendering Yang Mu's right hand immobile. Xiao Zhong, let go. Don't hurt the boy, the elderly voice continued. Yang Mu then discerned that the one restraining him was a burly man, all muscle, who flashed a broad grin, slowly releasing his grip. Young man, I assure you, I meant no harm. My previous words were devoid of malice. The old man approached with a smile. Yang Mu shook his right hand, visibly displeased as he regarded the two men, yet he managed to keep his tone cordial. Is there something you wish to discuss, sir? The old man didn't respond, but instead gestured towards a corner and ambled over, prompting Yang Mu to follow, albeit reluctantly, under the watchful gaze of the burly man. Young man, I merely wish to understand why you claim that the blue giant on stage is a deceitful contraption, the old man inquired with a benevolent expression. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yin Xinfu, the honorary curator of the High Blue Technology Museum. Yang Mu scrutinized the elder for a moment, his mind racing, then replied. The figure on stage is concealing certain truths. Oh, I am eager to hear more, the old man's curiosity piqued. Yang Mu spoke with a measured tone. Specifically regarding the universal joint bearing, the data on that component has not been disclosed. Pausing briefly, he continued, moreover, I observed that the Mech's legs utilized hydraulic assist mechanisms, which also lacked data. Upon hearing this, Yin Xinfu's expression shifted to one of seriousness, nodding while stroking his white beard. This unassuming youth possessed an acute perception, aligning with Yin Xinfu's own thoughts, sparking a sense of admiration within him. However, Yin Xinfu did not immediately agree but continued to probe. There are countless components in a mech. Can you truly draw such a conclusion based solely on these two parts? Yang Mu was unwavering in his conviction, wholly certain of his assertions. After all, he had first-hand experience with this mech in his previous life. Not only that, but it had been widely used across many PGR units, yet it had caused significant issues in actual combat due to the very components he mentioned. The flaws in the universal joint bearing prevented it from transmitting uniform angular velocity, leading to accelerated wear during extensive movements and, in extreme cases, catastrophic failure. Even with enhancements to the component's resilience, the problems persisted. It seemed the Creo Weapons Company had recognized this issue during development and attempted to compensate by integrating hydraulic assist devices, only to discover that these two introduced significant challenges: overheating, vibrations, and leaks. Within a year, the repair rate for this mech soared to an astounding 71, with most failures attributed to the universal joint bearing and hydraulic systems. In light of these failures, Creo had repeatedly attempted to rectify these defects, but any modifications compromised the mech's superior mobility, rendering it inferior to standard operational mechs. The situation escalated following a disastrous mission that resulted in the death of an elite pilot, igniting outrage among military factions. A year and a half post-release, nations began submitting claims to trade courts, demanding refunds and reparations from Creo. However, the company abruptly declared bankruptcy, invoking protections while PA intervened, allowing the matter to resolve with minimal compensation. PAJR emerged as the most significant victim, having procured approximately 40,000 units across 4-star domains, incurring immense financial losses and wasting invaluable research time. Yang Mu had previously been seething with anger over this debacle, which explained his outburst at the exhibition. Yet, as a high school student, who would believe such alarming claims? Even if someone did, who could challenge such a colossal corporation? But now, the issue had come knocking at his door. Upon hearing the elder's skepticism, a clever idea sparked in Yang Mu's mind. I'm not entirely sure, but my family owns a repair shop, and our mechanics have mentioned the universal joint bearing before. I simply remembered that, he replied, pouting slightly, displaying a hint of impatience. If you don't believe me, you can always ask them. Yin Xinfu paused for a moment, then erupted into hearty laughter, clapping Yang Mu on the shoulder. Oh, the youth of today is truly remarkable. To apply knowledge so adeptly. Well done, young man. Xiao Zhong, my business card, please. After praising Yang Mu, Yin Xinfu reached for a card from the burly man and handed it to Yang Mu. This is my card. You have great potential. Consider allowing me to guide you on a promising path. Not interested. Yang Mu shook his head, glancing at the elder, whose face radiated joy, and turned to leave. However, the burly man blocked his way once more. With no other option, Yang Mu turned back, contemplating the elderly man's earlier claim of being an honorary curator. Surely, You have more authority on this matter than I do, sir, he stated earnestly, pocketing the business card before pushing past the burly man and exiting the exhibit's corner. Relieved that the elder no longer pursued him, Yangmu exhaled deeply. The intensity of Yin Shinfu's gaze had felt as though he could see straight through him, reminiscent of his encounters while reporting to the fleet marshal. Speaking of which, wasn't he the marshal's surname also Yin? Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, Yangmu sent a message to Jia Hao and Duoluan, hastening towards the exit of the technology museum. He could no longer linger in this place. In a corner of the science museum, Yin Shinfu wore a smile that belied the intensity in his gaze, which remained fixed on the direction in which Yangmu had departed. Xiao Zhong, what do you think of this lad's explanation? Yin Shinfu inquired of the man surnamed Zhong. Yin Lao, I find it rather contrived, came the deep voice of the burly man, his expression shifting from affable to one of solemn shrewdness. Do you believe that this fellow truly possesses some insight? Yin Shinfu probed further. Well, Zhong Liang hesitated, furrowing his brow. It's difficult to ascertain. However, the technique he employed in attempting to break free was quite professional, as if he intended to counteract my moves. Oh, in that case, this young man has become all the more intriguing, Yin Shinfu remarked. Let us proceed to confront the blue giant. I cannot allow such a flawed entity to go unchecked. With that, Yin Shinfu squinted, stroked his beard, and, hands clasped behind his back, resumed his exploration of the exhibition hall. Chapter 6. Reality Mecha standing beneath the large tree in front of the Science Museum for over 10 minutes. Yangmu finally spotted Duoluan dragging Jia Hao out from inside the museum. Boss, I've brought the person you asked for, Duoluan said, pushing Jia Hao to Yangmu's side while scratching his head. Mu Shuai, why did you rush us out? I haven't even finished looking around, Jia Hao pouted, his expression reminiscent of a child who had been shown a delicious drumstick only to be told it was time to leave without a taste. This was a devastating blow for Jia Hao. Yangmu shrugged, reluctantly stating, There's nothing much to see. I'm done. Let us go? Didn't you want me to take you to play TRM? We should go now. As soon as he uttered these words, both Jia Hao and Duoluan were left dumbfounded, utterly bewildered. Mu Shuai, you can't be serious. This is the Mecha exhibition. The Mecha exhibition you've been eagerly anticipating for over a month. And you just left? Jia Hao exclaimed, as if he had seen a ghost, moving to check Yangmu's forehead for fever. Duoluan nodded vigorously in agreement. Boss, you've changed. Have you lost your love for those magnificent mechas that can soar through the skies and traverse the earth? Seeing the two of them looking at him as if he were a disappointing student, Yangmu grinned and swatted their heads away from his outstretched hand. What are you thinking? I said I've finished looking around, which is why I called you out. Jia Hao scrutinized Yangmu for a moment, confirming the sincerity in his expression, and then sighed in relief. Oh, that's good then. He nodded in realization but suddenly remembered something, his eyes widening as he said, Wait, Mu Shuai, if you finished, then why the rush? You almost made me think you were in trouble. Oh my favorite mecha is just in the next exhibition hall, and I was dragged out just as I was about to see it. Duoluan, however, seemed indifferent, saying, If I didn't see enough of the mecha exhibition this time, my dad can get me tickets next time. Gaming is more important, and chatting with girls is also essential. Watching the two clowns perform their antics, Yangmu could only facepalm in disbelief. Alright, let me ask you something. Do you know who Yin Shinfu is? Yangmu interrupted their ongoing banter. Huh, Yin Shinfu? Who is that? Jia Hao asked, puzzled. Yangmu took out a business card from his pocket and handed it over. The card bore the name Yin Shinfu in bold black letters, along with a string of contact information. Yin Shinfu, let me check online, Duoluan chimed in, leaning over to look at the card before activating his wristwatch to search the internet. In a short while, Duoluan found the information. Got it. Yin Shinfu, a resident of the Red Sun Star in the New Han Star domain and academician at the National Mecha Research Institute. Chief engineer of the Tingsha series mechas. Wow, boss, this is an impressive person, Duoluan exclaimed, scanning the online encyclopedia in awe. What? Let me see. Jia Hao quickly leaned in, and Yangmu, equally astonished, stepped forward to check as well. After perusing the information and examining the accompanying photographs, Yangmu confirmed without a doubt that the elderly gentleman he had just encountered was indeed an extraordinary figure. Mu Shuai, that's incredible. You wandered around and happened to meet such an illustrious person. No wonder you left so early. I'm impressed. Jia Hao returned the business card to Yangmu, filled with admiration. Duoluan, putting away his wristwatch, draped an arm over Yangmu's shoulder, standing on Yangmu's bike, and remarked, I say it's your charismatic aura, boss, that compelled such a figure to hand you a business card. Wouldn't you agree? Yongmu paid little attention to their playful banter, silently tucking the card away and committing the name to memory. Yin Shinfu. He had not heard this name in his previous life, perhaps due to the lack of intersection between their circles. However, since fate had brought them together, and given that the other was a heavyweight in the mecha industry, it would be prudent to keep this connection in mind. It might prove beneficial in the future. Alright, enough of this. Let us head to the Tam battlefield and wreak some havoc. Duoluan, seemingly more interested in the news of the mecha expert, was eager to dive into gaming. Boss, you promised. You have to take me on a flight today, Jia Hao chimed in, adopting a faux serious tone. Yongmu was at a loss for words regarding these two. They were on the cusp of adulthood, yet they couldn't manage a mature conversation. Chuckling, he nodded and unlocked his bike, following the two as they made their way to the nearest TAM Experience Center. Reality Mecha was a semi-immersive game, meaning players needed to wear a holographic helmet, wield motion-sensing grips, and step on a mobile pedal to maneuver mechas and complete various operations, thereby immersing themselves in the gaming experience. However, this game was not entirely immersive. Players would not feel any sensations upon being defeated. Instead, the system would simply lock out the controls, declaring the mecha destroyed. Nonetheless, even this set of equipment was not inexpensive, with online prices soaring to 10,000 yen won coins. To facilitate broader participation, the game company collaborated with gaming experience shops across various planets to introduce gaming operation pods for regular players. The trio turned a corner, and under Duoluan's familiar guidance, they arrived at an experience center not far from the Science Museum. Students, let me see your student cards, said the proprietor, a tall, thin man wearing glasses, upon seeing Yongmu and his companions enter. Duoluan walked straight up, handed the student cards to the thin man, and said, "Brother, reserve a small room with 3 operation pods." The thin man didn't respond verbally. Instead, he scanned the student cards on his computer, confirming that all 3 were over 16, before nodding and asking, "How long will you be playing? And whose card will be charged?" Originally, this game had no age restrictions. However, due to several incidents of students becoming overly engrossed in gaming and ensuing public outcry, Reality Mecha had introduced a system to prevent addiction, requiring students to log in with their ID cards. Moreover, children under 16 were not permitted to log in at any experience center, though for affluent families, this was hardly a barrier. Yongmu refrained from asking Uncle Lei to purchase such expensive gaming equipment, so he had patiently waited until he turned 16 to register an account, playing ever since. "Charge mine. Let us start with 2 hours, Duoluan replied, presenting the payment code from his wristwatch. The thin man nodded, entered some commands on the computer, and then handed 3 aluminum tags along with the student cards back to Yongmu and his friends. "Room T, go in and turn right." Duoluan took the items and led Yongmu and Jia Hao inside. Yongmu glanced around the chaotic public area, pursed his lips, and didn't linger. He had been to many experience centers in his past life, but had never visited this one near the Science Museum. From what he could see, most experience centers were largely similar. The public area was noisy and smoky, and the VIP area wasn't much better. Upon entering the small room, a dimly lit space of about 10 square meters, they found 3 gaming pods facing the door, along with a small sofa, a coffee table, a few bottles of mineral water, and a plate of what appeared to be fresh fruit, albeit in minuscule portions that the server had brought in. With such scant offerings, the charges were exorbitant, and the fruit's taste left much to be desired. Jia Hao, quick on the uptake, immediately claimed the newest gaming pod, balancing the fruit plate in one hand as he munched away. "If it were free, I could eat this place out of business." Duoluan scoffed at Jia Hao, who had his cheeks stuffed. "Indeed, the esteemed master Jia is truly remarkable, a figure of great might, and he shall lead us to new heights. Just you wait and see." Jia Hao, not one to shy away, proudly proclaimed. Yongmu shrugged, harboring no particular thoughts about his childhood friend, who seemed to possess a peculiar quirkiness. He inserted an aluminum card into the control pod, which then partially opened, allowing him to settle into the cockpit. Inside, there was a synthetic leather seat, alongside a gaming helmet, and at either end of the pod, 2 rods resembling rolling pins served as motion controllers. As Yongmu nestled into the gaming pod, Jia Hao and Duoluan followed suit, eager to join him. Yongmu slid his student card into a slot, and the helmet's latch released, allowing him to adjust the seat for comfort. He donned the helmet and grasped the motion controllers with both hands. Although the helmet did not enclose his head entirely like the holographic ones in Annihilation, it still covered a substantial portion, and he could even catch a faint whiff of the previous user's hair, sweaty, subtle, yet incessant, suggesting that the last individual must have had rather oily hair. But I digress. Once the helmet was securely in place, its built-in screen gradually illuminated, allowing his eyes to adjust to the light. The login interface appeared, with his account and password automatically filled in through the card recognition, awaiting Yongmu's input of a secondary password. YM21609222. He spoke, and the system entered the secondary password. Welcome to the reality Mecha. Moderate gaming is beneficial to both body and mind. Prioritize your studies and avoid indulgence, a gentle female voice of the game system chimed in, causing Yongmu's lips to twitch. It wasn't the sweetness of the voice that bothered him, but rather his chosen nickname, which was, quite frankly, embarrassing. At 17, Yongmu had relished such a name, but now, with the mindset of a 37-year-old, it filled him with a sense of shame. Without further ado, upon entering the game lobby, Yongmu immediately spent 50 game coins to change his name to Annihilation. The reason for this choice was twofold. It was the name of his mecha, and the initials of the two characters, A and N, coincidentally matched the initials of his name, Y and M. Thus, he decisively rebranded himself as Annihilation. In this realm, no one was privy to the existence of his mecha, making it an elegant and somewhat mysterious gaming moniker. Wow, Mushuai, why change your name? If it weren't for your ID number, we might have struggled to find you. Jiahao approached with Duoluan. Annihilation? The name is decent, but it lacks a certain flair compared to ours, Jiahao critiqued, while Yongmu was left speechless. Eat well to lose weight. I think of you every one of those 366 days. The nicknames of these two were even more nauseating. Suppressing his urge to critique, Yongmu said, Duoluan, you choose the mode and map. I'll help you level up. All right, I've been waiting for your word. Let's form a team, and I'll handle the rest, Duoluan exclaimed, sending team invitations to Yongmu and Jiahao. Let me invite a couple of friends, Duoluan added, swiping through his virtual panel in search of friends. However, it seemed no one was online. What about you, Jiahao? Duoluan inquired after a fruitless search. Don't ask me. My friends are even worse than I am. Bringing them along would only hinder progress, Jiahao replied. Yongmu glanced through his own friend list and saw that Qin Kai's gaming ID was not lit up. Let us just start. We can let the system match us, he suggested. Duoluan nodded, selected a team mode, opted for a random map, and clicked Start. The game helmet's interface loaded, and then the screen flickered to reveal the Mecha Preparation Zone. This was the location for matching teammates before the game officially commenced, as well as a space for teams to strategize and select their mechas. Yongmu scanned the IDs of the two teammates he had been matched with. Meow 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 meow, I shall lead the charge. Another pair of perplexing nicknames. Yongmu suddenly felt a rising sense of compulsion, as if he were succumbing to an inexplicable obsession. Chapter 7. Being live-streamed observing the silhouettes of 4 players in the preparation zone. Yongmu suppressed his urge to comment on their usernames and prepared to select his mech. The mechs in this immersive experience were modeled after modern mech data, boasting only the appearance of real mechs, yet sufficient to entice players to invest. Furthermore, to simplify operational complexity, the game employed an exceedingly user-friendly interface, relying solely on gesture-based controllers and foot pedals. In contrast, conventional mechs in reality would have numerous buttons and levers in addition to the joystick and pedals. Yongmu's Annihilation was an upgraded variant from the elite mechs, featuring a cockpit with only a few fixed rings for control. All operations were executed through a motion-sensing suit, making the mech's maneuvers feel more intuitive, albeit still quite challenging. I'll choose the output type. A crisp, melodious voice, tinged with sweetness, resonated. It turned out to be a female player, quite a rarity. Hey girl, don't engage in fighting. Let me handle this position, Doran's simulated character chimed in, exuding a flamboyant charm. In the debate between selecting a mech or a female player, Doran was unusually straightforward. He had always favored mechs that focused on firepower, yet his blind tactics often left others speechless. Doran selected a fire dragon mech, its striking red body prominently featuring large weapon boxes on its limbs and back. Alright then, I suppose I'll opt for the defensive type, the female player said, somewhat disappointed but not contesting the choice. Oh dear, my apologies, but I've claimed this spot. It's best for a girl not to be recklessly assaulted, Jiahao interjected, swiftly extracting a robust earth mech from the database and climbing in. Well then, I'll choose the reconnaissance type. This is mine, declared a player with the username, I shall lead the charge, coldly selecting a Nightblade V-type upgraded mech and shutting the cockpit door behind him. Well, that's unfair. You're bullying me. The female player whimpered, feeling wronged. The reason was simple. While they debated mech selections, Yongmu had silently chosen a raider, filling the long-range sniper role. The rationale was clear. This mech boasted the best equipment available. The remaining roles primarily focused on command. In a typical team, positions would be fiercely contested. However, in Yongmu's case, Doran and Jia Hao would defer to him, while the cold player's willingness to follow orders remained uncertain. Thus, the dynamics of command were ambiguous, leaving the female player feeling isolated. It was no wonder she felt bullied. At that moment, in a distant room on another planet, a well-groomed short-haired girl was operating a high-end gaming pod, with a projection computer beside her streaming her gameplay. Numerous comments flooded the screen, criticizing the players and lamenting the absence of decent male players except for those watching her stream. Clearly, this player was a broadcaster, and the activities of Yongmu and his companions were being live-streamed, attracting a barrage of commentary from her fans across various planets. It remained unclear whether the streamer was a skilled player or merely entertaining. "Don't cry, just stand behind me. This will definitely boost your rank," Doran proclaimed, eager to project a valiant image. "Exactly, don't worry, we've got this," Jia Hao assured loudly. However, the female player retorted, "But your ranks aren't even higher than mine," as she selected a Chilean universal mech, her voice barely above a whisper, creating an awkward atmosphere. Indeed, the ranks of Doran and Jia Hao, both apprentices, paled in comparison to the female player's rank. "Haha, the girl has a point. Let us showcase these novices." Someone chimed in. "I'm a big shot gifting a starship to the streamer." As the program loaded, the electronic voice welcomed them to the mech battlefield. Yongmu and his companions' 5 mechs materialized in a corner of the virtual arena. "Savannah? I like this map," Doran exclaimed, thrilled by the expansive terrain ideal for artillery. Yongmu, having familiarized himself with his mech, surveyed the surroundings and opened the public channel. "Everyone, stay close together. Scout the area within a 3-kilometer radius. You 3 should stick together." "Understood," the Nightblade responded coolly before soaring into the distance. "All right, boss," Doran and Jia Hao echoed. Am I following the sniper? Don't I need to help scout the terrain?" The female player questioned, puzzled. Yongmu maneuvered his 6-meter mech up a notably thick tree trunk. "No need. In this open terrain, with only a few hills, the visibility is sufficiently clear. One scout is enough." Although it was just a game, decades of instinct compelled Yongmu to approach it with seriousness. Are we just waiting?" she asked again. "Shouldn't we be looking for enemies?" Yongmu smirked, taken aback by her eagerness to engage without first analyzing the landscape. Was this how players typically behaved? In such open terrain, the primary objective was not to recklessly scout, but to conceal oneself effectively. A significant disadvantage of open fields is that while you may see the enemy, they can also see you clearly. "Wait," Yongmu replied succinctly. "Wait, what for?" she inquired, bewildered. During her confusion in the game, the live stream comments erupted in debate. "Is this guy a fool? Telling everyone to stay put and wait for death? Exactly, he should focus on sniping instead of giving misguided orders. The lowly rank of a mech pilot. Let me show him how it's done. Let us not be too harsh. His strategy is sound. In open terrain, it's crucial not to be discovered prematurely. Hiding is essential. He seems somewhat professional. Su, you should cooperate with him for an easy win." However, the streamer Su was oblivious to their comments, engrossed in her helmet. While the live chat erupted, Yongmu received feedback from the Nightblade mech. "No activity detected within 3 kilometers. Gunfire is heard from the northeast." Doran and the others noted the message but remained still, awaiting Yongmu's command. After examining the map and correlating it with the Nightblade's report, Yongmu formed a plan, disabling the camouflage system. Yongmu leaped down from the tree and addressed Doran and the others. "Move forward toward the northeast where the gunfire is coming from. Reconnaissance should proceed in that direction. Nightblade, maintain your concealment." Doran and Jia Hao immediately stood up, aligning themselves toward the indicated direction, while the player named Su approached Yongmu. "Are we going to kill someone? I'm excited," she exclaimed cheerfully. Yongmu glanced at her lavishly painted red mech, initially reluctant to engage. But for the sake of their impending operation, he decided to speak. "Killing isn't the primary objective. Securing energy cells and upgrading our equipment takes precedence." After Yongmu concluded his remarks, he maneuvered his mech forward, leaving Qilin in a state of bewilderment. Yongmu had made this decision following the selection of mechs by the group. Although the Nightblade and Qilin's mechs were well equipped, the mechs of the other 3 left much to be desired. While the type of mechs was commendable, their weaponry and armor were woefully inadequate. necessitating a replacement to ensure they would not be easily obliterated. Thus, Yangmu designated the primary objective as upgrading their mech equipment. Is it truly essential to seize energy batteries and swap out equipment? Qilin pondered, glancing at her own fully equipped setup, feeling somewhat perplexed. At least this guy recognizes the inadequacy of his mech and understands the need for energy and upgrades. There's a semblance of strategy there. In the battlefield of the sparse grassland, Yangmu and his companions piloted their mech at top speed toward their target, while the Nightblade mech had already arrived at the battleground. They discovered that the combat was over, and the area was being cleared. A cold voice echoed through the communication channel from Nightblade. After hearing this, Yangmu immediately commanded Doran and the others to take position on the reverse slope of a small hill, while he controlled his mech to dash toward a cluster of tall trees atop the hill. Finding a tree approximately 3 to 4 meters in height, Yangmu dismounted his rifle, extending the barrel through the tree branches, while activating the camouflage across his mech. This maneuver sparked a flurry of discussions among the viewers in the livestream. Impressive. He knows to use the tree as a shield. This guy has skills. What is he doing up there, acting as a target? Target? Please, this guy is probably a novice. Yangmu was quite accustomed to such actions. He hadn't participated in any special missions on planets in the years leading up to his captaincy of the starship. Nevertheless, this ability had become instinctual. Upon entering any environment, Yangmu could instinctively execute the best maneuvers suited to that setting. With a crisp sound, Yangmu detached the folding long-range sniper rifle from the weapon rack on his mech's back. The arm of the mech locked into the rifle's slot, and the bullets loaded automatically. The rifle's barrel, reminiscent of a cannon, gleamed ominously as it aimed at the 3 mechs nestled within the sparse trees of the plain. The Stone Shield Viper, a mech with attributes of defense, command, and reconnaissance, boasted moderate performance but was well equipped. After assessing the situation, Yangmu prepared to direct his team to seize this opportunity. Hey, they appear to be easy targets. Let us go for it. A sweet voice suddenly chimed in the channel, startling Yangmu, who was intently focusing on the mechs below. Turning to look, he noticed the red-painted Qilin mech beside the tree, casually leaning against the trunk with one hand, while holding an electromagnetic rifle in the other, gazing into the distance. What the? Yangmu was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the Qilin mech, which had not only failed to conceal itself, but also disregarded his instructions to follow Doran and the others. Was this mech merely here to add charm to the battlefield? A myriad of expletives raced through his mind. Get down. What are you doing? Yangmu exclaimed over the channel, leaving the others in confusion. The Qilin, taken by surprise, jumped at Yangmu's sudden outburst. What's the matter? You scared me. Only then did the Qilin slowly crouch down. Yet the mech's camouflage remained inactive. In a battlefield scenario, the bright red paint was glaringly conspicuous, and had this been a real conflict, the mech would have been swiftly eliminated. Yangmu sighed internally, choosing to ignore her, and raised his rifle to focus on the distant mechs. The adversaries were still engrossed in clearing the battlefield, unaware of the impending threat. Monkey, have you spotted the target? Yangmu inquired. Doran's voice responded through the channel. I see them. Should I lock on with the radar now? Not yet. Wait for the sound of my gunfire. Once it echoes, launch the missiles. Remember, the laser radar must target their feet. We still need them for equipment exchange. Understood. Seeing that Doran had grasped the plan, Yangmu turned his attention back to the mechs. He aligned the sniper rifle's scope with the head of the Stone Shield mech and decisively pulled the trigger. A blue flame flickered from the rifle's muzzle, and almost instantaneously, the mechs below, busy with their cleanup, became aware of the shot. However, before they could initiate their defenses, the bullet struck, causing the stone shield to topple over, its head exploding into fragments. In the next moment, missiles launched from the hillside, hurtling toward the remaining 2 mechs below. Nightblade, prepare to advance. The Fat One charges in directly. With Qilin following closely to assist in the cleanup, Yangmu calmly issued the orders, his sniper rifle continuing to fire. 2 more shots rang out. One struck the cockpit beneath the chest armor of the stone shield, while the other hit the right leg of the cold blade mech, rendering it ineffective. Wow, incredible marksmanship. Every shot hits its mark. This must be a seasoned player on a secondary account. Only a novice would fail to devise such a strategic attack. Many viewers in the live stream began to focus on Yangmu, and a few even urged the Qilin to self-destruct, eager to switch the perspective to Yangmu's view. As the missiles detonated below, kicking up clouds of dust, Doran and the other mechs charged down, effortlessly dispatching the remaining 2 adversaries. The battle concluded seamlessly in mere moments. Chapter 8. The mantis catches the cicada. Unbeknownst to the yellow bird, the battle concluded in an instant, leaving those present with an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, particularly the young woman who erupted in enthusiasm within the channel. "Ah, that was so fast," she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Cough, cough. Please refrain from such expressions, dear sister. It leads my thoughts astray," teased the stout man as he overturned the stone shield and retrieved the energy cell nestled within. "No, no, no. This is simply her nature, and I find it quite delightful," replied Dwalin, leisurely maneuvering his mech to the battlefield, surveying the scattered debris of broken mechs and parts with a playful smirk. Yangmu licked his lips, feeling an insatiable yearning for more. "Let us swiftly clear the battlefield and depart. The first position scan is likely to commence soon." In this game, while the map was vast, the system would report the locations of all mech squads every 5 minutes. However, each squad would only relay a single signal point, meaning if a squad comprised multiple mechs, only the position of one would be known, leaving the whereabouts of the others a mystery. Only when the mech carrying the signal fell would the signal transfer to another member of the squad. This created significant maneuvering space, enhancing both the player's experience and the thrill of the game. Currently, the signal for Yangmu's team was with Jia Hao, and Yangmu was the fourth to take over. Securing the massive sniper rifle on his back, Yangmu leaped from the tree, guiding his mech down the mountainside. This mech was versatile for land, sea, and air, designed for attacks and defenses in various terrains. However, flying consumed a great deal of energy and was not sustainable for long durations. Hence, Yangmu required energy cells. Upon landing steadily on the battlefield, Yangmu inserted the energy cell handed to him by Jia Hao into the slot where the old cell had been removed, instantly boosting the mech's energy reserve from 53 to 87. Do not carry excessive gear. Replace only the primary equipment and leave this place immediately. After making a quick adjustment to his front armor, Yangmu signaled to the others before charging into the dense forest ahead. The mechs behind him followed suit, equipped with supplies, as the Nightblade had already reported the situation from 5 kilometers ahead without needing Yangmu's direction. "Qilin, what are you doing? Why haven't you confirmed the enemy's cabin has been neutralized?" Yangmu chastised the young woman in the general channel. The root of his frustration lay in her oversight, which allowed the stout man's mech to be ambushed by a downed enemy, simply due to the lack of kill confirmation. Fortunately, Yangmu reacted swiftly, dispatching the assailant and enabling Jia Hao's mech to replace its damaged parts, though its performance had significantly diminished. But they didn't see me," came a timid voice through the channel. "All right, boss, everyone makes mistakes. Look, it's still operational, isn't it?" Jia Hao remained unfazed, even encouraging Yangmu. While Yangmu wasn't genuinely angry, the strict military discipline instilled in him made it intolerable to overlook such minor errors, even in a game. Yangmu refrained from responding, instead guiding his mech toward the dried-up riverbed. The location information for all mechs was now relayed, revealing that in addition to the 2 mechs they had just destroyed, there were 2 more squads, one fully staffed and another with 3 members. Thanks to Yangmu's precise commands, the squad had eliminated 11 mechs, and even the Nightblade willingly followed his lead. However, after only a few steps, Yangmu halted, signaling the 4 mechs behind him to press against the riverbank's rock wall. "What is wrong, boss?" Dwalin inquired. "I heard the sound of a branch snapping," Yangmu replied solemnly. "Nightblade, scout ahead." Not far behind Yangmu, a slender mech activated its camouflage and powered forward, disappearing from view. Meanwhile, Yangmu searched for targets using the onboard radar until the sound of the branch echoed again. Indeed, someone is here, somewhere close. Given that Nightblade had yet to report back and their squad's position had just been revealed, the enemy must have become aware of their presence. However, Yangmu received no position information for enemy mechs, and if they attempted to encircle them, the terrain of the riverbed would be exceedingly disadvantageous. Thus, Yangmu resolved to take a calculated risk. He clenched a rock from the cliffside and hurled it away. The sound of it crashing echoed until it ceased, yet Yangmu heard no strange noises. No anomalies detected. Nightblade's voice came coldly through the channel. This was perplexing. He had distinctly heard the sounds twice. Faced with this oddity, Yangmu found himself at an impasse, ultimately deciding to press forward. Since he could not locate the target, and the squad had already revealed their position, Yangmu was left with no choice but to proceed to avoid unnecessary losses. Nonetheless, he remained cautious, positioning Qilin at the forefront while he took up the rear to guard against potential ambushes from behind. As for the front line, Yangmu thought, if it weren't for the necessity of a 5-person team, he would have long since expelled that dead weight. Boom. Just minutes into their advance, the unmistakable sound of artillery erupted ahead. It seemed Qilin had indeed triggered an explosive trap. Yangmu swiftly maneuvered his mech forward and spotted the stout man's Earth mech bracing itself behind a defensive shield, while Duoluin unleashed a barrage of smoke grenades toward Qilin's position. Meanwhile, Qilin's mech took cover behind the stout man's back, firing fiercely. Yangmu quickly found a rock, aiming his sniper rifle at the battlefield, where he observed 3 enemy mechs on the slope unleashing a torrent of fire. Bang! Bang! Clatter! Clatter! With 2 shots, Yangmu disabled 2 enemy mechs. Just as he aimed at the third, the energy ammunition in his sniper rifle was depleted. Reluctantly, he had to charge forward with his mech, switching to a more short-range rifle for support. However, before Yangmu could reach the location, the 3 slightly damaged enemy mechs resumed their assault, and one of them, a Hummingbird scout mech, surged forward with the intent to eliminate Duoluin's fire support. As it closed the distance, Duoluin seemed oblivious, continuing to engage the main battlefield. Time was running out. Yangmu manipulated the controls with urgency, pressing the pedal as the engine of his assault mech roared to life, propelling him toward Duoluin's position. What does that mech intend to do? Someone in the live stream chat exclaimed. Is he trying to save that fire support mech? It seems too late. Duoluin evade. At the last moment, Duoluin finally sensed the approaching Hummingbird and opened fire with his close-range machine guns, twisting his mech to counter the airborne assault. However, the proximity was too close, and the enemy was already within striking distance. Duoluin seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, his channel filled with curses directed at the adversary's treachery. By this point, Yangmu had arrived, albeit slightly delayed due to the engine's overdrive. Yet, instead of halting to assist Duoluin, he pressed on toward the Hummingbird. Engaging was the only way to turn the tide. The enemy also recognized the incoming assault mech, extending their chainsword, intent on launching a direct attack against Yangmu's mech. Both sides charged towards one another with astonishing speed, and Yangmu could even discern the intricate paint patterns on the opponent's mech head. In the next instant, Yangmu's hands and feet moved in unison. The main engine behind the mech ceased its operations while the auxiliary engines in its limbs surged with power, allowing the breaker to twist midair. It was akin to a sports car executing a sharp turn at 200 miles per hour. The breaker's massive frame spun in the air, seemingly stunning the opponent's Hummingbird with its maneuver. In the following moment, the 2 mechs crossed paths. The Hummingbird's chain sword missed its target, while Yangmu's light blade plunged directly into the opponent's cockpit. The outcome was swiftly determined. Yangmu had the upper hand. Impressive. I had always suspected this individual was extraordinary. Such maneuvers could not possibly be executed by a novice. My perception of this fellow began to shift. The audience in the live stream, benefiting from the broadcaster's perspective, witnessed the scene with crystal clarity. Some even captured that segment of video, preparing to share it on gaming forums. Yangmu crashed to the ground along with his mech, and upon the system confirming the opponent's demise, he let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the Nightblade mech had also successfully executed a surprise attack. Qilin seized the opportunity and swiftly concluded the battle. This guy appears to possess some merit. Yangmu nodded in acknowledgement of Qilin's skill, his opinion of her improving slightly. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from an unknown direction. Yangmu turned his mech towards the battlefield and saw that Jiahao's cockpit had been shattered by a high-explosive round, with the system promptly declaring Jiahao deceased. That shot had accurately exploited the moment the Earth mech's force field shield failed, resulting in a single, fatal blow. The final team has emerged. Chapter 9, Fantasy Mecha. After eliminating the 3 mechas, only 2 fully equipped teams remained on the battlefield. The recent gunfire signified that the last team had initiated their assault. However, I was aware while the enemy lurked in the shadows. Our side was now at a disadvantageous position. Yangmu swiftly executed evasive maneuvers without a moment's hesitation, conveying over the channel, "The enemy has spotted us. Take cover and protect your firepower. Their fire coverage will arrive shortly." Before his words had fully resonated, a barrage of missiles screamed through the air, striking the positions where several had just stood, sending up clouds of dust and debris. Yangmu maneuvered his mecha, rolling several times before diving into a thicket of low trees, instantly activating his simulated camouflage. Damn, they ambushed me, and I'm done for. The anguished cries of Jiahao echoed through the channel, yet no one responded to his lament. Grasping his sniper rifle, although devoid of ammunition, the scope remained operational. Peering through the sight, Yangmu finally spotted a mecha head component peeking out from a distant depression. Monkey, do you still have missiles? Dwuluin, who had just maneuvered his mecha behind a red rock, heard Yongmu's voice. 3 rounds left. Where should I fire? Dwuluin immediately understood that Yongmu had located an enemy. Yongmu, fixated on the distant hollow, confirmed his sighting before replying, at 7 o'clock, there's a small depression. Launch all your missiles there, and remember to change position afterward. Understood. Dwuluin affirmed, briefly adjusting his aim before launching the last 3 missiles from his rear weapon slot. Should we charge in after the explosions? Qilin inquired over the channel, to which Yongmu shook his head. No, we only have 4 mechas, while the enemy has 5, and we don't know their exact locations. What should we do then? The female voice inquired, clearly regarding Yongmu as the team's pillar of strength. Yongmu remained vigilant, using the scope to survey the surroundings while glancing at the terrain map, a plan gradually forming in his mind. Retreat to the hollows behind those 2 hills. Yongmu directed, eyeing the smoke-filled depression. That small valley has higher ground and more cover. It will at least give us a moment to breathe and devise our next move. Okay. Dwuluin immediately responded, taking action, with Qilin following him toward the valley. However, before Dwuluin's mecha could take a few steps, a gunshot rang out, and their screens indicated Dwuluin's demise. What the hell? Is this guy even human? I can't believe it. You and I were both killed by the same person. That guy must be cheating. Jia Hao and Dwuluin voiced their frustrations over the channel. Qilin retreated to their previous hiding spot, too frightened to move. At the moment the gun fired, Yongmu felt his nerves taut. That shot again. Yet, he couldn't find the shooter within his field of vision. That individual was either exceptionally skilled or possessed superior equipment, or worse, they were utilizing external assistive programs. What do we do now? My mecha's battery is nearly depleted. The female voice, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, spoke timidly. The enemy must have someone cheating. No rookie can shoot so accurately, taking out one player after another. Perhaps they are just here to dominate the low ranks? Exactly. Isn't the one lying low also one of those? The barrage of comments from the spectators ignited further debate. Yongmu lay still, his mind racing to devise a solution. Now, only 3 mechas remained on their side, while the enemy still had 4. Even if they each targeted one enemy, the last mecha that fired from a distance would likely annihilate their entire team. I have an idea. Suddenly, the quiet Night Blade pilot spoke up. Yongmu felt a flicker of curiosity. What is your plan? Use that Qilin as bait. I've already locked onto 2 targets in the hollow. If you can distract them, we have a chance. The suggestion to openly sacrifice a teammate left Yongmu in disbelief. Rest assured, this is a private channel. Besides, it's for the sake of victory. Nightblade's cold voice resonated. So what do you say? Are you in? Yongmu glanced at his screen. Just as the 5-minute time limit elapsed, the system position notification chimed in again, revealing a dot on Yongmu's screen, seemingly located in a patch of wild grass not far ahead. The Qilin mecha was the third to take over the signal source, and now its position information had been relayed to the enemy. Its sole purpose now was to serve as bait, drawing out the enemy mecha. In a flash, Yongmu agreed to the proposal. Good, be ready to seize the moment. The channel fell silent as Yongmu understood that Night Blade was preparing for a decisive strike. However, there was one more task to accomplish first. Qilin, suppress fire on the large rock at 5 o'clock. Yongmu instructed, pointing to the patch of wild grass where the light signal was located. Understood, I'll take care of the enemy's position. Yongmu affirmed, that's the one. Initiate fire suppression, I'll take him out. The female player eagerly accepted the target, excitedly leaping out to unleash a barrage of fire toward the rock. Bang! Another gunshot rang out from an unknown location, and the screen indicated the demise of the Qilin mecha. Oh, I'm dead. The female player shouted in frustration. The girl in the gaming pod removed her holographic helmet, revealing a delicate face framed by soft, short hair. She tousled her slightly disheveled hair, her expression a mix of irritation and determination, before shifting her death view to Yongmu. As the Qilin fell, the opportunity arose. Yongmu observed Night Blade revealing himself in the depression, launching an attack. Yongmu wasted no time. The breaker mecha sprang from the thicket, unleashing a volley of bullets toward a patch of grass in the distance. The previous probing shot from the female player had allowed Yongmu to pinpoint the enemy mecha's exact location. Regardless of whether that mecha was equipped for long-range shooting, Yongmu now had a singular mission, to decisively eliminate it and then assist Night Blade. The bullets whizzed past the wild grass, and a mecha rose from the dense, withered foliage. Its imposing figure and menacing silhouette, though camouflaged, could not conceal its splendid form, far exceeding that of an ordinary mecha. A fantasy mecha. Goodness. A rookie match has revealed a fantasy-level mecha. A wealthy player has arrived. A voice exclaimed in the live stream. Young Mu. Taken aback by the mecha that emerged from the wild grass, Henti anticipated it to be a fantasy mecha. A buzz filled his mind. In the game, there were two categories of mechas: ordinary mechas, modeled after real-world counterparts, which most players utilized, and the more advanced fantasy mechas, akin to elite mechas developed without budget constraints in reality. It was once estimated that acquiring a fantasy mecha would cost a minimum of several million yen Huang coins. To see such a high-end mecha appear in a low-tier match was astonishing. Yangmu marveled at the opponent's formidable equipment, but time was of the essence. The breaker mecha had now become exposed to the enemy's fire. With just one encounter, his breaker would be reduced to a pile of scrap. What now? Yangmu felt a surge of anxiety. He hadn't expected to encounter such a wealthy player wielding a fantasy mecha in this casual match. The power of my raider cannot possibly compare to that of my opponent. Yangmu's mind raced as he maneuvered his mecha, executing various agile evasive actions. Indeed, it was evasion. Once that fantasy mecha rose, Yangmu's initial advantage of surprise had evaporated, and he now found himself thoroughly suppressed by the opposing machine. His equipment was utterly overmatched, leaving him to rely solely on his exceptional piloting skills. The mecha danced across the ground, deftly dodging the incoming hail of bullets. At that moment, good news arrived. Nightblade had successfully neutralized one of the enemy mechas in the low ground, slightly diminishing their strength. However, the situation remained perilous. The fantasy mecha before him had the potential to turn the tide of the entire battle, even if it was the last one standing. With little time for contemplation, Yangmu discarded his sniper rifle and weapon rack, charging forward with a lightsaber and a force shield towards the fantasy mecha. Was he seeking death? In a lavishly decorated room, a bald man sat in a gaming pod, watching the raider rush towards him. He was the pilot of the fantasy mecha. Yangmu was certainly not seeking his demise. He knew that only by closing the distance could he have a chance. His was a sniper mecha, but now it was outgunned and outarmored. The only path to victory lay in proximity, no matter how slim that chance might be. The slender raider performed a series of intricate evasive maneuvers under Yangmu's deft control, his elite piloting instincts kicking in as he narrowly avoided bullets by mere seconds. Remarkable. Such footwork would be unattainable for the average person. The live stream shifted its perspective to Yangmu, and from a third-person view, his extraordinary movements dazzled the audience. Duoluan and Jia Hao, witnessing Yangmu's miraculous maneuvers, erupted in cheers, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Yangmu could hear their exuberant shouts through his headset, but his focus was entirely on the enemy, leaving him no time to filter out the noise. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. Yangmu's mecha was nearly upon the enemy, yet the opposing firepower intensified, and his main armor had already sustained multiple hits. Nevertheless, it was time for the two mechas to confront one another directly. Soon, it would be a test of who excelled in close combat. But at that moment, a gunshot rang out from an unknown source, and Yangmu's eyes widened in shock. He attempted an emergency evasive maneuver, but his speed could not rival that of the bullet. His mecha's right arm was struck with a heavy impact, causing it to sway violently. Seizing the opportunity, the fantasy mecha brandished its lightsaber, lunging directly at the cockpit of the raider. "Boss, evade quickly, make a maneuver." Duoluan's frantic voice echoed through the channel. Yangmu was acutely aware of the necessity to dodge, but in such a critical situation, what could he do? As the blade approached his cockpit, Yangmu pressed the throttle to its maximum, activating the main thruster's overload mode, and veered his mecha slightly to the left. With a swift motion, the lightsaber pierced the body of Yangmu's mecha, narrowly missing the cockpit, before the enemy could swing their weapon again. Yangmu's left hand seized the shoulder of the opposing mecha, and both machines tumbled together, kicking up a cloud of dust. The two mechas wrestled on the ground, sliding forward, while Yangmu struggled to reposition himself, aiming the barrel of his left-mounted gun towards the cockpit of the fantasy mecha. As his right arm was rendered completely inoperative, a leader must charge into battle, even if it means falling. A message suddenly appeared on Yangmu's control panel. "I can no longer assist you. I've been targeted by that sniper and must sacrifice myself with one of their mechas. The remaining sniper must rely on you." What nonsense! How could I possibly handle two opponents? Yangmu was taken aback to learn that Nightblade had also succumbed, and he himself was on the brink of failure. In a flash of inspiration, Yangmu altered his strategy, abandoning the struggle with the fantasy mecha. Instead, he maneuvered his right leg, which had a protruding armor component designed for stabilizing kneeling shots. Now, he intended to use it to smash through the enemy cockpit. Without hesitation, He activated the thruster on his right foot to its maximum, charging directly into the side of the opposing mecha's main armor. With a powerful impact, the main armor of the fantasy mecha began to show signs of loosening. After several more strikes, Yangmu's assault proved effective. A significant portion of the main armor's side was dislodged, revealing the cockpit within. The two mechas continued to grapple, with the fantasy mecha retaliating, wielding its lightsaber upward. In just a few seconds, the raider's right side would be entirely severed. Fortunately, the distant mecha appeared hesitant to fire, perhaps out of fear of friendly fire. Yangmu could feel the controls on his right handle slipping from his grasp, and he pressed on with his assault on the enemy cockpit. Success or failure hinged on these final moments. Finally, as the two mechas slid to a halt upon colliding with a large red rock, Yangmu found his leverage. At the moment of impact, the knee armor component of his mecha plunged deeply into the enemy cockpit. A kill secured, Yangmu released the now-locked enemy mecha. Yet he found himself unable to move. Energy remaining. 2. Gazing at the dwindling energy reserves, Yangmu resigned himself to reality. This meager amount would not suffice for even a kilometer of movement, let alone to engage further. It seemed this battle was destined for defeat. Chapter 10. Victory with only 2 energy remaining. Yangmu glanced at the vivid red alert in the upper right corner of the screen and resolved to concede. At that moment, gunfire erupted from a small slope directly opposite him. Indeed, it was from that very slope that he observed the dry grass being disturbed by the force of the gunfire. It was also the place where he had heard the sound of snapping branches. No wonder he could not locate the assailant. He was hiding there. Yangmu, fueled by a surge of adrenaline despite his dwindling power, maneuvered the left arm of his assault mech, forcing it to shield him. A thunderous impact ensued, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Yet, the assault mech, true to its name, endured the shock, albeit with a significant hole now marring its surface. How could that mech's sniper rifle possess such formidable power? Yangmu marveled at the deep bullet hole in the back of the assault mech. His own sniper rifle could not inflict such devastation. How could a mere ordinary mech withstand such damage? It was no wonder that the others, including the hefty fellow and the girl, had their mechs obliterated, and Nightblade had been forced into a desperate standoff. Wait, such destructive power, such a sniper rifle, could it be another assault mech? Yangmu abruptly realized that the very mech that had nearly annihilated his team might also be an assault mech. If this were true, then today was indeed a stroke of luck, encountering 2 assault mechs from the same squad. With this thought, Yangmu felt a surge of resolve. He refused to be easily dispatched. He would ensure that they paid dearly for their arrogance. Relying on equipment to intimidate others was truly an affront. As he contemplated this, he fumbled around his mech for weapons, only to find a damaged electromagnetic rifle. No weapon, no energy. How could he retaliate? In his moment of despair, he noticed the machine gun mounted on the assault mech in front of him, and his spirits lifted. This would suffice. Adjusting the gun to single-shot mode, he assessed its range and lethality, which could rival that of a sniper rifle. However, before he could reach for it, another shot rang out from the slope, compelling him to elevate his mech further despite the scant energy remaining. Another deep crater was created on the assault mech, sending more dust into the air. Time and energy were precious. Yangmu's expression hardened. He seized the machine gun, rotated its barrel towards the slope, and fortunately, it was a heavy machine gun, more accurately referred to as an autocannon. Its range was adequate, though its accuracy left something to be desired. Yet, Yangmu had his methods. Setting the machine gun to single-shot mode, he took aim at the distant slope and pulled the trigger. The bullet fired, but it veered off target. Undeterred, he recalibrated his aim based on the previous impact point and fired again. This time, while still missing the mark, he had sufficiently threatened the mech concealed on the slope. The enemy mech shifted, emerging from its hiding place. With its sleek body and robust limbs clearly visible, Yangmu exhaled a sigh of relief. It was not an assault mech, merely a well-equipped night owl. If that were the case, there was hope. Seeing the enemy begin to move, Yangmu hastened his trigger pulls, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards the slope. His shots seemed to possess a will of their own, targeting the joints of the enemy mech's legs. After a flurry of fire, he struck true. The enemy mech's agility diminished significantly. Perhaps the opponent realized this as well, preparing to retaliate by aiming at Yangmu. Yangmu acted first, squeezing the trigger in a series of rapid shots aimed directly at the enemy cockpit. The enemy gunfire erupted in response. Game over. Congratulations, your team has achieved victory. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Yangmu's headset. prompting cheers from Dwalin and the others, filling the team channel with their jubilant cries. On a distant planet, the chat in the live stream of a girl named Cece overflowed with comments speculating about what had transpired, marveling at the miraculous gameplay. This had been a thrilling and exhilarating match, filled with ups and downs, and an invigorating experience. The short-haired girl wore a smile, her small canine teeth gleaming brightly. Hearing the system notification, Yongmu felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smile breaking across his face as he removed his helmet and shook his head to dispel the lingering daze. Mu Shuai, when did you become so skilled? That maneuver, that positioning. No, you must teach me. The voice of the hefty fellow came through the headset, brimming with admiration. Dwalin interjected, Boss, teach me. If you do, I'll pay for your future mech fees. Pa, you dare use money to entice Mu Shuai? What are your intentions, you vile capitalist? The hefty fellow retorted. And what are your intentions? Listening to their banter, Yongmu merely chuckled, rubbing his face with both hands to adjust his demeanor. Are we playing again? If not, I'm heading home. Jia Hao and Dwalin's voices halted abruptly. We must play. We can't leave until we reach the mechanic rank today. The hefty fellow declared without hesitation, disregarding Dwalin's protests. Exactly. We must attain the mechanic rank today. Let us dominate the battlefield. Dwalin echoed. Yongmu merely smiled. And under Jia Hao's urging, donned the holographic helmet once more and re-entered the game. In a large internet CAF in High Blue City, a group of young people gathered around a gaming pod, eagerly awaiting the emergence of its occupant. Just moments ago, they had witnessed a spectacular match within. The person inside the pod was indeed a participant in that thrilling game. As the pod opened, the occupant removed the holographic helmet, placing the joystick aside, eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. Hey, kid, the match is over. Get out of the esteemed gaming pod already. A young man with yellow hair leaned against the door, addressing the occupant without courtesy. It turned out that the person inside was merely a substitute player. The young man within the pod had distinct features. His golden hair cascading like strands of crystal, a strikingly handsome figure. The golden-haired youth opened his eyes, a flicker of hostility crossing his dark pupils, but it vanished as he extended his elegant right hand toward the yellow-haired youth. The yellow-haired youth raised an eyebrow, his lips curling in a disdainful smirk as he retrieved a card from his pocket to pay. Cash only. I don't accept electronic currency, the golden-haired youth remarked coolly. Glancing at the offered card, really a hassle, the yellow-haired youth retorted, his expression growing slightly impatient. Nevertheless, considering that the other had helped him advance 2 ranks, he tolerated it, pulling out a few crumpled bills from his companion's pocket and handing one to the golden-haired youth. Not enough? 300, the golden-haired youth replied, placing the bill in his other hand, fixating his gaze on the yellow-haired youth with icy indifference. TCH, I'm telling you, just this one. Take it or leave it. Get lost. The yellow-haired youth scoffed, his demeanor shifting abruptly as he glared at the golden-haired youth with hostility. With a sigh, the golden-haired youth finally exited the gaming pod, while the yellow-haired youth's lips curled into a sly smile as he prepared to sit back down in the pod. However, a slender finger abruptly obstructed his path. In this lifetime, no one has dared to evade their debts to me. The golden-haired youth's voice remained flat, yet a fierce glint surged back into his eyes. The several cohorts of the blond young man seemed to grasp the implication, swiftly aligning themselves beside him, rolling up their sleeves and glaring at the golden-haired youth. Kid, do not mistake courtesy for weakness. Today, I am generously offering you $100, which is already a sign of my goodwill. The blond youth was undeterred, continuing to glare at the golden-haired boy, his expression one of utter disdain. Know your place. Now, get lost from in front of me. As soon as the words left his mouth, his demeanor altered dramatically. The blond youth doubled over, staggering back several steps. For the golden-haired youth's fist had already struck his abdomen. Damn it, hit him, the blond youth exclaimed, regaining his breath and seething with rage. His cohorts, witnessing the scene, revealed fierce expressions, each swinging their fists toward the golden-haired youth. Yet, in the next instant, they all found themselves sprawled on the ground, clutching their stomachs and limbs, howling in agony. You actually possess a level 2 physique? The blond youth lay on the ground, astonishment etched across his face. Following the advent of the Interstellar era, humanity developed a series of potions to enable individuals to adapt to the conditions of space travel. Over time, these potions underwent numerous modifications, allowing for slight enhancements in the physical capabilities of explorers through a combination of potions and training. To categorize these enhancements, humanity established 9 distinct levels. A level 1 physique enhances abilities by 5, while a level 2 physique offers a 10 improvement, and so forth, with each subsequent level providing a 10% increase over the previous one. These assessments of physical capability would serve as crucial parameters in various talent selections by the state. Typically, individuals who engage in regular exercise, supplemented by certain potions, can achieve a level 1 physique, albeit at a considerable financial cost. Furthermore, the expenses for ascending to each subsequent level increase exponentially, with a high probability of failure. In summary, within High Blue City, the chances of attaining a level 1 physique stand at 1 in 5, whereas level 2 physiques are exceedingly rare, occurring in merely 1 out of 100. Yet now, the astonished blonde youth discovered that before him stood someone with a level 2 physique. Just days prior, through relentless effort, he had barely attained a level 1 physique. Believing himself unrivaled in this small territory, only to find himself bested by an unexpected foe. A mere gaming booster exhibiting such strength. It appears he is still a student. The golden-haired youth, hearing the other's astonishment, chose silence, merely bending down to gather the scattered bills on the ground, smoothing them out meticulously before pocketing them and turning to leave. Perhaps feeling unsatisfied, the golden-haired youth paused after a few steps, then turned back to the blonde youth, thoroughly searching the pockets of him and his cohorts before finally departing with his head bowed. Others in the internet CAF observed this somewhat comical scene from the sidelines. A delinquent attempting to evade payment ended up being robbed by a gaming booster. Intriguingly, the booster possessed a level 2 physique yet engaged in such activities, only seeking cash. The CAF manager had long blended into the crowd, initially intending to support the blonde youth. Upon hearing the term level 2 physique, he promptly withdrew, pretending as though nothing had occurred, retreating to his post. Such an individual is formidable. I cannot provoke them. In the days that followed, this incident became a topic of fascination within the internet CAF, as a boy merely engaging in gaming assistance was revealed to possess the prowess of a level 2 physique. Returning to the location of Yang Mu and his companions. After more than an hour had passed, Yang Mu, accompanied by the still eager Duolin and Jia Hao, exited the experience shop, parting ways at the intersection before riding home alone. It was now past 5 in the afternoon. Although the sun had yet to rest on the western peaks, the crimson evening glow had begun to stain the western sky with blood-red hues. Yang Mu gazed up at the resplendent sun, feeling a wave of sentimentality. Another ordinary day in High Blue City had slipped away. Tomorrow, the sun would undoubtedly shine once more. At 8 in the evening, within the forum for real-time Mech games, a moderator suddenly uploaded a clipped video, titling it boldly, "Novice Mech brutally defeats Fantasy Mech." The video showcased the mech operated by Yang Mu, charging forth with a light shield and light sword against the Fantasy Mech. 10 minutes later, the entire forum erupted in excitement. Chapter 11, Warmth. As the sun began to set, Yang Mu leisurely rode his bicycle into the community, humming a cheerful tune as he made his way towards his small house. In the yard, Lei Shangwu had already returned, busily working alongside Lei Ming and Lei Hong. Lei Shangwu was trimming the lawn and bushes, while the two little ones followed behind with brooms, diligently tidying up despite their clumsiness. Upon reaching the entrance of the yard, the energetic Lei Hong immediately spotted him and called out loudly to the others, "Brother is back." Hearing this, Lei Shangwu straightened up to glance towards the gate. Yang Mu parked his bicycle and greeted Lei Hong. "Lei Ming, are you sweeping?" Yang Mu affectionately ruffled Lei Hong's round head as he placed his bicycle in the garage. "Little Mu has returned." Lei Shangwu acknowledged him before resuming his pruning. Yang Mu responded cheerfully, putting his things away before fetching a large pair of shears from the garage to assist in the yard work. Noticing Yang Mu's enthusiasm, Lei Shangwu chuckled and asked, "Little Mu, why don't you take a break and have some water?" Yang Mu shook his head with a smile, continuing to trim the bushes. "No need. Playing outside doesn't tire me at all." Lei Shangwu laughed heartily at this, opening his mouth as if to say more, but finding himself at a loss for words. He awkwardly resumed his task. "Brother, you're trimming it wrong. You need to cut it shorter. Otherwise, as Dad says, it'll just grow back quickly," Lei Ming interjected, pointing at the bushes Yang Mu was working on. "All right, I'll trim it shorter then, but let us leave it a little longer," Yang Mu replied, glancing at Lei Ming's serious expression and smiling as he adjusted his cutting technique. The younger Lei Hong soon joined in, and the two little ones began to compete in directing Yang Mu on how to trim the bushes, resulting in a playful debate about the older brother needing to listen to the younger one. Their lively banter sent Yang Mu into fits of laughter, filling the yard with cheerful noise. At that moment, Lei Shangwu seemed to find a new topic and asked, Little Mu, the college entrance examination is approaching. Have you thought about which school you want to attend? Yang Mu straightened up from the playful Lei Ming and Lei Hong, pondering for a moment before replying, Not yet. I mainly want to hear your and my mom's opinions. We'll see when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Lei Shangwu paused his work, a look of concern crossing his face. After a moment of contemplation, he said, If it were up to me, I would certainly encourage you to study finance. It could lead to great wealth in the future. He chuckled again, adding, But that's just my opinion. Your mother would definitely not let me decide. As he gathered the freshly cut branches with his broom, Yang Mu nodded, responding, Well, let us see what Mom thinks. She'll decide where I go. Lei Shangwu nodded in agreement, though his expression bore a hint of melancholy. Setting down his shears, Lei Shangwu leaned against the railing, holding the small branches he had just trimmed, gazing at the sun sinking in the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Observing Lei Shangwu's silence, Yang Mu placed the debris at the gate and bent down to tidy up the tools scattered on the ground. Do you think your mother would agree if you wanted to attend a military academy? Lei Shangwu suddenly broke the silence with this unexpected question. Yang Mu, caught off guard, paused mid-motion and after a moment of hesitation, straightened up, continuing to gather the tools as he said, I don't mind, but I doubt Mom would agree. Lei Shangwu remained focused on the distant sunset, his eyes aglow with golden light. Little Mu, let me ask you, if you had the opportunity to attend a military academy, would you go? Taking a deep breath, Yang Mu looked down, his lips twitching as he blinked rapidly, finally answering, I would. This heartfelt admission revealed Yang Mu's enduring yearning for a place brimming with fervor, even in this second life. Upon hearing this, Lei Shangwu seemed to release a weight from his shoulders, turning to gaze intently at Yang Mu. After a moment, he said, Little Mu, I want to make my position clear. If you wish to go to a military academy, I will certainly support you. With this declaration, Lei Shangwu exhaled deeply, lowering his gaze to the shears in his hand, his thumb pressing against the plastic grip, his expression growing increasingly profound. After all, it is your father's dying wish. Yang Mu stood frozen, feeling as though he had been struck a heavy blow. In his previous life, he had resolutely chosen the military academy to escape this home, hoping to carry on his father's legacy and make his deceased father proud. At that time, Lei Shangwu had not objected. Instead, he had tirelessly helped Yang Mu navigate the connections he needed, running around to support him. Yang Mu had thought these were merely the duties of Lei Shangwu. He had never considered that this was Lei Shangwu fulfilling a promise to his father. Lei Uncle Yang Mu looked at Lei Shangwu, noticing the signs of age on his face and the graying hair at his temples, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yet, Lei Shangwu said nothing further and bent down to continue tidying up the tools. There are some things you've grown up enough to understand. Yang Mu suddenly realized he might have overlooked many things in his previous life. Did he truly grasp the truth of the situation? Did he fully comprehend Lei Shangwu's sacrifices for him? In that moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Yang Mu. Brother, dinner is ready. Mom is calling you. As Yang Mu was lost in thought, Lei Hong rushed over, tugging at his hand and pulling him back to reality. Yang Mu exhaled deeply, forcing a smile as he held back the tears that threatened to spill, bending down to scoop up the 7-year-old Lei Hong. All right, let us go eat. Yang Mu playfully pinched Lei Hong's little nose, and amidst Lei Hong's giggles, he carried him into the house. Honestly, I'm too big for this. Lei Ming, who had also come to call Yang Mu for dinner, looked on with envy as his younger brother was carried, though he maintained a stubborn facade. Suddenly, a strong arm lifted Lei Ming off the ground, carrying him as well. Lei Shangwu laughed heartily, embracing Lei Ming and joining Yang Mu as they headed indoors. During dinner, Yang Mu eagerly shared stories about the Mech exhibition, for the first time willing to open his heart and reveal his inner joy to his family. After dinner, Yang Mu took a shower and returned to his room, lying in bed and gazing at the twinkling lights of the world outside and the dazzling starry sky, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment. He retrieved his father's medal, examining it closely before placing it under his pillow. With his hands behind his head, lying on the bed and staring at the night sky, a smile crept onto Yang Mu's face. On the second night of his rebirth, Yang Mu's heart was filled with warmth. Chapter 12. A hint in the early morning. A gentle breeze carrying a hint of coolness wafted through the window, filling Yang Mu's room. Though it lacked the refreshing allure of mountain forests, it invigorated the spirit, heralding a new day. It was Monday, and classes commenced at 8 in the morning. Rising early, Yang Mu donned his sports attire and completed 2 laps around the community, returning home only after breaking a slight sweat to hastily shower. After his mother's admonitions, he shouldered his backpack, donned his school uniform, and took the breakfast prepared by his mother before cycling off to school. As he rode, Yangmu munched on his breakfast while contemplating Chen Kai's birthday. If his memory served him correctly, it was on May 1st. Although Chen Kai herself might not be aware, Yangmu remembered it well because she had mentioned it in passing, and he had etched it firmly in his mind. Chen Kai attended a girls' school in Hailan City, which, as Yangmu knew, was in the opposite direction of Hailan No. 1 Middle School. Thus, if he wished to surprise her, creating a chance encounter at the school gate would likely prove fruitless. The marketplace, however, seemed the ideal venue. Yet, what gift should he prepare? Engrossed in his thoughts, Yangmu remained oblivious to the rotund figure cycling behind him. From a distance, Jiahao spotted Yangmu weaving on his bicycle and intended to greet him. However, as he drew nearer, he noticed Yangmu appeared lost in thought, completely unaware of his presence. "Hey, Mu Shuai," Jiahao called out, exerting himself to ride alongside Yangmu, and playfully tapped him on the shoulder. Startled from his reverie, Yangmu nearly toppled from his bike, regaining his balance just in time to recognize Jiahao. "You scared me to death, you fatso." Yangmu glared at him. "Not dead yet, am I?" Jiahao pouted. Yangmu narrowed his eyes, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. "Hey, fatso, you've been getting a little too bold lately." But to Yangmu's surprise, Jiahao had already seen through his intentions. With a powerful push of his chubby legs, he sped off towards the school's entrance. "Hey, you stop right there." Yangmu, unwilling to back down, tossed aside his backpack, gripped the handlebars, and pedaled fiercely in pursuit. Hailan No. 1 Middle School, the most distinguished institution in Hailan City, was not merely renowned for its excellence. It had produced a plethora of remarkable talents over the decades. Graduates from this school had become celebrated scholars, immensely wealthy tycoons, and influential figures in both military and political spheres, earning it a prestigious reputation throughout Hailan Star and even the New Star domain. Notably, the current chief executive of New Star domain, Zhang Hai, was an alumnus of this very school. Today you take pride in your alma mater. Tomorrow your alma mater will take pride in you. Gain 1 point, surpass millions. We have but one goal, the stars and the sea. As Yangmu cycled toward the teaching building, various banners adorned the campus, while slogans scrolled across the holographic screen atop the main teaching building, enveloping him in an atmosphere of fervent anticipation. Securing his bicycle, Yangmu wrapped an arm around Jiahao's neck, guiding him toward their classroom. Relying on memory, Yangmu stepped into the familiar yet somewhat alien classroom. A cacophony of sounds enveloped him. Some were playfully tussling, others engrossed in discussions, while others laughed heartily at videos online. No one seemed idle. They were all exuberantly reveling in their vibrant 17-year-old youth. Upon witnessing this scene, Yangmu felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, sending shivers through him. After graduation, he had reminisced with comrades about their high school days, and one had lamented that he would gladly trade a year of his life for just a day back in those times. Yangmu had wholeheartedly agreed, yet could only mourn the passage of time. Now, having been reborn 20 years in the past, Yangmu could once again experience that elusive youth, even if only for the final month or two. Guided by memory, Yangmu approached his designated desk, placed his backpack down, and opened the nearby window, allowing the sunlit air to flood the classroom. Positioned near the window, he occupied an excellent spot, one that allowed him to gaze at the sky at a 45-degree angle while lost in thought. As the afternoon sun streamed into the classroom, it would cast a resplendent profile of him. Seated at his desk, Yangmu touched the familiar objects, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. After organizing his belongings, he casually powered on the desktop computer, completed his attendance, and began searching for a suitable birthday gift for Chen Kai. After a while, the class bell rang, signaling the start of the first lesson, a Chinese classical literature class taught by an elderly teacher surnamed Gua. Yangmu reined in his thoughts, preparing to focus on the lecture. At that moment, Jiahao, seated behind Yangmu, discreetly nudged him and whispered, "Mu Shuai, the monkey hasn't arrived yet." Yangmu glanced toward the far right back of the classroom and, indeed, found the seat empty. Duoluan had yet to appear. Yangmu assumed the monkey had overslept and dismissed the thought, offering a brief reassurance to Jiahao before returning his attention to the lesson. After the first class, Duoluan still had not arrived. As the morning classes concluded, Duoluan was still absent. Before the lunch break, Yangmu called Duoluan, but he didn't answer, only responding with a text, "Not feeling well today, nothing serious." Upon reading this message, Yangmu sensed something amiss. Yet he could not pinpoint the issue, feeling as though he had forgotten something important. During the afternoon geography class, when the teacher discussed interstellar migration, A sudden realization struck Yongmu. He finally recalled what he had overlooked. It was a matter concerning Duoluin, one that filled him with indignation. In class, as thoughts of this issue consumed him, his suspicions deepened, his fists clenched tighter, and his expression grew increasingly tense. As soon as the afternoon bell rang, Yongmu hurriedly gathered his belongings and seized Jia Hao, urging him to accompany him directly to Duoluin's home. Chapter 13. Reluctance. Just as Jia Hao felt he was on the verge of exhaustion, the villa of Duoluin finally came into view for both him and Yongmu. Panting heavily, Jia Hao struggled to pedal his bicycle, following Yongmu to the entrance of Duoluin's home. "Boss, slow down, wait for me." Upon seeing Duoluin's residence, Yongmu hurriedly rushed forward, prompting Jia Hao, who had finally managed to slow down, to hastily quicken his pace once more to catch up. Arriving at the villa's entrance, Yongmu wasted no time and knocked on the door. After a brief moment, the door swung open, revealing Duoluin. "Monkey, are you all right?" Yongmu immediately stepped forward, scrutinizing Duoluin with concern. Duoluin, taken aback by Yongmu's sudden demeanor, observed his serious expression and Jia Hao's sweaty visage with a hint of confusion. I'm fine. Boss, what brings you here?" Duoluin quickly stepped aside to let Yongmu and Jia Hao in. "Glad to hear you're all right." Yongmu's worry dissipated upon realizing that Duoluin seemed unscathed. "You have no idea. Mu Shuai has been pushing me all the way here. I was nearly exhausted." Jia Hao exclaimed breathlessly as he entered Duoluin's home, making his way into the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water, gulping it down. However, learning that Yongmu had dragged Jia Hao along, a flicker of apprehension crossed Duoluin's face. As Yongmu stepped further into the house, intending to inquire about any recent events, he sensed something amiss. A faint metallic scent lingered in the air. It wasn't the smell of animal blood, but rather that of human blood. Turning around, Yongmu asked with concern, "Duoluin, are you injured?" Duoluin paused, a slight crease forming on his brow, and then chuckled awkwardly. "No, I'm not hurt. Where would I be injured?" He patted himself down, spreading his hands defensively. "Why do you ask, boss?" Yet, Yongmu remained still, scanning Duoluin with a discerning gaze, confirming that he indeed bore no wounds. But that scent was unmistakable. With a serious expression, Yongmu pressed, "Duoluin, speak honestly. Is there something wrong with you or your family?" His tone was unwavering, while Jia Hao, observing from the sidelines, became puzzled. Was Yongmu in such a hurry to confirm if Duoluin was injured? Judging by Duoluin's demeanor, everything seemed fine. However, Yongmu was not one to make light of serious matters, prompting Jia Hao's expression to shift to one of gravity. Just as Jia Hao prepared to voice his concerns, Duoluin interjected, "I'm not hurt, and neither is my family. It's just," he hesitated, glancing at Yongmu before choosing to reveal the truth. "There was an incident at my dad's construction site. Someone caused trouble, and someone died. The scent of blood had come from when his father took the workers to the hospital." "What? Someone died? Uncle Victor is okay, right?" Jia Hao exclaimed in shock, struggling to comprehend. In his memory, Uncle Victor was a formidable figure, someone who could command respect in Hailan City. How could he possibly be bullied? Yongmu echoed the sentiment. Uncle was hurt? What exactly happened? Duoluin shook his head, his fists clenched tightly, teeth gritted as he recounted. "It happened last night. The workers reported that someone was causing trouble at the site. My dad went to handle it but ended up in a conflict. The workers tried to help him, but they were beaten instead. My dad mentioned that the other side was quite powerful, even having connections with several major groups. His friends didn't dare intervene, and this morning, my mom took my sister and left Hailan Star." "We need to leave Hailan Star? Where to?" Yongmu pressed, his anxiety rising once more. "I don't know. Dad just said we should leave first and figure things out later." Duoluin shook his head, his tone tinged with despondency. "I'm sorry, boss. Howsy, I didn't want to worry you." Yongmu remained silent, his mind racing with memories of the past. In his previous life, if he recalled correctly, Duoluin had also abruptly left Hailan Star around this time, vanishing without a trace. It took 2 days of absence from class for Yongmu and Jia Hao to discover that Duoluin's family had departed without any word. 5 years later, at the age of 23, Yongmu encountered Duoluin again while participating in a mission against an interstellar black mine. By then, Duoluin had become a nearly lifeless slave miner, bearing the scars of torment. Yongmu could never forget the moment when a gaunt, battered miner suddenly called out his name. However, upon realizing it was Duoluin, and rushing for a medic, he witnessed Duoluin succumb to his grievous injuries in his arms. In that moment of fury, Yongmu defied orders and single-handedly raised the black mine, exacting vengeance on the malicious mine owner. Had Yongmu not experienced rebirth, He would have remained oblivious to the chain of events and the tribulations Dwalin faced after leaving. He would have merely questioned why Dwalin had disappeared without notice, feeling regretful. But now, with knowledge of the impending tragedy, Yangmu understood that the root of it all lay in Dwalin's departure from Hylon Star, and that in 5 years, Dwalin would meet his demise. He could not stand idly by. Regardless of whether this was the catalyst for all that followed, he had to take action. This was his brother, his dear friend. Yangmu's breath quickened, his fury bubbling like an erupting volcano as he rose abruptly, addressing the troubled Dwalin. Dwalin, where is Uncle Victor? Where is he? Dwalin glanced at Yangmu, then at the second floor. Understanding the cue, Yangmu ascended the staircase, determined to speak with Dwalin's father and change the course of this unfolding tragedy. Such a history must not repeat itself. Absolutely not. However, just as he began to ascend, he encountered Victor descending with luggage in hand. Victor, of Western descent, retained distinct features that had been passed down through generations, a charm that had also graced Dwalin. Yet now, Victor appeared somewhat weary, one hand fiddling with a communicator while the other struggled with a large suitcase. Upon preparing to head downstairs, Victor noticed Yangmu standing on the staircase. He scrutinized Yangmu for a moment, recognizing the well-built, handsome youth as his son's friend. Yangmu, right? Victor asked, furrowing his brow yet attempting to maintain a calm demeanor. You arrived just in time. I intended to have Dwalin bid you farewell, Victor said with a chuckle. Continuing to descend. Dwalin, spend some time with your friend. We must be leaving soon. As Victor continued to check his information, Yangmu's outstretched hand halted him. Victor looked up, a hint of confusion gracing his features. Uncle Victor, may I speak with you about this matter? Yangmu gazed intently into Victor's eyes, his tone serious. Victor observed Yangmu for several moments, then glanced at the downcast Dwalin, his expression softening into a resigned smile. It is nothing of great consequence. Merely a change of residence. Victor will still be able to meet with you all in the future. With a smile, Victor gently pushed aside Yangmu's hand that obstructed his path and slowly descended the stairs, carrying his luggage. Uncle Victor! Uncle Victor! Yangmu exclaimed, unwilling to relinquish his resolve. He turned to Victor and raised his voice. This situation may be dire, but has it truly escalated to the point of necessitating a family escape? Dwalin. He is to take his college entrance examination in just 2 months. If you leave like this, are you prepared to ruin Dwalin's future? Yangmu's voice resonated with urgency, yet Victor chose silence. Gazing at Dwalin, Yangmu could scarcely believe that the jovial comrade he had played with just yesterday was now poised to depart quietly, contemplating the future. The thought that his dear friend might still perish in that dark mine loomed ominously, as he grappled with the knowledge of it all while feeling powerless to intervene. Yangmu's pent-up frustration and fury erupted in his words. Uncle Victor, I do not wish to lose Dwalin. I cannot bear to lose this dear brother. Chapter 14. The sea of inner loneliness. Yangmu's thunderous shout finally caused Victor, who had made his way to the living room, to halt in his tracks, while Doran's gloomy disposition gradually morphed into sorrow. It's all right, big brother. Anyway, I won't get into any good schools, Doran murmured, his gaze fixed on Yangmu's fervent expression. His own features trembled, yet he forced a smile reminiscent of tears, striving to prevent the welling tears from spilling over. He glanced at Jia Hao, who regarded him with a complex gaze, and at Yangmu, who stood at the staircase, suppressing his indignation. Doran's mind wandered back through the myriad moments of the past 3 years. In his first year of high school, it must have been an unusually early time for the osmanthus blooms, with the peonies in the campus flower beds yet to wither, filling the air with a delightful mlang of sweet fragrances. It was a sweetness that reached from the tip of his nose to the core of his heart. This was the season when upperclassmen departed and new students arrived, a time when the campus rejuvenated with vitality. Doran vividly recalled the efforts he made to present a favorable impression on the classmates he would share the next 3 years with. On that day, he had asked his father to select a set of sophisticated attire for him, and his mother had meticulously prepared him for the meeting with his new classmates, bringing along a plethora of gifts. He even made a wager with his little sister about how many friends he would make that day. With a heart full of joy, he stepped onto the campus, entering the classroom to be met with a multitude of gazes and exclamations of awe. In that moment, the world seemed to be at its most splendid. That day, he politely introduced himself, graciously presenting gifts to each classmate. He remembered how the girls' eyes sparkled with delight. In those moments, he believed he had truly found something he had never experienced before, friendship, within the confines of that high school class. In the days that followed, he was never without classmates to converse with. sharing his experiences and recounting tales unknown to them, which often elicited expressions of envy. Every day of Doran's life felt remarkably fulfilling. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he was like a small insect encased in a bubble, surrounded at first by vibrant colors. He was the most radiant within that bubble. However, as the bubble ascended, those colors began to fade, ultimately bursting and casting him from a warm sky into a chilling abyss. That time he, in misguided loyalty, covered for someone else's mistake, seemed to mark the moment when everyone's regard for him shifted. The girls began to whisper among themselves, intentionally distancing themselves, while the boys scoffed and derided him. It was the first time he heard someone label him a rich fool. Yet, he remained indifferent, whether among diligent students or the rebellious. As long as someone was willing to be his friend, he was content. Thus, he willingly embraced the role of a delinquent. For he still had friends who wanted to play with him. His father had once said that becoming part of a collective requires time. Once enough time had passed, he would inevitably become an inseparable part of it. However, that was not the case. They continued to exploit him, the wealthy fool. One weekend, amidst splendid weather, boredom at home led to the first invitation he received from them to join in their revelries. He was astonished and overjoyed, believing he had finally become an indispensable part of the group, no longer an outcast but a friend. Yet, he was mistaken, too naive to see the truth. He remained, in their eyes, the wealthy fool. That day, they coerced him into purchasing game cards for them. Eager to please, he emptied his pockets to buy them. Yet he was denied the right to play alongside them, or even to remain in their company. Abandoned, he was coldly pushed out of the game hall, left alone at its entrance. On that day, he crouched outside the game hall, stifling his grievances and contemplating returning home, only to realize in his haste he had forgotten his watch, was devoid of any money, and had no idea where he was. He stood in the alley beside the game hall, shouting in anger at the cold, unfeeling walls, yet ultimately breaking down in tears, feeling utterly helpless. All he desired was a few close friends, companions of his own age with whom he could play. Throughout his life, he had never possessed such connections. He had journeyed with his family from one planet to another, from one place to another, never once making a friend. All he longed for was to converse with someone beyond his family, to share thoughts on matters that mattered to someone. But why did it seem that no one liked him? Until the sun dipped below the horizon, Yang Mu and Jia Hao happened upon him. They discovered him curled up in the alley and, with genuine concern, inquired about his well-being, assuring him that everything would be fine. They promised to escort him home and even took him to their house for a sumptuous roast duck dinner. That meal was the most delicious he had ever savored, surpassing even the fine dining experiences he had shared with his family. After dinner, Yang Mu and Jia Hao ensured he boarded the bus home. As he stepped onto the bus, he posed a question to Yang Mu. "Why did you help me?" Yang Mu simply smiled and replied, "Because we are classmates. We help each other." That day, amidst the stormy sea of loneliness, adrift for so long and on the verge of collapse, Doran seemed to glimpse a lighthouse within his heart, its light dim yet piercing. On his way home, Doran wept once more, but this time it was tears of joy. From that moment onward, Doran gained two close friends, Yang Mu and Jia Hao. After class, he finally had companions with whom he could frolic, and during the journey home, he could joyfully bid them farewell with a hearty "see you tomorrow." Each weekend, he could happily inform his parents that his classmates had invited him out to play. Yet now, he was to depart, leaving the Azure Planet, leaving the new star domain, possibly venturing light years away, perhaps never to return. The thought of never seeing Yang Mu and Jia Hao again intensified his tears, rendering his expression uncontrollable. "Dad." Doran's voice was hoarse, laced with a hint of desperation. Hearing his son's voice, Victor appeared momentarily shaken, yet he merely dejectedly set down his luggage, heavily sinking into the sofa. He lowered his head, pulling out a cigarette, lighting it, and taking a couple of deep drags before exhaling with resignation. "I don't wish for it to be this way. But life is unpredictable, truly unpredictable." Chapter 15. Compromised. Doran departed with Victor. Yang Mu and Jia Hao escorted the father and son to the airport, watching as Doran boarded the plane. They would take an internal flight to the space elevator located at the equator, ascend to the spaceport via the elevator, and then board an interstellar vessel to leave the new star domain. This journey was destined to be a poignant farewell, perhaps a final parting. Yang Mu, who had initially contemplated taking action, ultimately chose to concede. Some matters, as Victor had articulated, are unpredictable and even more challenging to resist. While at Doran's residence, Victor unveiled the entirety of his circumstances, explaining the silent yet decisive escape of his family. The root of it all lay within a recent construction project Victor had undertaken. Inadvertently, he had crossed paths with a rival construction company that resorted to bribery during the bidding process in an attempt to seize the project through unscrupulous means. However, Victor uncovered their scheme and reported it to the authorities, resulting in the rival's disqualification from the bidding. This incited animosity between them. Subsequently, Victor secured the construction rights for the project with his exceptional proposal, transforming the conflict into a bitter vendetta. The rival believed Victor had employed underhanded tactics to deprive them of the opportunity, thus prompting them to seek retribution. They enlisted the aid of a local gang, the Chingue gang. Initially, Victor managed to fend off their disturbances through his connections and the solidarity of his workers, leading to administrative sanctions against the rival company, which deterred them from further misconduct. However, after a couple of months of relative calm, the Chingue gang resurfaced. Now emboldened by the presence of several formidable third-tier fighters and a cadre of second-tier thugs. Their newfound strength was coupled with a discreet approach, avoiding any public disturbances. Upon realizing the extent of their power, Victor personally extended an olive branch, offering generous gifts, which were graciously accepted, leading him to believe that peace had been restored. Yet, just last night, the gang visited Victor's construction site, accompanied by a third-tier expert and several second-tier enforcers. Without preamble, they demanded exorbitant concessions, and despite Victor's attempts to negotiate amicably, they grew impatient and resorted to violence, resulting in fatalities. Initially, Victor contemplated leveraging his influence to dismantle their operation, but fear gripped him when the gang brandished a symbol, the Blood-Skull Brotherhood. To the untrained ear, it might sound like a mere club, yet it was, in fact, a notorious band of space pirates, a formidable organization that had long terrorized the surrounding star systems of the Sea Blue Star. Comprised of merciless marauders, the Brotherhood had evaded numerous military crackdowns, proving to be as persistent as a relentless parasite. Realizing the gravity of the threat, Yang Mu conceded after hearing the entire account. Such troubles could not simply be wished away. The Blood-Skull Brotherhood had infiltrated Sea Blue Star, and Yang Mu understood that, given his current position, he could do little else but allow Doran to accompany Victor on his departure. Before they left, Yang Mu inquired about their destination, the Xianhong Star in the New Tang Star domain. He fabricated a rationale, hoping it would facilitate their relocation. Victor agreed, perhaps believing this would avert future calamities and ensure Doran's safety from the dangers lurking in the unknown black mines. Though it was merely a possibility, Yang Mu felt compelled to take this course of action. As dusk descended, the streetlights cast a dim glow, elongating shadows on the ground. On the observation deck outside the airport, Yang Mu gazed upwards at the faintly twinkling stars, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. After today, he would be deprived of a close companion. He had not anticipated facing such tribulations so soon after his rebirth. Was this fate, or merely the whims of destiny? Mu Shuai, it's time to return. Jia Hao, feeling somewhat desolate, spoke lethargically from the bench. We can still keep in touch with Doran. It's not as if we'll never see him again. Yet, a lingering fear gripped Yang Mu, who wistfully uttered, what if we truly never meet again? Jia Hao, perplexed, inquired, Boss, what do you mean by that? Nothing much. Oh, by the way, can you arrange a meeting with Yuan Xiao? Yang Mu's expression remained impassive as he turned to Jia Hao, readjusting his backpack on his shoulder. Jia Hao rose, casting a glance at Yang Mu, discerning the turmoil within him. Of course, he's in the neighboring class. I know a few from his group, so it shouldn't be an issue to summon him. Good, Yang Mu nodded, striding towards the nearby bus stop. Jia Hao trailed behind, hesitantly voicing, Boss, if you intend to teach him a lesson, do you think just the two of us can manage? After all, he is a second-tier fighter now. Yang Mu remained silent, focusing on the path ahead. He understood the opponent's capabilities, but he had his own strategies. A mere second-tier fighter was not insurmountable for an ordinary person. I have a plan. Just ensure you can bring him out tomorrow, and remember, lead him to a secluded alley, Yang Mu instructed. Understood. Jia Hao, recalling Doran, resolved fiercely, tomorrow. He will pay the price. As they approached the security checkpoint, Victor deliberately approached Yang Mu and Jia Hao. Be wary of a student named Yuan Xiao. He seems to be associated with that gang as well, he cautioned. Yang Mu registered the name, etching it into his memory. While he may not be able to assist Doran directly, he possessed the means to confront those who had cornered his good friend. Moreover, that night, Yang Mu reached another resolution. The Blood-Skull Brotherhood, the very entity responsible for his father's demise, had evaded his vengeance in his past life. Now, fate had brought them back into his orbit on Sea Blue Star. since they had robbed him of familial bonds and friendships. Causing his father's untimely death and his friend's dislocation, it was time for them to face the consequences. Under the starlit sky, a burgeoning sense of retribution stirred within Yang Mu's heart. Before the conclusion of supper, Yang Mu hurried back home. His family did not find his late return particularly unusual. Assuming he had been at a classmate's house, Yang Mu offered this very explanation. Following dinner, Yang Mu frolicked with Lei Ming and Lei Hong in the living room and discussed the news on television with Lei Shangwu until his mother urged him to return to his room to study. Only then did Yang Mu leisurely retreat to his chambers. Once the door was locked, the smile vanished from Yang Mu's face, replaced by a thoughtful expression. The so-called Azure Fiends gang was unfamiliar to him, both in his past life and now. From Victor's words, he gleaned that the gang was located in the XC district of Hailan City. However, given Hailan City's vast expanse, spanning over 80 kilometers and encompassing more than 20,000 square kilometers, locating a small gang's hideout using conventional methods would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yang Mu sat at his desk, turned on his computer, and after a moment of contemplation, entered the search term Hailan City, Flying Rainbow Building. This was the name of the construction project Victor was currently overseeing. Web pages filled with information appeared, and Yang Mu's eyes darted across the screen, scrutinizing each entry. After a while, Yang Mu dejectedly left his desk and collapsed onto his bed, pondering the situation. The internet proved fruitless, yielding no useful information. Perhaps such matters were not yet public knowledge or would never be revealed. What approach should he take next? As Yang Mu racked his brain, an idea suddenly sparked. Yu Wenkyu. How could he have overlooked this obvious solution? Yang Mu instantly sat up, his mind filled with possibilities. Now that he had a plan, the next step was to figure out how to get Yu Wenkyu to reveal the gang's location tomorrow. As their henchman, he was bound to know where they were. However, Yu Wenkyu possessed a level 2 physique, so subduing him would require some strategy. While Yang Mu possessed annihilation, using it against Yu Wenkyu would be overkill. Moreover, he couldn't reveal annihilation to others, at least not yet. Currently, he only possessed the strength of a level 1 physique, which was insufficient to deal with Yu Wenkyu. Therefore, he would need to rely on external assistance. Yang Mu's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the ceiling, thinking of Uncle Lei's auto repair shop. A faint smile crept across his lips. He had an idea. Uncle Chung was sure to have some useful gadgets. The man was always tinkering with odd contraptions. Yang Mu resolved to visit Uncle Lei's auto repair shop and seek out Uncle Chung before confronting Yu Wenkyu tomorrow. However, he would have to keep this from Uncle Lei. If he knew Yang Mu was taking items to fight, he would undoubtedly try to stop him. With his plans in place, Yang Mu exhaled deeply, sat up, and retrieved his homework from his bag. He shook his head and began to tackle his assignments. After all, the exams were less than 2 months away, and he hadn't reviewed this material in 2 decades. He needed to refresh his knowledge and improve his understanding. Furthermore, if he wanted to attend the same school as Chen Kai, he would have to work even harder. Speaking of Chen Kai, what would she want for her upcoming birthday? Yang Mu's thoughts drifted away to distant, unknown corners. Early in the morning, Yang Mu rose early, exercised in the neighborhood as usual, ate breakfast, and then rode his bicycle out of the community. However, today, he would first visit Uncle Lei's auto repair shop. Uncle Lei's shop wasn't far from home. He crossed the river bridge, passed through 2 streets, and arrived at a bustling street corner where Uncle Lei's shop was located. Some might wonder why an auto repair shop would be situated in a busy commercial district, as these areas are typically pedestrian zones with little vehicular traffic. However, this was precisely Lei Shangwu's marketing strategy. His target wasn't the cars whizzing by on the road, but the affluent shoppers who frequented the area. His shop not only repaired cars, but also specialized in mecha maintenance. Since the New Star region opened up mecha ownership to civilians decades ago, the mecha entertainment industry had flourished, becoming a new favorite among the wealthy. With mecha costing hundreds of thousands, even millions of dollars, mecha maintenance had become a lucrative business. Lei Shangwu seized this opportunity and opened his repair shop in a prime location. Coupled with the fact that Lei Shangwu and his team were retired mecha warriors and elite pilots, his shop quickly became the most popular in the area. Countless wealthy individuals brought their mecha and luxury cars for repair and maintenance. Yang Mu pushed his bicycle into the commercial street and expertly navigated his way to a shop at the end of the street. This was Uncle Lei's auto repair shop, Shangwu Mechanical Repair. It was only a little after 7 in the morning, and the bustling streets of the central district hadn't yet come to life, so the area was somewhat deserted. Many shops were just beginning to open their doors. Inside the repair shop, everything was already in place, and several figures were busily at work. At the entrance, a young man with a buzz cut was meticulously cleaning parts. Lamo, good morning, Yongmu greeted him. Lamo looked up, recognized Yongmu, and nodded with a smile, but remained silent, returning to his task. It wasn't that Lamo didn't want to speak, but his vocal cords had been damaged by a kinetic bullet from an electromagnetic rifle during combat, leaving him unable to speak and forcing him to retire from the military. Uncle Lei had found the downcast Lamo and given him a job at the repair shop, where he assisted the mechanics. Yongmu's voice carried through the shop, and those inside recognized him and greeted him in turn. In the vehicle repair section, a mechanic's creeper rolled out from under a luxury car, with a burly man wearing goggles lying on it. The man removed his goggles, glanced at Yongmu, and said, Xiaomu, hand me a titanium welding rod, the bright silver one. The man directly instructed Yongmu to fetch him the item while he reached into his pocket and popped a piece of candy into his mouth. Uncle Chung, starting work so early? Yongmu handed him the welding rod and asked. The burly man under the car was the Uncle Chung whom Yongmu was looking for. Uncle Chung was a senior mechanic in the military and also a skilled mecha pilot with extensive experience. As a senior mechanic, Uncle Chung should still have been serving in the military, but somehow Lei Shanwu had persuaded him to join him. We adults have it tough. Unlike you youngsters who live so freely, Uncle Chung inserted the welding rod into the welding gun and raised an eyebrow, looking at Yongmu. Xiaomu, don't you have school today? What brings you here? Yongmu touched his nose, smiled, leaned against a nearby pillar, and said, nothing much. Just came to borrow something from Uncle Cheng. Chapter 17, The Mechanical Arm Borrows Something? What do you wish to borrow? Cheng Feng glanced at the smiling Yongmu, pursed his lips, donned his goggles, and lay back on the repair slide. I have nothing to lend to you, young rascal. Seeing this, Yongmu chuckled, shrugged his shoulders, approached, and pulled up the overly large pants of his school uniform before squatting down to observe Cheng Feng, who was engaged in welding. Uncle Cheng, stop pretending. I know you have something good. If you remain silent, I shall take it myself. As Yongmu received no response from Cheng Feng, he stood up, ready to head towards Uncle Cheng's office. However, after just a few steps, a voice came from behind him. You little brat. You are certainly going to implicate your Uncle Cheng one day. Cheng Feng continued his welding, yet his tone conveyed both helplessness and a hint of indulgence. The arc of the welder ceased, and Cheng Feng emerged from beneath the vehicle, instructing Lamo to polish the welded sections. He removed his protective gear and approached Yongmu. Cheng Feng shot a stern glance at Yongmu, who, in turn, smiled and opened the office door, following him inside. Now speak up. What do you wish to borrow this time? You still haven't returned the jet skateboard you borrowed last time, which is now likely scattered into a pile of parts in some corner of your house. Cheng Feng tidied up the items on his desk and sat down, looking at Yongmu with a resigned expression. Yongmu stood by the desk, laughing as he rubbed his nose. The skateboard should be fine. Anyway, Uncle Cheng, if you lend me something just this once, I promise I won't ask you for anything again. Yongmu held a deep respect for his uncle, yet he had no recollection of the jet skateboard, only remembering that a small jet engine had been consumed by a mech. There seemed to be plenty of titanium chromium metal in that jet nozzle, worth more than a dozen large wrenches. Propping himself on the desk, Yongmu chuckled. I just want to borrow your mechanical arm for a bit, the one before it's armed. Cheng Feng, who was seated and peeling a candy to put in his mouth, was startled by Yongmu's request, causing him to drop the candy on the floor. How did this kid know I was working on a mechanical arm, and why did he choose to come to me just after I finished it? Without further ado, Cheng Feng tossed the candy wrapper on the desk, stood up, and walked to the staircase leading to the second floor, covering the stairs and locking them before descending. He then placed his large, sturdy hands on Yongmu's shoulders and pushed him outside. Hey, Uncle Cheng, what are you doing? It's just a loan. Yongmu clung to the doorframe, looking bewildered. Cheng Feng's lips twitched, and he increased his grip slightly. Come on, little brat, off to school with you. I don't have what you want. You'll have to ask your father. Yongmu clung stubbornly, his face turning red as he exclaimed, Uncle Cheng, stop joking. I saw you lock up the attic. That means the item is upstairs. Uncle, just lend it to me for today, and I'll return it immediately, Yongmu shouted, seeing that his uncle still showed no signs of yielding. I really mean it. I said there's none. Even if you tell Uncle Lei, it won't matter. Cheng Feng replied sternly. Despite his words, Yongmu knew that Cheng Feng had already prepared it. He had seen it in his previous life. Cheng Feng could deceive others, but not him. This was a powerful weapon against Yu Wenqiu, and he had to obtain it today, no matter what. Yongmu glanced at Cheng Feng. Then at the door, his mind racing. He quickly squeezed into the office, and Cheng Feng, caught off guard, allowed Yongmu to slip through. You little rascal. Come back here. Yang Mu darted around the cramped office, evading Cheng Feng, and eventually climbed the stairs, grasping the lock of the attic while holding 2 items against the advancing Cheng Feng. Oh my old lion's head. When did you get that? Cheng Feng exclaimed upon noticing what Yang Mu held, glancing at the desk drawer to find the decorative walnut missing. Cheng Feng's demeanor immediately softened. Be careful. I've been playing with that walnut for nearly 30 years. Cheng Feng approached Yang Mu, trembling as he urged him to return the walnut. The key, Uncle Cheng. You give me the key, and I'll return the walnut, Yang Mu declared, holding the walnut up before him. Initially, Yang Mu did not wish to resort to such measures, knowing Cheng Feng had always been kind to him. However, he found no other way to convince his uncle to lend him the mechanical arm. It was a small sacrifice for Cheng Feng, along with his cherished walnut. All right. Just be careful with it. I can't have it damaged. Cheng Feng nodded vigorously, retrieving the key from his pocket and handing it to Yang Mu. Yang Mu swiftly took the key and opened the lock. Don't rush me, Uncle Cheng. I'll return it once I have the mechanical arm. He pushed open the attic door, tucking the walnut into his jacket pocket. Be cautious, little Mu. Just hand the walnut back first. I assure you, you'll get what you want, Cheng Feng urged, worry etched on his face as he followed closely, imploring him. Yang Mu, however, remained unresponsive, ascending to the second floor, which served as Cheng Feng's bedroom but resembled more of a workshop. Scattered across the floor were various mechanical components and parts, while the walls were adorned with an array of blueprints. By the window stood a slender mechanical arm, precisely what Yang Mu desired. He hurried over, his eyes glimmering as he surveyed the entire mechanical arm, gently caressing it. Uncle Mu, I must advise you once more. This device is powerful and should not be used recklessly. Please, return my walnut first, Cheng Feng implored, approaching Yang Mu, his tone earnest. Yang Mu handed over the walnut and extended his right arm into the mechanical arm. The components within seamlessly conformed to his arm, the large exterior shifting until it transformed into a long, slightly rough mechanical appendage that fit him perfectly. With the arm donned, Yang Mu swung his fist, feeling an exhilarating surge of power. Uncle, this is fantastic. Just let me borrow it for a day, he exclaimed, cradling the arm in his embrace as he beamed at Cheng Feng, who was now examining the walnut closely. Cheng Feng sighed, observing Yang Mu's bright smile. Take it. But I must warn you, little Mu, this device is still in the testing phase. Its power and durability remain uncertain. At that moment, Cheng Feng appeared as a learned scholar imparting wisdom. Regardless of your intentions with this device, you must remember, do not harbor any thoughts of harm towards others. Understand? Yang Mu nodded earnestly, prepared to stow the mechanical arm in his backpack, only to discover that it was too long to fit. There exists a toggle mechanism within the shoulder structure. With a simple tug, this apparatus can be folded. Cheng Feng interjected from the side. Yang Mu located the toggle, pulled it, and indeed, the entire mechanical arm transformed into a flat form, capable of being compacted into 3 segments to fit into a backpack. Uncle Cheng, the device you've crafted is truly remarkable. Thank you. I hope you won't take offense, but rest assured, I will certainly refrain from causing any trouble for you or Uncle Lei, Yang Mu stated earnestly, then grasped the mechanical arm, preparing to descend the stairs. Suddenly, he noticed a heap of scattered, worn-out components piled beside the staircase, stirring a thought within him. Surely, these components must contain the materials that Yami seeks? I had been troubled about where to procure such items. Uncle Cheng, are these parts of no use to you? Cheng Feng approached, glanced at the collection, and replied, they are merely obsolete components. I plan to send them to the recycling station tomorrow along with the shop scrap. Cheng Feng then regarded Yang Mu with curiosity. What is this? Are you interested in these items? Yang Mu scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly, tacitly acknowledging his interest. Cheng Feng smiled, gesturing towards the components, and said to Yang Mu, if you want them, take them. They won't fetch much money anyway, and the shipping cost would outweigh any profit. Yang Mu nodded. All right then, please set them aside for me. I'll come by tonight to collect them. Hastily, Yang Mu descended the stairs, shouldering his haul, exchanged farewells with Uncle Cheng and the other staff in the shop, and rode off on his bicycle. Cheng Feng stood at the shop's entrance, hands on his hips, watching Yang Mu recede into the distance, pouting slightly. What did little Mu take with him? Inquired a fellow shop attendant, an old comrade of Lei Shangwu, who happened by with tools in hand. Nothing much, but this kid actually dared to threaten me. He has certainly grown bold, Cheng Feng replied with a sigh. The attendant chuckled and remarked, I never imagined our renowned, resolute engineer Cheng would be so flustered by a mere child. Cheng Feng shot him a glare and retorted, what can I do? This place belongs to his father. What options do I have? Should I enlist Lei Shangwu to deal with him? Suddenly, Cheng Feng had a realization and froze in place. Good heavens! This rascal seized the opportunity to come here, clearly intending to keep Lei Shangwu in the dark about his acquisition. I have been outsmarted by this little trickster. From around the bustling corner of the commercial street, a man's frustrated wail echoed through the air. Chapter 18. Yuan Xiao in a rush just before the school bell rang. Yang Mu hurriedly entered the classroom with his backpack. Upon reaching his seat, he noticed Jia Hao looking at him. Yang Mu patted his bag and gave him an affirming glance. Boss, have you truly found a way to deal with Yuan Xiao? Jia Hao leaned slightly forward, asking in a hushed tone. Of course, you need not worry. Yang Mu replied confidently as he placed his backpack into his desk and sat down earnestly. He opened his book, adopting a serious demeanor. This behavior was necessitated by the presence of their homeroom teacher, Sun Qing, who was currently watching him from the podium. Having just arrived at the door moments before Yang Mu did, Sun Qing was a relatively affable middle-aged man, resembling the typical middle-aged figure, with thinning hair and a protruding belly, often seen holding a thermos. However, one aspect remained unchanged: his method of educating students, which involved punishing them through the tedious task of copying notes. His strictness instilled a palpable fear among students, leaving a lasting impression whenever they spoke of him. Thus, Yang Mu's actions were instinctively driven by years of experience, causing an inexplicable discomfort upon encountering his old homeroom teacher. Despite this, Yang Mu harbored no substantial fear of Sun Cheng, as his academic performance had always been exemplary, consistently ranking high in both his class and grade level. Consequently, Sun Cheng did not reprimand him for being late, a privilege afforded to good students. After a brief glance at Yang Mu, Sun Cheng shifted his gaze to scan the entire class, instructing everyone to retrieve last week's chemistry exam from their desktop computers for discussion. Yang Mu attentively listened. Though he had a basic understanding of the material, he chose to engage fully, not merely to avoid drawing attention to himself, but also to savor these fleeting moments of beauty. Yet life, if stagnant, cannot truly be called life. It must inevitably stir with some turbulence. Yuan Xiao was one such source of disturbance. Jia Hao had exerted considerable effort to arrange a meeting with Yuan Xiao from the neighboring class, agreeing to meet in a small alley behind the street food stalls after school. When the afternoon classes concluded, Yang Mu gathered his belongings and, along with Jia Hao, rode their bicycles towards the designated location. Upon arrival, they entered the alley, only to find it eerily empty. No sign of Yuan Xiao. Did you really set up a meeting with him? Yang Mu frowned, his skepticism evident. Jia Hao looked around, equally puzzled. Of course, I spoke to him directly, and he agreed. Could he possibly have stood us up? Frustration stirred within Yang Mu. Perhaps Yuan Xiao simply regarded students like them with disdain, disregarding their presence. We must find him today, Yang Mu declared seriously, turning to leave. Just then, a voice emerged from around the corner of the alley. What is the rush? What do you want? Yuan Xiao, sporting golden hair and an expressionless face, leapt down from the roof of the alley, gazing indifferently at Yang Mu and Jia Hao. If the blonde boy from 2 days prior were present, he would surely recognize that this golden-haired youth was the very one who had acted as his sparring partner and had dealt him a beating. Yang Mu turned to face Yuan Xiao, his expression becoming somewhat complex as he regarded the tall, handsome figure before him. To his surprise, such a talented individual had fallen to the role of a mere lackey. Yang Mu had heard snippets about Yuan Xiao from his classmates. Supposedly, he was meant to graduate from Hailan No. 1 High School, but inexplicably returned to repeat a year, transferring to the neighboring elite class. Academic performance aside, he was known for causing trouble, much to the teacher's chagrin. Yet, each time, the school refrained from imposing any serious punishment, often resorting to mere notifications or minor reprimands. Rumors circulated that his father was friends with the school's administration, which explained his audacity. Although Yang Mu did not share this view, he naturally held no affection for someone who aided in such wrongdoing. You are Yuan Xiao? Yang Mu stepped forward, regarding him with a serious tone. Yuan Xiao met Yang Mu's gaze, lifting his eyelids slightly. Yes, what do you want? Jia Hao, observing Yuan Xiao's attitude, felt his temper flare and was ready to confront him, but Yang Mu restrained him. Do you know the name Victor? Yang Mu interjected, preventing Jia Hao from advancing. Upon hearing the name, Yuan Xiao's expression shifted to one of disdain, as if he immediately grasped their intentions. What? Seeking revenge for that boss? I think you underestimate us. Jia Hao retorted, his frustration boiling over. Yang Mu turned to Yuan Xiao, stating calmly, No, we are here to teach you a lesson on behalf of Duolun. Yu Wenxiao remained unimpressed. So, you think you can help him by taking me on? Aren't you concerned about the Qinggui gang coming after you? Yang Mu merely smiled faintly. I was hoping to glean some information about the Qinggui gang from you. Yu Wenxiao furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed by Yang Mu's statement. But his expression soon returned to calm as he regarded Yang Mu, replying slowly. So, you summoned me today merely to inquire about the Qinggui gang? No. We called you here to give you a sound thrashing. Jia Hao declared fiercely from the side. In silence, Yang Mu set down his backpack, retrieving a mechanical arm from within and attaching it to his right hand. Yu Wenxiao stood there, watching as Yang Mu equipped the mechanical limb. I know you possess a secondary physique, Yang Mu said, securing the strap on his shoulder, but I am confident I can defeat you. Of course, even if you were willing to disclose the location of the Qinggui gang, I had no intention of letting you off the hook. Yang Mu's gaze hardened. A smile crept onto Yu Wenxiao's face, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Yang Mu. Then come at me. Moments later, 5 words escaped Yu Wenxiao's lips, and the intensity of their gazes ignited a fierce resolve between them. Chapter 19, A Wager Bang. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed through the deserted alley. Yang Mu and Yu Wenxiao stood face to face, with Yu Wenxiao crossing his arms to brace against Yang Mu's right arm, which was equipped with a mechanical gauntlet. A tumult of emotions surged within Yu Wenxiao, for he had never encountered such a formidable piece of wearable technology, capable of allowing an ordinary individual to withstand his assault, and even gain the upper hand slightly. Yang Mu, too, was astounded. On one hand, he was impressed by Yu Wenxiao's strength. Such intensity of power could hardly be wielded by someone with merely a secondary physique. This fellow might be approaching a tertiary physique, or perhaps he already possessed one. On the other hand, Yang Mu was pleasantly surprised by the efficacy of Uncle Cheng's mechanical arm. He had not anticipated it would so seamlessly withstand the opponent's strikes. And astonishingly, as he swung his fist, the mechanical arm adjusted its angle autonomously, maximizing the force of his punch. This enabled his barely tertiary physique to endure the onslaught and even gain a slight advantage. With newfound confidence, Yang Mu took 2 steps back, brandishing the mechanical arm as he charged forward once more. Yet, it was evident that Yu Wenxiao recognized the futility of confronting the mechanical arm head-on and opted for a more evasive strategy. He stepped back a few paces before lunging at Yang Mu, who mirrored the action. Just as they were about to collide, Yu Wenxiao pivoted, propelling himself off the narrow alley wall, leaving Yang Mu momentarily astonished. The agility displayed in such a space, less than a meter wide, was utterly unexpected. Yu Wenxiao's right foot struck the wall with force, twisting midair as he bent his left knee, aiming to leverage his descent to drive his knee directly into Yang Mu's head. Be careful, Jia Hao, observing from a distance, could offer no assistance and could only anxiously shout a warning. Yang Mu, experienced in combat, immediately grasped Yu Wenxiao's intent. He too shifted, pushing off the left wall with his left foot and leaping into the air. Seeing Yang Mu's maneuver, a flicker of surprise crossed Yu Wenxiao's eyes. Undeterred, Yang Mu continued his assault, channeling the full power of his mechanical arm towards Yu Wenxiao's face. Yu Wenxiao, unable to evade in time, raised his arms defensively, absorbing the blow as he staggered backward. Regaining his footing, Yu Wenxiao's expression turned grave. Initially, he believed Yang Mu's capacity to withstand his strikes relied solely on the mechanical arm, which prompted him to devise agile maneuvers to defeat him. However, he was taken aback by Yang Mu's adept combat skills. Within such a brief encounter, Yang Mu had not only nullified his attack, but had also retaliated with a punch. Kid, you think you're so tough? Jia Hao taunted, reveling in Yu Wenxiao's setback. Yang Mu's previous strike had shifted Yu Wenxiao's position to the opposite side of the alley, right next to Jia Hao. Yu Wenxiao shot a glance at Jia Hao, who was momentarily intimidated by the fierce gaze and quickly fell silent, pretending to be engrossed in something else as he whistled. However, Yu Wenxiao had no time to chastise Jia Hao, for Yang Mu was pressing the attack once more. The mechanical fist howled through the air, and Yu Wenxiao could only brace himself to absorb the impact, with no opportunity to counterattack. A smile crept across Yang Mu's lips as he confidently unleashed his assault. As a seasoned technician with decades of experience in machinery, Yang Mu, despite not piloting a mech, quickly grasped the mechanical arm's intricacies. He understood how to exploit its maximum potential under various circumstances. On the other hand, while Yang Mu was not yet able to defeat Yu Wenxiao outright, he sensed that his opponent's repertoire of techniques was limited, having essentially been fed to him through the course of the battle. Thus, it was time to prepare for the conclusion of this encounter. Yang Mu intensified his efforts, the mechanical arm roaring as it surged towards Yu Wenxiao. Yu Wenxiao seemed to recognize the turning tide, his expression growing somber as he quickened his movements, searching for a flaw in Yang Mu's defense. Sensing an opportunity, Yang Mu knew his opponent had exhausted his tactics. He sidestepped, grasping Yu Wenxiao's attacking right arm with his left hand, while the power of the mechanical arm surged forth, striking fiercely towards Yu Wenxiao's face. Realizing his right arm was restrained and the distance between them was minimal, Yu Wenxiao gritted his teeth, raising his left fist, summoning all his strength to meet Yang Mu's mechanical arm head-on. The clash occurred in an instant, and they both drew apart again. The tremendous force of the mechanical arm left Yu Wenxiao reeling, forcing him to retreat several meters, breathing heavily as he cradled his left hand. Speak. Tell me the location of the Qinggui gang, and I shall cease my pursuit of all matters related to you, Yang Mu declared sternly, his arms hanging at his sides. Yu Wenxiao spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, wiped his mouth with his right arm, and met Yang Mu's gaze once more. And what if I tell you? Do you think your strength is sufficient to confront them? They are part of the Blood Skull faction. You would be walking to your demise. That is of no concern to you. Just inform me of their whereabouts, and that will suffice, Yang Mu replied, his tone unwavering. Yu Wenxiao studied Yang Mu intently for a moment, then fell silent. The bar at 49 Pang Bolan Street in the XC district. That is their territory. If you are not afraid of death, then go. Upon receiving this information, a smile graced Yang Mu's lips as he glanced at Jia Hao, then back at Yu Wenxiao. Rest assured, my dealings with them are concluded. I shall not jeopardize your situation. Yu Wenxiao, misunderstanding Yang Mu's concern for his own safety, added hastily, no. I merely wish to advise you. With your exceptional talent, you could easily enlist in the military. Why live in such a dire state? Yang Mu, standing still, spoke calmly. If one possessed such a physique at a mere teenager's age, it indicated remarkable talent. Certainly, in his years of service, individuals with such physicality at this age would become elite mech pilots in the future. Yet, in his previous life, he had never heard of someone named Yu Wenxiao. Perhaps he had not enlisted to serve his country. In a moment of admiration for talent, Yang Mu failed to notice that he was still a student, voicing such sentiments. Yu Wenxiao, confused by Yang Mu's words, displayed a hint of disdain as he coldly replied, my affairs are none of your concern. Suit yourself, Yang Mu shrugged, turning to beckon Jia Hao to leave. Wait, Yu Wenxiao's voice called out from behind. Yang Mu halted, turning slightly, casting a glance over his shoulder. Your name is Yang Mu, correct? Do you dare engage in a wager with me? Yu Wenxiao proposed. What wager? Yang Mu inquired nonchalantly. The afternoon after the college entrance examination, we shall meet here again for another bout, Yu Wenxiao stated, intensity burning in his gaze. You may don this mechanical arm. Oh? What are we wagering? Yang Mu glanced at the mechanical arm adorning his own limb before turning his gaze towards Yu Wenqiu. After a moment's silence, Yu Wenqiu spoke. Should I emerge victorious, I shall claim your mechanical arm. A hint of disdain flickered across Yang Mu's lips. And if you should lose? Yu Wenqiu met Yang Mu's gaze, seemingly resolved to make a monumental concession. If I lose, I will abide by your commands henceforth. Very well. A smile graced Yang Mu's face as he turned to beckon Jia Hao to accompany him. Yu Wenqiu, however, remained in the alley, clutching his left arm, lost in contemplation. It was some time before he finally departed. On the way, boss, you cannot be seriously considering a wager with that fellow, can you? Jia Hao looked at Yang Mu in confusion. Then his eyes fell upon the mechanical arm, and understanding dawned upon him. Ah, so the boss has a formidable advantage. Hey, boss, aren't you going to remove that mechanical arm? Jia Hao inquired, reaching out to assist Yang Mu in detaching the arm. Do not touch it. Yang Mu swiftly interjected. Just moments ago, he had sustained an injury from Yu Wenqiu's assault, and his right hand within the mechanical arm was likely swelling. Chapter 20. The meeting. Not long after emerging from the alley, Yang Mu, with the assistance of Jia Hao, struggled to remove his mechanical arm, folding it neatly and placing it into his backpack, only to discover that his slender arm and 5 fingers had begun to swell. With no choice, Yang Mu decided to return home to apply some ointment before heading to Uncle Lei's shop to retrieve some discarded parts and return the mechanical arm. Upon reaching home, Yang Mu ascended to his room, retrieved the bruise ointment from his drawer, and began to apply it. It seemed that his recent confrontation with Yu Wenqiu had indeed proven too much for him to withstand the full force of a third-level physique. In truth, neither party had emerged victorious from their skirmish. Both had sustained injuries. This was precisely why Yang Mu had been forthright in questioning Yu Wenqiu rather than continuing the fight. However, Yang Mu had agreed to the wager with the other party because he sensed an enigmatic quality about the boy named Yu Wenkyu. Despite the fact that he had driven his friend into a corner, Yang Mu was now more intrigued than ever to understand his motivations. In light of this, Yang Mu silently committed the address to memory, the bar located at 49 Pangbalin Street, XE District. With the location of the Qinggui gang now identified, Yang Mu found himself faced with two choices, both of which hinged on confronting the gang. One option was to handle the matter himself. He possessed the annihilation within his subspace necklace. Although its condition was somewhat damaged, the protective armor at the rear was the only part affected, while the frontal armor, cold weapon system, and operational system remained intact, sufficient for a low-intensity raid. With such a formidable weapon, Yang Mu was confident that no individual could withstand his assault. Nonetheless, the 7-meter stature of annihilation, while not excessively imposing, would undoubtedly cause a commotion, potentially exposing it in plain sight. If the relevant authorities were to take notice, it would spell disaster for him. Moreover, he had just expressed his intention to Yu Wenkyu to seek trouble with the Qinggui gang. Although Yu Wenkyu had claimed he would not intervene, he was aware of Yang Mu's intentions. Thus, should annihilation be revealed, it was likely that suspicion would fall upon him, and any subsequent connections could lead the authorities to him as well. Thus, Yang Mu was left with only one alternative. He retrieved the business card from his backpack and examined it closely. Yan Shinfu, a senior engineer and an academician at the Research Institute, undoubtedly a significant figure within the upper echelons of the New Star domain, making him a potential ally for Yang Mu. Given his own position, approaching this individual seemed the most prudent course of action. Yet, how could he explain the knowledge he possessed? Would a mere high school student be taken seriously? After considerable contemplation, Yang Mu made a decision in his heart, promptly pulling out his smart wristwatch, opening the communication interface, and entering the number on Yan Shinfu's card. Hello? Upon connection, a resonant voice belonging to a middle-aged man greeted him, causing Yang Mu to question whether he had dialed the wrong number. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "Is this Yan Shinfu?" There was a brief pause on the other end before the voice responded, "I am Zhong Liang. And you are?" "My name is Yang Mu, the boy from the Science Museum that day," he replied. The voice on the other end seemed momentarily taken aback, and when it spoke again, it carried an aged tone infused with surprise. "Young man, I didn't expect my card to be of use so soon. What can I assist you with? Are you seeking guidance?" Hearing the tone of the conversation, Yang Mu tightened his lips. Though the old man was advanced in years, his manner was far from deferential. Yang Mu refrained from unnecessary elaboration, directly stating his purpose. "I would like to request your assistance." "Assistance? With what?" At that moment, Yan Shinfu was seated in a wooden chair within a tea house, placing his cup back on the table as he listened to Yang Mu's words. He held a degree of admiration for the young man, not only for his candid critique of the Blue Giant's shortcomings, but also for how Yang Mu's insights had prompted him to advise the High Blue Star Defense Command against purchasing the Blue Giant. Although the military remained hesitant, various negative reports about the Blue Giant had already diminished plans for bulk purchases, saving the nation a substantial sum. Now, Yan Shinfu was intrigued as to what business this student might have in seeking his help. If it pertained to academic pursuits, he would be more than willing to assist. "I possess information regarding the Bloodskull Brotherhood and hope you can relay it to the Planetary Defense Command." The Bloodskull Brotherhood? Yan Shinfu furrowed his brow, momentarily puzzled, before turning to Zhong Liang, who stood nearby. After a moment's contemplation, Zhong Liang responded, "They are a pirate group operating in the vicinity of High Blue Star. The High Blue Star has repeatedly dispatched forces to eradicate them, but to no avail, suffering significant losses of elite soldiers. They seem to be the primary target for the High Blue Star." "Is that so?" Yan Shinfu appeared captivated by this development, pivoting to inquire of Yang Mu. "What information do you have?" Yang Mu took a moment to organize his thoughts before responding. "My friend's family was threatened by a group called the Qinggui gang, compelling them to leave High Blue Star. Before departing, my friend's father mentioned that this gang had ties to the Bloodskull Brotherhood. Today, I verified this information, discovering that these individuals frequently congregate at the bar located at 49 Pangbalin Street in XE District. I hope this information can prove useful." Upon hearing this, Yan Shinfu chuckled softly, stroking his beard, his eyes glinting with interest. Such significant news cannot be conveyed adequately over the phone. Understanding that Yan Shinfu was suggesting a face-to-face meeting, Yang Mu hesitated momentarily. "Are you proposing that we discuss this in person?" "Why not?" Yan Shinfu replied with a smile, granting his tacit approval. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Mu weighed the pros and cons, ensuring he revealed no hints of vulnerability, and agreed. Yet, He remained apprehensive, acutely aware that his current identity precluded him from engaging in actions that were dramatically incongruous, especially in the presence of Yin Shinfu, who always seemed to possess an uncanny ability to see through everything. Nevertheless, Yang Mu was unwilling to let the Bloodskull Brotherhood evade justice, thus steeling himself to proceed step by step. Shall you choose the location, or shall I? Upon Yang Mu's agreement, Yin Shinfu responded, let us meet at the Science Museum, as we did last time. This weekend, you choose the time. Yang Mu shook his head, replying, no, it must be tomorrow. I have commitments this weekend. Very well. Come by tomorrow afternoon. I shall await you there. Understood, Yang Mu affirmed before decisively ending the call. His insistence on meeting tomorrow instead of the weekend stemmed from the fact that it coincided with Chun Kai's birthday, which required his preparation. Additionally, the matter concerning the Bloodskull Brotherhood could not be delayed. The sooner it was resolved, the better. Yang Mu felt an unsettling notion that this situation was unlike any other, as the Bloodskull Brotherhood had stealthily infiltrated High Blue Star, hinting at secrets yet to be uncovered. Chapter 21. A chance to offer. The following day, after finishing his class, Yang Mu hurried to the nearby Science and Technology Museum. Upon explaining his purpose to the staff, he was soon escorted to a reception room on the second floor. Inside, Yin Shinfu was already seated, sipping tea, while the muscular figure of Zhong Liang stood steadfastly by his side. As Yang Mu entered, Yin Shinfu's eyes lit up momentarily. He set down his teacup and regarded Yang Mu. The young man has arrived. Come, take a seat here. He gestured to the chair beside him. Yang Mu glanced at Yin Shinfu and Zhong Liang, a faint smile gracing his lips as he settled into the offered seat. One by one, the staff members departed, leaving only the three of them in the room. Young man, we can now discuss the matter at hand in detail, Yin Shinfu said with a smile, turning his gaze toward Yang Mu. Taking a deep breath, Yang Mu recounted the events leading to this meeting. 2 days ago, my friend suddenly announced his departure from Hylon Star, prompting me to inquire about the reason. His father revealed that they had encountered a gang, the Qingguo gang. As I mentioned yesterday, they bore the emblem of the Bloodskull. Just yesterday, I learned the gang's exact location from one of their enforcers. It is evident that as a high school student, I am powerless to confront them alone. I can only hope to enlist the strength of the state to strike against them and avenge my friend's plight. Yang Mu looked earnestly at Yin Shinfu as he spoke. How can you ensure that what you say is true? Zhong Liang interjected, his skepticism evident. What if this gang is merely a facade? What if the Bloodskull Brotherhood does not even exist within their ranks? Yang Mu's expression shifted to one of displeasure as he met Zhong Liang's gaze. Are you suggesting my friend's family is filled with fools, unable to discern such matters? Furthermore, what evidence do you possess to assert that there are no members of the Bloodskull Brotherhood among them? The two locked eyes, each unwilling to relent. Enough. Is it my decision or yours? Yin Shinfu finally interjected, breaking the tension. After taking a sip of tea, he focused his attention back on Yang Mu. By the way, what is your name, young man? With Yin Shinfu addressing him, Yang Mu responded, my name is Yang Mu, sir. Regarding this matter, Yin Shinfu nodded, indicating his understanding. I shall certainly bring this to the attention of the Planetary Defense Forces, but I must emphasize that their response remains uncertain. After all, I am not part of the military. Sir, what I have shared is irrefutable. I implore you to exert your influence, as it could safeguard the peace of our citizens. Yang Mu insisted, lowering his gaze in contemplation. If the military regards this merely as a routine matter, they may fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. If the Bloodskull evades scrutiny, we cannot predict the consequences. Yang Mu recalled a previous incident during his freshman year, when he learned of an attack orchestrated by the Bloodskull Brotherhood. However, he distinctly remembered that this attack did not occur in Hylon City, but rather in a large city near the equator. The news had stated that the military's entrapment plan had failed, leading to the assault. Despite his efforts to draw parallels between the two incidents, Yang Mu found no clarity. Thus, for the sake of both cities, he felt compelled to extinguish any potential threat before it could manifest. Yet, the elderly gentleman before him seemed unable to assist. Young man, heed my words. I will relay all the information you have provided to the military, urging them to take it seriously. However, you must understand that if this is indeed true, it is a grave matter that requires utmost caution. Consequently, even under the best circumstances, it will take time. We cannot simply dispatch troops to encircle them and capture everyone in one fell swoop, Yin Shinfu explained, having discerned Yang Mu's anxiety. Yang Mu nodded, acknowledging the wisdom of Yin Shinfu's words. Very well, sir. I kindly request that you expedite this matter and alert the military promptly. Having expressed all he knew, Yang Mu prepared to take his leave. Why the hurry to depart, young man? Yin Shinfu inquired as Yang Mu began to rise. I still have matters I wish to discuss with you. Yang Mu halted, turning back to face Yin Shinfu, curiosity etched on his face. What is it that you wish to discuss with me, sir? Do not be alarmed, young man. It is something favorable, Yin Shinfu chuckled, noticing Yang Mu's serious demeanor. I admire your spirit and wish to offer you an opportunity. Are you interested? Furrowing his brow, Yang Mu inquired, what sort of opportunity do you have in mind, sir? Yin Shinfu stroked his beard, a smile gracing his features. Have you ever heard of the Kunchuo Academy? Kunchuo Academy? Yang Mu repeated. Indeed. It is a newly established military academy under the auspices of the capital star, Yinhuan University, directly affiliated with the military. I believe you would thrive there. And I happen to have a recommendation slot available. Thank you, but I must decline, Yang Mu replied politely yet firmly. In truth, Yang Mu found the prospect enticing. He had heard of this academy in his past life, renowned for producing elite military personnel from across the globe. However, he had resolved to attend the same school as Chen Kai after his rebirth. Even if others deemed his decision foolish, he remained steadfast. Moreover, he had no familial connection to the elderly man before him and was skeptical of opportunities that seemed too fortuitous. Do not rush to decline. Take your time to consider it. I will keep this spot reserved for you, Yin Shinfu said, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face, though he maintained his smile. Very well, I shall consider it, Yang Mu replied, sensing the hope in Yin Shinfu's gaze. After a brief hesitation, he bowed politely and exited the room. Yin Shinfu watched as Yang Mu vanished from sight, remaining silent. Sir, this might be somewhat improper, don't you think? Zhong Liang remarked, disbelief evident in his tone. The recommendation slots at the Cunnian Academy, as known to Zhong Liang, are exclusively reserved for individuals who have made remarkable contributions to the nation, with each slot limited to a singular recipient. Countless affluent individuals and dignitaries vie fervently for such opportunities for their offspring, yet they remain elusive. It is astonishing that this young man has effortlessly secured the promise from Elder Yin. Such a coveted opportunity exists in singularity. Will you not reserve it for your grandson? Yin Shinfu, however, lifted his teacup, blowing lightly across its surface before responding slowly. Henin does not require it. He lacks the aptitude. But, General Yin. Zhong Liang began, only to be halted by a raised hand from Yin Shinfu. Xiao Yong would never agree, and besides, I am his father. Can he truly interfere with my decisions? Taking a sip of tea, Yin Shinfu's gaze remained fixed on the swirling leaves within the cup as he mused aloud. It has been a challenge to discover a promising talent here. I cannot afford to squander this opportunity. His visit to the Azure Star of the New Star domain was not solely for academic exchanges. It was also a quest to find a successor. Over the years, Yin Shinfu had taught numerous students and encountered many prodigies, yet he had never met a high school student who could so succinctly and accurately identify the flaws in mechas. Moreover, the young man before him, named Yang Mu, exuded an enigmatic and mature aura, although Yin Shinfu had not yet fully discerned the extent of his talents. The young man's patriotic fervor displayed in recent events convinced him that he was indeed a promising candidate. To absorb all of his knowledge, patriotism must be paramount. Xiao Zhong, please assist me in investigating Yang Mu's background, he requested. Zhang Liang nodded and rose to support Yin Shinfu. This child indeed possesses an elusive quality that is difficult to comprehend. Chapter 22. Preparing a gift as Yang Mu exited the Science Museum. His mind remained entangled in the suggestion that Yin Shinfu had unexpectedly thrown his way. However, his contemplation did not revolve around whether to attend Kunlu Academy, but rather the underlying reason for such a significant olive branch being extended to him at this juncture. What remarkable qualities did he possess that would attract the attention of such a venerable figure, granting him such an audacious promise? Yang Mu racked his brain, questioning whether he had inadvertently revealed something during the process, or perhaps he ought not to have approached Yin Shinfu at all, exposing himself to the scrutiny of someone who had lived for decades and seen through many FAAs. Yet, every step he had taken was meticulously considered and executed with utmost caution. As the confusion swirled within him, his thoughts resembled a tangled ball of yarn, devoid of any clarity. Shaking his head to dispel the tumult, he decided to pause, pushing his bicycle along the path of Riverside Park. Witnessing the shimmering reflections of the river illuminated by the slanting rays of the setting sun, savoring the gentle evening breeze that soothed his troubled mind. At the very least, he had pursued what he desired, hoping for some semblance of change. Suddenly, The sound of a call interrupted his reverie. It was from Jia Hao. As Yang Mu answered his wristwatch, he was curious about the purpose of Jia Hao's call, but was instantly met with his excited voice. Mu Shuai, where are you right now? Do you have any idea how amazing you are? The shrillness of Jia Hao's voice caused Yang Mu to instinctively pull the wristwatch away from his ear. Huh. Yang Mu stood perplexed by the roadside, gripping his bicycle. What do you mean, fatty? Oh, I mean, my boss, you need to hurry to the TRM forum. You've become famous. Jia Hao exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable, urging Yang Mu to check the forum. TRM forum? What was happening? How had he suddenly gained notoriety? Yang Mu hung up, puzzled, and logged into the TAM forum on his wristwatch. As he scrolled, he was astounded to find numerous videos, analyses, and commentaries featuring him, with one video even pinned at the top of the homepage. Yang Mu's eyes widened in disbelief as he clicked on the highlighted video. In the footage, the attacker faced off against a fantasy mech, employing a desperate strategy. The players swiftly assessed the battlefield, opting for close combat to mitigate the equipment disparity. Few could match the elegance of his movements as he dodged attacks, demonstrating an exceptional, even terrifying, proficiency in mech control. The video transitioned to the moment Yang Mu's attacker was struck by the fantasy mech's blade, where he chose to fight back against all odds, discarding his weapons for a direct confrontation, thereby forcing the sniper mech into caution and catching the fantasy mech off guard. This player clearly understood the weaknesses of his mech, turning the sniper's disadvantage in close quarters into an advantage by targeting the enemy cockpit with auxiliary devices, keeping the opponent on the defensive. As the battle unfolded, this player exhibited remarkable adaptability, controlling the rhythm of the match and denying the opponent any opportunity to retaliate. Such a thrilling encounter was destined to be etched into the annals of TRM's top classic moments. The video showcased his victory over the fantasy mech, recorded from a third-person perspective, revealing Yang Mu's adept maneuvers, accompanied by the commentator's passionate narration, igniting an inexplicable fire within him. In the barrage of comments, various reactions flooded in, ranging from disbelief to playful banter about the authenticity of the footage, while some speculated about the identity of the player behind the scenes. Caught in the whirlwind of commentary on the riverside, Yang Mu was momentarily dazzled by the unexpected attention his modest competition had garnered on the forum. Boss, you're quite the sensation now. Hurry back to the game, Jia Hao messaged him. Yang Mu chuckled at the message, replying, next time, I don't have time right now, and proceeded to close the forum, tucking his wristwatch back into his pocket as he continued down the path. Such occurrences hardly warranted a sense of awe. They did not evoke any feelings of grandeur within Yang Mu. Had he been 17, he might have shouted in surprise, but now, he had other matters to attend to. This weekend marked Chen Kai's birthday, and he had already decided on the perfect gift. With time on his hands, he prepared to visit a nearby shopping center. Upon arriving at the bustling mall entrance, Yang Mu secured his bicycle and stepped inside. As he wandered through, he paused in front of a plush toy store, captivated by a large bear, 2 to 3 meters tall, with soft brown fur, lounging on a sofa within the shop. Strikingly visible. After a brief assessment, he found it delightful and, after a moment's hesitation, entered the store. Hello, welcome. The salesgirl greeted warmly as she noticed Yang Mu's entrance. He nodded in acknowledgement and approached the plush bear, inquiring about its price. Hello, may I ask, how much is this? Yang Mu asked. The salesgirl smiled, glancing at the bear. It's 460 yuan after the discount. Is it a gift for your girlfriend? At her words, Yang Mu's face, seasoned by life's trials, flushed slightly, and he averted his gaze, focusing on the smooth floor. I suppose it is, he managed to reply. The salesgirl, accustomed to such bashful customers purchasing toys for their crushes, continued. Would you like to purchase this plush toy? Yang Mu nodded and added, could you please hold it for me until Saturday? I'll come back to pick it up. He preferred to avoid the inevitable family meeting that would ensue if he attempted to carry such a sizable toy home. The salesgirl agreed and carefully set aside the bear. Of course, we'll reserve it for you. Do you need it wrapped? That would be great. Thank you, Yang Mu replied, proceeding to the counter to pay, offering a few words of gratitude before exiting the store. Next, he ventured into a bakery and ordered a small cake, also to be picked up on Saturday. After completing his errands, Yang Mu rode home, whistling cheerfully, his spirits lifted. Meanwhile, the video showcasing his remarkable gameplay continued to thrive on the forum, maintaining its popularity with a deluge of comments and analyses across various sections. At this very moment, as Yang Mu joyfully returned home, in a luxurious estate on the second floor of Capital Star, a handsome young man with dark hair sat before a projection computer, Having watched the video of Yongmu maneuvering the mecha countless times, his brow was furrowed as he gazed at the gray interface. It had been 3 days. Yet that individual still had not come online. Observing the friend request on the computer that remained unaccepted, the young man leaned despondently against his chair. 3 days prior. The original video showcasing a novice's ruthless domination of the fantasy mecha had been uploaded by him. At that time, the Game Spectator Zone had automatically recommended this video to the viewing page. Accidentally clicking on it, he was fortunate enough to witness the most exhilarating moments. The exhilarating combat style of piloting the mecha, marked by decisive actions, fluid movements, and effective tactics, rekindled the flames of passion within him. Consequently, he crafted this video and shared it on the forum, eagerly awaiting an acceptance of his friend request each day. However, to this day, there had been no response. Seated at the computer by the window, the young man watched as a gentle drizzle fell outside, accompanied by the occasional rumble of thunder. While he remained isolated in the dimly lit room, suddenly, a dog barked, and he looked down to stroke the small cream-colored puppy nestled in his lap. This delightful gift from his father 2 weeks prior served as his companion, and he held a great fondness for it. As he caressed the puppy, he sighed and lifted it to his face, gazing into its ebony eyes, whispering softly, "Little pumpkin, how I long to play a game with him." Remarkably, the puppy seemed to understand, playfully licking the tip of his nose. In the somber twilight, the only companions in the silent room were a softly glowing computer, a small dog licking its paw, and the wheelchair upon which the young man sat. Chapter 23. The new time sometimes resembles the idiom from classical studies. Like a white horse passing through a gap, swiftly slipping away in the blink of an eye. A week of study invariably concludes in haste, and before one realizes, the weekend has arrived once more. It is Friday, and the night sky over Hyalon City is exceptionally clear, with the moon shining brightly among sparse stars. Young Mu, having turned off the lights early, sits on his bed with a smart wristwatch in hand, opening the chat interface, lost in contemplation while gazing at the starry sky outside. Tomorrow marks Chun Kai's birthday, and Yang Mu has already prepared a gift for her. Yet, at this moment, an inexplicable unease fills his heart. It has been over a decade since he last spoke to Chun Kai face-to-face, the last interaction having been under the guise of unfamiliarity. He wonders how he will confront her and articulate everything he longs to express when they meet. After half an hour, Yang Mu finally opens the chat interface. Locating Chun Kai's name and hesitatingly sending a message. "Are you asleep?" He stares at the screen, awaiting a reply, but after a few minutes, there is still no response from Chun Kai. Sighing, he assumes she has already drifted off and prepares to close the interface when it suddenly vibrates. Chun Kai has replied. "What's up?" Yang Mu's heart leaps with joy, yet he hesitates on how to respond. After a moment's contemplation, he types back, "Nothing. Just wanted to ask how your week has been." "How is it?" "Not bad, really. Each day has been quite fulfilling," Chun Kai replies. "But I am a little tired." "A bit tired? What's wrong?" Yang Mu inquires, assuming it may be due to her part-time job. "Just studying. Anyway, I have another part-time job tomorrow, so I should get some rest. Good night." Chun Kai sends a flurry of messages before logging off. "Then make sure to rest well. Good night," Yang Mu types, erasing and rewriting his words multiple times before finally sending the message. A sense of inexplicable disappointment lingers in his heart. Although it was merely a brief exchange, it was the first time he had messaged her since his rebirth. Gazing at the messages she sent, Yang Mu repeatedly reviews them, his emotions tumultuous and unresolved. Perhaps spurred by Chun Kai's replies, he paces around his room twice, still feeling wide awake. He then drapes a coat over himself and steps out of his room. Arriving at the storage room in the backyard, Yang Mu carefully locks the door and retrieves the spatial necklace from his pocket. Once more, he extracts Annihilation, observing the mech before him with great interest. He then takes several scrap parts from a nearby sack, remnants he had gathered during his last visit to the shop while fetching the mechanical arm. Though he had somewhat damaged Uncle Cheng's mechanical arm, Uncle Cheng had still remembered him, gifting him a large sack filled with discarded parts. Naturally, he ensured that Uncle Lei remained oblivious to all of this. With the scrap parts in hand, Yang Mu cautiously approaches the mech, placing the pieces over the gaping hole in its back. Moments later, the parts begin to change, turning red, softening, and eventually being absorbed by the mech. Satisfied with this method, Yang Mu continues to place parts on the mech, and after over an hour, the contents of the sack have vanished, replaced by a pile of rejected materials at the mech's feet. A sizable piece of armor, roughly the size of a basin, has now been added to the mech's back. Delighted to see Annihilation gradually restored, Yang Mu steps forward and uses the spatial necklace to erect the mech. The front armor of the mech slides downward, revealing the cylindrical cockpit within. Yongmu, recognizing this familiar cabin, turns and climbs inside. As the front armor seals shut, he finds himself enveloped in darkness. In the next moment, the cockpit's auxiliary screen unfolds, and a humanoid male voice resonates. Please verify identity. Yongmu, ID Blue River 001. Password, Furious Star. A beam of white light scans Yongmu's eyes. Voice print scan successful. Password scan successful. Iris scan successful. Yongmu, welcome to operate the Tungsha Super Improved Combat Mech. As the mechanical voice echoes, Yongmu feels a tightness around his waist. Looking down, he sees the universal restraint ring of the cockpit, and it comes as no surprise. Although the cockpit lacks a gyroscopic structure, the pilot's body will still experience disorientation with the mech's movements. The restraint's purpose is to minimize bodily sway while allowing for various maneuvers even when inverted. Unfortunately, the cockpit cannot store a haptic suit, which means he cannot manipulate the mech or perceive external conditions. It appears he must find a way to acquire a suit capable of operating Annihilation. While Yongmu contemplates where to obtain such a suit, a sudden anomaly catches his attention. The thick universal restraint ring around his waist begins to emit writhing green light, swiftly spreading over his upper and lower body. Startled by this phenomenon, Yongmu instinctively reaches to swat away the glowing points, only to discover they are not on his clothing. He hurriedly lifts his shirt, finding the green lights traversing his skin, gradually enveloping him, ultimately extending to his head. It would be impossible for Yongmu not to feel anxious, despite decades of experience. He has never encountered such a scenario. Yet, in this moment, he feels powerless to intervene as the green light seems to travel beneath his skin, beyond his control, leaving him to watch helplessly as it spreads across his body. His mind races, rifling through his accumulated knowledge, desperately hoping to discern the nature of these green lights. While he contemplates, the green light rapidly spreads from his neck and the back of his head, finally converging in his eyes. Upon reaching his eyes, the green light seems to halt its movement, transforming into a dark green hue, as if he were donning a snug bodysuit. But in the next instant, Yongmu's eyes widen in disbelief at the scene before him. At this moment, he is not gazing at the dim confines of the cockpit. Rather, he perceives the storage room, realizing that his vision has transcended the mech's body, granting him a first-person view of the surroundings outside the mech. Moreover, he is not wearing a cumbersome holographic helmet. This is a situation perceived with his naked eyes. Simultaneously, various indicators materialize in his peripheral vision, displaying the mech's data. Faced with this spectacle, Yongmu is utterly incredulous. The clarity of his current perspective surpasses that of viewing through a holographic helmet, appearing more authentic without any distortion. Yongmu attempts to gaze towards a corner of the storage room, and his vision shifts once more, zooming in on the silver metal wires protruding from the corner's components. At this moment, two openings appear on either side of the cylindrical cockpit. Yongmu glances over, recognizing these as the controls for the mech's arms. He extends his hands into the openings, and the mech's components immediately conform to his arms, while two footrests rise beneath him, completely encasing his feet. These are the operational supports for the mech's legs. Upon completion of the armature fitting, Yongmu attempted to lift his right hand slightly. To his astonishment, the mech's right hand mirrored his movement almost instantaneously. He then positioned his right hand behind his back, hoping to guide the mech's hand towards the shoulder area of the back armor. Remarkably, as Yongmu moved his hand, the mech's right hand also instinctively reached back in unison. This was nothing short of astonishing. The mech exhibited an instantaneous synchronicity with his actions, devoid of any perceptible latency. Such a phenomenon profoundly challenged Yongmu's understanding, as he had never witnessed such technology in any mech before. At that moment, Yongmu finally comprehended the purpose of the green lines enveloping his body. They were intricately linked to the mech, enabling a high-precision coordination between his movements and those of the mech, allowing him to execute various actions with remarkable agility and finesse. These green lines significantly enhanced the mech's flexibility, empowering the pilot to manipulate it with unparalleled ease. The only comparable technology that Yongmu was aware of was the neural link operating system, which remained in the experimental phase. If this enigmatic green line system were to completely supplant the current sensory suit operation, it would elevate the mech to unprecedented heights. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Yongmu's heart. After experimenting with several maneuvers within the mech, he reluctantly exited, retracting the mech into the subspace necklace. Standing in the cluttered room, he pondered deeply, stroking his chin. The The current situation regarding the annihilation left him utterly confounded. The perplexing absorption of materials and the operation of the green light system baffled him, making it difficult to comprehend how his mech could undergo such transformation. If one were to suggest that the mech mutated upon his traversal to this age at 17, Yang Mu would find it implausible. Such technology could not possibly arise solely from spatial particle disturbances. After all, annihilation was fundamentally a collection of artificial constructs. Yet the current state of annihilation truly left him at a loss for explanation. Could it be that the hand of a divine power had altered the very nature of annihilation? Yang Mu raised his gaze to the ceiling of the cluttered space, momentarily ensnared in a labyrinth of perplexity. Chapter 24. Long time no see. On Saturday, the sun rose as expected from the eastern horizon of Hylon City, gradually ascending and bathing the vast metropolis in its warm, life-giving rays. Yang Mu indulged in a rare lazy morning, having spent the previous night deep in contemplation about the obliteration of certain matters. Consequently, he found it difficult to rise early and allowed himself an additional half-hour of slumber. In the morning, Yang Mu accompanied his mother to take Lei Ming and Lei Hong to the youth palace before heading to Lei Shangwu's shop to lend a hand. There, he engaged in a discussion with Cheng Feng regarding the user experience of mechanical arms, offering several suggestions for improvements. At noon, rather than returning home for lunch, Yang Mu opted to dine with the staff at the shop, sharing a meal while subtly inquiring about the operational methods of mechas. However, the responses from the seasoned mecha veterans were remarkably uniform, asserting that the future of mecha operation would transition from sensory control to spinal nerve control. None could provide any information pertaining to the green light phenomenon. Despite Yang Mu's occasional contributions to the conversation, he remained primarily a listener to avoid revealing too much. Realizing that no substantial conclusions were reached and that the shop's activity had waned, he decided to ride his bicycle to the city library in hopes of uncovering some useful information. After sifting through numerous scholarly texts, Yang Mu regrettably found himself without any valuable insights. He was compelled to regard the phenomenon of the green line as a form of neural control for the time being. Exiting the city library, he glanced at his watch and noted that it was already 3 o'clock. Having spoken with Chun Kai the previous day, she had informed him of a full day's work ahead. Yang Mu had intended to assist her early in the morning, but these matters had nearly delayed him. Thus, he hurriedly rode his bicycle to collect the large teddy bear and cake he had prepared in advance, making his way to Chun Kai's workplace. On the way to the market, Yang Mu had the foresight to leave his bicycle at a shopping mall and took the light rail to the bustling market. Yet, he seemed to overlook a significant issue. The teddy bear he had purchased, measuring 2 to 3 meters, was rather dauntingly large. He had no choice but to hoist the enormous plush bear under his arms, balancing the cake in one hand while carrying the bear in the other. The staff had thoughtfully adorned the bear's limbs and neck with pink ribbons, making his appearance even more conspicuous. As he traversed the streets, nearly every passerby turned their heads to glance at him, particularly young girls who gasped in envy, leaving Yang Mu feeling quite bashful and questioning whether he had overstepped in his choice of size. Upon reaching the market in the afternoon, the crowd had noticeably thinned, with only vendors and suppliers bustling about. Yang Mu, with the bear in tow, entered this somewhat incongruous scene. Fortunately, the bear was encased in a plastic covering, preventing it from getting dirty. Nevertheless, Yang Mu's eye-catching presence once again drew the attention of the public. He kept his head down and hurried towards Chun Kai's workplace, taking deep breaths and rehearsing his lines in his mind, preparing for their encounter. Finally, as he approached the grain and oil shop where Chun Kai worked, he noticed a large truck unloading goods at the entrance. Chun Kai was busy helping the owner unload the cargo and transfer it to a nearby cart. "Xiao Kai, these 2 types of rice bags have different prices, so don't mix them up," the shop owner reminded her. "Understood, Brother Hui. I've separated them," Chun Kai replied, bending over to continue her work, unaware of Yang Mu's presence just a few meters behind her. It was only when the shop owner, astonished, stood up to look at Yang Mu that Chun Kai turned around. Seeing her blushing face, Yang Mu's smile faltered slightly, and he felt a wave of nervousness wash over him as he locked eyes with her. "Kai, long time no see," he greeted. Startled by the sight of Yang Mu hoisting an enormous plush bear behind her, Chun Kai's eyes widened, and she inhaled sharply. "Yang Mu, what on earth are you doing?" she asked with a smile. Yang Mu, dwarfed by the bear, appeared somewhat comical. "Did you come just to see me in this silly state?" she teased. Noticing Chun Kai's calm demeanor upon his arrival, Yang Mu felt reassured and stepped forward, handing her the bear while placing the cake into her hands. "What do you think I'm here for?" It's to celebrate your birthday, of course. This is for you. For me? Chun Kai fumbled with the items Yang Mu had given her, her small head peeking out from the bear's embrace, her cheeks flushed and damp hair sticking to her ears. Yang Mu, what are you doing? I still have work to do. She feigned annoyance, glancing at the shop owner. Don't worry about it. I'll handle your tasks. Yang Mu replied cheerfully, rolling up his sleeves and stepping into the truck's cargo area to help unload. The truck was still half full of goods, leaving Yang Mu puzzled as to why the owner had only hired Chun Kai, a young girl, to assist him. Chun Kai began to protest. But the shop owner interjected with a laugh. Haha, Xiao Kai, your boyfriend is quite capable. Just take a break while he covers for you. No, he has not. Chun Kai stammered, the blush on her face deepening as she awkwardly clarified. He's my good friend. The owner, unfazed by her explanation, simply chuckled and continued working alongside Yang Mu. Observing the two of them laboring together, Chun Kai, perhaps feeling a bit shy, found a clean spot to set down the bear and cake, joining in the effort to move the goods. Chun Kai, didn't I say I would handle this? Yang Mu reminded her. Yang Mu, you can't act like a big shot. This is my job, and I must do it, she retorted playfully. And boss, you can't cut my pay just because he's here. Haha, I wouldn't dream of it. Don't worry, I'm a generous man, the owner responded good-naturedly. Chapter 25. Happy birthday, cheers. As night descended, on the rooftop of an apartment building not far from the marketplace, Yang Mu and Chun Kai sat facing each other under a single light. A large plush bear was positioned behind Chun Kai, while a cake rested on a small table set between them. The two plastic cups containing their beverages clinked together, accompanying their jubilant cheers. Yang Mu and Chun Kai raised their glasses and emptied their drinks, gazing into each other's eyes. Happy birthday, Yang Mu said, his eyes deeply fixed on Chun Kai, who wore her hair in a bun, her delicate features momentarily captivating him. Chun Kai possessed a timeless beauty. Her slightly arched brows framed her face, and with just a hint of makeup, she transformed into a striking beauty. Her skin, supple and radiant, bore a subtle sun-kissed hue from her frequent physical labor, enhancing her allure. Wiping her mouth, Chun Kai noticed Yang Mu's lingering gaze, his expression a bit dazed. Yang Mu, why are you looking at me like that? She asked. It's nothing. Yang Mu stammered, feeling flustered as he quickly averted his eyes. Chun Kai chuckled softly, revealing her small canine teeth, which stirred a flutter in Yang Mu's heart. Chun Kai poured herself another drink and reached to fill Yang Mu's cup, but he interjected, wait, let's eat the cake first. He gestured, unwrapping the cake with care. Chun Kai watched him with a smile, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes narrowing in anticipation as he unveiled the cake. As he removed the packaging, a bear-shaped cake emerged, a thoughtful gift since Chun Kai had mentioned her fondness for bears. Yang Mu had taken note of this and had it custom-made at the bakery. Yang Mu, how did you remember my birthday? I don't think I ever told you. Chun Kai asked, propping her chin on her hands, curiosity evident in her expression. Yang Mu, unfazed, removed the last of the wrapping, retrieving the birthday candles he had prepared. He glanced at Chun Kai before carefully placing the candles atop the cake. Didn't you? I remember you mentioning it. Perhaps you've simply forgotten, he replied gently, inserting 2 candles representing the number 17 and lighting them with a lighter he had borrowed from the grocery store owner. In this timeline, Chun Kai had not disclosed her birthday to Yang Mu, but he chose to keep that detail to himself. Before she could further inquire, Yang Mu prompted, shall we sing? My singing voice isn't particularly pleasant, he added, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Yes, of course, Chun Kai exclaimed, a playful expression on her face. With a resigned sigh, Yang Mu straightened up, cleared his throat, and began to sing. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. All right, Yang Mu, you sing beautifully. Chun Kai clapped her hands, her sweet smile filling Yang Mu's heart with warmth. Okay, make a wish, Yang Mu encouraged, pointing to the cake once he finished singing. Chun Kai glanced at him before turning her attention to the cake, bringing her hands together in front of her and closing her eyes. Yang Mu gazed at her, captivated by her youthful and delicate features, which, though not as mature as he remembered, still stirred a myriad of emotions within him. Moments later, as Chun Kai opened her eyes, Yang Mu quickly diverted his gaze. While she fixed her eyes on him, blow out the candles, Yang Mu urged, unable to meet Chun Kai's gaze directly. Don't you want to ask what I wish for? She teased. Well, isn't that inappropriate? Yang Mu replied, his expression somewhat shy. I'm just joking. If I tell you, it won't come true, she laughed, leaning forward slightly, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear and blowing out the candles. Yongmu handed her the knife and fork he had prepared, inviting her to cut the cake. "Happy birthday," he said. His voice filled with emotion as he presented the cake. "Thank you, Yongmu," Chen Kai replied with a smile. As the night deepened, more than an hour passed. Chen Kai and Yongmu sat in chairs on the rooftop, gazing at the bustling city in the distance, lost in silence. "Yongmu, thank you for coming to celebrate my birthday," Chen Kai said, her gaze fixed on the vibrant nightscape. "This is the best birthday I've ever had." Yongmu turned to her, a hint of confusion crossing his face. "It's nothing. It's what I should do," he replied calmly. Chen Kai, hearing his serene response, bit her lip in disappointment, then let her hair down from the bun, allowing her glossy black locks to cascade over her shoulders, captivating Yongmu momentarily. She brushed her hair back, finished her drink, and let out a deep sigh, as if releasing her pent-up frustrations. "Yongmu, do you know why I rent a place here?" she asked suddenly, turning to him with an unexpected question. Yongmu blinked, coming back to reality. Why? In his past understanding, Chen Kai was an orphan who had lived with her uncle. After her incident, he had stayed with her uncle's family, which was quite ordinary, struggling to make ends meet. Initially, he had planned to take Chen Kai to a restaurant to celebrate her birthday, but she had brought him to this rooftop instead. Revealing she had rented an apartment here, Yongmu realized that she had moved out to live independently. Chen Kai explained that the location was convenient for her part-time job. "I was about 3 or 4 years old when my mother still took care of me," she began, her gaze drifting into the distance as memories washed over her. "One day, my mother took me to my uncle's house for lunch. While my cousins and I were watching TV in the living room, my mother left, saying she would buy me ice cream. I believed her and waited eagerly for that strawberry-flavored treat." Chen Kai shifted in her chair, resting her hands on her knees. "I waited until nightfall, then the next day, and the day after that, but my mother never returned with the ice cream. I cried for her, while my uncle and aunt comforted me, claiming the ice cream was far away and would take several days. I believed them. But after that day, my mother never came back. I eventually received ice cream from my uncle." A shadow passed over her face, as if she were recalling a painful memory. "Gradually, I forgot about my mother." Seemingly lost in thought, Chen Kai stood and walked to the railing, looking out at the scenery below. "From then on, I lived in my uncle's house, but later, he lost his job. He found another job, but the pay was meager, and he worked long hours. When I started elementary school, my uncle insisted on sending me to the best school, which cost $30,000 a semester, while my cousins attended ordinary schools. The family often struggled financially, and my aunt's attitude toward me changed for the worse. They would argue over my tuition. I once cried and asked my uncle to let me attend a regular school, but he remained steadfast in wanting me to attend the best girls' school." Chen Kai's voice gradually became somewhat choked, as if she were confronting the deepest struggles within her heart. Yongmu rose to his feet and approached Chen Kai, raising his left hand as if to rest it on her back, yet hesitated, his expression growing increasingly complex. "I had inquired with my uncle about the reasons behind our circumstances, but he never divulged anything to me, urging only that I focus on my studies. I realized that my presence had rendered my uncle's family financially strained. Thus, at that moment, I resolved to dedicate myself to my education, aspiring to provide a better life for my uncle and his family." Chen Kai gradually regained her composure, speaking with a tone imbued with determination. Yongmu stood silently beside her, absorbing her words, and he began to perceive this resilient girl in an entirely new light. Unsure of how to comfort Chen Kai, he merely gazed at her fragile and helpless figure, a surge of protectiveness welling up within him, compelling him to safeguard this girl before him. "Do not worry, for you have me now." Yongmu's words reached Chen Kai, causing her to pause and turn her gaze toward him. Chapter 26. "Well, you won't be heartbroken, will you?" Chen Kai turned around, her cheeks marked with clear tear streaks, gazing at Yongmu with a hint of surprise, only to find him looking at her with deep affection. "Kaier," Yongmu spoke softly, "allow me to protect you. From this moment on, let us face everything together." He struggled to articulate his emotions, simply voicing the thoughts that flooded his mind. "What did you just say, Yongmu?" Chen Kai asked, her face reflecting a touch of confusion as she looked at him. Yongmu took a deep breath, turning to her once more, enunciating carefully, "Kaier, I'm asking you to be my girlfriend from now on." Gathering all his courage, he finally expressed the words he had nurtured in his heart countless times, his gaze hopeful and tender. Chen Kai was taken aback, her hand instinctively covering her mouth, her expression shifting to one of excitement as she stepped back a few paces, turning her back to him. "Kaier, I truly mean it," Yongmu said, noticing her retreat and feeling uncertain about her feelings. He hurriedly added, "I've never been in a relationship before, and I genuinely don't know how to handle this situation. Though Chun Kai had turned away, her heart was brimming with emotion. For this was the very confession she had longed to hear. Unable to contain her tears any longer, she turned, allowing the tears to flow freely from her eyes, falling onto her hands and then to the ground. Her right hand gripped the railing tightly, even though she understood his words. She found it hard to believe the reality before her. Kaier, Yongmu, seeing that she did not respond, attempted to approach her. But she held up her hand to stop him. Straightening her posture, she faced away from him, took a few deep breaths to steady herself, wiped her tears, and slowly turned back to him. Yongmu. She glanced at him, then lowered her head. I'm sorry, let's just be good friends, okay? Yongmu, thinking she was finally about to answer him, was met with this unexpected response, and his expression of surprise froze on his face. Why? Kaier, Yongmu was desperate to understand, to explain, but words failed him. He had believed he was adequately prepared, assumed he could shoulder this responsibility, and expected Chun Kai to agree. He thought that the past would not repeat itself. Yet, it was these three words he dreaded hearing for eternity, that echoed in his mind. In that moment, his thoughts became a cacophony, and the world spun around him. Yongmu, are you all right? Chun Kai asked, concerned as she noticed him standing still. When their eyes met, a faint smile appeared on her face as she said, I know this may be hard for you to accept, but this is truly the best response I can give you. Why? Yongmu asked, bewildered. Our paths will not intertwine. There is no possibility for us, she replied, attempting to maintain a natural expression as she glanced at the night view below, then turned back to him. So, Yongmu, you won't be heartbroken, will you? Yongmu lowered his head, his eyes losing focus as he scanned the surroundings, unable to meet Chun Kai's gaze or respond to her question. In his mind, this moment should have been filled with exhilaration and an embrace between them, yet he never anticipated such a scene unfolding. He bent down, feigning busyness as he began to tidy up the cluttered table. Chun Kai, misinterpreting his silence as anger, adopted a firmer expression and approached him, tugging at his sleeve to draw his attention. Yongmu held a cup in his hands but averted his gaze, tears glistening in his eyes. These were not tears of rejection, but rather tears of disappointment for all the plans he had envisioned, only to be met with a harsh reality that felt like a slap in the face. He had hoped to rewrite their future, yet found himself faltering at the very first step. Did this mean that in 8 years, Chun Kai would still perish on that cruise ship, forcing him to endure the twin torments of loneliness and heartache once more? Yongmu felt a surge of unwillingness, a fierce determination. Chun Kai, observing his despondent demeanor, attempted to lighten the mood, pouting slightly as she said, All right, Yongmu, we're still good friends, right? Perhaps he had come to a realization, for he suddenly turned to face her, his eyes locked onto hers. Kaier, can you grant me another chance? Another chance? What do you mean? Chun Kai asked, confused. Yet immediately comprehending, she added with resignation, All right, Yongmu, isn't it better if we remain the best of friends? Yongmu shook his head resolutely, asserting, Kaier, give me another chance to pursue you. His words were direct, his gaze unwavering, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Chun Kai found herself momentarily at a loss for a counterargument. Just once more, grant me this opportunity. If you refuse me again, then we shall merely remain the best of friends, he reluctantly added. Looking into his earnest eyes, Chun Kai felt her resolve waver. She didn't entirely oppose the boy before her. To her, he shone brilliantly. Yet, she pondered whether accepting him might hinder his bright future. Was she truly willing to deny him a chance? Or perhaps, grant herself one? Lost in thought, she lowered her head, unsure of how to respond. Observing her hesitation, Yongmu felt a knot tighten in his throat, yearning to hear a different response from her. After a moment, she finally spoke softly, Very well. I will give you this opportunity. Yongmu's eyes widened in disbelief. But, there are conditions, she added, as Yongmu's brows furrowed in concern. What conditions? He inquired. Looking earnestly at him, she replied, You must promise me that next time you wish to seize this opportunity, you must have achieved something significant. Upon hearing her words, Yongmu felt a weight lift from his chest, a spark of hope igniting in his eyes as he grasped her shoulders. So, if I accomplish something Kaier, will you agree to this? Chun Kai, witnessing his excitement, remained silent, her expression suggesting acquiescence. As long as there was a deviation from the original path, there remained the potential for more. Yongmu's heart blossomed with renewed joy, washing away his earlier despondency. In that moment, he wished to embrace Chun Kai and shout with joy. Yet, he contained himself, wearing a radiant smile as he gazed at her. Chen Kai responded with a smile of her own, her small tiger teeth glimmering, adding a touch of beauty to the night in Hailon City. For young Mu, today had transformed into a day entirely unlike any other. Chapter 27. Blueprints. Upon hearing Chen Kai's response, Yang Mu's mood improved slightly, and he assisted her in tidying up the remnants left on the rooftop. Ah, living alone. Remember to lock the door, he said, standing beneath the apartment building and gazing at Chen Kai. Got it. Hero Mu, hurry back. If you don't, it will be too late, Chen Kai urged with a smile. I won't be keeping you here for the night. Yang Mu pressed his lips together and took a few more careful glances at Chen Kai. I will visit you often, he said reluctantly, before leaving the apartment at her persistent urging, making his way home alone. Chen Kai stood at the entrance, watching Yang Mu vanish around the corner, her smile gradually fading into a hint of melancholy. She turned away, carrying the large teddy bear he had given her, and ascended the stairs to her room. That night, Chen Kai dreamt of them holding hands and stepping into the sacred realm of marriage, living blissfully together. On Sunday morning, Yang Mu rose early as usual, engaging in some exercise around the community before returning home for breakfast. He had suggested to his mother that they could occasionally buy breakfast outside in the mornings, allowing her to enjoy a leisurely sleep in, but this proposal was swiftly dismissed. Ever since she became a homemaker, she had rarely allowed Yang Mu to eat breakfast outside, and even after he joined the military, his mother continued her decades-long routine of preparing breakfast for the family. In the morning, Yang Mu remained in his room, working on assignments and reviewing subjects he had not touched in a while. Today was May 6th, and only a month remained until the college entrance examination. He was determined to make the necessary preparations. In the afternoon, after completing his assignments, Yang Mu locked himself in the storage room of the backyard, armed with worn-out parts he had brought back from the repair shop after lunch, continuing his grand endeavor of restoring the annihilation device. Ever since he discovered that the annihilation machine exhibited a few different functionalities 2 nights ago, he had been keen to uncover more unique aspects. Yang Mu always felt that the peculiarities he observed were merely the tip of the iceberg. There might be even more undiscovered features within. Although this mech had been with him for 5 or 6 years, he could once confidently claim to know every component intimately. However, since that night, he had begun to regard this familiar yet strange companion with a newfound seriousness. The extraordinary functionalities filled him with wonder while simultaneously deepening his curiosity. Yang Mu first placed some parts on the mech's back armor, allowing it to gradually absorb and repair itself, while simultaneously testing other components to see if they would exhibit similar behavior. However, the results were disappointing. Despite extensive attempts, the other areas of the mech remained unchanged, with the old parts showing no signs of integration. Initially, he suspected a material issue and tried various materials, but to no avail. The other sections of the mech exhibited no alterations. Yang Mu had no choice but to concede. It appeared that the armor could only absorb materials for repair when damaged, without any autonomous absorption capabilities otherwise. With this preliminary conclusion reached, Yang Mu placed all the parts he had gathered onto the mech's back armor, allowing it to absorb them on its own. After consuming such materials, the mech's back repaired approximately 1/3 of the damaged area, which pleased Yang Mu immensely. Yet, he intended to further test other parts of the mech. He opened the cockpit and stepped into the cylindrical driving chamber once more, following the same procedure as before. The green lines within the omnidirectional fixed ring reappeared, wrapping around him and ultimately converging in his eye sockets, granting him the same visual experience as before. Yang Mu momentarily reveled in this perspective, which he temporarily dubbed mech vision. After a brief sensation of the mech's operational fluidity, he paused. This time, he did not wish to continue testing its agility, but rather to explore any additional, undiscovered features within the mech. At that moment, Yang Mu resembled a child with a new toy, eagerly exploring the various internal components. During this exploration, he made an intriguing discovery. The green lines were entirely controlled by his thoughts. When he wished to exit the mech vision, the lines retracted from his eyes, seamlessly switching his view back to the cockpit's interior. As he marveled at this remarkable functionality, his interest in the mech intensified. After thoroughly examining the cockpit, he found nothing unusual. It was then that he noticed the folding screen before him and reached out to interact with the flexible fiber-assisted display within the mech. Although the Annihilation Mech was one of PAJR Industries' finest creations, its inherent need for secrecy meant it lacked advanced intelligent assistance programs. Only basic command and action assistance protocols were available, with all other operations requiring manual input from the pilot. Yang Mu's fingers danced across the display, sifting through its contents. He encountered manuals detailing mech combat techniques, battlefield repair procedures, temporary weapon replacement operations, and self-destruct protocols. As he scrolled down, he finally discovered something peculiar in the mech's database. In the middle of the storage section, an additional file seemed to have appeared. Uncertain whether he was mistaken, he nonetheless clicked on it without hesitation. After repeatedly opening several folders, he stumbled upon something unusual. Within the innermost folder, the contents were entirely composed of images. Curious, Youngmu attempted to open one. The image did not enlarge, but the system promptly emitted a radiant light, scanning his eyes once more. Just as he began to feel puzzled, the system announced, "Iris scan successful, image expanding." In the next moment, Youngmu's expression shifted to one of astonishment, his gaze becoming somewhat dazed. The flexible screen projected a three-dimensional image within the cockpit, revealing a virtual model resembling a starship. Youngmu focused intently on this virtual model, hoping to discern its type. However, after scrutinizing it for a while, he realized he had never seen this particular starship before. While this massive ship model bore some resemblance to Par's most advanced Huangdi-class interstellar mothership, its bow and stern designs were entirely different. The Huangdi-class interstellar mothership was a super battleship even larger than the Yindi class. Before Youngmu's rebirth, the Huangdi class was the pinnacle of Par's naval technology. Yet only 5 had been constructed, all helmed by the most seasoned captains, while the young Youngmu lacked the qualifications to command. Having never encountered a pig, one could at least have seen a pig run, right? Youngmu, while envious, had meticulously studied the basic data released by the military network regarding the Huangdi-class warship. The Huangdi-class warship is a quintessential assault-type battle carrier, featuring 2 antimatter cannons on its bow and a neatly arranged array of 18 ultra-powerful engines in 2 rows at the stern, serving as the propulsion system for the starship. However, the model before me, while resembling the Huangdi class in the midsection, lacks the traces of cannons at the bow. Instead, it showcases a dual-layer mechanism design. The upper layer is a lift platform, while the lower layer functions as an extension platform, seemingly repurposed as a deployment platform for spacecraft or mechs. At the stern, rather than the 2 rows of 18 engines, there are 2 independent engine components, each equipped with 4 larger caliber engines. This indicates that the primary function of the star carrier before me is to serve as a deployment platform for aircraft and mechs. Yet, as Youngmu is aware, such a design had long been obsolete in the interstellar era. The reason is simple. Interstellar warfare primarily involves long-range bombardments and rapid incursions following jumps to close proximity. This mode of operation necessitates that each starship possesses ample combat and defensive capabilities. Deployment platforms can be integrated to top larger starships. However, this singular deployment platform inherently possesses low defensive strength, unable to withstand the enemy's cannon fire. Even with ship escorts, it would merely become a burden, failing to provide any substantial assistance. The veracity of this has been confirmed in interstellar conflicts, prompting nations to revisit a path that combines starship firepower with deployment platforms, thereby maximizing battlefield advantages while enhancing the survival capabilities of the starships. Youngmu attempted to enlarge the starship model before him, only to be astonished to discover that he could clearly perceive the internal structure of the starship model. It was, in fact, an extraordinarily detailed 3-dimensional design blueprint. Yet he distinctly remembered that his mech had never possessed anything akin to this. Such an object should not have manifested on Youngmu's mech. This implies that this blueprint was also an extraneous product of annihilation. The hand of God has once again wrought change. Youngmu remained captivated by the astonishment of the starship blueprint's origin. Suddenly, he was interrupted by the notification from his smartwatch. Incoming call from Fatty. Incoming call from Fatty. Just as Youngmu intended to open the second image, the voice of his smartwatch shattered his reverie. He lowered his head and accepted the call. "What's up, Rat?" he inquired. On the other end, it was not Jia Hao's voice, but the cold tone of Yu Wenxiao. Chapter 28. The agony upon recognizing that the voice on the other end of the line did not belong to Jia Hao. Youngmu furrowed his brow. Why was Yu Wenxiao calling him using Jia Hao's phone? Where was Jia Hao? Youngmu immediately inquired. "I need to speak with him." Standing in the cockpit of the mech, Youngmu was apprehensive, fearing that something had happened to Jia Hao, as it was peculiar for Yu Wenxiao to reach out this way. However, Yu Wenxiao did not address Youngmu's concern directly and instead remarked, "I underestimated you. I never expected you to have a solution." This only deepened Youngmu's confusion, leaving him uncertain of Yu Wenxiao's intent. "I was referring to the matter concerning the Qinggui gang," Yu Wenxiao clarified. It was then that Youngmu grasped the true purpose of the call. Yet he remained puzzled as to how Jia Hao's watch had ended up in Yu Wenxiao's possession, and he was still anxious about Jia Hao's current state. Did you not promise me that you would refrain from involving yourself in this matter? And what of Jia Hao's condition? Yang Mu's tone turned serious, icy with concern. There was silence on the line, but soon, Jia Hao's voice broke through. Hello? Upon hearing Jia Hao's voice, Yang Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Hey. Mu Shuai, it's me. I'm fine, Jia Hao replied, his tone somewhat irritable, which eased Yang Mu's tension. This guy came to my place and insisted I call you. When I didn't, he just grabbed the phone himself. I couldn't overpower him. Jia Hao's voice was laced with annoyance. Hey, what are you doing with my watch? The line fell silent again, and after a pause, Yu Wenxiao spoke once more. I have not disrupted your plans. I merely wish to ask you a question. Now that Yang Mu knew Jia Hao was unharmed and that Yu Wenxiao had not resorted to any underhanded tactics, he relaxed slightly and responded, What question? Yu Wenxiao appeared to hesitate for a moment before asking. It seems the police or military are preparing to strike against the Qingyue gang tonight. Are you not curious to witness it? Yang Mu's face flickered with puzzlement once more. Why would he need to observe the operation? Was he merely a bystander? Contemplating disconnecting the call, he was caught off guard when Yu Wenxiao added, I thought you might want to take matters into your own hands and confront the one who drove your friend's family away. Yang Mu raised an eyebrow. I lack the inclination. Even if I went, it would change nothing, he replied nonchalantly, though a stirring within him suggested otherwise. As a city named after a star, Hailan City always boasted the most vibrant nightlife on the planet, even during the early evening as lights began to twinkle. The vast metropolis glimmered with the splendor of human achievement. Yet tonight, the atmosphere in the Pombalan district of Hailan City's XE area was eerily silent. In stark contrast to the surrounding areas still bustling with activity, the oppressive ambience here was suffocating. Longtime residents had likely noticed that since the previous morning, unfamiliar faces had been roaming the streets. Despite their attempts to blend in, the uniformity of their youthful male demeanor revealed their true nature. Among those who discerned the facade was Dong Kuan. Since the previous morning, he had sensed something amiss. The streets were filled with strangers, causing the cunning fox to feel a twinge of unease. Now, in the bar's lounge, Dong Kuan sat upon a sofa, chain-smoking, oblivious to the ash accumulating at his feet. As the leader of the Qingyue gang and the bar's owner, Dong Kuan had once thrived in the XE area, but now found himself ensnared in an unprecedented predicament. He and his gang were confined to this block, and any main members who attempted to leave were swiftly incapacitated and returned to the bar's entrance. The once inviting establishment now stood with its doors firmly shut, while the gang's underlings gathered inside, casting anxious glances at Dong Kuan. Brother, we can't wait any longer. A rough voice suddenly broke the tense silence. A lean young man, clad in a floral shirt and adorned with earrings, entered the bar, his anxious gaze fixated on Dong Kuan. I doubt Bloodskull will come to our rescue. If we remain here any longer, we shall be sitting ducks. This young man was Dong Kuan's younger brother, Dong Peng. Had Victor been present, he would have instantly recognized him as the one who had unfortunately taken a worker's life at his construction site. Dong Kuan glanced at his brother before returning his gaze to the ground, continuing to smoke in silence. His mind raced with potential strategies. Since the previous morning's suspicious events, Dong Peng had dispatched underlings to seek assistance, yet no word had arrived. The gang's leaders were being incapacitated and returned, while those sent out seemed to vanish without a trace. Moreover, Bloodskull's members had also disappeared, and Dong Kuan, with years of street wisdom, understood the underlying reasons. The outside world was using his people as bait, hoping to leverage them to locate the Bloodskull Brotherhood. Bloodskull was his only lifeline, even if he had no idea where that lifeline might be found. Dong Kuan felt a pang of regret regarding his dealings with Bloodskull, lamenting the transaction that had led him to this dire situation. Months prior, an individual had approached him, claiming to offer a way out for the Qingyue gang, which had been ostracized by surrounding factions. Desperate, he had acquiesced to their terms. Subsequently, the individual had sent numerous second- and third-rate members to infiltrate the gang, revealing their notorious identity as the Bloodskull Brotherhood. At that point, the gang had already been largely commandeered, leaving Dong Kuan as a mere figurehead. After his brother's unfortunate incident had exposed Bloodskull, Dong Kuan had surrendered everything he owned to ensure that his brother remained unharmed. Yet, despite his apparent leadership, many had been swayed and tempted, and Dong Kuan surmised that few in the bar still heeded his command. His mind was a blank slate, devoid of direction. Seeing his brother's impatience, Dong Ping stepped forward, extinguishing the cigarette in Dong Kuan's hand. Brother, Look at the time. The brothers are waiting for your response. Dong Kuan glared at his brother, fury igniting within him as he stood and struck Dong Peng across the face. Staggered, Dong Peng was caught by a nearby underling, staring in disbelief at his brother's sudden aggression. Brother, you. The surrounding underlings looked on, bewildered by their leader's inexplicable outburst. Look at the current situation. This is all you're doing. Dong Kuan bellowed at Dong Peng. If it weren't for you, would we be facing so many troubles outside? Those out there are not merely the local police. They are waiting to claim both your life and mine. Dong Kuan certainly would not be foolish enough to believe that the individuals outside were merely there to apprehend his younger brother. The previous incident where Dong Peng had killed a man had also revealed the existence of the blood skeletons. What are the blood skeletons? They are the arch-enemies of the Azure Star Army, a mortal foe. Now, he and his companions were effectively walking into the line of fire. This was an inescapable demise. The people outside were the evidence, and he, along with everyone else, would perish beneath the guns of the Azure Star Army. And all of this could not be divorced from the reckless and audacious actions of his brother. The Qing Gui gang, which he had painstakingly built up over the years, was on the brink of destruction. It was all due to his earlier folly. How could this be blamed on me? Was it not you who sought collaboration with the blood skeletons? Dong Peng, unwilling to back down, spat defiantly and clashed verbally with his brother. The two siblings stood in opposition, neither willing to yield. You! Damn it! Dong Kuan exclaimed, pointing at Dong Peng, his frustration boiling over as he stamped his foot and kicked over the nearby coffee table. Turning away, Dong Kuan gazed out the window, filled with trepidation. It appeared that today would indeed culminate in mutual destruction. At that moment, the back door of the bar creaked open, and a man wearing a flat cap stepped inside. The patrons of the bar turned their heads in unison, some displaying expressions of delight. Oh dear, why the need for such a commotion between brothers? The man said with a mocking tone, slowly lifting his head to reveal a face adorned with a tattoo of a black skull. Chapter 29 came upon hearing that somewhat sinister voice. Dong Kuan abruptly turned around, a mixture of surprise and anger etched across his face. Cam, the man before him, adorned with a skull tattoo, was none other than the self-proclaimed member of the Blood Skull Brotherhood, the very individual who had led his Qing Gui gang into the abyss. After searching for them for so long, the moment had finally come for this man to reveal himself. Cam, you finally deigned to show yourself? Dong Peng's expression was icy as he glared at the curly-haired, tattooed man, his teeth clenched in frustration. Cam, the curly-haired man, paid no heed to the palpable tension, casually sauntering over to a nearby sofa where he sat down, nonchalantly picking at his teeth with his pinky nail, flicking his fingers, and surveying the bar with a dismissive gaze. TSK, 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 look at you all, so despondent. It's quite unbecoming. Cam continued to mock, completely disregarding the simmering fury of Dong Kuan and Dong Peng beside him. Damn it. At that moment, Dong Peng could no longer contain himself. Despite his smaller stature, his temper was notoriously explosive. Witnessing Cam's relaxed demeanor only fueled his anger. He swiftly drew his Gauss pistol from his waist, disengaged the safety, and aimed it at Cam lounging on the sofa. Yet Cam remained unfazed, merely casting a calm glance at the furious Dong Peng before shifting his gaze to Dong Kuan, who stood by the window. Dong Kuan, of course, noticed his brother's actions, but chose not to intervene or mediate. In the past, he would have submitted to Cam out of loyalty to his brother and the gang, but now, a resolution had formed in Dong Kuan's mind. If they could miraculously escape this predicament, he resolved to leave the new star domain with Dong Peng, seeking refuge in any star domain far removed from the Blood Skull. With that thought, Dong Kuan's gaze returned to Cam on the sofa. Cam, you better have a plan, or else. His expression darkened, and Dong Peng turned to his brother, realizing that when such a look appeared, it often meant that Dong Kuan was contemplating violence. The man before them had truly provoked Dong Kuan's wrath. Ha 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 ha. Just as the atmosphere in the bar thickened with tension, Cam erupted into loud laughter, his boisterous mirth grating on Dong Peng's nerves. All eyes turned to the man on the sofa, bewildered by his unabashed laughter. However, in the next moment, Cam's laughter faded. His sinister gaze fixated on the gun pointed at him by Dong Peng, and he waved his hand sharply. Startled by Cam's sudden movement, Dong Peng instinctively withdrew his hand, only to witness his prized gold-plated pistol shatter into two smooth halves. He instinctively took several steps back. Cam, still seated on the sofa, toyed with a small knife glinting with a silvery sheen, a devilish smile directed at Dong Kuan standing by the window. What now? Are you planning to kill me? Cam's piercing eyes bore into Dong Kuan, his smile growing more defiant. Do you believe I could eliminate you all in an instant, without requiring the assistance of the guards outside? At that moment, Dong Kuan fell silent, casting a sidelong glance at Cam before averting his gaze. Observing Dong Kuan's silence, Cam reveled in his triumph, turning to survey the varied expressions of the gang members in the bar. "Do not be afraid," he proclaimed, twirling the knife as he leisurely strolled to the center of the bar. "I know many of you are worried about your lives here. However, as the saying goes, death is an inevitable destiny." Cam came to a halt, his thumb idly stroking the blade, a wicked smile gracing his lips. "But I assure you, none of you will perish today." He surveyed everyone present, raising his voice. "For I have brought 10 heavy exoskeletons, 10 iron bulls, 10 formidable weapons designed for war." The moment those words left Cam's lips, a wave of energy surged through the crowd, their spirits lifted. While the gang had a few makeshift exoskeletons, Cam was offering them 10 military-grade ones. Undoubtedly, hope ignited within the hearts of all present. Cam watched as the crowd buzzed with excitement, then kicked open the back door of the bar, revealing 10 exoskeletons concealed beneath tarpaulins in the yard. Instantly, the once anxious crowd found reassurance. "Now, I need 10 brave souls to don these battle suits and join me in carving a path for our brothers." Cam shed his earlier sinister demeanor, his face now resolute, his fist raised high as he fervently rallied the people. The bar fell into silence, everyone exchanging glances, yet no one stepped forward. Seeing the lack of volunteers, Cam spoke up again. "I promise those who participate will be welcomed as members of the Blood Skull Brotherhood after this ordeal." This declaration sparked interest among some. "All right, I will." The first to respond was, surprisingly, Dong Peng, who had moments ago aimed his gun at Cam. Under his lead, others began to join in, and soon, the atmosphere in the bar transformed, the morale soaring as they felt victory within reach. Next came the plan for their breakout. Cam seized the moment to outline the escape strategy, further boosting the confidence of those present. "So let us share a few drinks before we obliterate those dogs outside." "Yes." Cheers erupted in the bar, the spirits high. However, standing by the window, Dong Kuan observed everything with a sense of desolation. Was the situation truly as simple as Cam made it sound? While everyone reveled in the grand vision Cam had painted, Dong Kuan caught sight of the sly grin on Cam's face. Yet, even if Cam harbored ulterior motives, what could he do? His subordinates, upon hearing the news, did not first consider their leader's feelings, but responded directly to Cam's call. It seemed he had become a superfluous figure in their eyes. Dong Kuan's heart had grown cold. The last remnants of his feelings for the Qingguo gang gradually eroded. However, he chose to remain silent, for he still needed them to escape. As for his overly zealous brother, he merely had to keep a close watch and pull him back at a crucial moment. Sighing, Dong Kuan returned to the sofa, lit another cigarette, and, in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere around him, sat in solitude, his head bowed as he silently smoked. "Boss, hold the scallions." In the Ojai district, a few blocks away from the Pangbolan district, Yangmu sat down with a bowl of duck blood vermicelli he had just purchased from a vendor. As he slurped the noodles, his eyes discreetly observed a group of men gathered not far away, engaged in fervent discussion. It seemed this place had indeed been secured by the authorities, evidenced by the people before him. Yet, he remained uncertain whether they were police or military personnel. Yangmu's presence here was not solely due to Yu Wenxiao's final words. Witnessing the demise of the Qingguo gang may sound exhilarating. However, for Yangmu, the sense of victory seems rather mundane, as the situation appears to be firmly established. Yet, there exists a deeper motivation within him, the hope of encountering members of the Blood Skull Brotherhood. Yangmu is convinced that the Blood Skull would not be so foolish as to remain in the same location after revealing themselves. Just as a cunning rabbit has multiple burrows, so too does the Blood Skull possess alternative hideouts. Undoubtedly, the military has taken such possibilities into account. Yet Yangmu cannot suppress his curiosity. It is said that one should not fear 1,000 dangers, but rather the singular unexpected threat. As it stands, it seems that the net will be drawn by tonight at the latest. As darkness envelopes the sky, the adjacent Pangbolan district is likely to be bustling with activity. Yangmu lifted a cup to his lips, savoring a sip of water before resuming his consumption of the duck blood vermicelli before him. Chapter 30. Actions under the night. With a rustle, a man clad in a shirt entered a room in a corner apartment, carrying a large bag of takeout, and casually closed the door behind him. Inside the room, however, a different scene unfolded. The spacious area was furnished with rows of tables and chairs, while a floating projector cast numerous surveillance angles onto a screen, some from merchants, others set by snipers, and even footage captured by drones. Clearly, This was a makeshift command center, currently focused on the bar located at number 49 Pangolin Street. In a corner of the room, a burly man in a tank top sat face-to-face with a young officer dressed in PAJR military attire, seemingly engaged in a conversation. "Commander Su, surely you do not think I was speaking without basis?" the burly man in the tank top remarked, handing over a report to the officer in uniform with a hint of amusement. This man, known as Zhong Liang, served as the bodyguard to Yin Shenfu. The young officer, sporting a crew cut, received the report from Zhong Liang, thoroughly examining its contents and nodding in acknowledgement. "Colonel Zhang, it appears we have indeed uncovered some information regarding the Blood Skull." Commander Su's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. "Haha, as long as the information is accurate. We haven't wasted resources on the investigation. With your Mech Brigade's involvement, this extermination mission should be considerably simpler." Zhong Liang laughed heartily, praising the young officer, who, despite his youth, had already risen to the rank of commander. This officer, Su Huang, led the 1st Mech Brigade of Halon Star, the same brigade once commanded by Yang Mu's father. The current collaboration with the police stemmed from Yin Shenfu's request and the accumulation of various intelligence reports, which ultimately prompted the military to order Su Huang to stand by with his brigade. However, this joint operation with the police was not overtly acknowledged. It was presented merely as a police action, as Su Huang's Mech Brigade was stationed a kilometer away, ready for immediate deployment. At a moment's notice, the elite mech pilots of Halon Star would swiftly mobilize their advanced mechs to eliminate any threats. Though we have tracked their movements, we must remain vigilant. Our adversary is the Blood Skull Brotherhood, a formidable foe that has eluded our grasp for years. They will not be easily eradicated. We have yet to encounter any documented members of the Blood Skull in our database, so we must not act recklessly, Su Huang stated with a grave demeanor, his youthful face reflecting a seriousness that belied his age. It was no wonder he had attained command of an elite mech brigade before turning 30. Zhong Liang, observing the earnestness of the young commander, shared a mutual respect for his words, appreciating the dedication of this young man. As the overall commander of the operation, it was Su Huang who would lead, and Zhong Liang, despite holding a slightly higher rank, chose not to interfere unduly, as his primary role was simply to relay messages from Yin Shenfu. "Very well, I have no time to meddle in your operations. I shall leave this matter in your capable hands," Zhong Liang said, rising to his feet. He shook Su Huang's hand and exchanged greetings with the other officers in the room before departing. In truth, Yin Shenfu had summoned Zhong Liang to verify the claims made by a young lad, and it seemed the boy's assertions had proven accurate. Initially indifferent and even dismissive of Yang Mu, Zhong Liang now found himself intrigued by the young high schooler's insights. How could a mere student possess such knowledge? As the clock struck 10, the night had fully descended upon the streets of Pangolin, rendering them eerily vacant. Even the stray cats had quietly retreated, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with tension. Inside the bar at number 49, the eyes of all present widened in anticipation. In the center of the bar stood 10 individuals clad in nearly 3-meter-tall exoskeletons, fully armed. Cam sat casually at the bar, twirling a knife with a perpetual grin on his face. "Cam, it's time to move, I assenti it," remarked Dong Peng, who was similarly outfitted in exoskeleton armor, glancing at Cam and Dong Kuan, both seated in silence. In Dong Peng's mind, lingering in one place for even a moment longer increased their peril, thus, hastening their departure was essential for the safety of all. Upon hearing Dong Peng's words, Dong Kuan took a final drag from his cigarette, exhaling the last wisp of smoke before extinguishing the butt on the side of the overturned coffee table. At this moment, Cam rose, sheathing his knife, his smile fading as he stated, "Let us commence, my great leader. Would you care to say a few words?" Dong Kuan, however, waved his hand dismissively, ignoring Cam's suggestion, and instead approached the corner equipment rack to don a mech suit he had long cherished. While some low-performance mechs had been made available for commercial and entertainment purposes, each was registered. Dong Kuan's suit had been privately crafted at considerable expense, serving as a trump card. Now was the moment to unveil this ace. The henchmen in the bar perked up, each seizing their weapons and disengaging the safeties, filling the room with the ominous sound of firearms being readied. The 10 individuals in heavy exoskeletons conducted final checks on their gear, turning their gazes toward Cam. "Everyone should be clear on the plan, right? I'll reiterate. After we exit through the backyard with the 10 heavy exoskeletons, we head north towards Millen Street. The rest will follow your leader westward. Finally, we regroup at the Spring Creek gas station in the west. Do we all understand?" Nods of affirmation echoed throughout the room, and Cam, satisfied, drew his weapon, leading the way as he opened the door and stepped outside. The 10 exoskeletons trailed Cam into the backyard, heading east, while moments later, dozens of armed members of the Chingue gang exited, moving westward. Dong Kuan maneuvered his mech, bringing up the rear of the group. He glanced back, noting the absence of Cam and the others at the street's end, instructing his men to proceed to their destination while he retraced his steps. Before he had taken more than a few strides, gunfire erupted from the east, illuminating the rooftops with several glaring searchlights, casting an even brighter glow over the dimly lit street. The lively night had begun. Chapter 31. Annihilation. As a burst of tracer rounds streaked across the night, sparking against Dong Peng's iron bull-heavy exoskeleton, he realized that they had encountered the police. Almost instantaneously, the rooftops around them blazed with blinding lights, illuminating Dong Peng and his crew. Approximately 200 meters away, 2 lines of police had established a temporary perimeter, poised to unleash a barrage upon Dong Peng's group. Having just turned a corner, their position was fully exposed to the enemy's fire, leaving them with no cover and no retreat. In a moment of desperation, Dong Peng smashed through the door of a nearby building, rushing inside, only to discover it was vacant. The police had already evacuated the residence before launching their offensive. Commanding his men to enter the building, Dong Peng scanned the crowd, hoping to catch Cam's next command, only to find that Cam was no longer present among them. Everyone in. Where is Cam? Dong Peng stood at the window, retaliating with the machine gun mounted on his Iron Bull exoskeleton while inquiring about Cam's whereabouts from his subordinates. Everyone turned their heads to look, only to realize that Cam, who had just led them forward, had vanished without a trace. Boom. Just as the group exchanged anxious glances, a henchman at the door, who had not yet entered the room and was operating an exoskeleton, was tragically struck in the chest by a ricochet from a police bullet fired from around the corner, collapsing to the ground. The exoskeleton crashed into a nearby streetlight, sending an electrical surge that detonated its high-energy battery, resulting in a tremendous explosion that lit up the sky. Brother Peng, Cam is missing. What should we do now? A bald henchman nervously asked Dong Peng, while several others turned to him, awaiting his decision. Faced with this unexpected situation, Dong Peng felt a flicker of panic but forced himself to regain composure. Hold on, everyone. Our mission was to draw fire and allow our brothers to escape. If we can hold out a little longer, we can make it out. Everyone, stay strong, he shouted to those in the room. However, it was evident that the crowd was already in disarray. Initially, they had been willing to act as bait, hoping to join the Bloodskull Brotherhood upon their escape. But now, Cam, who had promised to lead them out, had vanished. The individuals before him were merely a ragtag group, lacking the training of seasoned soldiers. They had only summoned enough courage to come this far out of brotherly loyalty. Anxiety washed over everyone's faces. Despite taking cover and firing, some were trembling in fear, unable to control their exoskeletons. Dong Peng observed this disarray, his anger boiling within him. These individuals, who could boast endlessly over drinks, were now cowering like cowards. What a useless bunch. Rage surged through him, yet he refrained from venting it on his men, instead unleashing fury through the dual machine guns mounted on his exoskeleton, roaring as he attacked the distant police barricade. Perhaps inspired by Dong Peng's fervor, the nearby thugs steadied themselves, joining in with fervent shouts as they unleashed their firepower toward the enemy. For a time, the two sides engaged in a fierce exchange. However, Dong Peng soon sensed something amiss. The police fire was lacking in heavy weaponry, and the number of police mechs was surprisingly low. Despite their 9-person team attacking relentlessly, they had failed to suppress the opposition. Moreover, it appeared that the police were retreating. Just as Dong Peng pondered this, the gunfire from the opposing side abruptly ceased, and the searchlights dimmed, plunging the surroundings back into darkness, save for the faint glow of the exoskeleton's control panel. Ceasefire, Dong Peng called out loudly. The gunfire in the room gradually subsided, and his subordinates looked at him in confusion. Brother Peng, what's happening? Something feels off. I can't shake this uneasy feeling. When did the police become so weak? Dong Peng furrowed his brow, preparing to maneuver his exoskeleton outside for a better look. His instincts were correct. Throughout this skirmish, not a single police mech or standard exoskeleton had appeared. The opposition was relying solely on makeshift positions and their firearms to engage Dong Peng and his team. Just as he attempted to peer outside, the distant roar of engines grew louder, approaching rapidly before abruptly falling silent. Brother Peng, what is that? The bald henchman trembled, scanning the outside world with wide eyes. Dong Peng remained silent, his gaze fixed outside. A palpable fear began to permeate the anxious crowd. Suddenly, the previously extinguished searchlights ignited once more, illuminating the corner where Dong Peng and his men stood. Eyes widened and mouths agape, they beheld the scene outside. At the end of the empty street, 5 towering figures emerged under the spotlight. 5 mechs, approximately 8 meters tall, sleek and glistening in metallic black. The flashing signal lights atop the mechs and the menacing kinetic rifles they wielded sent chills down Dong Peng's spine, rendering him utterly rigid. The cold crow. The military has arrived. Dong Peng recognized the mechs nearby, and his heart plummeted. The military's mechs. Others, not oblivious to the situation, also recognized the military origin of the mechs and gasped in alarm. But it was too late. The 5 mechs had locked onto their targets the moment the lights flared, unleashing a torrent of fire as they advanced toward Dong Peng and his crew. Quickly retaliate, Dong Peng shouted, his eyes wide with fury. The exoskeletons erupted with gunfire as his men gave their all in return. Yet, all was in vain. The towering mechs seemed to disregard the machine gun fire. With the foremost mech activating its force field shield, blocking all incoming fire from Dong Peng's side as they closed in. Run. Get out of here. Scatter. Faced with this dire situation, Dong Peng saw no alternative but to issue his final command for everyone to flee. They had already delayed for over 10 minutes. His brother should have escaped by now. Resolutely, Dong Peng pivoted his exoskeleton and leaped from a nearby large window, aiming to abandon the battlefield. Instantly, the 9 men scattered like birds. However, the mech squad had already arrived. In an instant, the 8-meter-tall mechs fired upon the 3-meter-tall exoskeletons, slicing through them as easily as cutting vegetables, swiftly reducing several stationary exoskeletons to mere halves. The advantage had shifted entirely to the military's mechs, and the members of the Qinggui gang were left to flee in disarray. Dong Peng, too, found himself cornered as one mech had locked onto him. The Iron Bull exoskeleton was heavy and slow, forcing Dong Peng to rely on the low eaves of the street corners to evade attacks. But when another mech appeared directly in front of him, he realized his fate was sealed. Desperately, Dong Peng unleashed a furious barrage from his exoskeleton. But soon the bullets ran out, leaving him in a deafening silence. A dead end. A complete dead end. Panic flooded Dong Peng's face as he never anticipated that under the onslaught of the enemy mechs, his group would crumble so swiftly, akin to a pack of frightened dogs. Utterly routed in an instant. The combat prowess of the mechs was terrifying. Dong Peng himself was on the verge of despair. The 2 military mechs had pinpointed Dong Peng's position, their enormous gun barrels aimed directly at him, seemingly unwilling to leave any survivors. With a heavy heart, Dong Peng closed his eyes, bracing himself for death. Gunfire erupted, but he felt no pain. Opening his eyes, Dong Peng witnessed a battered, diminutive mech struggling to hold back the military mech, granting him a miraculous reprieve. Brother. Dong Peng instantly recognized the dilapidated mech as one his elder brother had painstakingly acquired. To his astonishment, his brother had not fled but had returned to save him. Xiaopeng, go. Quickly. Dong Kuen's voice rang out from within the mech, as the military mech began to close in on him, drawing its long knife. Meanwhile, another Cold Crow mech opened fire, hastening toward Dong Kuen's position. A mech of unknown model and danger level has been discovered, prompting a request for the deployment of close combat weaponry. The military mech pilot immediately reported the situation to superiors, seeking permission to utilize a high-damage electric arc knife. Authorization was granted, but with strict instructions to minimize collateral damage to surrounding structures. Understood. Dong Kuen stood frozen, gazing at the mech he piloted. Xiaopeng, do you not comprehend my words? Move swiftly. Dong Kuen had clearly assessed the predicament. 2 highly advanced Crow mechs stood ready to engage his makeshift, substandard contraption. Initially, his intention was merely to return and rescue Dong Peng, but he had not anticipated the police's dual assault. Both the western and eastern contingents were simultaneously under attack. Furthermore, the military had also become embroiled in the conflict. It seemed they had truly encountered an insurmountable challenge. Brother, what about you? Dong Peng inquired anxiously. Do not concern yourself with me, flee. The farther, the better. Escape from Ocean Blue Star, hurry. Dong Kuen bellowed, maneuvering his armor to withstand a blow from the Crow mech's electric arc knife, which severed deeply into the right arm of his mech. Run. Dong Kuen shouted one last time, prompting Dong Peng to dismount from the exoskeleton and dash into a nearby building, sprinting frantically into the distance. Upon seeing Dong Peng's escape, Dong Kuen turned to face the Crow mechs and drew the long blade from his mech's waist, launching a fierce assault against the military mechs. Yet, a battered and inferior mech stood no chance against two top-tier military machines. It was a futile endeavor that would undoubtedly lead to his demise. At that moment, thunder rumbled overhead, heralding the first rain of May, as the gentle patter began to fall. In the Pangbolan district, on this rain-soaked night, a gang known as the Qinggui Gang would henceforth be no more. Chapter 32 traces the rain gradually intensified, pattering incessantly against various surfaces, creating a cacophony that was somewhat jarring. Su Huang, clad in a polished military uniform, stood beside the battered mech piloted by Dong Cohen, his expression unperturbed as he observed the scene. At this moment, the wretched mech lay in disarray around him, and Dong Cohen had already succumbed to the cold embrace of death. Receiving a report handed to him, Su Huang glanced over the contents, his tone laced with dissatisfaction as he spoke. "Is this all there is?" The individual beside him hesitantly nodded in affirmation. So, this operation yielded no capture of any Bloodskull Brotherhood members, merely a handful of insignificant thugs? The chief of the XC District Police Department standing next to Su Huang nodded as well, but then added earnestly, "However, it is not entirely without merit. At least these 10 iron bull armors indicate a connection to the Bloodskull." Yet Su Huang appeared oblivious to the explanation, brusquely tossing the report back. "Have you uncovered any leads on the Bloodskull? Any potential clandestine meeting locations?" The police chief caught the report, his expression shifting to one of discomfort as he lowered his gaze, unable to respond to the inquiry. This operation had garnered significant attention from both the High Blue Star Administrative Office and the military. The police chief bore a crucial responsibility. Yet he had failed to procure any substantial intelligence thus far. Su Huang, too, felt the weight of disappointment. Despite deploying 2 mech squads for a major operation in the urban area, they had only eradicated local gang members without apprehending a single Bloodskull Brotherhood operative. This indicated that the threat posed by the Bloodskull Brotherhood lurking within High Blue Star remained unresolved. The Iron Bull exoskeletons, of which the planet had never produced, being an early invention from the Central Star region, were nonetheless prevalent among the Bloodskull's arsenal due to their relative simplicity in manufacture and low material requirements. Su Huang had encountered these exoskeletons in previous skirmishes with the Brotherhood. Although they boasted limited protection, their expansive weapon mounts could accommodate various infantry weapons, capable of inflicting considerable damage. Fortunately, the Iron Bull exoskeletons today were only equipped with 2 standard machine guns. Had they been outfitted with explosives, the situation could have spiraled out of control, and the surrounding structures would not have enjoyed the protection they currently possessed. However, the presence of these Iron Bull exoskeletons on High Blue Star suggested that the Brotherhood might have established a covert factory capable of producing such weaponry or had managed to smuggle them past space customs. Clearly, the former option would require fewer resources and entail less risk. At the very least, Su Huang trusted that space customs would not be easily deceived. If this were indeed the case, it warranted serious consideration. Su Huang felt compelled to compile a report on this matter to submit to his superiors. Yet, today's operation had proven profoundly disappointing. He had expected to catch a few small fish, only to find himself with mere scales. With a soft sigh, Su Huang took his leave from the scene. By morning, the area would return to its former state, while the Qinggui Gang would merely feature as a footnote in the morning news. As the clock neared midnight, Yang Mu found himself still outside, not in the vicinity of the Pangbolan district, but rather at the bustling marketplace where Chen Kai resided. He stealthily trailed a figure not far ahead, maneuvering carefully and occasionally seeking refuge in dimly lit corners. Yang Mu lingered out late, driven by an unsettling instinct about the individual he was shadowing. Around 10 o'clock, after failing to approach the Pangbolan district, Yang Mu remained outside until he sensed movement within, but upon being noticed by several patrolling officers, he was forced to retreat. Initially, he had been cycling home, but as he waited at a traffic light on an empty road, a figure emerged from a nearby alley. The lack of pedestrians drew Yang Mu's attention. He cast a hasty glance, but thought little of it. Just then, the light turned green, and as he pedaled toward the man, a car sped past, illuminating the figure's face with its bright headlights. In that instant, Yang Mu recognized the man, who had deliberately lowered his hat. He bore tattoos on his face. At first, Yang Mu dismissed it, but a minute later, a realization struck him. He had encountered this tattooed man before in the alley during his initial meeting with Chen Kai. The two faces converged in his mind, and Yang Mu quickly stopped his bike to peer toward the alley from which the man had emerged. It appeared to lead toward the Pangbolan district. Just a few blocks away, Yang Mu felt a surge of alertness. He swiftly turned his bike around, racing toward the direction where the man had vanished. Although he was unsure of the man's affiliation with the Qinggui gang or the Blood Skull, Yang Mu sensed that this clandestine departure might indicate something amiss. Thus, he resolved to investigate further, better safe than sorry. His decision led him to trail the man at a distance, ultimately arriving at the bustling marketplace of High Blue City. As the man guided him here, Yang Mu's initial uncertainty transformed into firm conviction. This individual was undoubtedly linked to the Blood Skull Brotherhood. The marketplace served as an ideal hideout. Its chaotic environment was difficult for the government to control, making it a plausible refuge for the Brotherhood. Yang Mu followed cautiously. However, as he turned a corner, he sensed that the man had noticed his presence. He waited a moment before stealthily following him into a side alley. Yet, when Yang Mu peered around the corner, he found only darkness and silence, the man having vanished completely. It was now likely past midnight. The marketplace, lacking adequate public lighting and with the rain falling steadily, offered little incentive for further exploration. Disheartened, Yang Mu mentally noted the location, resigning himself to return home. In his heart, he believed this place held significant secrets, and given the man's recent exit from the Pangolin district, the likelihood of a connection to the Blood Skull increased. Resolute, Yang Mu committed this location to memory, determined to return in the coming days to probe further. With knowledge of the Blood Skull's existence, he felt compelled to pursue every lead without fail. Chapter 33. Yuan Hong. As Yang Mu departed from the marketplace, unbeknownst to him, Cam, who had been followed, entered a small two-story building not far from the corner. Inside the building, numerous individuals adorned in various styles and exhibiting fierce expressions congregated on the first floor, shrouding the room in a dense cloud of smoke. These individuals were members of the Blood Skull Brotherhood, recently transitioned from the Qinggui gang, numbering around 20 to 30. Surprisingly, rather than resting, they appeared invigorated, casting inquisitive glances at Cam as he entered. Cam merely gestured an OK sign and ascended the staircase to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, Cam exchanged greetings with two men in black suits stationed at the door before pushing the door open and stepping inside. It was already midnight. Yet a man sat upright on the sofa in the room, smoking and gazing out the window, lost in thought. Noticing Cam's entrance, the man inquired, "How did it go?" Everything went smoothly. The Qinggui gang's 10 Iron Bulls made quite a commotion. They won't easily abandon their investigation there. Cam replied respectfully, bowing slightly, his expression turning sinister. The military has also been mobilized. It seems Su Huang's team is involved. Oh? The man raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback. I didn't expect someone named Su to show up. I hope he doesn't notice any discrepancies. Cam smiled, responding, that shouldn't be a concern. They would never suspect that our true target is actually. However, his self-satisfied declaration was cut short by the man's raised hand. Keep it to yourself. Speaking could invite eavesdroppers. Yes, my apologies, boss. Cam quickly nodded in acquiescence. The man said nothing further, gesturing for Cam to exit. He then stood and approached the window, gazing at the bustling cityscape beyond, a glimmer of ambition flashing in his eyes as he murmured, I hope everything goes smoothly. Soon we will turn Hylon City upside down. Monday arrived, heralding the beginning of a new week. Hey boss, it's me, Duoluan. I'm now settled in Bianliang Star of the new Song Star domain. Dad plans to open a building materials store nearby, and I'm helping out, which has been quite exhausting. I've decided to forego my studies to ease some pressure on the family. By the way, have you seen your video on Tam? It has set the forum ablaze, and I've received countless friend requests from popular accounts lately. Anyway, I must go. Dad is calling me to work. Let us chat more next time, and remember to write back. Duolin's cheerful video, showcasing his bright smile, abruptly halted, leaving Yang Mu and Jia Hao feeling somewhat unsatisfied. This video had traversed tens of thousands of light years from Duoluan, and Yang Mu had only received it that morning, prompting him to invite Jia Hao to watch during their break. Seeing Duoluan was safe, Yang Mu felt a wave of relief. Although it seemed that Duoluan had spent a considerable sum to relocate, he no longer lived like a wealthy heir. However, as long as Duoluan and the others had not returned to their previous location, a fresh start was possible, perhaps even leading to better prospects. Mu Shuai, after our college entrance exams, shall we visit Duoluan? Jia Hao suggested, appearing somewhat melancholic, clearly missing their friend. Yang Mu nodded in agreement. Indeed, with the upcoming holiday, visiting Duoluan would be a worthwhile endeavor, especially since such opportunities might dwindle after entering university with Jia Hao. Hey, Mu Shuai, haven't you been playing games lately? The forum is buzzing with people searching for you, some even claiming you've gone missing, Jia Hao remarked as he prepared to return to his seat. Recalling Dwaluan's earlier words, Young Mu chuckled and shook his head. I don't have time for games right now. I'll wait until after the exams. Seeing Young Mu's resolute demeanor, Jia Hao refrained from pressing further. Just then, the class bell rang, prompting Jia Hao to return to his seat and resume his studies. After a day of intense classes, Yang Mu and Jia Hao packed their belongings, ready to head home. Suddenly, Yang Mu noticed something unusual. 2 investigative vehicles were parked beneath the administrative building, and he spotted a figure being escorted inside by several investigators. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Yu Wenqiu. Investigators were indeed present, and they had approached Yu Wenqiu directly. Could this be related to the Qing Gui gang? This thought flashed through Yang Mu's mind as he halted his steps, intently observing. Yu Wenqiu met Yang Mu's gaze for a brief moment before lowering his head and proceeding into the administrative building under the investigators' urging. Boss, isn't that Yu Wenqiu? Jia Hao exclaimed, having also spotted him, as he joined Yang Mu's side. Yang Mu furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he began walking toward the administrative building. What are you doing? Jia Hao called out, noticing Yang Mu's intent. I'm going to see what's going on, Yang Mu replied without looking back. Quickening his pace toward the administrative building. You should head back, don't follow me. Yang Mu felt certain that the investigators' inquiry into Yu Wenqiu would not bode well, nor did it concern him directly. Yet, he felt compelled to glean some information about the Blood Skull Brotherhood and perhaps share what he had learned the previous day with the investigators. With this resolve, Yang Mu ascended the stairs behind them, observing as they entered the second floor's academic affairs reception room. You scoundrel! How dare you engage in illicit activities behind my back? Yang Mu heard a middle-aged man's furious voice erupt from within the reception room, followed by several others attempting to mediate. Yang Mu cautiously approached, eager to overhear more. This young man, we investigators do not wish to impose upon you, but we have uncovered records of your connections with the Qing Gui gang. There are matters that may require your cooperation, a young investigator explained amiably to Yu Wenqiu, who stood nearby. The Qing Gui gang? Or are you seeking information about the Blood Skull Brotherhood? Before the officer could elaborate, Yu Wenqiu calmly interjected, disregarding the earlier reprimands from his father. Seated beside the investigators and school officials, a disheveled, gaunt man with unkempt hair and a stubbled face, Yu Wenhong, was sipping water under their consolation. Upon hearing Yu Wenqiu's words, Yu Wenhong's eyes widened in disbelief. Blood Skull Brotherhood. You have connections with them? Hearing these words, Yu Wenqiu's father, Yu Wenqiu, became agitated, setting his cup down and standing to confront his son. Speak clearly, you scoundrel. Yu Wenqiu's father seethed, ready to reprimand Yu Wenqiu again, but was once more restrained by the investigators and school officials present. The reception room descended into chaos, and Yang Mu remained outside, bewildered by the unfolding drama. Chapter 34. I must ensure your survival. Yang Mu was contemplating stepping forward to eavesdrop on the conversation within when he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder from behind. What are you doing here, young man? Inquired a female teacher, addressing Yang Mu, who was stealthily observing the reception room from the side. Startled, Yang Mu quickly straightened up, his mind racing for a plausible excuse. Teacher, I came to inquire about some important matters regarding the recommendations for prospective students. Oh, in that case, please return either later or tomorrow. The office may have already closed for the day. Upon hearing Yang Mu's response, the teacher's expression shifted from displeasure to surprise, and then to admiration, her tone softening. She had not anticipated that this student before her was one eligible for direct admission, proving the adage that one must not judge a book by its cover. Just moments ago, she had intended to reprimand the seemingly sneaky figure lingering in the corridor. Thank you, teacher. As the teacher walked away, Yang Mu wiped the sweat from his brow, quickly glanced around the reception room, and noticing no anomalies, he cautiously advanced a few steps to listen from the doorway adjacent to the room. Commander, please calm down and allow Xiao Qiao to finish speaking. We believe he is not that kind of person, urged a middle-aged man of medium build, the school's director, Mr. Ma, who was also a former comrade of Yuan Hong. It was unexpected that Yuan Xiao's father truly knew a leader within the school, and it appeared he had a story of his own. In the brief moment of distraction, Yang Mu caught a glimpse of the unfolding scene. Yu Wenxiao's father bore little resemblance to his son, exuding an air of despondency. At this moment, Yu Wenhong fell silent, sitting back to allow Yu Wenxiao to clarify matters. Young man, since you are aware of the Blood Skull, it indicates you have encountered members of that group? Yu Wenxiao glanced at the speaker, a burly investigator, swallowed hard, and replied, I have seen one, and the features are quite distinctive. The atmosphere in the reception room shifted palpably, with everyone's eyes fixated on Yu Wenxiao, while Yu Wenhong displayed a hint of concern. What features? The investigator pressed on. There is a tattoo on his face, depicting a skull, Yu Wenxiao answered. The investigator exchanged a meaningful glance with a colleague beside him, nodding knowingly. It appears to be the tattooed skull we were informed about, he murmured to himself. Do you know where these individuals are from? The investigator continued. Yu Wenxiao shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Have you encountered anyone else? Did they mention any place names? The investigator bombarded Yu Wenxiao with a series of probing questions, yet Yu Wenxiao could only shake his head, indicating he did not know. Comrade, my son knows just this much. Beyond that, he truly does not have any further information. He is a good student and has never caused me trouble, interjected Yu Wenhong. Rising to defend his son, a father's reprimands do not eclipse the affection he harbors for his child. However, the burly investigator remained silent, merely casting a glance at Yu Wenhong before reiterating, Young man, you are still quite young. We will not hold you accountable. But that does not imply that withholding the truth will leave you unscathed. The investigator's tone, though steady, bore an undercurrent of menace. Yu Wenxiao maintained a stoic expression, the tension in the reception room escalating. What do you mean by that? If my son chooses not to speak, what are your intentions? Yu Wenhong, upon hearing the investigator's words, erupted in indignation, glaring at him. Commander, please calm down. The investigator is merely trying to resolve the issue, the director interjected, attempting to mediate. I truly only know this much. If you require more, I am helpless, Yu Wenxiao finally spoke, sensing the investigator's relentless pursuit. The middle-aged investigator scrutinized Yu Wenxiao for a long moment before relenting. I will not pursue this matter further, but young man, you should exercise more caution. Playing video games for others in an internet CAF and resorting to violence. Captain Xiao, come. Thank you for your hard work, have a smoke. At that moment, the director interjected, jovially offering a cigarette. Wait, what did you just say? Yu Wenhong, sensing something amiss, halted the director, stepping forward to question him. Hey, Commander, what are you doing? Let us resolve this amicably. Mr. Ma continued to attempt to smooth things over. Yet Yu Wenhong was unyielding, advancing directly to face Captain Xiao, glaring at him fiercely. Speak clearly, what has happened to my son? Captain Xiao, confronted by Yu Wenhong's aggressive demeanor, wore a dismissive expression, reclining in his chair. You ought to inquire with your son. He has been helping others in the internet CAF, resorting to violence. As far as I know, his knowledge of the Blood Skull ties back to his association with the Qin Ghost Gang, as he borrowed silence. The room abruptly filled with Yu Wenxiao's voice as all heads turned toward him. With his head bowed and a dark expression, Yu Wenxiao suddenly lifted his gaze. Glaring fiercely at Captain Xiao, his teeth clenched. If you continue to speak recklessly, I swear I will shatter your teeth. Yu Wenxiao's eyes brimmed with an ominous intensity, as if concealing a secret from Yu Wenhong. What is going on? Speak clearly. Yu Wenhong, enveloped in confusion, shouted. In that moment, silence fell over the room, as both Yu Wenxiao and Mr. Ma lowered their heads, unable to meet Yu Wenhong's gaze. Conversely, Captain Xiao rose and approached Yu Wenhong, looking him in the eye. Captain Xiao placed a hand on Yu Wenhong's frail shoulder. You should take better care of your son. He has borrowed money from a loan shark and has been working for them to repay his debts. Meanwhile, Mr. Ma has been complicit in concealing the entire affair, leaving you in the dark throughout. Yu Wenhong stood frozen, gradually absorbing the weight of those words. Silence. Yu Wenxiao could no longer endure the derision, shouting in fury, veins bulging on his forehead as he lunged at Captain Xiao. Yet, he was swiftly seized by the latter, thrown aside, while other investigators held him down. Captain Xiao was a formidable opponent, possessing a level of strength that surpassed expectations. Outside the door, Yang Mu watched the unfolding scene in disbelief. Yu Wenhong trembled in place, his expression contorting into one of rage. In the next instant, he charged toward Yu Wenxiao, raising his hand in anguish and fury, delivering a resounding slap. Slap. The sudden blow left Yu Wenxiao momentarily dazed. You wretch! How could you engage in such deeds behind my back? Yu Wenhong bellowed. And you deceived me about your studies at school. As Yu Wenhong prepared to strike again, Mr. Ma rushed forward, desperately restraining him. However, Yu Wenxiao, undeterred, with reddened eyes, glared at Yu Wenhong, equally shouting, What do you understand? Everything I have done is for your sake. I must ensure your survival. To live well. Chapter 35. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. I must ensure your survival. The thunderous roar of Yu Wenxiao reverberated through the reception room, akin to a youthful lion cub unleashing its inaugural, resonant growl. leaving all present momentarily stunned. Their gazes converged upon the strikingly handsome, yet resolutely determined youth. At that moment, Director Ma, who had been mediating the conflict, let out a deep sigh, gradually loosening his grip around Yuan Hong's waist and stepping aside. What did you say? Yuan Hong, standing before Yuan Xiao, halted in his tracks, trembling as he inquired, his expression stiffening. Yuan Xiao forcefully shook off the two investigators restraining him, dropping to his knees. His hair disheveled, and his face flushed. Yuan Xiao gazed at the floor, illuminated by the sun, where glimmers of light danced before his eyes. For years ago, my mother passed away due to an infection following a kidney transplant. You, having donated a kidney to her, became incapacitated, and our family's savings were depleted in her treatment. Day by day, you succumbed to despair, drowning your sorrows in alcohol, drinking to the point of oblivion, only to awaken and repeat the cycle. At that time, Uncle Ma encouraged me to attend high school here, but I was reluctant to come, for I wished to find work sooner, to improve our circumstances and repay our debts. Yet you drunkenly agreed, even smiling with unexpected joy. That was the first time I had seen you smile since Mother's passing, so I came here, believing that was what you desired. Yuan Xiao paused, seemingly grappling with his emotions. However, you continued to live each day in a haze, confined to the house with your drink. You drank until you bled from your stomach, prompting me to call Uncle Ma in the dead of night to rush you to the hospital. When I confronted the doctor, do you know what he told me? He said your stomach had perforated, and due to your already frail constitution, your condition was far more severe than others. The doctor informed me that to recover, you would require an expensive medication to protect your gastric mucosa. If you suffered another bout of bleeding, you would. Choking on his words, Yuan Xiao paused, tears welling in his eyes. Do you know how much that medication costs, the one I urge you to take every morning and night? It is 2,000 yuan per bottle, and each bottle lasts only a week. Your pension covers just 2 weeks. What about the remaining 2? I must find money to buy your medicine to ensure your survival. But as a student, even working menial jobs at construction sites, I cannot earn enough. What can I do? I am left with no choice but to engage in dishonorable activities. Do I not know that these actions are illegal? Why did I return to repeat my studies? Not because I was incapable of passing, but because I had no other option. I must save enough for your medication for the upcoming year before I can pursue my education, to make you proud and ensure your survival. But where can I gather this money? You forbid me from doing these things. How can I procure your medicine? How can I ensure your continued existence? You are all I have left. I must keep you alive. Only then can I continue living. Veins bulging on his forehead, Yuan Xiao pounded his chest with his right fist, unleashing the anguish he had never shared with anyone. Outside the door, Yang Mu, listening intently, lowered his head, his expression becoming somewhat pained. The others in the room also averted their gazes. Xiao Qiao, didn't you say that medication costs only 1,000 yuan a month? Why have you concealed this from? Uncle? Director Ma, standing beside Yuan Hong, spoke with a trembling voice, his gaze filled with compassion for the kneeling Yuan Xiao. Uncle Ma, I truly cannot burden you further. You have already shouldered so many troubles. It has not been easy for you. I cannot impose on you again, Yuan Xiao replied, his voice shaking. Wiping his nose, he turned his head back to the floor, softly uttering, Dad, I have finished speaking. You may scold or hit me, as you wish. Silence enveloped the room, no one responding. After a long pause, thud, a pair of knees appeared before the kneeling Yuan Xiao. Surprised, he looked up to find his father's face, streaked with tears and age beyond its years. Xiao Qiao, I failed to save your mother, and now I cannot even ensure your well-being. At that moment, witnessing his father's frail form, Yuan Xiao could no longer contain his tears, which cascaded down his cheeks. Xiao Qiao, I am sorry. Yuan Hong sobbed, grasping his pants with trembling hands. Dad! Yuan Xiao leaped forward, embracing his father, their pained cries echoing throughout the reception room, drawing tears from all present. Even the stern Captain Xiao, witnessing this poignant scene, felt a stir of emotion and stepped forward, intending to express his apologies. However, at that moment, Director Ma erupted, his previously amiable demeanor replaced with righteous fury. Damn it! You Qiao, get out of here. Do not think you can bully our old captain. He is a man of iron and blood. If you push him too far, I'll call my old comrades to give you a thorough beating. Now please leave. Director Ma gestured emphatically toward the door. Captain Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment. His lips moved, but no words emerged. He turned and exited, followed by the other investigators. Hey! As Captain Xiao stepped out, preparing to descend the stairs, he was halted by Yang Mu, who stood by the reception room entrance. Captain Chiu turned to see a student in a school uniform, his dark hair framing a determined visage. Yangmu sniffed, exhaled, and, gazing out the window, spoke slowly to Captain Chiu. Sir, regardless of how justified your reasons may be for reopening old wounds. He paused, glancing back at the stairwell. I only wish to convey one thing. Do not approach your tasks with a mindset clouded by prejudice, whether intentionally or inadvertently. Yang Mu's voice rang clear and resolute in the empty corridor. Captain Chiu met his gaze, sensing an unexpected authority emanating from the student's eyes, causing his heart to skip a beat. A fleeting, awkward smile crossed his lips in acknowledgement of Yang Mu's words before he donned his hat and hurried down the stairs. Chapter 36. Relaunched. The sounds of weeping in the reception room gradually diminished as Yang Mu discreetly wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, blinking vigorously before descending the stairs with his backpack slung over his shoulder. Previously, Yang Mu perceived Yu Wenqiu as a person of considerable talent, yet one who chose to stray from the righteous path. However, today, Yang Mu overturned all his previous notions. In this moment, he recognized that the individual who often irritated others was, in fact, a person with flesh and blood, deeply burdened by his own struggles. Downstairs, Jia Hao awaited beside the administrative building, and upon spotting Yang Mu, he quickly approached him. Yang Mu, however, averted his gaze and continued walking ahead. Boss, what's going on? I can still hear someone crying. Jia Hao inquired with curiosity. Is it that Yu Wenqiu who's crying? Yang Mu abruptly halted, lifting his head to look at Jia Hao, his gaze laced with an unsettling intensity that startled his companion. Do you have any money on you? Yang Mu asked sharply. I do. Why? Jia Hao replied, somewhat bewildered. Yang Mu lowered his head and resumed walking. Let us head to the internet CAF. To the CAF? Me? Aren't you going home? It's rather late now, Jia Hao remarked. We'll play a few rounds of TRM, Yang Mu replied, as he picked up a nearby bicycle. A wave of pent-up frustration surged within Yang Mu, stemming from Yu Wenqiu. Hearing his words had deeply impacted him, perhaps due to the similarities in their backgrounds. Yang Mu found himself stirred by emotion, feeling an intense fire of indignation ignite within him. He needed an outlet, a means to release his turmoil. The two arrived at a nearby internet CAF, which was bustling with patrons, an unpleasant odor wafting through the air. The cacophony of noise caused Yang Mu to frown, but he still led Jia Hao inside. After securing two machines in a somewhat quieter corner by the window, Jia Hao lamented, without Doran, our lives have become so miserable. He handed the aluminum tag to Yang Mu. Without uttering a word, Yang Mu silently inserted the tag into the semi-enclosed gaming capsule and settled into his seat. Jia Hao, puzzled by Yang Mu's demeanor, noted that ever since they left the administrative building, there was something distinctly off about him. Moreover, he had previously stated he would refrain from gaming for a while. Had he been triggered by something? Despite his confusion, Jia Hao observed as Yang Mu engrossed himself in the game capsule and decided to follow suit, settling into the adjacent capsule. As they logged into the game, a flash of light engulfed them, and they entered the main interface of the mecha reality game. Boss, what is the plan for today? Are we sticking with classic mode? Jia Hao queried as he joined the game. No, let us go for the brawl mode, Yang Mu replied nonchalantly, creating a room and inviting Jia Hao to join his team. Brawl mode sounds good. I'll invite a few others, Jia Hao responded, confidently preparing to send invites to several friends. Following Yang Mu's impressive display of skill in their last match, he was convinced, no, utterly certain, that even the most inexperienced player could thrive under Yang Mu's guidance. He imagined the surprise on everyone's faces when they discovered that the elusive master they had been searching for had finally returned to the game. There's no need for that. It's just the two of us, Yang Mu stated decisively, clicking to start the match. Jia Hao was left dumbfounded, unsure of Yang Mu's reasoning. Brawl mode typically involved 100 teams and 500 mechas clashing in a 4-square-kilometer arena. Why would Yang Mu only take him, a novice, into such chaos? Shouldn't they recruit at least a couple of teammates as fodder? As they entered the preparation interface, Jia Hao was about to voice his concerns when he noticed Yang Mu had already selected his mecha and was preparing to enter the cockpit. Huh. Jia Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the mecha Yang Mu had chosen, a green mantis. A brawl with such a fragile mecha? Has Mushu lost his mind? The thought struck him as absurd. This particular mecha was designed for offense and reconnaissance, lightweight and fast, armed with dual machine cannons and long scythes. Highly lethal, but notoriously fragile. Many seasoned players avoided it due to its vulnerability. Even larger caliber bullets could easily pierce its defenses. Yet, Yang Mu had chosen this mecha. seemingly devoid of any intention to jest. Jia Hao was at a loss for words, bewildered by Yang Mu's reckless choice. Was he seeking to experience the thrill of being utterly dominated in game? As the game commenced, Jia Hao selected a balanced performance mecha, glancing back at Yang Mu's choice and preparing to urge him to reconsider. However, before he could speak, Yang Mu asserted, "Rousey, remember to keep your distance from me." Jia Hao was once again perplexed. In such a brawl mode, shouldn't they rely on each other to face the dangers together? Boss, this is a free-for-all. Yang Mu took a deep breath, focusing intensely, his voice tinged with a hint of menace. "I know, but I fear I might lose control and accidentally take you down as well." Jia Hao's jaw nearly dropped at this revelation. The game began, and the announcement echoed. "Please strive to secure the first place." Before Jia Hao could voice further objections, the screen flashed, and both he and Yang Mu found themselves on a vast sandy battlefield. Meanwhile, on a distant planet, a notification pinged on Cece's computer as she live-streamed her singing. Stopping mid-performance, she glanced at the alert, her eyes widening in surprise. "Yimi is online," she exclaimed, hurriedly diving into the gaming capsule and hastily donning her holographic helmet, while the chatroom erupted in excitement. In the capital Stars estate, a refined young man basking in the sunset on the second-floor balcony received a notification from his watch. His face lit up with exhilaration as he urgently maneuvered his wheelchair, calling for the butler below while a small yellow dog trailed behind, barking excitedly. This moment was one of great anticipation for numerous TRM players, as the elusive master they had sought for days, thought to have vanished, had finally returned to the game. Today, the long-awaited moment of validation had arrived for the eager players. Chapter 37. The Green Reaper. The holographic helmet flickered to life, revealing Yang Mu's current location amidst a vast expanse of yellow sand desert. Over the course of more than a decade since the release of the reality mech game, the fervent response from players had prompted game developers to ensure sustained enthusiasm by continuously updating a plethora of mech models and designing hundreds of combat maps. Each map was meticulously crafted with high-precision modeling based on real-world locations, providing players with an immersive experience that felt strikingly authentic. For instance, the current blistering desert scene displayed within the holographic helmet featured air shimmering with heat, simulating the oppressive conditions of the arid landscape. However, Yang Mu, seated within the gaming pod, remained oblivious to such sensations, as the semi-immersive nature of the game could deceive the eyes, but not the body. Gazing at the desolate scenery before him, Yang Mu squinted slightly and grinned. "Rousey, remember to keep your distance." He reiterated his request before maneuvering the mech's arms to retrieve two long-handled scythes from behind him. With the unique engine propulsion at his back, he surged towards the sand slope ahead. The engine design of the Green Mantis was quite intriguing. Unlike conventional mechs that typically featured two thrusters positioned beneath the shoulder blades, the lightweight Green Mantis boasted an additional pair of thrusters situated near the central spine. This design allowed for greater speed with only a marginal increase in battery consumption compared to other mechs. As Yang Mu piloted the Green Mantis towards the nearby sand slope, Jia Hao shrugged, but did not heed Yang Mu's advice to keep his distance. Instead, he followed closely behind, believing that should Yang Mu's Green Mantis encounter trouble, he could provide immediate assistance, though ideally, they would avoid such predicaments. At that moment, the channels between Yang Mu and Jia Hao buzzed with the cacophony of gunfire. In this confined arena, nearly 497 mechs congregated, indicating the intensity of the battle. After all, this mode was aptly dubbed the meat grinder mode. Yang Mu deftly piloted the nimble Green Mantis up the sand slope. His choice of this particular mech stemmed from its exceptional offensive capabilities. The two weapons, with designs that defied the conventions of scientific practicality, while unrealistic in real-world applications, were nonetheless exhilarating in the game. Yang Mu had once been utterly captivated by this mech, enamored with the sheer delight of wielding its scythes. Moreover, there was an unspoken reason for his attachment. This mech was the most formidable weapon available on his account. As his previous mech, the Breaker, had been rendered nearly inoperative during the last match, and repairs would require a substantial sum of resources. As the Green Mantis steadied itself on the sand slope, it was immediately met with an onslaught of attacks. Bullets and missiles hurtled towards its vital points from below. With the engine not yet shifted to low power, Yang Mu pressed the throttle, deftly maneuvering to evade the incoming fire. He soon identified the source of the attack, a Thornflower mech positioned at the base of the slope, brandishing a mounted rifle in Yang Mu's direction. With an agile twist, Yang Mu's mech narrowly avoided the assault and locked onto the opponent's form, charging downward with scythes raised defiantly before its chest, gleaming ominously. The Thornflower, situated in a less advantageous position, prepared for the oncoming strike, activating its weapon compartment to unleash a volley of missiles, while simultaneously switching from the rifle to two alloy blades for a direct confrontation. The Thornflower mech performed admirably, yet it failed to recognize that the pilot of the Green Mantis was no novice, but rather a seasoned expert. Yangmu effortlessly evaded the missile barrage with a well-placed decoy missile, continuing his advance toward the fully armed Thornflower. The player controlling the Thornflower, though prepared, was not overly surprised. After all, mechs of this type were renowned for their agility, making a swift defeat difficult. However, this did not imply that the Thornflower was invulnerable. Its armor, as thin as parchment, was no match against the lethal scythes of the Green Mantis. To the Thornflower pilot, the Green Mantis's aggressive approach seemed like a desperate charge. A hint of disdain flickered across the player's face. The ensuing attack from the Green Mantis was swift. The long scythes sliced through the air with a whistling ferocity. The Thornflower mech retaliated with its long blades, but the two mechs collided, stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured their clash. As the dust settled, Jia Hao, who had just ascended the sand slope, beheld a perplexing sight. The Thornflower remained motionless, its blades severed and lying on the ground, and in the next moment, the mech's body split apart, signaling its demise through the system's notification. Jia Hao's jaw dropped in astonishment, while countless spectators who had just entered the room to witness the match were left equally stunned. This was terrifyingly spectacular. Each onlooker's mind echoed disbelief, for what they had witnessed was utterly inconceivable. The Green Mantis, a frail, inferior mech, had just vanquished an opponent of superior capability, whose pilot had executed a textbook defensive maneuver before the attack. Yet, in that singular moment, with a single strike, the Green Mantis had triumphed over the Thornflower, cleaving it down the center. This could only imply that if the pilot of the Green Mantis was not utilizing any external assistance programs, then the individual controlling it possessed extraordinary prowess, capable of transforming even the most decrepit into something miraculous. In the next instant, before the spectators could fully process what had transpired, the Green Mantis turned and approached the fallen Thornflower, ruthlessly extracting two energy cells from its rear energy compartment and inserting them into its own reserve slots. Then, pivoting to survey the battlefield, it reignited its engines and soared towards a distant expanse of desert, where a small village lay obscured from view. This area was currently teeming with mechs engaged in chaotic combat, all eyes fixated on Yangmu's Green Mantis as it flew toward the fray, skillfully dodging waves of missiles along the way, before plunging into the heart of the melee. In that tumultuous space, mechs clashed with a symphony of gunfire and flashing blades, a cacophony of chaos. Yet, the sudden appearance of the Green Mantis was akin to a drop of ice water splashed into boiling oil, igniting an explosion of activity. With scythes firmly gripped in hand and all four engines roaring at full power, Yangmu unleashed a torrent of destruction upon the amassed mechs. The Green Mantis surged forth, stirring a whirlwind of dust. Every mech that encountered Yangmu fell within moments. Some cleaved in two, others dismembered in a brutal display of carnage. The spectators were utterly enthralled, reveling in the fluidity of the Green Mantis's movements, enhanced by the third-person perspective that provided a breathtaking visual experience. All doubts were cast aside as they focused intently on Yangmu's exhilarating display of slaughter. Under the deft manipulation of Yangmu, the Green Mantis traversed the battlefield as if it were an uncharted realm, its momentum akin to a relentless tide, effortlessly dismantling any mechanized adversary that dared to obstruct its path. Viewed from above, the battlefield, originally a circular expanse centered around a quaint village, had been cleaved open by Yangmu, creating a thoroughfare that bisected the entire arena, strewn with the remnants of dozens of fallen mechs. Having felled yet another mechanized foe, the Green Mantis now stood at the opposite end of the battlefield, where the once vibrant cacophony began to wane. As players on the field collectively recognized the extraordinary turn of events, their astonished gazes fixed upon the singular, verdant mech in the distance. Yet, the Green Mantis showed no signs of relenting. It tore away four batteries from a nearby mech and ejected its own overheated, glowing red battery, swiftly replacing it with a fresh one. The mech's power surged from a mere 20% back to a formidable 80%. Then, to the astonishment of all present, both players and spectators alike, the Green Mantis pivoted, its rear engines igniting with a brilliant blue flame as it changed direction and plunged back into the fray. The battlefield erupted once more, this time ignited by the presence of a singular green mech, an embodiment of death wielding two long-handled scythes, reaping a harvest of heads amidst the swirling sands. Chapter 38. Adding a friend. The flamboyant and decisive maneuvers of the green mantis left all the spectators in awe. My goodness, such monstrous gameplay. This individual must be using hacks. If this continues, he will undoubtedly become my idol. What nonsense about hacks, if he were using them. The forum moderators would have already banned him. What a thrill to watch. Oh, in the live stream room of Sister Cece, the barrage of comments erupted into chaos, with many engaged in heated debates about the dazzling skills of the green mantis, even forming factions to express their opinions. Meanwhile, on the forums dedicated to the reality mech game, someone promptly revealed the information about the mysterious Annihilator's appearance. Annihilation has appeared in the Brawl Arena, room number XXXX. Come to spectate. Quickly, let us corner that Annihilator and make him apologize for staying hidden for so long. The fervor ignited a flurry of activity on the forum, rivaling the excitement of the annual game showcase. The operations department of the game company, noticing a surge of players flocking to a particular server, quickly released the room link in the game lobby, showcasing Yongmu's spectacular performance to all. However, within the game, Yongmu was oblivious to this excitement, completely engrossed in maneuvering his mech. He deftly evaded repeated attacks from other mechs, closing in on each one within proximity. His dual sides gleamed as they swiftly dispatched opponents. The beauty of the game lay in the fact that while the durability of the sides diminished, they remained remarkably sharp, enabling Yongmu to eliminate targets with the ease of slicing through vegetables. A peculiar phenomenon unfolded on the battlefield. The mechs that had been engaged in chaotic combat suddenly redirected their firepower, uniting against Yongmu's mech. It seemed he had become the common enemy of all. This newly emerged mech swept through the battlefield like a virus, effortlessly overcoming all types of mechs, which succumbed within mere exchanges. The ferocity of his attacks and his terrifying level of control left all players in the public channel clamoring for information about the identity of this unexpected green mantis. As far as anyone knew, even the renowned elites on the power rankings lacked such formidable skill, let alone with a green mantis. Standing at a distance, Jia Hao listened to the uproar in the public channel, his lips twitching as he contemplated joining the crowd in critiquing Yongmu's astonishing performance over the past few minutes. In his recollection, Yongmu was merely an ordinary mech enthusiast. When had he become capable of such frenetic gameplay? It was a staggering improvement, surpassing anything he had witnessed before by 100-fold. Yongmu's ability to infiltrate the throng of mechs and emerge unscathed was remarkable. Few of the top 10 players would achieve such feats with an imaginary mech, let alone Yongmu. Were it not for their daily camaraderie, Jia Hao would be tempted to exit the game and drag Yongmu to a hospital for a checkup, wondering if someone had impersonated his friend. Witnessing this frenzy, Jia Hao finally grasped the meaning of Yongmu's earlier remark, almost feeling compelled to shout for his mother to come and witness the divine spectacle. Unfortunately, at that moment, Yongmu had not activated the public channel, remaining unaware of the astonished cries from the players. With relentless precision, he maneuvered the scythes of the green mantis, hooking a mech hiding behind a building and pulling it before him, then striking through its chest armor, obliterating it. He continued to seek out targets, striking and annihilating with each movement seemingly choreographed to perfection, one step leading seamlessly to the next. Eventually, the durability of his scythes reached their limit, and the battery power waned, forcing the green mantis to halt. Surrounding mechs closed in, yet none dared to approach, creating an unprecedented silence on the brawl battlefield. Yongmu released the controls, exhaling deeply, finally venting the tension that had built up within him. Glancing at his combat statistics, he was astonished to discover the multitude of mechs he had vanquished in such a brief time. It felt surreal, and he recalled the image of Yu Wenqiu in the reception room, crying out in agony, which added a hint of frustration as he swung his scythes to dissipate his pent-up emotions. To his disbelief, this frenzy had culminated in such an extraordinary achievement. Yongmu paused for a moment, feeling slightly lightheaded, likely due to the intense concentration, and decided to address Jia Hao in the channel. "Howsy, I'm done. Let us log out." "Huh. Oh, okay." Jia Hao, startled by Yongmu's voice, responded promptly. As the green mantis flickered amid the corpses of mechs, it eventually vanished, leaving the surrounding players in a state of shock. Those observing the spectacle were puzzled, wondering why the Annihilator had exited the game at such a moment, as they were still eager for more. "Why did he log out? I was just getting into it. Seems like he got tired of killing." "Well, I would love to experience that feeling myself." Are you keen to experience the sensation of being cleaved in two? Enough chatter. I'm heading to send a friend request to the big shot. Let him carry me to victory. Upon returning to the game lobby's main interface, Yongmu found it rather dull and was about to quit when he noticed a red dot flashing in the information bar. Perhaps it was his innate compulsion, but he couldn't resist the urge to investigate and open the information bar. Instantly, a multitude of messages flooded his screen, filling every corner of his view. Staring at the avalanche of emails, Yongmu was momentarily stunned. Opening a few, he discovered they were mostly friend requests or challenge invitations, likely drawn in by the recent events. He casually sifted through them, dragging each into the trash. Just then, a golden envelope caught his eye, its shimmering exterior drawing his attention. Such golden-covered emails were typically reserved for the affluent who purchased skins, and he was intrigued to see a wealthy player reaching out to him. Curious, Yongmu opened the email, only to find it was not text but a video. A handsome young man appeared on the screen. Hello, although I do not know who you are, I greatly admire your skills. I have also deduced that your gameplay shows no signs of hacks, so I believe you are a true expert. I would like to befriend you and hope you will accept. After watching the video, Yongmu raised an eyebrow. Having just released his pent-up emotions, he felt quite pleased. And seeing the sincerity of the sender prompted him to accept the friend request. He then continued to dispose of the remaining junk emails. The moment Yongmu agreed, the sender swiftly messaged him, stating, "Hello, I'm thrilled to befriend you. Would you like to play a match with me?" Chapter 39. Su Yuanming. Upon observing the fervent message, Yongmu raised an eyebrow, recognizing that the individual sought to engage him in a challenge. It is a common occurrence for aspiring masters to emerge, prompting others to test their mettle. Yongmu, however, did not take it seriously and casually replied, "Sorry, I am about to log off. Perhaps next time." As soon as he sent the message, the other party promptly responded, "Just one match. I genuinely wish to battle you. A one-on-one challenge would suffice. I won't take up too much of your time." Yongmu, preparing to decline once more, was met with yet another message. "Ah, fine. Let us discuss it next time, but do suggest a time." This unexpected display piqued Yongmu's interest, regardless of whether it was a strategic maneuver. The individual's nonchalance about pressing him for a match indicated an intriguing character. Thus, Yongmu sent a message of agreement. "All right, let us do it now." A one-on-one match. In the luxurious estate on Capital Star, a young man situated in a gaming pod in the corner of an expansive bedroom shouted with exhilaration before hastily creating a room to invite his opponent for a match. However, this boy's gaming pod was somewhat unique. He wore metallic foot coverings that extended up to his thighs, connected by wires to the pod itself. It appeared that this young man, paralyzed from the waist down, had made significant efforts to partake in the game, particularly given the game's demand for physical coordination. At that moment, Yongmu greeted Jia Hao and confirmed his participation. The helmet glowed once more, and the two found themselves in the same battle preparation room, where Yongmu could finally converse with the young man. "Hello, I am Su Yuanming. Su as in the gentle breeze, Yuan as in abyss, and Ming as in tomorrow." Before Yongmu could respond, the other eagerly introduced himself. "Hello, my surname is Yang. I shall refrain from revealing more." Although the other appeared earnest, Yongmu remained cautious in this digital environment, wary of revealing too much. "Ah, thank you, Mr. Yang, for accepting my request." Recognizing this sentiment, Su Yuanming deftly shifted the conversation away from personal introductions and inquired about Yongmu's mech. "What mech do you use?" "This is an advanced training room that I opened, allowing for various mech types." Yongmu found the apparent politeness of the affluent Su Yuanming somewhat refreshing. Yet he remained skeptical, sensing an underlying motive. "Ah, I must apologize. The original video that made you a hot topic on the forum was posted by me. I merely shared my thoughts and did not anticipate such a stir." Yongmu was taken aback, realizing that the source of his newfound notoriety was none other than this individual before him. "Then I shall use this one." Although Yongmu felt incredulous, he maintained an air of indifference, accessing the display screen and selecting a red-painted mech known as the Tunglong. This mech was modeled after the active PAJR Tiger Ben mech, albeit only in appearance. Its internal structure was based on the previous generation of mechs that had long been retired. It was, in essence, a FAOD designed to mislead the uninformed. For a professional like Yongmu, it was laughable. Yet, on this occasion, he chose this particular mech for sentimental reasons. Despite its subpar performance, each of these gaming mechs was priced in the thousands of Yenhuang coins, a luxury that a student like Yongmu could hardly afford. Upon seeing Yongmu select the Tunglong, Su Yuanming opened his own display screen and surprisingly chose the same mech. He then remarked, While the Tunglong's exterior is aesthetically pleasing, the cockpit design is terribly outdated, merely encased in an advanced shell but operating on an obsolete system. Though it is a copy of our nation's active Tiger Ben Mech, it pales in comparison. "Oh, you are also from PAGR?" Yang Mu inquired. "Indeed. Oh, so Mr. Yang is one of us." "Haha," Su Yuanming replied, his excitement palpable upon realizing their shared affiliation. Yang Mu recognized the slip in his words, but felt a sense of camaraderie upon discovering they hailed from the same organization, though he kept his reaction subdued, merely acknowledging with a nod before entering the summoned mech to prepare for battle. Seeing Yang Mu ready, Su Yuanming wasted no time and stepped into his own identical mech. Preparations complete, the two mechs positioned themselves at opposite ends of the pristine white training room. Yang Mu sheathed his Tunglong's kinetic energy rifle and drew two long blades from his back, energizing them as blue arcs of electricity danced along the edges. "Close combat, is it? Then I shall match your intensity." Su Yuanming, noticing Yang Mu's silent readiness, mirrored his actions by drawing his own pair of blades, also crackling with blue energy. With both participants poised for battle, Yang Mu refrained from unnecessary banter, revving the mech's engine and charging toward his opponent. He sought not to impress, but to fulfill his agreement, thus unleashing his full potential from the outset. The Tunglong surged forward at a rapid pace, met with Su Yuanming's equally determined advance. As their mechs neared, Yang Mu skillfully maneuvered his blades. The left blade swung while the right thrust forward, launching a fierce assault. His adept handling created an illusion of speed, leaving afterimages in its wake. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as Yang Mu's blades met Su Yuanming's, the left-hand swing being deftly blocked by Su's right-hand blade, while the thrust of Yang Mu's right blade was countered by Su's left. The mech's arms traced arcs in the air, and Yang Mu's attack fell short. Caught off guard, Yang Mu recognized that this individual was no mere wealthy heir but a formidable gamer, effortlessly neutralizing his assault. Chapter 40. Defeat. The clash against two mechas concluded in an instant. Yang Mu maneuvered his mecha, deftly dodging Su Yuanming's assault and creating distance between them. At this moment, Yang Mu began to truly regard his opponent with earnestness. However, unbeknownst to Yang Mu, Su Yuanming, seated within the gaming pod, wore an expression of astonishment. Despite his preparations, he had not anticipated that Yang Mu's initial strike would nearly overwhelm him. Due to his physical condition, Su Yuanming had always prioritized honing the dexterity of his mecha's arms, striving to compensate for the deficiencies of his lower limbs. This dedication allowed him to deflect Yang Mu's incoming attacks. Yet, this confrontation unveiled to Su Yuanming the sheer terror of Yang Mu's prowess. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuanming adjusted his mecha's position, focusing intently on Yang Mu's machine. Both mechas exhibited nearly identical capabilities, making the contest one of their respective control skills and combat techniques. Once steady, Yang Mu launched another attack. He was resolute in his offensive approach, adhering to the principle that seizing the initiative meant seizing everything. This mindset had shaped Yang Mu's combat style over years of mecha piloting, swift, precise, and lethal, aimed at ensuring dominance and ideally achieving a swift victory to avoid a defensive stance. Yang Mu's fierce assault surged forth once more, but this time, he had gleaned insights into Su Yuanming's abilities. Thus, he held his dual blades in a poised manner, ready to strike. Su Yuanming, realizing the shift in Yang Mu's tactics, responded by wielding his own blades in a counterattack. Yet, Yang Mu's intention was not merely to execute a straightforward thrust. Rather, he anticipated Su Yuanming's retaliation and knew that such an advance would force a change in his opponent's posture, an opportunity he sought to exploit. Su Yuanming opted for the latter course, raising his blade to confront Yang Mu directly. Yang Mu had been waiting for this very choice. Su Yuanming's blade carved a small arc to deflect Yang Mu's strike, allowing him to pivot and prepare for a counter. However, Yang Mu's mecha swiftly adjusted, sidestepping and retracting his thrusting arms. With his right blade closest to Su Yuanming, he simultaneously twisted to deliver a diagonal slash. The clash of metal resounded, this time yielding tangible results. Su Yuanming, caught off guard by Yang Mu's sudden maneuver, hastily defended against the strike aimed at his mecha's head. Yet, Yang Mu's assault did not relent. His left blade transitioned to a horizontal grip, plunging directly toward the exposed cockpit. Realizing Yang Mu's intent, Su Yuanming abandoned his overhead defense and retreated vigorously. In that fleeting moment, Yang Mu's mecha steadied itself, while Su Yuanming's machine stumbled back several paces before regaining balance. But Yang Mu wasted no time. He launched another assault, a smile creeping onto his lips as he had discerned a flaw in his opponent's form. For some inexplicable reason, Su Yuanming's mecha appeared heavily reliant on the auxiliary thrusters behind its legs for stability. Although its movements seemed typical of any mecha, the cautious and restrained steps suggested a hesitance that presented a significant vulnerability in close combat. With the flaw identified, Yang Mu executed his next maneuvers with simplicity. He charged forward, lifting his mecha just before contact, extending his left blade to intercept Su Yuanming's strike while crouching down, utilizing his right blade as support. Yang Mu unleashed a sweeping kick, akin to a mecha's version of a low sweep. Su Yuanming, clearly flustered by Yang Mu's rapid sequence of actions, recklessly cranked the mecha's main engine to full throttle, launching into the air to evade Yang Mu's strike. Yet, Yang Mu would not allow such a moment of disarray to slip away. He activated his thrusters at maximum power, propelling his mecha upward as his blades crossed, arcs of electricity dancing as they cleaved through Su Yuanming's lower half. The severed segments of Su Yuanming's mecha crashed to the ground with a clatter, while Yang Mu gracefully landed beside them. Thus, the battle concluded. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, astonishingly swift, leaving Su Yuanming in disbelief at his sudden defeat. Well, it seems your skills require further refinement. I shall log off now, Yang Mu remarked in the channel, clicking to exit the room. Wait, Su Yuanming, still immersed in the recent skirmish, finally processed what had happened but found that Yang Mu had already departed. Alone in the training room, he emerged from the simulation pod, gazing at the mecha, now split in two, lost in contemplation. Yang Mu's actions, while not overly complex, exhibited remarkable speed and strength, coupled with impeccable timing, systematically leading Su Yuanming to falter until he was ultimately exploited for a decisive strike. This experience deepened Su Yuanming's admiration for Yang Mu. Previously, he had harbored a degree of skepticism, but now he recognized that in this game, Yang Mu, with his ordinary mecha, was likely among the elite players in close combat. Defeating him would pose a considerable challenge, especially considering Yang Mu's prior feats of vanquishing advanced mechas with standard models. After lingering in the room for several more minutes, Su Yuanming reluctantly exited, whereupon a small video of his recent battle popped up on the projection computer on his desk. Meanwhile, Yang Mu logged off and sent a message to Jia Hao, who was still in the game, before exiting entirely. Removing the holographic headset and stepping out of the gaming pod, he was greeted once more by the bustling sounds of the internet CAF. He exhaled deeply, then departed alongside Jia Hao, who animatedly recounted Yang Mu's extraordinary maneuvers in the game. As the sun set, the two slowly walked away, their shadows lengthening. At that moment, someone had already edited and uploaded a video of Yang Mu's performance to the forum, igniting a fresh wave of excitement and fervor within the community. Chapter 41. Cuz Brother. Brother, come quickly. Look, I've won an award. As dusk approached, Yang Mu finally returned home. The moment he stepped through the door, Lei Hong dashed over like a kitten catching the scent of fish, eagerly presenting a certificate to Yang Mu. Having just removed his shoes, Yang Mu noticed the hopeful gaze of Lei Hong seeking praise. Setting his backpack aside, he accepted the award with a smile, scrutinizing the elegant calligraphy upon it. Lei Hong has secured the first place in the primary school category of the 27th individual basketball tournament at Qingfeng Youth Palace. Yang Mu raised an eyebrow, a look of admiration gracing his features as he crouched down, smiling warmly at Lei Hong. He squeezed the boy's cheek and ruffled his hair, saying, "You are remarkable. Lei Hong, how would you like your brother to reward you?" With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Lei Hong glanced at Yang Mu and pouted, a triumphant smile playing on his lips as he replied, "Of course, I want a reward, but it must be separate from my birthday gift." Yang Mu, recognizing the thoughts swirling in the boy's mind, burst into laughter. Unlike Lei Ming, who had matured beyond his years, Lei Hong, though only a year younger, remained playful and enamored with toys. The living room was strewn with their playthings, most of which belonged to Lei Hong. Furthermore, this little fellow had developed a fascination for Yang Mu's mecha models. When Yang Mu forbade him from playing with his own, Lei Hong resorted to enlisting every family member to buy him one, even persuading the older Lei Ming to gift him a model. It was clear that Lei Hong was hoping for a mecha model as a present, though he hadn't yet decided on which one. Noticing Lei Hong's silence, Yang Mu chose not to press the matter, keeping it tucked away in his mind. Of course, he would never part with his cherished models for an 8-year-old. At least not at this moment. Patting Lei Hong's head once more, Yang Mu urged him inside. "You're back. Hurry, dinner is ready." In the kitchen, Yang Mu's mother immediately acknowledged his arrival, calling over Lei Shangwu, who was lounging in the living room, watching television. Responding promptly, Lei Shangwu rose to assist his mother in setting the dining table. Meanwhile, Lei Ming, sprawled on the sofa, noticed Lei Hong flaunting his certificate in front of Yang Mu and pouted, expressing his displeasure. Lei Hong, do you think you're so special? The teacher says that studying well is what truly deserves praise. Lei Ming added quietly, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of envy. Observing the sour expression on Lei Ming's face, Yang Mu stepped forward to encourage him, promising a reward for good grades in the upcoming finals, which finally coaxed a smile from Lei Ming. After dinner, Yang Mu was once again urged by his mother to return to his room. He pulled out his homework, intending to write, but as he sat at his desk, a sense of restlessness washed over him. Thoughts of the afternoon's events lingered in his mind, echoing with the memory of Yu Wenqiu's anguished screams and the sight of his father holding him in despair. This wasn't merely sentimentality. It stirred a feeling of kinship and suffering, though Yang Mu could not pinpoint the source of this empathy. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, he noticed a notification on his wristwatch. Opening it, he found a message from Chen Kai that had been sent not long ago. Yang Mu, are you there? The message sparked his interest, and he quickly responded, What's up? Is there something you need? Moments later, Chen Kai replied, Could you come by my rented apartment tomorrow? I need a favor. This was the first time Chen Kai had asked for his assistance, piquing his curiosity, yet he readily agreed. Sure. When? After school. Just wait for me at my apartment. All right then. I'll see you later. I need to get back to studying. After Chen Kai concluded the conversation abruptly, Yang Mu was left momentarily taken aback. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, he lingered over his input screen for a while before ultimately deciding against sending another message. Sighing deeply, he set his watch aside. It appeared that he had acted too impulsively, causing Chen Kai to distance herself from him. With a hint of despondency, Yang Mu turned up the volume on his computer's music, forcing himself to concentrate on his homework, gradually immersing himself in his studies. It was until the clock struck 10 that he stretched, rubbed his eyes, and rose to move around a bit. Exhausted, Yang Mu exited his room to wash up. Then returned, turned off the lights, and lay down on his bed. The day had been filled with numerous events, leaving him quite fatigued. Before long, he slipped into a deep slumber, while the subspace necklace around his neck slowly emitted a soft blue glow. In his dream, Yang Mu felt as if he were suspended in a void. He stood up, opening his eyes to a landscape of desaturated gray. Taking a few tentative steps forward, he felt his limbs weaken. Do not worry. It's merely a dream. Just a dream, he reassured himself, closing his eyes tightly before reopening them, only to find the same gray expanse. With determination, he shut his eyes once more and opened them again, this time spotting a figure in the distance, leisurely approaching him. As the silhouette drew closer, Yang Mu squinted, trying to discern its features. When the figure finally came into focus, his eyes widened in shock. For standing before him was none other than a 37-year-old version of himself, the one who had perished alongside the Zerg Queen, dressed in a cosmic combat suit. This version of Yang Mu smiled at him. Hello, Yang Mu. You are me? Yang Mu stammered, gazing at his other self in astonishment. His emotions a tumultuous mix. The older Yang Mu shook his head, smiling softly. No, I am not you. I am Cuz. To be precise, I am merely borrowing your form to convey something to you. Something? What is it? Although Yang Mu asked with a calm facade, fear crept into his heart as he regarded the familiar visage before him. Cuz seemed to sense Yang Mu's unease. Without a word, he raised his right hand. Fingers splayed, revealing a floating model. Do you remember this? Cuz inquired, glancing at Yang Mu. As Yang Mu's gaze fixed on the model, his expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment, even bordering on horror. Chapter 42. Dream or reality? The astonishment etched on Yang Mu's face was profound. For the object now in his counterpart's possession was none other than the design blueprint of the peculiar warship he had glimpsed within the Annihilation Mech just the previous afternoon. The inexplicable appearance of this blueprint in the hands of another sent shivers down his spine. Who are you? Yang Mu's expression solidified, his gaze piercing into the other, a hint of murderous intent lacing his tone. Whether this was a dream or not, the presence of that blueprint in the other's grasp revealed too many unsettling mysteries, leaving Yang Mu with goosebumps. Do not be alarmed. These items were not pilfered from your mech. To be precise, they were placed there by me. Cuz, observing Yang Mu's sudden shift in demeanor, spoke with an air of calm, attempting to soothe his agitation. As Yang Mu scrutinized the expression on Cuz's face, it felt as though he were gazing into a mirror, an unsettling self-reflection that made him uncomfortable. Yet, he abruptly recognized a peculiarity in Cuz's words. These items? Yangmu inquired, recalling that he had indeed seen numerous blueprints in that folder within the mech. Are all the contents of that folder similar to these blueprints? Indeed, they are precisely that. Cuz replied, his tone remaining unflappable. As he gestured forward, an array of blue models began to materialize around him, floating and rotating in the air. Blueprints of various warships, mechs, tactical diagrams, and production line schematics, all crafted to counter the insectoid threat, hovered before Yangmu, plunging him once more into astonishment. These blueprints are all for you, Cuz stated. And as Yangmu processed this, he emerged from his shock, his curiosity piqued. For me? What do you mean? What I mean is that all these items are what you need to master, Cuz replied nonchalantly. Though they may be somewhat complex, it is imperative for you to remember them. Thus, they will be presented to you in a different manner, directly within your mind. Before Cuz's words could fully settle, he waved his right hand, and the models that had been orbiting him surged towards Yangmu. Instinctively, he raised his arms to shield himself from the incoming models, only to find that they passed through him, entering his mind one by one. Despite the models assimilating into his consciousness, Yangmu felt no discomfort. Instead, he gazed at Cuz with a mix of awe and fear. What are you doing? What are those things? Cuz smiled enigmatically, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. Yangmu, have you ever considered why you find yourself at the age of 17? This sudden inquiry interrupted Yangmu's train of thought, and he found the presence of this familiar self annoying. You're asking me? I have questions for you. Yangmu shook his head and stepped closer, fixing his gaze upon the strikingly familiar visage before him. I demand to know who you are and why you dwell in my mind. Or perhaps this is merely a dream, and you are but a figment of my imagination. Yangmu's voice rose in defiance, his chest heaving with indignation. While Cuz seemed to withdraw into silence, the tension between them palpable. They stood face to face, locked in an unyielding stare. Yet Yangmu could glean nothing from Cuz's calm demeanor. Cuz's eyes, however, deepened with contemplation, the smile at his lips fading gradually. Do you comprehend the significance of all that you are experiencing? The seemingly incredible occurrences before you? Significance? Who knows? Even if this were true, it would be of no consequence. Humanity is utterly powerless against the insectoids, akin to. Yangmu's resolute retort faltered, his words trailing off as he lowered his gaze, then lifted it once more, his eyes burning with intensity as he refrained from elaborating further. Listening to Yangmu's words, Cuz continued, that was merely your former perspective. Perhaps it was once insurmountable, but have you considered that with the knowledge you have just acquired, things may take a different turn? The fate of humanity might shift due to your newfound understanding. Cuz extended a hand, pointing at Yangmu's mind. You may very well be the savior. Yangmu, troubled by Cuz's emotionless declarations, furrowed his brow and scrutinized him closely. Within himself, he attempted to convince that this was merely a dream, an ephemeral fantasy. A fleeting smile danced on Yangmu's lips, an attempt to vanquish the nightmare within this dream. But Cuz interjected, why not give it a try? Not just for yourself, but for your family, friends, and your beloved. In an instant, Cuz thrust Yangmu away, causing him to stumble backward, suspended in the air. Yangmu looked up, astonishment painted across his face. We shall meet again. And I hope by then, your thoughts will have evolved, Cuz said with a smile, his form gradually fading, leaving the room enveloped in tranquility once more. Yangmu scanned the surroundings, seeking Cuz's presence, when an unsettling sensation washed over him. He was bewildered to find the space around him darkening, the feeling of levitation dissipating, replaced by the sensation of plummeting downward, as if into an abyss. With a sudden jolt, Yangmu awakened. The blanket that had once covered him now sprawled upon the floor, moonlight filtering into the serene chamber. Indeed, it was merely a dream. He panted heavily, preparing to rise and splash cold water on his face. But as he propped himself up, an inexplicable convulsion gripped his mind, an overwhelming pain surging forth. The agony radiated from within, relentless, as if it sought to rend his very skull apart. Yangmu let out a low, pained groan, clutching his head as he collapsed back onto the bed, his body curling in distress, beads of sweat dotting his contorted visage. After a quarter of an hour, Yangmu's groans gradually subsided, leaving him feeling faint yet imbued with new knowledge. He found himself with vivid, intricate blueprints etched into his mind, each detail sharply defined. Chapter 43 Thoughts Xiaomu, you forgot your backpack. Just as Yangmu stepped out of his front door, he was called back by his mother, Yangma, who hurriedly approached him, apron still on, handing him his backpack. Noticing the distracted and fatigued expression on her son's face, Yang Ma immediately assumed that he was exhausted from his studies and looked at him with concern. Xiaomu, don't put too much pressure on yourself. If studying is too tiring, take some time to relax. I worry when I see you like this. Seeing his mother's worried demeanor, Yang Mu pressed his lips together, shook his head, and took the backpack from her, smiling as he said, Mom, it's nothing. I just didn't sleep well last night. Didn't sleep well? Yang Ma's face reflected her worry as she asked, what happened? It's nothing. Oh, you should head back now. I'm going to be late for school. Yang Mu found it difficult to explain further and, in a vague manner, hopped onto his bike, urging his mother to return while pedaling away. Be careful, take it slow. Yang Ma called out from the doorway, watching her son leave with a deep sigh. As Yang Mu's mother, how could she not notice the change in her son's state? Yet, she felt an inexplicable guilt towards him. Last night had completely upended Yang Mu's previous worldview. Even in this era of advanced technology, or even with the cutting-edge innovations expected 20 years hence, Yang Mu had never encountered anything like it. In a single night, a multitude of complex and intricate knowledge had been directly implanted in his mind, allowing him to remember every detail with astonishing clarity. Now, whenever he thought of any blueprint, every detail would surge into his consciousness. If he sought to understand even the minutest structure, it felt as if his mind would instantly analyze and display a detailed schematic in his imagination. This was a nearly 2,000-meter-long super interstellar mothership with countless structural components, all meticulously catalogued in Yang Mu's mind, every detail intact. It was as though he had instantaneously transformed into a super engineer. Yet the truth remained that he was merely a high school student carrying a backpack to school. This sensation was profoundly strange and utterly surreal. Throughout the night, Yang Mu found himself barely sleeping, his mind incessantly bombarded with detailed design schematics, constantly surfacing in his thoughts, leaving him somewhat dazed by morning. As he pedaled his bike, Yang Mu shook his head vigorously, attempting to clear his mind and focus on writing. Upon arriving at school, he entered the classroom as usual. But before he could take his seat, he was immediately stopped by Jia Hao, who leaned in conspiratorially. Hey, Mu Shuai, have you heard? Heard what? Yang Mu replied, glancing at Jia Hao's eager expression as he set his backpack down and began to unpack. Just this morning, I heard from the neighboring class that Yu Wingqiu is actually connected to our school's administration. Yang Mu raised an eyebrow at Jia Hao's enthusiasm, asking, so what? Jia Hao, astonished by Yang Mu's lack of surprise, widened his eyes. Wow, aren't you surprised at all? Hey, did you know? Yu Wingqiu apparently calls our school's head teacher uncle, and his father was Ma Zhurin's old comrade, supposedly a military officer. It seems that Yu Wingqiu's ties with Ma Zhurin are quite formidable, Yang Mu remarked, recalling that the police had come yesterday, yet Yu Wingqiu still attended school today. What? Are you hoping something bad happens to him? Yang Mu raised an eyebrow, questioning. Of course not, Jia Hao laughed. But this whole situation is rather intriguing. Where did you gather all this information? Yang Mu inquired, turning to face Jia Hao with curiosity. As for Yu Wingqiu, Yang Mu had developed a slightly different perspective since yesterday afternoon. While he couldn't say he felt sympathy, he certainly respected Yu Wingqiu's attitude towards his father. Oh, the chubby guy from the neighboring class got forced to write lines in the office by his teacher mom and overheard something in the reception area. And you know what? Yu Wingqiu's father is quite impressive. Guess what? A retired military officer? Served in some elite unit on Halon Star, right? Yang Mu speculated, recalling some information he had heard. No, his father isn't an officer in our new Star Domain military. He is a high-ranking officer from the capital Star Domain. But I'm not sure what branch he served in. Yang Mu's interest was piqued. Such a high rank. What is the story there? I'm not sure. Something must have happened, Jia Hao said, shaking his head with a hint of resignation. Just then, the bell rang, prompting Yang Mu to straighten up and focus on the blackboard. Although his mind was suddenly flooded with thoughts, it seemed that Yu Wingqiu's family situation was rather grim. Yet there was little he could do to help. However, if possible, he could ask Uncle Lei to arrange a light job for Yu Wingqiu's father, at least providing some income. Yang Mu resolved to discuss this with Yu Wingqiu tomorrow. Regardless of whether he was meddling, he felt that taking action, however small, was worthwhile. At that moment, the teacher entered the room, and with a class test scheduled, Yang Mu had to shake off his thoughts and concentrate on the lesson. After a day of busyness, a weary Jia Hao trailed behind Yang Mu as they rode their bikes out of school. Hey, help me with something, Yang Mu said. Huh? What is it? Jia Hao asked, puzzled. Can you arrange to get Yu Wingqiu out tomorrow? I need to talk to him. Get him out. About what? Jia Hao halted his bike, pushing against the ground, looking utterly bemused. That's not something you need to ask. I have my reasons. Oh, and you can head back first. I have other matters to attend to. Other matters? Like what? Jia Hao queried, now even more confused. Yang Mu simply smiled, offering no further explanation. He certainly wouldn't divulge the details regarding Chen Kai, so he brushed him off, sending Jia Hao home while he pedaled toward the bustling market. Lost in thought, as he rode, Yang Mu pondered the unexpected request from the usually stubborn Chen Kai. What could she possibly want from him? Chapter 44. Trouble riding his bicycle. Yang Mu hurriedly arrived at the apartment where Chen Kai resided. At that moment, Chen Kai was already downstairs, busily moving her belongings. Yang Mu parked his bike to the side and promptly approached to lend a hand. Upon seeing Yang Mu, Chen Kai's expression shifted to one of tension. But upon recognizing him, she visibly relaxed. Yang Mu, you are truly punctual, she said, as they both placed the items onto a hover cart. Wiping the sweat from their brows, Yang Mu took a step back, observing the cargo vehicle and its assorted items, and inquired with curiosity, Chen Kai, what is going on? Are you moving? Yes, I found a new place. I have a lot of stuff, so I called you to help me out today, Chen Kai replied. Noticing Yang Mu's puzzled expression, she playfully nudged him. All right, I'll treat you to dinner later. Hurry up and help me move. I've even asked Huigu to come lend a hand. Yang Mu scratched his head and, with Chen Kai's encouragement, hastily ascended the stairs. Huigu was just pushing a wooden cabinet out the door. Oh, little Kai, you brought your boyfriend along. Come on, help out. Huigu called out upon seeing Yang Mu. Chen Kai, hearing Huigu's words, pouted but remained silent. Without hesitation, Yang Mu stepped forward to assist, carrying items downstairs and loading them onto the hover cart. After catching his breath, he turned to Huigu and asked, Huigu, what's going on with Chen Kai? Why is she suddenly moving? Huigu secured the items and glanced at Yang Mu, then at the entrance of the apartment, letting out a sigh. Oh, it's tough for a young girl, he replied. Hearing this, Yang Mu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Huigu continued, little Kai has gotten into some trouble. I regret calling her to work that day. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this situation. Yang Mu's heart raced at the realization, and he quickly pressed. What trouble? What has happened to Kaier? Huigu, noticing Yang Mu's anxious expression, did not hold back and revealed the details. A group of thugs from the market came to collect protection fees. Chen Kai happened to be working nearby and caught the eye of their leader, Luke. What? Yang Mu exclaimed, his face tightening with anger. Is Kaier all right? Huigu urged Yang Mu to lower his voice, appearing somewhat helpless. For now, she is fine. But in the future, who knows? We common folk aren't equipped to handle such matters. The only option is for Chen Kai to move to a safer place. It's not secure for a young girl to live alone. Huiji's tone was grave as he added, as her boyfriend, you shouldn't let her work in such an environment. Do you understand what I mean? He patted Yang Mu's shoulder, looking earnestly into his eyes before leading him upstairs to continue moving things. Yang Mu stood frozen for a moment, brow furrowed, before he followed Huigu upstairs to help. Chen Kai, noticing Yang Mu's change in demeanor, averted her gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed as she carried her belongings downstairs. Yang Mu remained silent, bending down to lift the last mattress, moving it with Huigu down the stairs. Just as they were descending, they heard a piercing scream from Chen Kai, who was a step ahead. Yang Mu and Huigu quickly set the mattress down and rushed downstairs, only to find a group of rough-looking individuals surrounding Chen Kai, one of whom was tugging at her. Yang Mu rushed forward, pushing aside the thugs to shield Chen Kai behind him. What do you want? He demanded, glaring at the menacing figures before him. One of the thugs stepped forward, a cocky grin on his face. Nothing much, just having a little chat with this young lady. Who are you? Get lost. Chen Kai stepped back behind Yang Mu, clutching his shirt, and he could feel her trembling. Huigu promptly intervened, smiling nervously at the thugs. You must be Luke. I advise you to leave now and not cause us any more trouble. Yang Mu spoke coldly. You should leave now, and I won't cause you any harm. The thug leader laughed derisively, stepping closer to Yang Mu. What do you want to do? Play the hero? Ha! Does anyone think this kid has what it takes? Go home and drink your milk, kid. The others erupted in laughter, but Yang Mu remained focused, shielding Chen Kai with a serious expression. I will say it once more. Leave now, and I will let this go. However, the thug only laughed louder, approaching Yang Mu with an air of arrogance. I'm not going anywhere. Let us see what you can do. Before he finished his sentence, the thug's expression darkened, and he swung his fist at Yang Mu's face. Chen Kai screamed in fright, and Yang Mu instinctively stepped back to protect her. Luke, seeing his punch miss, became even more furious and swung again. Yang Mu, anticipating the blow, swiftly caught the thug's fist and yanked him forward, delivering a sharp elbow to the thug's cheek. The thug yelped in pain and stumbled away, covering his face while glaring at Yongmu, shouting, "DeLong, get him!" At that moment, a shorter thug, standing at about 5 feet tall, stripped off his shirt, revealing a muscular physique. DeLong, without a word, charged at Yongmu, fists flying. And Yongmu could feel the rush of wind from his punches. This guy is formidable, Yongmu thought as he pushed Chun Kai aside and braced himself, crossing his arms to block the incoming strikes, but the force sent him staggering back. This guy possesses a secondary physique. This is bad. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yongmu steeled himself. DeLong pressed his attack relentlessly, each punch fast and brutal. Yongmu struggled to counter his moves, unable to keep pace with the thug's speed. In the midst of this chaos, Luke lunged towards Chun Kai, but Yongmu was unable to assist her as he was preoccupied with DeLong's assault. At that moment, Huiga shouted, grabbing a nearby bench to block Luke, but was soon overwhelmed by the other thugs and knocked to the ground. What should I do? Yongmu's mind raced for a solution as DeLong charged at him once more. Yongmu once again intercepted an incoming fist, but his arms were left aching and numb, to the extent that he struggled to maintain a firm grip. At that moment, a piercing scream from Chun Kai pierced the air. The one known as Luke was seizing her arms, leering as he cornered her against the wall. Meanwhile, on the ground nearby, Brother Hui lay unconscious and oblivious to the chaos. What to do? What should he do now? Yongmu's mind raced frantically, his breath growing increasingly ragged. The sounds of Chun Kai's desperate cries and Luke's brazen laughter filled his ears, causing Yongmu's heart to pound violently within his chest. His skin flushed crimson, and his veins throbbed with intensity. He felt his blood begin to boil, his consciousness gradually slipping away, as another version of himself slowly took control. Chapter 45. Rampage. I'm sorry, can we be good friends? Hey, Yongmu, you won't be sad, will you? Yongmu tightly closed his eyes, his mind swirling with chaotic memories. He recalled Chun Kai's pale face as she lay near death during the shipwreck, her red-rimmed eyes looking up at him from the rooftop, and the moment she pouted at him in her disappointment. No, I cannot lose her again. Absolutely not. Standing still, Yongmu shut his eyes tight, his expression gradually transforming into one of ferocity. DeLong, observing Yongmu's immobile stance, wasted no time and lunged forward with a whip kick, attempting to knock Yongmu down. However, just as DeLong's leg was about to make contact, it suddenly halted. The expression on DeLong's face shifted from astonishment to agony. The reason was simple. Yongmu's left hand had grasped DeLong's calf tightly, his fingers turning pale as he exerted pressure against the thug's leg. DeLong struggled to retract his leg but found it impossible, and as the pain intensified, he roared in frustration, swinging his fist towards Yongmu's head. At that moment, Yongmu's eyes snapped open, crimson veins encircling his black pupils. With a surge of strength, he yanked DeLong's leg forward, causing him to stumble and awkwardly perform a split. Before DeLong could regain his balance, Yongmu's right foot struck downward towards the thug's head. Faced with the incoming kick, DeLong could only brace himself with his hands. The impact echoed with a crack, and a muffled groan escaped his lips as his body flew backward, crashing against a nearby tree, collapsing in a heap. Yet Yongmu showed no signs of restraint. He swiftly advanced and delivered another brutal kick to DeLong's chest. The thug immediately spat blood and lost consciousness. This all transpired in an instant. When Luke turned to look at Yongmu, he was astonished to see DeLong completely defeated on the ground. Luke's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew DeLong's strength. He was a second-level fighter, albeit newly upgraded, and it was inconceivable that he could be so easily bested. Moreover, the individual before him appeared to be nothing more than a defenseless high school student. Releasing his grip on Chun Kai's arms, Luke turned to Yongmu and discreetly signaled to his nearby lackeys. They understood immediately and charged at Yongmu. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Yongmu swiftly pivoted to face the incoming thugs. The next moment, they rushed forward, shouting, ready to overwhelm him. However, Yongmu's movements were a blur as he unleashed a flurry of techniques, knocking each thug to the ground one after another. The ground around him filled with groaning thugs clutching their aching bodies. Yongmu, be careful. Chun Kai's anxious voice pierced through the chaos as Yongmu dispatched the last thug with a kick. He turned his head, but before he could spot Chun Kai, he was suddenly struck from behind. The blow sent him crashing to his knees, his head ringing. Yongmu! Chun Kai's scream echoed as she seized a drying rack from the vehicle and rushed toward him. Dazed, Yongmu lifted his head to find Luke standing before him, wielding a broken rolling pin, the other half lying on the ground. Chun Kai hurriedly approached, swinging the rod in an attempt to fend off Luke. But he responded with a kick that sent her crashing to the side, groaning as she clutched her forehead. Luke, seemingly unfazed, turned back to Yongmu, disdainfully spitting towards him. What a nuisance, ruining my fun. Eat dirt. Seeing Chun Kai lying on the ground ignited a furious fire within Yongmu. His eyes turned a deep crimson, the red veins pulsating ominously. Just as Luke prepared to strike again, Yongmu's head snapped up, his blood-red gaze instilling fear in Luke. In an instant, Yongmu surged forward, wrapping his arms around Luke's waist and slamming him to the ground. Luke screamed in pain, struggling to pry Yongmu's grip from his waist, but Yongmu's hold was unyielding. In a display of raw strength, Yongmu lifted the thug and hurled him against the wall of a nearby apartment. Luke cried out in agony upon impact. Yongmu, with a fierce glint in his eyes, marched over and seized Luke by the collar, dragging him from the corner. Luke's face contorted in terror. The arrogance and bravado he once held vanished. Bystanders swiftly avoided the scene, some stopping to capture the moment on their personal terminals, while others hurriedly called the authorities. Yongmu threw Luke onto an open area and sat squarely on his stomach, eyes locked onto him, fists raised, raining blows upon Luke's head. Each punch landed with a sickening thud, mingled with Luke's cries and Yongmu's solemn declarations. No one is allowed to bully Kai'er. Yongmu repeated the words with a haunting monotony, his fists continuing their relentless assault upon Luke's face, who had ceased to scream or resist, clearly having lost consciousness. Yet Yongmu showed no signs of ceasing. At that moment, Chun Kai, holding her forehead, struggled to rise. In a daze, she witnessed Yongmu atop Luke. The very person who had sought to humiliate her now lifeless beneath him. Panic-stricken, she stumbled toward them, reaching out to pull Yongmu away. But Yongmu shook her off, the aura of fury surrounding him deterring the onlookers from intervening. Yongmu, stop it, Chun Kai cried out, ignoring her scraped hands as she stood and rushed to intervene. Yongmu, please stop. You're going to kill him. Desperate. She wrapped her arms around Yongmu's right arm, but he remained fixated on the task at hand, his face twisted in rage. No one is allowed to bully Kai'er. Tears streamed down Chun Kai's face as she realized the boy before her was consumed by a desire to protect her from harm. In a moment of clarity, she embraced Yongmu tightly, leaning back to topple him. Yongmu, I'm here. No one is bullying me. Chun Kai held his head against her chest, sobbing in an attempt to comfort him. No one is bullying me at the entrance of the dilapidated apartment. Chun Kai wept as she held Yongmu on the ground, surrounded by a cluster of groaning thugs, while a crowd of onlookers stood nearby, and the sound of sirens gradually filled the air. Chapter 46. Transformation. Xiao Kai, Xiao Mu. If you are both all right, I shall take my leave now. Your sister-in-law is calling to rush me, Huij remarked, glancing at Yongmu, who was being treated with a repair device for a wound on his head, and then at Chun Kai standing beside him. Chun Kai turned to Huij, observing his somewhat disheveled appearance, and inquired with concern, Huij, are you all right? I'm fine, just sustained a minor skin injury, which has already been treated with laser therapy. Huij replied with a smile, shaking his head, but casting a glance at Yongmu. Young man, are you all right? Yongmu had just regained consciousness from a previous state, still feeling a bit dazed. Nevertheless, upon hearing Huij's words, he managed to smile. It's nothing, Huij. Just a small cut. I'll be completely fine in a couple of days. Haha, that's the spirit. You took down so many people. You certainly have guts. Huij praised upon seeing Yongmu in good spirits. Well then, I shall be on my way. Shouldn't you contact your families to come pick you up? Yongmu nodded with a smile. No worries. We will reach out ourselves shortly. Thank you so much for today, Huij. Oh, it's nothing. Just make sure Xiao Kai stays away from the market for the next few days to avoid any trouble. Huij waved his hand before turning to Chun Kai with a serious tone. Chun Kai nodded solemnly, accompanying Huij as he left. Since Yongmu acted in self-defense and being a minor, the police did not pursue the matter further, merely taking a brief statement before allowing Yongmu to come to the hospital. Once Huij departed, Chun Kai entered the emergency room and saw that a gel had already been applied to Yongmu's wound. She immediately supported him as they sat down. How are you feeling now? Chun Kai asked gently, her concern evident. Yongmu's face flushed slightly at her touch. Her support made his right elbow brush against her softly. As an inexperienced young man, he found himself momentarily distracted, his mind wandering. I'm fine, just a little dizzy, he replied, offering a shy smile. Though Chun Kai had spoken to him similarly before, there was a depth of concern in her tone that Yongmu felt keenly. After this incident, it seemed she had opened her heart a little more to him. Yang Mu's reckless bravery had begun to thaw the ice within Chen Kai's heart. Chen Kai studied Yang Mu's face closely, reassured by its normalcy, allowing her worries to dissipate. Yang Mu. Today, she said, lowering her head, embarrassment tinting her voice with guilt. Yang Mu, however, remained unperturbed. He turned to her with a smile, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. And upon seeing the bandage on her forehead, he spoke with compassion, "It's not your fault." As their eyes met, Chen Kai lowered her gaze. Gripping Yang Mu's sleeve with her left hand, her expression gradually shifting towards sorrow. "I'm sorry, Yang Mu. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gotten involved. And you wouldn't be hurt." Yang Mu understood the strong girl before him and why she struggled to hold back her tears. Normally resilient, today's events had been a profound shock for her. He interrupted her, gently grasping her hand, which she did not withdraw. This was the first time Yang Mu had held Chen Kai's hand. It was delicate, warm, and soft, causing his heart to race. But seeing her melancholy, he turned to her with conviction. "No, Kaier, if you hadn't let me come today, I would regret it even more. And promise me one thing. Don't say you're sorry again, all right?" Yang Mu gazed deeply into Chen Kai's eyes, who looked back at him. Suppressing the tears that threatened to spill, she softly agreed with a quiet sitting beside Chen Kai, feeling the warmth of her hand in his. Yang Mu felt a surge of emotion, longing to express his feelings once more. He opened his mouth, but ultimately held back. Time passed as they sat together outside the emergency department until the darkness of night enveloped them completely. Once Chen Kai's emotions stabilized, Yang Mu was finally permitted to leave the hospital. Standing up, he and Chen Kai stepped outside together. "Kaier, could you do me a favor?" Yang Mu asked, retrieving his student card from his bag and handing it to her. "What are you doing, Yang Mu?" Chen Kai asked, puzzled, before realization dawned on her. The healthcare policies strongly advocated for students, meaning each student card held a substantial healthcare allowance, sufficient to cover typical medical expenses. This was also why Yang Mu had not notified his family after getting hurt. "It's fine, I used my student card. No money was spent," Yang Mu reassured her. Realizing his politeness might come off as awkward, he chuckled. "All right then, I'll take advantage of you this time. Haha." Chen Kai remained silent, feigning anger as she helped Yang Mu walk out of the hospital. Yang Mu hailed a taxi, hesitatingly asking, "So, are you heading back to your uncle's place or?" "I'll go to my uncle's. The apartment is a mess. I can't stay there," Chen Kai replied, her gaze lowered, seemingly wrestling with herself before finally speaking up. Yang Mu nodded, assisting her into the taxi before joining her. "I'll take you there," he said earnestly. Chen Kai glanced at him, a knowing smile gracing her lips, and silently agreed. Arriving at an old neighborhood, night had fully fallen. Yang Mu escorted Chen Kai to the foot of her building and paused. "I won't go up," he said hesitantly. Chen Kai looked up at him, pressed her lips together, and smiled at him. "Well then, Yang Mu, I'll head up." Yang Mu nodded with a smile, watching her ascend the stairs. "Take care of yourself, Yang Mu," Chen Kai called back, taking a few steps up before adding, "If you feel unwell, go to the hospital and message me." Seeing her concern made Yang Mu smile warmly, waving for her to hurry along. "Go on. I know what to do." After exchanging a final glance, Chen Kai bid him farewell and turned to head upstairs. Watching her figure vanish around the corner, Yang Mu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Rubbing his hands together, he smiled again. Looking up at the building, Yang Mu inhaled deeply and returned to the taxi, heading home. Today seemed to have altered something within him. Chapter 47. A favor once again. After a day spent in darkness, Yang Mu returned home, greeted by the sight of his mother, Yang Ma, who was distressed upon noticing the bruises adorning his face and the wound on his head, which was already healing under the influence of gel. She busied herself attending to him, while Lei Ming and Lei Hong approached to inquire about their brother's discomfort and offer assistance. Lei Shangwu's expression was particularly grave as he stood beside Yang Mu, demanding to know who was responsible for this mischief. Vowing to take his comrades to seek vengeance the following day, the entire family gathered around Yang Mu, their concern palpable in the air. Yang Mu initially intended to dismiss the incident with a casual excuse about simply tripping, but ultimately he modified the truth just enough to say he had intervened when he witnessed a girl being bullied by thugs, and, along with a few bystanders, managed to subdue them, sustaining only minor injuries. After much persuasion, Yang Ma reluctantly accepted this explanation, though Yang Mu silently prayed that the events of the day would not become fodder for tomorrow's news, especially not for his mother or Uncle Lei, at least not yet. That evening, due to Yang Mu's head injury, Yang Ma insisted he refrain from studying and take a proper rest. even nearly persuading Uncle Lei to message his homeroom teacher to request a day off for him. Ultimately, it was only after Yang Mu's insistence that she abandoned the notion. The following morning, Uncle Lei drove Yang Mu to school, accompanying him to the classroom, repeatedly admonishing him to avoid any sudden movements and to be cautious so as not to aggravate his injury. Once Uncle Lei left the classroom and urged the concerned classmates to disperse, Yang Mu finally found a moment of tranquility. However, the ever-curious Jia Hao soon approached, his expression a mix of concern and disbelief. "Mu Shuai, please don't tell me you went off to fight after you left yesterday?" Yang Mu playfully ruffled Jia Hao's hair and feigned indignation, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? Am I that kind of person? By the way, did you manage to take care of that matter I asked you about yesterday?" Jia Hao beamed with pride, thumping his chest as he replied, "Of course. I've already spoken to Yu Wenkyu. We're meeting in the cafeteria at noon." Yang Mu nodded, satisfied with Jia Hao's efficiency. While Jia Hao may seem lackadaisical at times, he was reliable in critical situations. However, in all honesty, I really don't want to see that guy's dead fish face again. He should consider visiting a hospital to check if he has facial paralysis. Just as Yang Mu was about to praise Jia Hao, he was interrupted by that comment, and a sheepish smile crept onto his face. He shook his head, opened his laptop, and completed the day's attendance before submitting his homework and burying himself in his studies. At noon, Yang Mu and Jia Hao filled their plates at the school cafeteria, choosing a conspicuous spot to sit. Jia Hao stood up, scanning the room for Yu Wenkyu's figure, and finally spotted him approaching with a tray. Yu Wenkyu, keeping his head down, sat across from Yang Mu, while Jia Hao busily devoured his meal. Yang Mu looked up at Yu Wenkyu, offering a friendly smile. "What do you need?" Yu Wenkyu placed his tray before Yang Mu, speaking in a flat tone, his hands resting in his lap, showing no inclination to engage in conversation while eating. Seeing his demeanor, Yang Mu set down his chopsticks, collected his thoughts, and began. Although we've had some unpleasantness in the past, today he hesitated, finally saying, "I'd like to offer you a favor." Yu Wenkyu frowned at Yang Mu's words, his expression turning slightly displeased. "I don't need any favors." With that, his demeanor shifted to one of impatience as he prepared to rise and leave. Yang Mu, however, stopped him, gazing intently into his eyes. "What I mean is, I can offer you a job." Yang Mu stated clearly, "I'm not interested in being a thug." Yu Wenkyu replied coldly, attempting to leave again. "Hey, what do you mean? Our leader wouldn't ask you to be a thug. You couldn't even defeat our leader. Why would he hire you for that?" Jia Hao interjected from the side, glaring at Yu Wenkyu. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Wenkyu's expression turned icy, casting a sharp glance at Jia Hao, which promptly silenced him. Yang Mu pulled Jia Hao aside, scolding, "Eat your food. Can't you keep your mouth shut even during a meal?" Seeing Yang Mu's admonition directed at him, Jia Hao lowered his head, refraining from further participation in the conversation and focusing on his meal. Yang Mu turned back to the now cold Yu Wenkyu, sighing in exasperation. "I'm not asking you to do anything illegal. It's my uncle's auto repair shop. If you're willing to come, there's a base salary of 3,000 yen Huang coins a month, plus commissions for tasks completed." Yang Mu spoke calmly, meeting Yu Wenkyu's gaze once more. After hearing Yang Mu's proposal, Yu Wenkyu's expression relaxed slightly as he sat back down, his eyes, which had been fixed on the tray, now lifted to meet Yang Mu's, revealing a hint of hesitation. "This isn't about disrespect. It's about encouraging you to engage in something constructive rather than contemplating a life of crime," Yang Mu said, recalling Yu Wenkyu's recent troubles. A strange feeling welled up within him, prompting his words. However, as soon as Yang Mu spoke, Yu Wenkyu's expression hardened again, now tinged with a hint of anger. "I don't need you to play the Good Samaritan, nor do I want anyone's pity." Yu Wenkyu's tone was decidedly irritable. Realizing his words had been ill-considered, Yang Mu recognized that he had been too blunt. Though Yu Wenkyu faced hardships, he was a person who valued dignity, and Yang Mu's comments must have struck a nerve. "No, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to help. After all, we are classmates." Yang Mu attempted to clarify, looking earnestly at Yu Wenkyu. "You can come and see for yourself. I assure you I mean no harm." Yu Wenkyu remained silent, his cold gaze fixed on Yang Mu as he scrutinized him several times before finally uttering a response. "Fine, I'll come by this afternoon." Yang Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him at Yu Wenkyu's agreement, but he couldn't shake the awkward feeling that, despite arranging the job for him, it felt as if he were begging Yu Wenkyu to take it. Embarrassed, Yang Mu scratched his nose and said, "Let us go together this afternoon. I've already spoken to Uncle Lei about it." Yu Wenkyu nodded, saying nothing, and simply picked up his tray to leave. "What kind of person is this? Not even a thank you?" Jia Hao remarked, pouting as he watched Yu Wingqiu depart. He then turned to Yang Mu and asked, "Boss, what are you trying to do? Why are you offering him a job? This guy is responsible for the downfall of the Du Long family." Yang Mu shot Jia Hao a glance and replied, "You can't say that. He is not inherently bad. He is merely a product of his circumstances. Isn't that true? With such talent, he could have a far brighter future. Why let a blank slate be tainted? A person of such brilliance, if guided onto the right path, could contribute significantly to humanity's military in the future. At least I would have played a part in helping him." Yang Mu took a deep breath, picked up his chopsticks, and resumed his lunch. Meanwhile, Jia Hao sat beside him, utterly bewildered, his expression tinged with discontent. He could not fathom the purpose behind his superior's recent actions. Instead, he merely sat there, staring at Yang Mu as he ate, neglecting even to wipe the grains of rice from his mouth. Chapter 48. Work after classes concluded in the afternoon. Yang Mu and Jia Hao waited at the school gate for Yu Wenchao, and the three of them proceeded to Uncle Lei's auto repair shop together. Throughout the journey, their conversation was sparse, and they walked forward in silence. Upon reaching the Shangwu mechanical repair department, as they stepped inside, they were immediately met with a wave of heat, compelling them to retreat quickly. Today, Lei Shangwu had taken on a significant project, replacing the power limbs of 2 entertainment mechas. He was currently busy in the spacious back room of the shop, fine-tuning the mecha's auxiliary engines, rendering the entire shop sweltering. Yang Mu entered and hurried over to greet Lei Shangwu. "Uncle Lei, I brought the person I mentioned this morning." He patted Lei Shangwu, who was directing the testing process. Turning at the sound, Lei Shangwu recognized Yang Mu and tilted his head in curiosity. The noise from the engines in the testing room was deafening, prompting Yang Mu to lean closer and speak loudly into Lei Shangwu's ear. "All right, you all go outside first. It's too loud in here." Following Yang Mu, Lei Shangwu exited, shutting the soundproof door behind him. "Is this the young man?" Stepping into the repair area, Lei Shangwu inquired of Yang Mu. Recognizing Jia Hao, his gaze quickly shifted to the blonde youth, Yu Wenchao. Yang Mu nodded, addressing Lei Shangwu. "Uncle Lei, this is Yu Wenchao, the individual I mentioned this morning. He currently possesses a level 2 physique. What position do you think he should be assigned?" Yu Wenchao stood nearby, observing Yang Mu converse with the burly man, his eyes scanning the large shop while inhaling the faint scent of lubricating oil. Rather than displaying any distaste, his expression revealed an undeniable curiosity. Lei Shangwu nodded, taking a step closer to Yu Wenchao for another appraisal. "What skills do you possess, young man? If you lack experience, you can start as an apprentice. The hours are flexible, and the monthly stipend is 1,500, including food and accommodation." Yu Wenchao's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but he remained silent. Casting a glance at Yang Mu, the disparity between Lei Shangwu's offer and what Yang Mu had anticipated earlier prompted him to pull Lei Shangwu aside, inquiring, "Uncle, didn't you say 3,000 a month, plus commissions for tasks?" Dusting off his hands, Lei Shangwu affirmed, "Yes, but my standard requires some mechanical knowledge. Only then can he earn the typical salary of a repairman. Although this young man has a level 2 physique, I must ensure fair distribution among the staff." Yang Mu frowned, caught between his uncle's conditions and his commitment to assist Yu Wenchao, making it difficult for him to decide. At that moment, Yu Wenchao interjected. Addressing Lei Shangwu, "I have a basic understanding of mechanical repairs. I'm willing to learn more gradually." His words alleviated Yang Mu's awkwardness, causing both Lei Shangwu and Yang Mu to turn towards Yu Wenchao. Just as they were about to respond, another man's gruff voice emerged from behind. "Xiao Mu, what brings you here today?" Yang Mu turned to see Cheng Feng, clad in work attire, emerging from the workshop with a cheerful demeanor, resting his elbow on Yang Mu's shoulder. "You brat, the mechanical arm you ruined last time still hasn't been repaired." Yang Mu could only scratch his head and smile sheepishly at Cheng Feng's teasing. "Was that mechanical arm you designed?" Yu Wenchao's voice chimed in, laced with surprise. Noticing the unfamiliar face, Cheng Feng raised an eyebrow and turned to Yang Mu, asking, "Xiao Mu, who is this?" Yang Mu explained once more, "Oh, he has some basic mechanical repair skills." "Is that so? You're introducing him for a job?" Cheng Feng expressed his amazement, then promptly sought Lei Shangwu's opinion. "Here's the plan. Lao Cheng, take this young man to test his skills. If he performs well, he can join as a part-time repairman. Otherwise, he'll start as an apprentice." Lei Shangwu promptly outlined his solution. Cheng Feng nodded, beckoning Yu Wenchao to follow him inside for a skills assessment, while Yang Mu awkwardly settled down with Lei Shangwu and Jia Hao in a nearby office. "Xiao Mu, do you really think this guy has that much talent?" Lei Shangwu inquired, observing Yu Wenchao as he entered. "Yes, considering he has a level 2 physique at his age, That's quite impressive, Yang Mu replied, accepting the water Lei Shangwu offered. Moreover, it seems he is on the verge of reaching level 3. Lei Shangwu paused, inhaling sharply in surprise while glancing at Yuan Chao again. Really? If that is the case, he truly is a genius. But with such talent, and you say he is repeating a year, he should have been recruited by the military already. Yang Mu shook his head silently at Lei Shangwu's remark. Noticing Yang Mu's reaction, Lei Shangwu remarked with a hint of amusement, Xiao Mu, do you currently have a level 1 physique? Shouldn't you consider improving it? I have connections. Yang Mu offered a resigned smile, replying, Uncle, it's definitely not feasible right now. Perhaps after the college entrance examination, it won't be too late then. After contemplating, Lei Shangwu acknowledged Yang Mu's reasoning with a nod, shifting his focus to Jia how to discuss the shop's business, encouraging him to join in mechanical repairs to lose weight. Approximately 15 minutes later, Cheng Feng emerged from the shop, a broad smile on his face, accompanied by Yuan Chao. He addressed Yang Mu and Lei Shangwu. Old Lei, this young man is quite impressive. With a few years of training, he'll undoubtedly become a skilled pilot. Oh, Lei Shangwu expressed his surprise. Although aware of Yuan Chao's superior physique, he hadn't anticipated him catching the eye of the seasoned pilot Cheng Feng. Curiously, Lei Shangwu asked, Young man, Yuan Chao, where did you learn your skills? Yuan Chao candidly replied, My father was also a mechanic. He taught me everything I know. This piqued Lei Shangwu's interest, prompting him to ask, Oh, what is your father doing now? Lowering his head, Yuan Chao responded, He is currently unwell and has been unemployed at home. Noticing the dejection in Yuan Chao's expression, Lei Shangwu glanced at Yang Mu, who merely shook his head. It was evident that Lei Shangwu wished to recruit Yuan Chao as father, but given the circumstances, it was likely Yuan Chao would decline such an offer. Ultimately, Lei Shangwu refrained from asking further, opting instead to smile and say, Then let us arrange for you to work here as a repairman. Your school hours will be from after classes until 10 at night, and on weekends from 8 in the morning until 8 at night, with meals and accommodation provided, along with a 2-hour break for lunch. Upon hearing these terms, Yuan Chao readily agreed with a nod. All right, Lao Cheng, please assist him in completing the necessary paperwork. He is of legal age, so remember to upload his information, Lei Shangwu instructed Cheng Feng, who acknowledged and led Yuan Chao away to handle the formalities. After a brief period, Yuan Chao, Yang Mu, and Jia Hao parted ways at an intersection. Yuan Chao paused, casting a gentle glance at Yang Mu. His expression softened significantly as he said, Yang Mu, thank you very much for your help this time. Of course, my family's elder is known for his loyalty. Jia Hao chimed in with a hearty laugh from the side. Yang Mu smiled and remarked, It's nothing. We should help each other as classmates. Yuan Chao also pursed her lips, remaining silent, yet she nodded earnestly. Well then, let's leave it at that. It's quite late, and I ought to return. Yang Mu said with a smile, exchanging greetings with Jia Hao as they walked away in another direction. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Yang Mu. It was Yuan Chao. He paused and turned to look at her, standing still in her place. Although you have assisted me, the wager we made previously still stands. Yang Mu was momentarily taken aback but soon relaxed, replying, Very well, I shall certainly face you when the time comes. I'm off now. As Yang Mu rode away on his bicycle, the setting sun gradually elongated Yuan Chao's shadow. She stood there, lost in thought, gazing in the direction of Yang Mu's departure for what felt like an eternity. Chapter 49. The Return of Cam. As time swiftly passes, we find ourselves in the fragrant month of June, where the scent of jasmine lingers in the air. In May, Yang Mu experienced a series of events while diligently preparing for the impending college entrance examination. Notably, in mid-May, the Blue Star military successfully dismantled a stronghold of the Blood Skull Brotherhood, which had been entrenched in the asteroid belt surrounding Blue Star, capturing a minor leader in the process. This triumph was widely reported across Blue Star, bringing joy to the populace. Upon hearing this news, Yang Mu felt a slight sense of relief and attempted to anonymously inform the government of a possible Blood Skull base within the marketplace. However, his prior covert investigations yielded no abnormalities, and he lacked effective means to relay this information. Although he considered approaching Yen Shenfu, that astute elder was solely focused on persuading him to attend the recommended Kunluo Academy. Yang Mu realized that while he could attribute a single occurrence to mere coincidence, repeated incidents would surely arouse Yen Shenfu's suspicion, leaving Yang Mu at a loss for how to explain himself. Thus, he ultimately chose to let the matter rest, channeling all his energy into his studies as the examination loomed closer. Today, however, Yang Mu found himself not in the classroom, but en route to the school's gymnasium. alongside a multitude of students heading in the same direction. The school had invited a renowned motivational speaker to uplift the third-year students of Hylon High School and alleviate the fatigue accumulated from prolonged studying. Although reluctant, Yang Mu was compelled by his homeroom teacher to accompany Jia Hao towards the venue. Upon arrival at the gymnasium, Yang Mu was taken aback by the large gathering of students. He noticed several drones hovering above, and the large screen on the podium was undergoing technical adjustments, indicating that it would soon be put to use. This spectacle left Jia Hao in awe, while Yang Mu merely chuckled and shook his head, having witnessed a similar scene in a past life. Finding their seats in the designated area, Yang Mu surveyed the nearly filled gymnasium. On stage, the school leaders had taken their places, and the director of education warmly welcomed the esteemed motivational speaker, Franz. Yang Mu observed a middle-aged man rise from his seat, displaying a refined smile as he waved to the audience. "Hello, students. I am grateful for your presence today to partake in my motivational speech. I hope to impart some valuable insights." The middle-aged speaker eloquently articulated a series of principles, yet Yang Mu found himself unable to absorb any of it. Instead, he retrieved a small notebook from his pocket and began to memorize the key points. Sir, you cannot go up there." At that moment, a voice from behind Yang Mu interrupted him. He turned to see a school staff member blocking the way of a man clad in a hoodie. Behind the staff member stood a viewing ladder that ascended to the gymnasium's highest point, which was currently closed off. The hooded man remained silent, acknowledging the staff's words but refraining from a confrontation. With a slight acknowledgement, he turned and walked away, piquing Yang Mu's curiosity. The man's attire was distinctly uncharacteristic of a school affiliate, yet he did not appear to be a trespasser. However, upon being obstructed, he offered no apologies and simply lowered his head, heading towards the exit. Yang Mu glanced up at the viewing ladder, and then at the exit the man was approaching. A slight furrow creased his brow. The soldier within him sensed something amiss. The man appeared to have ulterior motives, rather than merely being lost. Although the viewing ladder was inaccessible, Yang Mu was aware of two staircases that could lead to the viewing platform. And the exit the man was heading towards was evidently near one of those staircases. Without hesitation, Yang Mu stood up, informing Jia Hao that he was heading to the restroom, and discreetly followed the man through the exit. Upon exiting, he observed the hooded figure turn right and head towards the staircase leading to the viewing platform. This only heightened Yang Mu's suspicions. He stealthily pursued the man, and upon ascending the staircase, he heard faint sounds. A slight cutting noise reached his ears, and cautiously peeking around the corner, Yang Mu witnessed the unidentified man wielding a small electric saw, attempting to cut through a door lock. This individual was indeed intent on accessing the viewing platform. Yang Mu's heart raced with alarm, and he prepared to descend to notify security. However, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the man's face beneath the hood. It was the tattooed man. Panic surged through Yang Mu as he widened his eyes in shock. He forced himself to regain composure, retreating step by step before sprinting towards the security office. The presence of a blood skull member in this location was undoubtedly a grave concern. 5 minutes later, Yang Mu, accompanied by several security personnel, raced up the staircase to the viewing platform. Upon arrival, they found the door ajar, and Yang Mu rushed inside, only to discover it devoid of any presence. The man had evidently fled. The head of security erupted in anger, hastily instructing the nearby guards to notify the school administration and review the surveillance footage. Yang Mu approached the glass window of the viewing platform, peering down at the scene in the gymnasium below, where a throng of students, energized by the motivational speaker Franz, were chanting slogans. Had the man exited from this very spot? What was his intention? Did he plan to harm the students gathered in the gymnasium? Filled with questions, Yang Mu was soon approached by the security captain, who inquired about the situation. Yang Mu recounted the events in detail, subtly hinting at his suspicions. He refrained from directly revealing the man's affiliation with the Blood Skull, aware that doing so could lead to significant trouble for himself. Nevertheless, he cautiously raised concerns about the potential risk posed to the students, suggesting the possibility of explosives. His words struck a chord, and the security captain's expression turned grave as he immediately contacted the police. After reporting his name and class, Yang Mu departed, troubled by the man's intentions. Did he realize he was being followed, prompting him to abort his plan? Unbeknownst to Yang Mu, as he descended from the viewing platform, a pair of eyes from the podium fixated upon him, observing his every move. The owner of those eyes was none other than Franz, who passionately continued his speech from the stage. Chapter 50. The incident at the gymnasium. The incident at the gymnasium surrounding the college entrance examination ultimately fizzled out. as the police found no explosives or any unusual items within the premises. Consequently, it was treated merely as a case of theft. Yang Mu, having promptly reported the situation, managed to ensure that the school suffered no losses apart from the intelligent door lock. Thus, he received commendations from the school leadership, leaving him somewhat taken aback and awkwardly under the gaze of his classmates. Nonetheless, this event merely served as a prelude to the college entrance examination, which arrived on June 7th. Like countless third-year students from the numerous habitable planets, Yang Mu and his peers stepped onto the battlefield of the exam, striving earnestly for their futures. The examination spanned 2 days, encompassing subjects such as classical Chinese, applied mathematics, engineering mechanics, fundamental physics, practical chemistry, foreign languages, and social sciences. Over these 2 days, the entire city of Hylon mobilized its resources, creating a green channel exclusively for the examinees, providing comprehensive services to assist them in successfully completing their tests. It is said that this tradition has persisted since the era of Earth, representing the nation's utmost concern apart from wars and disasters, and signifying the priorities of every student's family. For Yang Mu, the 2 days of examinations passed swiftly, though for his mother and Uncle Lei waiting outside, it was an agonizing wait. During this time, the young brothers, Lei Ming and Lei Hong, aged around 8 or 9, had to walk to school on their own, while Uncle Lei entrusted the shop's affairs entirely to Cheng Feng, focusing solely on Yang Mu's school commute. Meanwhile, Yang Mu's mother exerted herself to prepare various delectable dishes and meticulously planned his daily routines, striving to ensure his diet and rest were optimal. However, these matters were of little concern to Yang Mu during the examinations. His primary focus was on achieving the best possible scores. Among the subjects, he found classical Chinese and social sciences particularly challenging, while his years of experience and recent revision in the other subjects bolstered his confidence in attaining commendable results. Nevertheless, when it came to the more text-heavy and literature-intensive aspects, Yang Mu felt somewhat lacking. Despite his concentrated efforts during this period of cramming, he had not made substantial progress. Ultimately, he had to compromise by enhancing his scores in subjects where he excelled to offset the losses incurred in his weaker areas. At last, the 2 days of examinations concluded. After finishing the final social science test, Yang Mu gathered his belongings and exited the examination hall with a sense of relief. Having taken the exams, he was at least able to estimate his scores. Admission to an ordinary first-tier university seemed assured, but entry into a prestigious institution would depend on luck. As for which school he would ultimately attend, that decision would come after the results were released, leaving him wondering how Chen Kai had fared and whether they might attend the same school. Carrying such thoughts, Yang Mu slowly made his way out of the school gate, where his mother, sharp-eyed, immediately spotted him and waved him over. As he approached, he noticed not only his mother and Uncle Lei, but also the Jia family, although Jia Hao had yet to emerge. "How did you do, Xiaomu?" Yang Mu's mother inquired with concern. However, Uncle Lei interrupted, saying, "How can you ask the child that? Once the exam is over, there's no need to dwell on it." "Indeed, I agree with you, Uncle Jia," chimed in the plump Uncle Jia, his eyes narrowing into slits as he approached, patting Yang Mu on the shoulder with a smile. "Tonight, your father promised to treat both our families to a feast at Tung Tian Pavilion. Let us not worry about that for now." Yang Mu nodded, smiling, and glanced toward the school gate. "Where's Haozi? He hasn't come out yet." No sooner had he spoken than Jia Hao's figure appeared at the entrance, though he looked somewhat serious. "Haozi, over here. Come quickly," Jia Mu called out, immediately recognizing her son. Upon seeing his mother, Jia Hao's expression eased slightly as he hurried over. "How did you do, Xiao Hao?" his father asked, concern etched on his face. Jia Hao shrugged and replied, "I think it went okay, though I might have mixed up some points and struggled with a few questions." "Struggled?" His father's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Jia Hao. "If only you had studied more diligently instead of just eating." Uncle Jia's sudden reprimand left Yang Mu astonished, recalling how just moments ago his uncle had advised against worrying about grades. "Oh, enough of that. The exams are over. What is the point of discussing it now?" Uncle Lei interjected, attempting to diffuse the situation. Jia Hao exchanged a helpless glance with Yang Mu, conveying a silent message of resignation. Yang Mu then walked over to Jia Hao, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "Well, since both our families are here, let's go eat together. Tonight's treat is on me," Uncle Lei declared, wrapping his arm around Uncle Jia's shoulder. "Old Jia, you didn't accept my invitation for drinks last time. This time, you can't refuse." Yang Mu's mother chimed in supportively. Both Uncle Jia and Aunt Jia, being good-natured individuals, quickly set aside their previous concerns and readily agreed. "All right, I'll join you for drinks tonight, Uncle Jia replied, and the families boarded their respective hover vehicles, heading to the pre-booked dining venue. At the gathering of the two families, spirits ran high. Even Yang Mu and Jia Hao were compelled to partake in several toasts. Uncle Lei and Uncle Jia engaged in a friendly contest of strength, while Yang Mu's mother and Aunt Jia discussed their children's futures. Meanwhile, the younger siblings, Lei Ming and Lei Hong, were engrossed in a cartoon on the floating television, creating a lively atmosphere throughout the room. Yang Mu occasionally joined the conversation, but suddenly, his wristwatch vibrated. Upon checking, he found a message from Chen Kai. He glanced at the table, noting that no one was paying attention to him, and opened the message. Are you free? Let us go for a walk. Those few short words instantly cleared the slight haze of alcohol from Yang Mu's mind. He responded affirmatively, inquiring where they should meet. Excusing himself under the pretext of a classmate needing him, he slipped away, leaving everyone somewhat puzzled by his departure. However, once Yang Mu was outside, Jia Hao raised his eyebrows and made a few pointed remarks about Yang Mu's supposed classmate needing him, which caused a shift in the expressions of Uncle Lei and Yang Mu's mother. Meanwhile, in a two-story building within the bustling market of Hailan City, a stout man sat at a table, scrutinizing images before him, tapping his fingers on the surface with increasing intensity, reflecting his growing agitation. This man was Franz, the renowned motivational speaker who had recently delivered a speech at Hailan No. 1 High School. Yet, unbeknownst to many, he held a deeper identity as the leader of the notorious Blood Skull, a formidable pirate organization that had caused significant turmoil across Hailan Star and its neighboring planets. Is this all the information we have? Franz inquired gravely, addressing Cam, who stood before him. In recent months, Franz has been lurking in the Azure Star to ascertain the circumstances surrounding a particular target. However, the photograph laid before him elicited considerable dissatisfaction. Indeed, the defensive fortifications of Azure Star regarding this matter were excessively formidable, leaving them with no choice but to achieve such a result for the time being, Cam respectfully remarked. Yet, as if a thought struck him, he lifted his gaze and inquired, Chief, might I ask when we shall make our move? Franz cast a fleeting glance at Cam, his loyal subordinate's inquisitiveness not provoking any irritation. He simply replied, there is no rush. We must capture another photograph, ensuring it is the clearest possible. Understood. Observing that his leader seemed reluctant to divulge more, Cam promptly ceased his inquiries and complied. In truth, he was privy to certain aspects of their undertakings. Aware that the chief was willing to gamble the fate of the entire Blood Skull for this objective, mobilizing all members for the operation. The strategist, the deputy leader, and the chief's wife had all commenced their involvement months prior, their whereabouts now unknown to him. What Cam discerned was that before him stood a leader orchestrating an exceedingly grand scheme, one that could potentially be earth-shattering. The affairs of the Green Ghost Gang represented but a single step, leaking various pieces of information, even at the cost of some brothers' lives. Everything being undertaken now served merely as groundwork. Cam could almost envision the bloodshed and upheaval that would erupt in Azure Star upon the execution of the final phase of this grand design. Silence enveloped the room once more, with Cam standing silently by, while Franz continued to tap his index finger upon the table, his gaze fixed on the image before him. A glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes, hinting at thoughts unknown. Chapter 51. The same place Yang Mu hurriedly exited the dining establishment. And at the entrance of Hai Blue University, he encountered Chen Kai, who had been waiting there for some time. This was a location chosen by Chen Kai, and rather coincidentally, it was quite close to Hailan No. 1 High School, separated merely by a street. Hai Blue University was also one of the prestigious institutions under PAJR, frequently cited by Yang Mu's teachers to motivate their students. They would often warn, if you do not study diligently, you may not even have the opportunity to attend the school next door. However, in Yang Mu's perspective, it seemed unlikely that any student from Hailan No. 1 High School would aspire to attend the nearby university. Today, Chen Kai was unusually adorned in a dress, a delicate blend of light blue and white. Her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, enhancing her refreshing beauty. Yang Mu scrutinized her appearance, praising her until Chen Kai playfully chided him. After learning that Chen Kai had already dined, Yang Mu purchased 2 beverages from a nearby shop and handed one to her before they strolled into Hai Blue University together. The campus of Hai Blue University was expansive, featuring lush greenery, with solar streetlights illuminating the pathways as night fell, casting a serene and picturesque ambience. As they walked along a path, they admired the nocturnal scenery, engaging in light-hearted conversation and laughter, resembling an ordinary couple, aside from the absence of hand-holding. They gradually approached a scenic lake, falling into a momentary silence before Yang Mu broke it. How did you fare in the exams? He inquired. Chen Kai glanced at him before looking ahead, smiling as she replied, It went well, perhaps even better than I anticipated. Yang Mu nodded in understanding and voiced the question that weighed heavily on his mind. So, which university are you considering applying to? Hearing his question, Chen Kai settled onto a bench by the lake, gazing at the shimmering surface stirred by the evening breeze, and responded, perhaps somewhere farther away. I wish to explore a broader world. Yang Mu joined her on the bench, and upon hearing her words, cast his gaze downward slightly. I see. The conversation seemed to hit an abrupt pause, but Yang Mu quickly pursued the matter that concerned him most. What if we both end up at the same university? How would you feel about that? Chen Kai turned her head in surprise, meeting Yang Mu's earnest gaze. And she realized that this boy had not relinquished his pursuit of her. He cared deeply and was even willing to stand up for her. This boy reignited within her the warmth of being cherished, evoking admiration for him. Yet, she had never confronted this question directly. Perhaps it was not that she had not considered it, but rather that she feared to. The world was vast, and life held countless possibilities. A minor separation could lead to a distance akin to light years, making future encounters exceedingly rare. Initially, she had invited Yang Mu to discuss his thoughts. But now he had turned the question back on her. Chen Kai found herself at a loss for words, her mind a tangled mess. Facing Yang Mu's intense gaze, she gradually lowered her head. Yang Mu observed her every expression and movement. Though unable to decipher her feelings at this moment, he felt compelled to delve deeper. Though they resided in the same city now, post-exams, if they attended different universities, they would be separated by vast distances. The prospect of waiting for another chance to meet filled him with trepidation, bringing back memories of past pains he wished to avoid repeating. Thus, Yang Mu resolved to remain by Chen Kai's side. They sat in silence for a long while until Chen Kai finally spoke. I will choose a university in the capital star. What about you? Hearing her express her true desires, Yang Mu felt a weight lift from his heart. At least he had altered some aspects of their future compared to his previous life. I shall also apply there, he declared. Chen Kai regarded him silently. A subtle smile gracing her lips, almost as if to affirm his words. They exchanged smiles, as if they had silently agreed upon this shared destiny. Following this exchange, they wandered through High Blue University before Yang Mu escorted Chen Kai back home. During this time, Chen Kai refrained from working at the market, focusing on her studies for the impending exams while also wanting to avoid any further disturbances from unruly individuals. Huigu had managed to leverage some connections to resolve issues with the local gangsters, ensuring that her family's grocery store faced no significant threats. After returning home, Yang Mu relished his newfound freedom, having completed his exams. Yet, while watching television in the living room, he sensed that his mother and Uncle Lei regarded him with a rather peculiar demeanor. When he inquired about it, they merely smiled and remained silent, leaving him perplexed. That evening, Yang Mu chatted briefly with Chen Kai and then with a new acquaintance, Su Yuanming. Although he found Su's exuberance overwhelming, he had grown accustomed to their conversations. Since the chaotic melee and the mecha simulation battle, Yang Mu had become a hot topic on gaming forums, with many enthusiastic players attempting to uncover details about his gameplay. However, their efforts had been in vain thus far. Su Yuanming, a wealthy scion and avid mecha enthusiast, had shown an insatiable curiosity about Yang Mu's gaming techniques. Initially, Yang Mu appreciated Su's eagerness to learn, sharing insights about mecha operations. However, he soon realized that divulging too much was not in his best interest, prompting him to shift the conversation away from gaming. Recognizing this, Su also changed topics, discussing various subjects ranging from astronomy to geography, surprising Yang Mu with his breadth of knowledge. It seemed as though Yang Mu was the sole recipient of Su's friendship. Days later, the examination results were released. With a total score of 600, Yang Mu obtained just over 500, while Chen Kai scored 537, and Jia Hao lagged behind with a score in the mid-400s. Chen Kai ultimately applied to Qian'an University in the capital star and was successfully admitted. Yang Mu's scores, however, placed him on the precarious edge of acceptance, leaving him in a state of distress. Just as he pondered his next steps, he received a phone call from Yen Shinfu. Chapter 52. Agreement. Seated at his desk, Yang Mu answered the call that had come through his application. Upon hearing the somewhat aged voice on the other end, a look of resignation crept across his face. Haha, young man, the college entrance examination results are out, aren't they? The jovial laughter of Yen Shinfu resonated through the line. Yang Mu sighed. He harbored no particularly fond feelings for this kind-hearted old man who incessantly pursued him. Nonetheless, He responded with a tone of respect. Ah, indeed. May I inquire what brings you to call me, esteemed sir? A hint of impatience lingered in Yang Mu's voice. Yet Yin Shinfu showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he leisurely remarked, My boy, I am aware that your results were not as stellar as you might have hoped. But my earlier proposal still stands. Will you accept it? Hearing such tempting words from the other side, Yang Mu found himself at a loss for how to respond. This marked the fourth time Yin Shinfu had broached the subject of recommending him to Kunchuo Academy. Yang Mu conceded that it was an extraordinarily prestigious military academy. Yet he pondered whether he should tread this path once more. With a heavy sigh, he expressed his confusion. Esteemed sir, what is it that you see in me? Why must you insist on pushing this high school student towards Kunchuo Academy? This had long been a question that weighed on Yang Mu's mind. He had merely uttered a few ill-chosen words at an inopportune moment, solicited Yin Shinfu's assistance once, and subsequently sparked his profound interest, leading to an incessant barrage of temptations. Were it not for the fact that the other party was a 60-year-old man of considerable distinction, Yang Mu might have suspected him of dubious intentions. Meanwhile, in a quaint and elegant tea house, Yin Shinfu sat by the window, gazing at the scenery outside, a benevolent smile adorning his face. When he heard Yang Mu's inquiry, the smile deepened. This question, perplexing to everyone but himself, had also been posed by his son during a recent Interstellar call, who had questioned why Yin Shinfu had chosen to extend a recommendation. Yin Shinfu had reprimanded his son but refrained from providing an explanation. Others might not understand. But he recognized that he had unearthed a rough gem in this remote star system, a piece of material that, with a bit of polishing, could become exquisite jade. While some might dismiss Yang Mu's performance as unremarkable, Yin Shinfu perceived a depth behind this seemingly ordinary student. Yang Mu exuded an air of maturity incongruous with his age and displayed a profound love for his country. Furthermore, Yin Shinfu had noted Yang Mu's impressive scores in engineering mechanics and fundamental physics, indicating that the boy possessed considerable aptitude. Though Yang Mu's abilities had yet to fully manifest, knowledge was something that could be accumulated, and with a little nurturing, it would flourish. Yin Shinfu was particularly taken by the fervent patriotism that radiated from Yang Mu. Young man, answer me one question, and I shall reveal my reasoning, Yin Shinfu said after a prolonged silence, casting a bait. Yang Mu, seated in his chair, shifted his gaze and inquired, What question? Yin Shinfu stated plainly, If the fate of your nation lay before you, and your family was under duress from the enemy, would you choose to compromise or rise in resistance? What choice would you make? The gravity of Yin Shinfu's words instantly alerted Yang Mu. Why was he posing such a question at this juncture? Was it a test of some kind? Yang Mu refrained from scoffing, though he felt the approach was somewhat juvenile. After much contemplation, he laid bare his true thoughts. If it were me, I would fain surrender to rescue my family, then eliminate the one threatening them. These words, tinged with a hint of bloodlust, elicited a slight change in Yin Shinfu's expression, revealing his discontent. But if the nation were lost, would saving your family for a moment truly secure their future? In the next instant, Yang Mu's subsequent words resonated through Yin Shinfu's communicator, causing the old man's furrowed brow to smoothen. Haha, indeed. You are truly the young man I have chosen. Yin Shinfu's laughter filled the communicator, clearly pleased with Yang Mu's response. My boy, I genuinely wish to offer you this opportunity. Why not give it a try? After all, your scores do not afford you many alternatives. Yin Shinfu's desire for Yang Mu to join Kunchuo Academy intensified, and he spoke earnestly. Yang Mu furrowed his brow. You have checked my scores? Not only that, but I am also aware of your illustrious father. Yin Shinfu's tone grew increasingly grave, culminating in a firm question. Do you not wish to inherit your father's legacy and become a hero like him? Yin Shinfu's words struck Yang Mu profoundly, stirring something within him. Indeed, was this not the very aspiration he had once harbored? To walk in his father's footsteps, to fulfill his father's wishes, to protect his family and beautiful homeland? Now, was he truly prepared to abandon that dream? 20 years hence, when the Zerg threatened to engulf them, could he genuinely turn a blind eye? A tempest brewed within Yang Mu's heart. I need to consider it for a moment, he finally conceded, swayed by Yin Shinfu's words. The prospect of Kunchuo Academy, akin to Qianan University in the capital city, presented an opportunity to continue safeguarding Chen Kai and pursue his own ambitions. If he wished for a life devoid of regrets, why not release his grip and achieve even greater feats than in his past? Rather than ultimately piloting a mech into a desperate charge, you have 2 hours. I shall depart from Hylon Star after that. Yang Mu, this is your final opportunity. Yin Shinfu's voice echoed once more. Seizing an opportunity reflects one's capabilities. Yin Shinfu's words struck a chord within Yang Mu, awakening him as though from a slumber. Uncertain how it happened, he found himself agreeing. Very well, I accept. Excellent. I shall handle the paperwork and inform you of any developments. As soon as Yang Mu's words fell, Yin Shinfu's voice brimmed with excitement, and he promptly ended the call. With the phone call concluded, Yang Mu sat in a daze, grappling with the rapidity of his decision regarding his future. Yet perhaps this was indeed a commendable choice. Would the next 20 years unfold differently? However, he wondered what expressions would grace his mother and Uncle Lei upon hearing this news. With a long sigh, Yang Mu stood, stretching his limbs, his fists clenching and unclenching repeatedly. He gazed through the window, contemplating the scenery outside. What would the future hold? Chapter 53. Mother. On the day Yang Mu promised Yin Shinfu, he refrained from directly informing his mother of the matter. Instead, he discreetly confided in Uncle Lei, who, upon hearing the news, was both astonished and delighted, clearly aware of the significance of the Kunlun Academy. The two planned to gradually reveal this information to Yang Ma, subtly guiding her to accept it without the emotional upheaval that could arise from a sudden revelation. This was particularly important as Yang Ma had previously expressed her desire for Yang Mu not to enlist. However, fate often plays a cruel hand. 3 days later, their family's intelligent mailbox received a physical examination email from the PAJR recruitment office. Recognizing the authenticity of the email, Yang Ma was shocked to discover that her son had secretly applied to a military academy. That day, for the first time, she burnt the rice while cooking and subsequently sat alone in her room, refusing to speak to anyone, tears streaming down her face. Such behavior made it evident to Yang Mu that his mother had learned of his decision, and it had caught her completely off guard. For Yang Ma, the notion of her son becoming a soldier was a topic she had long avoided, for she had lost a beloved person to this very path a decade ago. And now her son was embarking on the same journey. Yang Ma was almost unwilling to come to terms with this reality, perhaps fearing the recurrence of a heart-wrenching farewell. The atmosphere in the household grew heavy over the next couple of days, leaving Yang Mu and others at a loss as to how to comfort her. Uncle Lei had even restricted Lei Ming and Lei Hong from seeking solace from their mother, recognizing this wound as one that would scar but never heal. Now, that wound had been reopened. During dinner that evening, the family opted for takeout. Lacking the warmth of a home-cooked meal, the 4 men in the house were unable to distinguish even the various ingredients in the kitchen. At the dining table, Yang Mu and his 2 brothers were eating in silence, while Uncle Lei had been trying to console Yang Ma for quite some time, yet to no avail. Yang Mu, aware of his mother's distress, attempted to engage her in conversation, but she remained silent, her gaze cast downwards, seemingly evading the subject of his enlistment. After another failed attempt to connect, Uncle Lei signaled to Yang Mu, who sighed quietly and retreated to his room upstairs, feeling somewhat dejected. Yang Mu understood that his choice was difficult for his mother to accept. She likely envisioned a future where her son would attend a prestigious university, secure a good job, be it as an engineer, scientist, or even a laborer, settle down, and relish the joys of becoming a grandmother. However, it seemed she had never truly considered the possibility of her child pursuing a military career, even in a society that now enjoyed peace and prosperity. Yang Mu's decision to attend a military academy indicated that his path would diverge from the norm. He would not simply serve his 3 years and return home. Rather, as a military student, he would become an indispensable force in the army, potentially dedicating his entire life to military service. If he were to retire, it would likely be due to one of 2 circumstances, either being wounded and opting for discharge or, falling in battle, reduced to a mere wooden box and a finely crafted medal. For young men, such fervent pursuits are a source of pride, a means to become revered heroes. Yet for a mother, particularly one who has already suffered the loss of a loved one, it is an unbearable thought. Yang Mu sat in his room, a myriad of emotions swirling within him, as he switched on the desk lamp, its glow illuminating the surface before him. He absent-mindedly toyed with his father's medal, his gaze fixed on a poster on the wall, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, the creaking sound of the door interrupted his reverie. He turned to see his mother entering, her eyes red-rimmed. Yang Mu immediately stood, casting his gaze downward, gripping the medal tightly in his hand. Yang Ma remained silent at the doorway, quietly observing her son. In that moment, they faced each other, both enveloped in silence. After what felt like an eternity, Yang Ma seemed to scrutinize Yang Mu intently before reluctantly breaking the stillness. Yang Mu even caught the soft sigh that escaped her lips before she spoke. "Little Mu, have you made your decision?" Looking up, Yang Mu met the gaze of his mother, whose eyes were swollen from tears. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Before him stood a tall, handsome young man, reminiscent of Yang Li in his youth, spirited and full of promise. He was her treasure, her pride. Hearing his mother's words, Yangmu lifted his head, his heart swelling with guilt as he beheld her weary visage. Biting his lip, he exhaled deeply and nodded, affirming, "Yes, mother. I wish to fulfill father's legacy and become a soldier like him, someone who can make him immensely proud." His resolute voice echoed through the room. Yet, Yang Ma's response was laced with sorrow. "But his wish was for you to live well and happily, to become an exceptional person, to have a joyful family, and to lead a fulfilling life." Her eyes glistened with sadness as she averted her gaze, seemingly lost in memories of the past. Yangmu recognized her apprehension. She wanted to protect him from repeating the painful history, but his choice was resolute, unchangeable. "Mother, you have always said that father wished for me to be an outstanding individual. Therefore, I must strive to be the best," he declared, locking eyes with her. "When I was young, you often mentioned that being a distinguished soldier is a matter of great pride. Trust me, I have grown, and there are decisions I must now make for myself." Yet, young Ma's head drooped, her voice quavering. "But I cannot bear to lose you again. All that remains of my memories with Ali is you." She lifted her gaze, tears spilling down her cheeks, her voice choked with emotion. Yangmu felt a lump in his throat, unable to respond. Tears streamed down Yang Ma's face as she wiped them away, her emotions spilling over. Yet she fell silent once more. They stood there in shared silence, each grappling with their feelings. After what seemed like an eternity, Yang Ma's emotions began to stabilize. She looked at Yangmu, gasping for breath, her eyes blinking rapidly as she fought to contain her tears. "Mother does not oppose your choice," she finally said, astonishing Yangmu. However, as these words left her lips, her composure shattered once more, her expression becoming profoundly sorrowful as she wept while gazing at him. "But there is something I must tell you. Since you have chosen this path, you must strive to achieve something significant." Each of her words struck a chord within Yangmu, prompting tears to well in his eyes as he stood there, wiping away his own. "Mother." In a previous life, he had chosen the military academy in secret, escaping the family until the very moment he boarded the spacecraft. He had never witnessed his mother's reaction to that choice. But now, Yangmu finally understood that regardless of her feelings, she did not oppose his decision. She simply felt a profound reluctance, a mother's deep, unwavering love and concern for her child. Upon uttering these words, Yang Ma burst into tears and swiftly approached Yangmu, enveloping him in a warm embrace. In turn, Yangmu, with tears streaming down his face, clung tightly to his mother. Moments later, two small figures entered through the door, silently moving forward to join their embrace, creating a unified circle of five. Though no words were spoken, Yangmu's heart underwent a profound transformation. On this day, he found a foundation for his future, bolstered by the unwavering support of his family. He realized that in this world, a place he had once desperately sought to escape, there existed a family that cherished him. Likewise, he vowed to love them deeply for all eternity. Days later, Lei Shangwu enrolled Yangmu in the martial arts training program. To meet the minimum enrollment requirements, Yangmu needed to engage in rigorous physical training over the next 2 to 3 months to enhance his physical fitness, aiming for a first-level physique, or perhaps even greater strength. Thus began his routine of alternating between the martial arts school and home, dedicating each day to self-improvement. On a weekend night, after bathing, Yangmu lay in bed, having just concluded a phone call with Chun Kai to discuss various matters, and then sent a message to Jia Hao. Recently, Jia Hao had traveled to Duluan, where he also sat for university entrance exams. This visit was primarily to reconnect with Duluan, and it seemed their next meeting would have to wait until the new year. Yangmu had previously suggested that Duluan return to Hylon Star, but Duluan declined, as his family had settled there and he wished to avoid further upheaval. Yangmu could only express his understanding. Setting aside his watch, Yangmu stood by the window, shaking his head to clear his thoughts, and began to recall the sudden influx of blueprints in his mind. This study had commenced after the college entrance examination, where he diligently learned the intricacies of new designs daily, committing them to memory. After 15 minutes of visualizing a blueprint for a mech's leg joint, he opened his eyes, stretched his limbs, and prepared for slumber. Just as his head touched the pillow, a resounding explosion shattered the stillness, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. Yangmu bolted upright, glancing out the window, and was met with another explosion, the fiery glow illuminating his room. Straining to see, he discerned that the source of the blast seemed to be in the direction of the Hylon Technology Museum. Rising hastily, He slipped his feet into his slippers just as a third explosion echoed through the night. The series of sudden detonations plunged the city of Hylon into a state of panic as the evening lights flickered in the growing chaos. Chapter 54. The Blood Skull emerges upon witnessing the explosion. A jolt of fear coursed through Yang Mu's heart. For the source of the final blast lay in the direction of the marketplace, and he had no knowledge of Chun Kai's whereabouts at that moment. Recently, Chun Kai had returned to that very place to work as a laborer, drawn by the more lucrative pay compared to other jobs. She aspired to save up more tuition for the summer, defying Yang Mu's objections to resume work there. Despite Yang Mu's offers to assist her in this regard, the stubborn Chun Kai resolutely declined. Yang Mu, reluctant to dwell on the matter, ultimately acquiesced to her decision. However, during their recent phone conversation, he neglected to inquire about her current location. This left the unsettling possibility that she could be in that perilous vicinity, and Yang Mu could not remain passive. Without hesitation, he dialed her number, but the phone rang for an eternity, unanswered. Anxious and frantic, he dashed downstairs. At that moment, Yang Mu's mother awoke and, after soothing the two of them in her thunderous room, emerged just as Yang Mu was exiting his own room. Their eyes met, both wearing expressions of grave concern and tension. Xiao Mu, what is happening? Yang Mu's mother approached him with worry etched on her face. Yang Mu waved his hand dismissively and continued down the stairs to the front door, hastily donning his shoes without changing out of his pajamas. Xiao Mu, where are you going? His mother asked, puzzled. Having slipped on his shoes and swung open the door, Yang Mu turned to his anxious mother and replied, I'm going to check on Uncle Lei. He's working overtime today and hasn't returned yet. This excuse served to placate his mother. But Yang Mu had already observed that the area around Uncle Lei's store was untouched by the explosions, situated far from the 3 blast sites, and, for the time being, presumably safe. Moreover, Uncle Lei and his crew were all retired veterans who would likely handle such situations with composure. You cannot go out. We don't know what is happening outside, Yang Mu's mother insisted, stepping forward to obstruct his path. Yet, Yang Mu had already taken the initiative, bursting out the door with his bicycle in tow. Xiao Mu, come back. His mother's worried voice echoed behind him. But he did not look back as he exited the community. Mom, you stay here and take care of Lei Ming and Lei Hong. I will be careful. Despite the continued calls of concern from his mother, Yang Mu had already mounted his bicycle and, with a swift turn of the handlebars, pedaled furiously towards the marketplace. Chun Kai had yet to respond to his calls, and his smartwatch persistently signaled her number with no answer. Anxiety surged through Yang Mu's heart as he pedaled harder, fervently praying for her safety. Kai, please be safe. As he gazed toward the marketplace, where flames danced skyward, his jaw clenched, veins bulging, and a grim expression crossed his face. This bicycle is too slow. I must reach there faster. He was determined to arrive at the scene without delay, resolutely refusing to allow Kai to fall into danger. Spotting a quiet, spacious alley, Yang Mu hastily abandoned his bicycle inside, his eyes flickering as he reached for the necklace around his neck. At the Hailu City Technology Museum, Jerry, the sales manager for the Blue Giant Mech, found himself crouched in a corner, his head cradled in despair as he furtively observed the unfolding chaos before him. Mere meters away lay a corpse, blood oozing from the wound in its chest. The deceased was a security guard of the Technology Museum, having just fallen victim to a group of assailants who had descended from the sky. Indeed, these marauders had burst through the museum's ceiling, parachuting directly into the center of the facility, swiftly eliminating the security personnel, sealing off the entire museum, and taking all present hostage. It was a weekend, and crowds had gathered to admire the mechs on display, completely oblivious to the impending threat posed by these intruders. They commandeered several outdated mechs, asserting control over the situation, while a massive unmanned drone descended, depositing a large iron crate. Ironically, this band of criminals managed to seize the Technology Museum, showcasing various advanced mechs with only 4 or 5 antiquated models at their disposal. Having already lingered for nearly half an hour, they herded all individuals to one side and began unloading the crate with meticulous precision. Some maintained order, while others hastily dismantled the contents of the drone-esque cargo. Jerry quickly deduced their intentions as they extracted an array of ammunition, preparing to arm the advanced mechs with weaponry that was alarmingly compatible with their systems. A chill gripped Jerry's heart as he comprehended the gravity of their ambitions. These sudden intruders harbored sinister designs to exploit the super mechs for nefarious purposes. Their demeanor bore no resemblance to a military exercise, Their ruthless attitude and indiscriminate violence made it abundantly clear that they were nothing less than a band of ruthless brigands. Realizing the dire predicament he found himself in, Jerry felt a wave of regret wash over him. Had he known, he would have left this cursed place far sooner. In his 2 months on High Blue Star, he had endured the most miserable period of his life. Initially, nearly 3,000 orders for the Blue Giant Mechs had been placed, only to be mostly rescinded, resulting in the sale of a mere 200 units. Furthermore, news from various star sectors indicated that sales of the Blue Giant Mechs had suffered an unprecedented downturn, with over 70% of orders cancelled. This disheartening reality compelled him to remain, engaging with local weapon dealers and military personnel. Yet, even this effort had failed to revitalize the market. He had planned to leave this place in a couple of days, but now, suddenly confronted by these masked gunmen, everything had turned into a terrifying unknown. The lifeless body before him could very well foreshadow his own fate. They were now hostages, with the looming threat of violence hanging over them. Outside the museum, the distant sound of police sirens grew increasingly discernible, yet the masked assailants maintained a tight grip on the facility. Jerry was left in the dark about what would unfold next. Just then, one of the criminals, in a fit of rage, struck the side of a mech with the butt of his gun, shouting in frustration, "How could this happen? What kind of operation is this?" The voice was deep and resonant, suggesting considerable age, and Jerry heard every word. In that moment, perhaps due to the intensity of his emotion, the mask covering the man's face slipped, revealing a tattoo of a skull illuminated by the museum's lights. Although he quickly pulled it back up, Jerry had seen enough to send chills down his spine. The Blood Skull Brotherhood. Although Jerry had never encountered them personally, he was well aware of their notorious reputation as a vicious band of space pirates upon arriving at High Blue Star. The visage of the skull tattoo was instantly recognizable. Confirming his worst fears, these were indeed the feared Blood Skull Brotherhood. Jerry knelt on the ground, his gaze unfocused, his mind buzzing with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the infamous band of space pirates had brazenly appeared in Hylon City, the administrative center of Hylon Star. While Jerry was lost in a daze, Cam, who had just moments ago been in a furious rage, regained his composure. He then issued a few commands to the nearby thugs, who promptly boarded several aging mechs and departed. Outside, a cacophony of gunfire and explosions erupted, only to be followed by an unsettling silence. Meanwhile, Cam directed the remaining bandits to continue replenishing the armored vehicles with energy and ammunition. Chapter 55. The situation at this moment. Zhonghai, the chief executive officer of the new star domain, stood in the command hall of the administrative building with furrowed brows and a serious expression. The vast hall was bustling with activity, as numerous staff members worked frantically. Zhonghai stood at the command platform, rapidly analyzing the current situation in his mind. At 10 o'clock, 3 explosions occurred in High Blue City, at the Science and Technology Museum, the Equipment Laboratory of High Blue University, and the largest marketplace in the city. Special police forces equipped with combat mechs had been dispatched to assist in managing the situation at all 3 sites. However, reports indicated that only the marketplace was engaged in combat with the assailants, while the other 2 locations had fallen under the control of the rioters. The hostage situation had persisted for over half an hour, and the police could not risk a forced assault. As the administrative star of the new star domain, High Blue Star placed great emphasis on its defense. The planet had formidable protective forces both internally and externally. However, just 3 days prior, it was discovered that the stronghold of the Blood Skull Brotherhood seemed to be located on an abandoned resource star approximately 1.3 light-years away. Subsequent evidence pointed to the stronghold being there. Consequently, the highest military commander in the region ordered the entire fleet of High Blue Star to mobilize, reallocating 2 elite mech divisions from the High Blue Star Army to participate in combat, including the 1st Mech Regiment stationed there. Currently, only a secondary Mech Regiment remained in the outskirts of High Blue City, and it would take at least half an hour for them to arrive. In the midst of this troop shortage, such a crisis had arisen. Statistics showed that nearly 1,000 individuals had been taken hostage, and 2 key institutions were under siege, leaving Zhonghai in the dark about the situation. With each passing second, the unknown factors multiplied. If more horrific events unfolded, he might as well prepare to be dismissed and return to farming. However, due to military and political constraints aimed at preventing regional fragmentation, Zhonghai, despite being the highest official in the new star domain, could not mobilize additional forces beyond High Blue City. He had just been in contact with the 2nd military commander, who stated that, for the sake of security across various regions, elite forces could not be provided for support, Only a limited number of aircraft could be sent, and the rest was left for Zheng Hai to figure out. But where were the solutions? Such malevolent incidents had not occurred in High Blue Star for decades. Administrator, please take a look at this. An officer suddenly slid a projection screen in front of Zheng Hai, revealing a letter with glaring red text. Damn it. Zheng Hai quickly but meticulously read through the letter, and his expression turned extremely ferocious. He slammed the control panel and shouted. The email revealed that the Blood Skull Brotherhood claimed responsibility for the entire incident. The Blood Skull Brotherhood, these scoundrels, who should have been reduced to interstellar dust, had stealthily descended upon High Blue Star and caused such a commotion. Meanwhile, the military forces responsible for exterminating these space pirates were 3 light-years away, while the very pirates they sought to eliminate had appeared right at their doorstep. This was a classic case of drawing the tiger away from its mountain. Immediately contact the High Blue Star fleet to return and summon the garrison forces from the surrounding cities to converge on High Blue City. Sound the battle alarm. Open all police weaponry caches and deploy every available force at my command. Zheng Hai bellowed, his anger resonating throughout the hall. The staff turned to him, having never witnessed the usually composed administrator lose his temper. Taking a few deep breaths to regain his composure, Zheng Hai dialed the military supervisors again. 10 minutes later, the entire High Blue Star sprang into action. In that instant, countless orders were dispatched globally, initiating limited traffic, communication, and power controls around the 3 explosion sites in High Blue City. Simultaneously, hidden entrances in the mountainous areas surrounding the city were opened, and a fleet of ground attack aircraft took to the skies. Hundreds of combat mechs were readied, and advanced mech units were already en route to the explosion locations. Hearing the thunderous sounds from above, the bewildered residents of High Blue City looked skyward, listening to the first-level alert broadcast, realizing that significant events were about to unfold that night. In the marketplace. Ha! Go die? All of you. Die. You filthy cops. Go join my dead brother in the afterlife. Ah! Amidst the ruins of the marketplace, a sleek mech housed a gaunt man, his eyes wide with fury as he shouted madly, firing at a distance. Beside him, 2 similarly striking mechs fiercely resisted the onslaught from heavy police mechs and advanced exoskeleton armor. This man was Dong Peng, the second in command of the now-defunct Green Ghost Gang. During the recent crackdown on the Green Ghost Gang, Dong Peng had miraculously evaded capture by the police and military forces. However, he also knew that his beloved brother, Dong Kuan, had perished, killed by the guns of the High Blue Star military. Dong Peng understood why his brother had died. He could have taken his place. Thus, Dong Peng resolved to remain, quietly lurking and enlisting 2 loyal gang members as he searched for the right opportunity. Finally, they found their chance. A few days prior, the trio raided the home of a wealthy individual and stumbled upon 3 entertainment mechs in a long-abandoned villa. Coincidentally, the home's owner was no saint either, having somehow acquired lethal weapons for the entertainment mechs. With this newfound power, Dong Peng did not act recklessly. Instead, he meticulously plotted his course of action. His primary target was the Blood Skull Brotherhood. They were directly responsible for his brother's death, and they had thrust him into this abyss of despair. After dealing with them, he would return to settle scores with the cops, methodically taking them down one by one. He had set his operation for that night, and to his surprise, everything went smoothly as they dismantled the Brotherhood's lair within the marketplace. Dong Peng achieved his objective, watching as the vile members of the Blood Skull Brotherhood met their demise at his hands, crushed slowly by the mechanized arms he controlled, blood splattering everywhere. But now the police had arrived, bringing with them heavily armored equipment. Although he could no longer plan meticulously, since they had come to him, he would show them what anger truly meant. Dong Peng roared as he unleashed a barrage of bullets from his mech's high-energy rifle, and a fierce exchange of fire erupted within 100 meters. As the police and Dong Peng's men engaged in fierce combat, to the south of the marketplace, a sleek black mech quietly approached. The majority of the damaged back armor had been repaired, but the main engine materials were still difficult to procure, leaving Yang Mu to maneuver it on foot, though it was still considerably faster than pedaling a bicycle. Initially, as he cautiously advanced from a distance, Yang Mu remained undetected. He searched relentlessly for Chen Kai's figure, particularly in a nearby apartment that had once been her residence, where they had celebrated her birthday together. As Yang Mu gradually approached within a 400-meter radius of the battlefield, he found that while the buildings provided some cover for his towering 7-meter mech, every passerby who caught sight of him let out terrified screams and fled in panic. This commotion ultimately led to Yang Mu's exposure, placing him within the police's line of sight. Unidentified mech spotted at 4 o'clock. Second squad, move out immediately. Commanded the police captain from within one of the law enforcement mechs. 3 police mechs promptly abandoned the main combat zone, rushing toward Yang Mu's location. Their departure caused a slight reduction in the police's firepower, allowing Dong Peng and his companions to seize the opportunity. They hurled a massive slab of reinforced concrete toward the police formation, then roared as they maneuvered their mech to escape in the opposite direction. At that moment, Yang Mu's wristwatch buzzed, prompting him to connect to the mech's internal communication system. Hello? Yang Mu, where are you? The frantic voice of Chun Kai came through the line, filled with palpable distress. Kair, where are you? Please tell me. Yang Mu's eyes instantly turned red as he bellowed from the cockpit. I'm on the rooftop of our old apartment building. I shouldn't have come here. Upon hearing this, Yang Mu turned his head to see a girl in a white dress standing conspicuously on the rooftop, drawing his attention. His mind buzzed with realization as the green line of data pierced his vision, allowing him to deduce her intended destination. She was heading straight for the apartment where Chun Kai was, right along the path of the fleeing mechs. Yang Mu, where are you? I'm so scared. Chun Kai's voice quivered even more on the other end of the line. Kair, don't be afraid. I'll call my friends right away. You are in no danger, Yang Mu reassured her loudly. Activating the mech's auxiliary thrusters to their maximum power and charging out from his hiding place toward the distant apartment building. Target acquired. Open fire. Open fire. Almost as soon as Yang Mu emerged from the shadows, the spotlight of the second police mech squad illuminated the unknown black mech sprinting out from the side of a building. Its sleek and sharp design now raced toward the explosion at the market. The squad leader immediately shouted the command to fire. Heavy caliber rounds from a 14.5mm machine gun rained down, striking the walls of the buildings behind Yang Mu and gradually impeding his progress. Yet, he had no time to dwell on these obstacles. His focus was solely on reaching the apartment where Kair was, knowing she was in imminent danger. Suddenly, a missile soared toward him from behind. The mech's radar system instantly blared a warning, and Yang Mu's display indicated that there were residents in the adjacent building. If he attempted to evade the missile, it would inevitably crash into the structure. Who fired that missile? Are there no residents in the building? The furious voice of the police captain echoed through the public channel. One of the second squad's members hastily retracted the weapons platform that had launched its payload. Yang Mu gritted his teeth, forcing the mech to halt, twisting its form as he extended its arms. The glossy black armor gleamed ominously in the fiery light of the incoming missile. As the missile hurtled toward him, Yang Mu fixated on it. Just as it entered striking distance, he swiftly drew his titanium alloy long blade with his right hand, slicing upward. The blade met the missile's casing, cleaving it open and causing it to erupt in a fiery explosion, sending plumes of smoke billowing forth and obscuring his form. The police mech squad rushed forward, their shoulder-mounted searchlights illuminating the spot where Yang Mu had vanished. As the smoke gradually dissipated, it revealed a mech, unscathed and intact. Chapter 56. Salvation. Chun Kai had never felt such despair as she did now. Tonight was supposed to be a serene evening under the stars. Just yesterday, she had received her paycheck and, for the first time, had treated herself to an exquisite dress worth several $100s. Elated, she returned to her dwelling to try it on, anticipating a picnic with Yang Mu the following day at the nearby looming mountain. A plan they had just confirmed over the phone. However, within a mere hour, her world transformed completely. The ground shook violently from an explosion, followed by cacophonous chaos and screams echoing both inside and outside the apartment. When she hurriedly glanced out, she was met with a scene of flames reaching toward the sky, where 3 towering mechas loomed ominously. In a panic, she rushed downstairs, only to find that a fallen tree had effectively barricaded the entrance to her apartment. The lower floors were fitted with security bars, and despite her desperate knocks on the doors of her neighbors on the first floor, no one responded. The apartment's front door had become the sole escape route, yet it was obstructed, leaving her trapped within the building. With no other option, she returned inside, where she noticed a flurry of missed calls from Yang Mu on her communicator. She tried to return the call, but the line was dead. It dawned on her that there was no signal. Frantically, she ascended to the rooftop, where a faint signal still lingered at the 20-meter height. Clad in the newly purchased white dress, she dialed once more, and this time, Yang Mu answered. Upon hearing his voice, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Yang Mu, where are you? In her moment of urgency, his name echoed in her mind. Just then, she spotted the 3 destructive mechas advancing toward her, violently clearing their path through the crowded market, firing indiscriminately at any obstacles in their way. Chun Kai felt utterly helpless, She was trapped inside while the mechas approached. Was it possible that she would meet her end here today? Nearby, the smoke from the missile explosion began to dissipate, revealing Yongmu's mecha, pristine and intact, leaving the police mecha squad in stunned silence. Quick! Aim! Prepare to fire! The squad leader urgently commanded, raising their weapons toward Yongmu's mecha. Stop! This mecha is not allied with them. Just as the second squad leader issued his command, the captain intervened, halting all actions. The squad hesitated, keeping their weapons trained on Yongmu's sleek black mecha, which appeared far more formidable than the trio of mechas causing havoc. Its elegant design exuded a chilling grace, with two gleaming 5-meter-long blades glinting ominously on either side. Yet, the mecha before them seemed devoid of conventional weaponry. As the police officers pondered this, Yongmu's mecha sprang into motion, pivoting to continue its pursuit. Follow immediately. Illuminate with the helicopter spotlight, he urged, intent on intercepting the three mechas. At that moment, Yongmu was frantic. The delay had cost him dearly. He could now see that the distance between the three mechas and Chun Kai was only a few dozen meters, while he remained over 100 meters away. Come on, I must catch up. Kyer, you must be safe, he urged himself, propelling his mecha forward with fervor. Boss, look at that rooftop. There are many people standing there, a subordinate exclaimed in the mecha channel beside Dongpeng. Dongping glanced up and indeed spotted a group of individuals on a nearby rooftop, seemingly resigned to their fate. With a twisted sense of humor, he chuckled coldly and declared, then crush them all. Those who stand in my way shall die. With that, the trio erupted in laughter, maneuvering their mechas. Dongping even raised his weapon to fire a volley into the sky. A barrage of bullets rained down on the rooftop, and one unfortunate soul was instantly severed in half, sending the others into panicked screams, scattering in terror. Chun Kai quickly sought refuge in a corner, closing her eyes as the ominous sound of approaching mechas grew louder. Despite the mechas being shorter than the building, she trembled uncontrollably. Yongmu, where are your friends? Why haven't they arrived? Chun Kai whimpered, curling up in fear, tears streaming down her cheeks. The three mechas reached the base of the apartment. Their massive frames began wreaking havoc as they attempted to scale the building, firing incessantly and sending debris flying. Chun Kai felt the tremors of the structure beneath her, her eyes widening in terror as she glanced toward the source of the commotion. Suddenly, a mechanical hand shot up from below, grasping the edge of the rooftop, followed by the head of a mecha emerging ominously. Panic ensued as the people on the rooftop screamed again, while Chun Kai, now paralyzed with fear, tightly shut her eyes and curled into herself. Brothers, crush them, Dongpeng bellowed, his own men cowering as they battled the pursuing police, his voice echoing with malice. The mecha responded, extending its arm to seize a person by the ankle, dragging them down mercilessly. Chun Kai could even hear the horrifying scream of the unfortunate soul plummeting to their demise. Despair enveloped her. The situation felt utterly hopeless. There was nowhere left to retreat, no way to evade the oncoming doom. Goodbye, Yongmu. Farewell, everything. With a heavy heart, Chun Kai shut her eyes, awaiting the inevitable end. Yet, in the next moment, the tide shifted. An ear-piercing sound of metal being sliced through erupted from the previously menacing mecha, followed by an abrupt silence. Meanwhile, outside, the thunderous roar of gunfire erupted, indicating a fierce resistance against an unseen threat. A brilliant spotlight from a helicopter illuminated the rooftop, and sensing something amiss, Chun Kai instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes, slowly opening them. Standing just 5 meters away from her sheltered corner was another mecha, a sleek black silhouette, poised atop the one that had just crawled up. Though shrouded in darkness, it radiated an aura of divine salvation under the spotlight's glow, resembling a celestial angel descending to rescue the lost souls. Chapter 57. The aftermath. Chun Kai's eyes widened as she beheld the imposing, jet-black machine before her. Tears of shock streaming down her face, unable to be wiped away in time. At that moment, her communicator buzzed, and she numbly looked down to see it was a call from Yongmu. Hello. Chun Kai answered the communicator, her voice almost breaking with emotion. Kyer, are you all right? Yongmu, piloting the mecha, could clearly see Chun Kai's distress from the cockpit. She resembled a frightened kitten, curled up in a corner of the rooftop, her face still etched with terror, perhaps having just endured an unprecedented despair moments before. Yongmu longed to leap from the mecha and envelop her in a warm, reassuring embrace. However, the current circumstances forbade such an action. Thus, all he could do was stand before his beloved and call her. Yongmu, where are you? Chun Kai asked, her voice trembling, sending a shiver through Yongmu's heart. Yet he steadied himself and replied, I can't come in right now. Just wait for me, don't be afraid. Yangmu swallowed hard, glancing at the ground beneath him, where only one mecha remained, valiantly resisting. Only Dongpeng's mecha was firing between two buildings, fending off the attacks from the police mechas. Yangmu withdrew the long knife embedded in his mecha's foot, sparks flying as he did so. Then he maneuvered the mecha to stand tall. Kair, move toward that mecha. My friend will take you away, he instructed, extending the mecha's arm to signal her to advance. Chun Kai hesitated briefly, then looked up at the colossal machine before her, slowly rising to her feet, her white dress fluttering in the wind. She took a step forward, gradually approaching the outstretched arm of the mecha. Climbing onto the black right arm of the mecha, Chun Kai felt the mechanical fingers, thick as her own arm, gently envelop her. Yangmu then directed the mecha to leap down from the apartment building. Chun Kai squeezed her eyes shut, feeling a jolt, and when she opened them again, she found herself safely placed on the road outside the apartment. She gazed up at the towering mecha, realizing the pilot inside had not communicated with her directly, but was executing Yangmu's instructions flawlessly. It dawned on her that Yangmu had formidable allies. Just as Chun Kai was still in a daze, the mecha known as Annihilation suddenly positioned itself in front of her, and sparks erupted from its surface as it shielded her from a barrage of bullets. Chun Kai quickly crouched down, covering her head. Yangmu maneuvered Annihilation to deflect the incoming fire, then looked up to see the opposing mecha's gun barrel aimed directly at him. Ha ha ha, die, you filthy bugs. Trash. Useless. Dong Peng, consumed by rage, seized a weapon from a fallen comrade, and unleashed a torrent of fire upon Yangmu's mecha. In response, Yangmu sprang into action. Hurling the long knife in his right hand toward the enemy, the 5-meter blade slicing through the air in a brilliant arc, embedding itself deeply into the joint of the opposing mecha's right arm. Simultaneously, Yangmu's mecha pressed forward under a hail of bullets, drawing another long knife from his waist and charging at the enemy, severing its left arm with a single, fierce strike. Annihilation's right hand grasped the knife lodged in the enemy's right shoulder and with a forceful twist, disarmed it of its right arm. Inside the cockpit, Dongpeng's frustrated shouts echoed, yet Yangmu's assault did not falter. Instead, he moved in closer to the now limping mecha, thrusting both long knives upward, piercing through its chest and into the cockpit within. In the next moment, the once pristine metal and tangled wires began to drip with crimson streaks. All the police mechas present bore witness to this brutal display, paralyzed by the ferocity of the unknown mecha's swift, ruthless actions. They had never before encountered such savagery. Dispatching an enemy mecha with mere melee weapons in 5 strikes was unprecedented. The operator of this mysterious machine must possess unimaginable power. The police mechas lowered their weapons, stunned by the scene unfolding before them. However, Yangmu had no time to dwell on their astonishment. He withdrew the 2 long knives from the enemy mecha's chest, pivoted his machine, and saw Chun Kai still standing there, prompting him to move toward her once more. Silently, he extended his hand, signaling her to take a seat in the mecha's palm. Chun Kai complied, and under Yangmu's guidance, they began to make their way to the outskirts of the marketplace. Upon reaching the perimeter of the market, Yangmu gestured to Chun Kai before seeking a place to conceal the mecha and reunite with her. Just then, the tranquility of the recently quieted market was shattered by the sudden crack of gunfire. Yangmu swiftly turned to investigate. 3 or 4 unidentified mechas had appeared at the northern edge of the market, unleashing a volley of fire that caught the police, who were busy clearing the scene. Completely off guard, if Jerry had been present, he would have recognized these mechas as the ones dispatched from the Technology Museum, astonished that they had returned. Yangmu could not remain a spectator. He signaled Chun Kai and rejoined the fray. Chun Kai, meanwhile, stood transfixed, watching the dark mecha disappear into the fray, her eyes wide and unblinking, lost in a daze. At the Azure Blue Technology Museum, Cam had just urged the Brotherhood members present to complete the final equipment checks on the mechas within the exhibition hall. He then retrieved his communicator and dialed a number. Cam, how is everything progressing? Came a hoarse voice from the communicator, vaguely recognizable as Franz's, but tinged with urgency. Cam's expression was grave as he replied, Boss, we're nearly finished here. However, our stronghold in the marketplace has been compromised. I sent Ghost Wolf and the others back to assess the situation. Was that explosion earlier? The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before continuing, Forget about that. Prepare to execute the next phase of the operation immediately. Understanding the gravity of the task at hand, Cam nodded solemnly. Understood. I'm preparing to depart. Yes, quickly. We need to act decisively, Franz urged before disconnecting the call. Several kilometers away at the Azure Blue University Equipment Laboratory, Franz sat at the control panel, absent-mindedly inspecting a mecha engine component while surveying the scene before him. In one corner, a group of professors and students had been subdued, and several of his subordinates were busy downloading data from various laboratories and packing equipment into boxes. Franz sighed heavily, jumped down from the platform, and pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it and taking a deep drag. Chapter 58. Another wave of chaos. Report from Position 1. There are individuals emerging from the target venue. A concealed sniper observing from the rooftop of a luxury hotel across from the Science and Technology Museum spoke into his communicator. Upon hearing the transmission, a commanding officer within the Mech squad stationed in front of the museum immediately perked up, hastily directing his gaze towards the main entrance. Before long, the reinforced roll-up doors of the museum began to slowly retract, allowing a throng of individuals to gradually emerge. The captain of the police mech unit quickly took note of the crowd at the entrance, promptly issuing orders. Mech squad, prepare. Exoskeletons, get ready to rescue the hostages. Sniper, assess whether the hostages are carrying any explosives or other suspicious items. Upon the captain's command, all personnel sprang into action, spreading out their formation. 20 police mechs, accompanied by numerous soldiers clad in exoskeletons, advanced towards the hostages. Simultaneously, the sniper atop the roof meticulously scanned each emerging hostage with his scope, scrutinizing them for any unusual items. Just as everything appeared to be unfolding in an orderly fashion, a sudden deafening explosion erupted from within the museum. The glass beside the entrance shattered, and from the debris emerged several brand new mechs. A collective gasp escaped the police officers present, their disbelief palpable as they beheld the scene before them. On the plaza in front of the Science and Technology Museum, the dozen or so mechs that had burst forth varied greatly in design, height, and model, yet they all shared a singular characteristic. They were strikingly new. The captain, observing closely, was taken aback to realize that these mechs were once exhibits from the High Blue Science Museum, originally displayed on exhibition platforms. It dawned on him. The intent of these individuals was to commandeer these advanced mechs. This was utterly shocking. Quickly, suppress their fire. Everyone, open fire. The captain bellowed into the channel, prompting all police mechs and exoskeletons to raise their weapons and unleash a fierce barrage against the unexpected mechs. Gunfire erupted across the plaza, flames leaping skyward. The recently freed hostages screamed in terror, scattering in all directions, plunging the scene into chaos. At that moment, the advanced mechs, modified by the Bloodskull Brotherhood, began their assault. Their weapon bays opened, unleashing a variety of missiles that soared towards the police positions. The balance of combat tilted dramatically. The police mechs were outnumbered, while the Bloodskull's mechs were pristine, high-performance machines, leading to mounting casualties among the police ranks. Amidst the turmoil, a barrage of fire intertwined above the plaza. Reinforcements in the form of military aircraft soon arrived, launching their own attacks against the ground mechs, momentarily restoring equilibrium to the battle as the situation grew increasingly dire. Simultaneously, updates on the conflict at the High Blue Science Museum were relayed to the main screen within the Administrative Command Center. Observing the unfolding chaos, Administrator Zheng Hai's face flushed with rage, his veins bulging ominously. Just then, another scene appeared on the administrative screen at the nearby Hainan University Equipment Laboratory. A similar scenario was playing out, with the Bloodskull Brotherhood deploying formidable firepower that effectively countered the police's reinforcements. The situation had escalated beyond mere tension. It was now a brutal confrontation. Missiles and bullets whizzed past, striking surrounding buildings, grassy areas, and the plaza, leaving deep craters and scars. Zheng Hai had received word from the military commander. Elite mech units would be deployed over High Blue City within half an hour. However, the Interstellar fleet was unable to mobilize due to insufficient energy reserves in the mothership, necessitating a wait. At this juncture, a military advisor beside Zheng Hai spoke up, suggesting the possibility of mobilizing another unit, though his tone implied a deeper concern. Zheng Hai shook his head resolutely. No, we cannot deploy that unit. Even the military commander requires approval for such orders. His gaze remained fixed on the dual scenes displayed on the screen, and he sighed deeply. Send out my administrative guard. Ensure that all available police mech units are dispatched to these two locations for support, while prioritizing the safety of the surrounding civilians. Those present began to realize that this usually composed administrator had once been a battle-hardened warrior. Before Zheng Hai could finish his command, A tremendous explosion reverberated through the administrative hall, causing the entire building to shudder and startling those within the control room. The atmosphere turned chaotic, alarms blaring, sirens wailing, and red lights flashing, prompting everyone to recognize the severity of the situation had escalated dramatically. "What is happening?" Zheng Hai steadied himself and shouted. A few staff members regained their composure and quickly checked the surveillance feeds from the plaza in front of the administrative hall, only to discover that an unidentified mech squad was now firing towards the administrative entrance. "Administrator, we are under an unidentifiable attack," a staff member reported urgently. "The administrative guard is engaged in a firefight with them." Zheng Hai's brow furrowed once more in disbelief. Another assault had occurred, this time targeting the very administrative hall he occupied. An administrative guard rushed into the command center, approaching Zheng Hai to forcibly escort him to a secure location beneath the administrative hall. However, Zheng Hai vehemently brushed the guard's hand aside, leaning against the railing, his voice cold and resolute. "Ah, these scoundrels have dared to come to my doorstep, truly believing I, Zheng Hai, am made of clay?" The notorious Bloodskull had truly provoked the ire of this administrator, igniting Zheng Hai's fury. Ignoring the guard's protests, he strode toward the armory, where his personal battle mech awaited. Everyone suddenly remembered that this courteous administrator had once been a fierce warrior on the battlefield. Zheng Hai would not allow anyone to disrupt the peace of Jinhai and High Blue Star. Meanwhile, with the assistance of the police, Yang Mu, who had just eliminated the last local mech in the marketplace, turned to witness the source of the sudden explosion. Moments ago, he had confirmed the sounds of battle from 2 other locations, but this unexpected explosion heightened his anxiety. Upon determining that the explosion had occurred in the direction of High Blue City's center, he briefly exhaled in relief, though a new weight settled heavily in his chest. The explosion seemed to have erupted in High Blue's most bustling district, home to the administrative hall of the New Star domain. Could this be yet another scheme by the Bloodskull Brotherhood? Or was their true intention to assault the administrative hall located there? Yang Mu's heart raced with trepidation. Disregarding the chaos in the marketplace, he maneuvered his mech towards the latest explosion's epicenter. From the very beginning, a substantial military force has been gravitating towards that direction. At this moment, an explosion occurred nearly 10 kilometers away in a straight line from these 2 locations. The recently dispatched troops are unlikely to provide timely support, and given the current state of urgency, this implies a significant vulnerability in defense in that direction. What if the Bloodskull were to concentrate their efforts there? Yang Mu immediately assessed the situation, drawing in a sharp breath as he halted the aircraft, returning to the recently visited market center. The annihilated main propulsion engine is damaged, rendering the mech incapable of flying under its own power. Yang Mu requires the assistance of the hovering helicopter in the sky above the market. Chapter 59. Unexpected reinforcements. The city center of Hai Lan has devolved into chaos. Following the initial 3 explosions, the police had managed to impose a semblance of order. However, the occurrence of a 4th explosion sent the stability into disarray. A significant portion of the police force rushed to the site of the explosion, leaving other areas of the city vulnerable to lawlessness, prompting some nefarious individuals to exploit the situation. The once picturesque square in front of the administration hall now lay in ruins, marked by shrapnel scars and devastated by the onslaught of mechanized combat. The 2 factions continued their fierce engagement. Unlike the sporadic gunfire witnessed at the Science Museum and the Equipment Laboratory, the machines clashed here in brutal hand-to-hand combat. The confined square became a battleground where the standard guard mechs were inevitably drawn into close quarters with the enemy. Amidst the fray, one particularly striking piece of machinery stood out: the modified Dragon mech piloted by Administrator Zheng Hai. He valiantly resisted 2 mechs, one clad in menacing crimson and the other in sleek pink. The former was a heavy mech piloted by the infamous Franks of the Bloodskull Brotherhood, while the latter belonged to his equally notorious spouse, Grace, known as the Pink Skull. The Bloodskull Brotherhood's other mechs varied in design and age, yet all exhibited formidable combat prowess, overwhelming the standard guard mechs. Remarkably, these mechs were not mere machines. They were advanced models sourced from the Hylon Science Museum and the Equipment Laboratory, suggesting that the Brotherhood had clandestinely amassed a formidable arsenal in a remarkably short time. Their true objective was none other than to capture Zheng Hai, the chief administrator of the New Star domain. Zheng, surrender yourself. No matter how fiercely you fight, you cannot escape my grasp, Franks exclaimed, his face alight with triumph. This audacious operation had consumed months of meticulous planning. targeting the Hai-Lan Science Museum in the university's equipment laboratory to bolster the combat capabilities of his brethren. He had even lured the entire Hai-Lan Star's interstellar fleet away to minimize resistance. Zheng Hai, taken aback by the unexpected intensity of the assault, grunted defiantly and accelerated his counterattacks, parrying the strikes from the two enemy mechs with precision. He had initially underestimated the Bloodskull's forces, believing he faced only a small squad. Yet, the sudden arrival of over a dozen mechs had eliminated the automated defenses around him, plunging the guard into a desperate struggle. As he fought, Zheng was shocked to realize that both the Bloodskull's notorious leaders had come to confront him directly, just as he prepared to catch his breath. The onslaught resumed, with one mech wielding a broad-bladed axe and another brandishing dual-chain swords, their coordinated assault proving increasingly overwhelming. Despite the mounting pressure, Zheng gritted his teeth, knowing that reinforcements would take at least another 15 minutes to arrive. He had to endure at all costs. The three factions clashed once more when the Pink Skull seized an opportunity, launching an attack on the Dragon's rear armor. Zheng felt a jolt as the mech's right arm malfunctioned. In that moment of vulnerability, the thunderous roar of aircraft engines broke the tension, drawing everyone's gaze skyward. A mech descended from above, landing heavily and causing the square to tremble. Reinforcements? Zheng mused hopefully. The imposing black mech, shimmering with an otherworldly sheen, knelt with a long blade planted firmly on the ground, capturing the attention of numerous mechs on the battlefield. This unexpected arrival was none other than Yang Mu piloting the Oblivion. He felt a surge of relief as he realized he had arrived just in time. The administration hall had indeed become the epicenter of conflict. As Yang Mu stood, he faced Frank's menacing red mech, signaling his intent to intervene. Instantly, Frank sensed the shift in dynamics, but there was no time for hesitation. Their mission was twofold: to acquire advanced equipment and performance data, and to capture Zheng Hai's leverage for future endeavors. Yet, their survival remained paramount. They needed to secure these objectives while remaining alive. Everyone, accelerate. Capture Zheng Hai. Franks commanded through the channel, gesturing to Grace. The two mechs surged toward Zheng, dismissing the newly arrived black mech entirely. Capturing Zheng would grant them the negotiating power needed to achieve their goals. Unbeknownst to them, the mech they underestimated was poised to thwart their plans entirely. As Zheng prepared to re-engage, the towering black mech positioned itself between him and his adversaries. Yang Mu's movement caused a momentary pause in Frank's advance, but he quickly resumed the assault, wielding his axe alongside the Pink Skull's mech. While the true capabilities of the black mech remained a mystery, Franks was undeterred. Anything obstructing his path was merely an obstacle to be overcome. As the conflict escalated, Yang Mu prepared to counter, crossing two gleaming titanium blades in front of the Oblivion. Crouching slightly in preparation, Zheng, standing behind the imposing figure, realized the mech's intent to defend him. But he questioned the effectiveness of such a defense against the impending onslaught. The two mechs facing him were evidently modified, and having tested them himself, Zheng Hai knew they would not be easily defensible. However, in the next moment, he discerned a peculiar detail. The auxiliary engines behind the black mech were emanating a blue glow, while the two primary engines mounted on its back remained dormant. Could it be that this machine intended not merely to defend, but to launch an assault? This thought surged in Zheng Hai's mind, and before he could conjure a rationale to refute it, the black mech sprang into action. As the colossal mechs advanced menacingly toward him, Yang Mu's eyes glimmered with a vibrant green light, and he seized upon an opening in their defense, charging forth without hesitation. At this juncture, the linear distance between the three mechs was less than 10 meters, and the opponents had initially presumed Yang Mu to be on the defensive, employing broad, sweeping maneuvers. The already raised wide-bladed battle axe was compelled to alter its course, pivoting to deliver a horizontal strike. The Pink Skull mech mirrored this action, wielding its chain sword in a similar fashion. Yet, in a stunning display, the Annihilation mech executed an astonishing maneuver. Yang Mu deftly maneuvered his mech to leap over the heads of his adversaries, evading their attacks and positioning himself behind them. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly pivoted and delivered a backward slash with his titanium alloy long knife, carving a gaping wound into the back armor of France's mech. Thus, the first round of confrontation concluded with Yang Mu achieving victory in an extraordinary manner. Forget him. Rush toward Zheng Hai and seize him. A flicker of terror coursed through France's mind, but he quickly regained his composure. With his primary objective clear, he disregarded the formidable Yang Mu behind him and charged toward Zheng Hai, who was not far ahead. Yang Mu, determined not to allow their scheme to succeed, immediately propelled his mech forward. However, after taking only a few steps, an alarming warning blared from behind him. Instinctively, Yangmu spun to evade, only to discover a blue giant mech looming behind him, its menacing energy sword barely grazing his mech. Simultaneously, another evidently modified mech surged toward him. Yangmu was compelled to halt his advance to confront the incoming adversaries, while Zheng Hai once again found himself in peril. A swift survey of the battlefield revealed that only a few blue and white standard mechs remained steadfast in resistance. While the advanced mechs commandeered by the Bloodskull Brotherhood had gained the upper hand, outnumbering them with over 10 mechs in the fray, the situation grew increasingly dire, and Yangmu could no longer afford to ponder. He was forced into a fierce struggle with the blue giant. Surrounding enemy mechs began to encircle him, and overwhelmed by their numbers, the physically weaker Yangmu struggled to execute complex maneuvers. Just then, a thunderous noise erupted from behind him. Yangmu turned swiftly to witness Zheng Hai's mech being struck by an enemy's chain sword, resulting in the complete severance of its right arm, causing it to stagger backward. Some guardian mechs, witnessing this calamity, attempted to break free to provide aid, but were firmly restrained by opposing forces. Yangmu, with a sudden burst of energy, deflected the attacks of the 3 mechs before him and dashed back to assist Zheng Hai's mech. Relentless, the enemy mechs pursued closely, plunging Yangmu back into a precarious stalemate, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yangmu's forehead. Suddenly, a voice resonated through the public channel of all mechs, declaring, "The retired warriors of the Ocean Blue Star's 1st Mech Battalion are here to assist." Yangmu instantly recognized the voice. It was Uncle Lei. Meanwhile, on a street adjacent to the square, nearly 10 mechs charged into the fray, all appearing to be entertainment mechs, each wielding an array of objects. Some grasped traffic signal poles, others hefted heavy concrete blocks or crane arms, while some brandished sharpened steel pipes. These seemingly unruly mechs entering the battlefield breathed life into the weary soldiers, serving as a potent tonic, invigorating the spirits of all present. Chapter 60. Reversal. In the brief interlude before reinforcements arrived, the appearance of Lei Shangwu and his companions undoubtedly altered the dynamics of the square. The Bloodskull Brotherhood, which had previously held the advantage, now faced a fresh dilemma. 9 vividly colored mechas swiftly entered the fray, seemingly in perfect synchrony as each pilot adopted an aggressive stance, surrounding a Bloodskull mecha with relentless fervor. The entire squad resembled an adhesive plaster, flailing makeshift weapons and employing underhanded tactics to firmly restrain the numerous Bloodskull mechas present. "Ha, old Zhang, am I not generous enough?" Lei Shangwu's boisterous laughter echoed through the public channel, while he maneuvered a resplendent mecha adorned in red and blue flames. He stood beside Zheng Hai, wielding a 2-meter-long, imposing crane arm. It appeared that Lei Shangwu and Zheng Hai were familiar with one another, their camaraderie evident. Zheng Hai, recognizing the mecha squad led by his old friend, felt a surge of joy and chuckled heartily. Indeed, I did not choose the wrong brother. The two had once shared a bunk in the same military academy dormitory. After graduation, Zheng Hai opted for further studies, while Lei Shangwu joined the mecha forces of Ocean Blue Star. Nevertheless, their bond had remained unbroken, akin to that of steadfast brothers. Initially, Lei Shangwu had been occupied with repairing client mechas when he heard the first 3 explosions and sensed something amiss. However, seeing the city's forces head towards the commotion, he dismissed his concerns. It was only upon the 4th explosion that he dashed out of his shop, discovering that the blast occurred nearly a kilometer away, near the Ocean Blue Star Administrative Hall. This revelation filled him with apprehension. Noticing a lack of reinforcements heading to the site, Lei Shangwu could no longer remain idle. He commanded the shop staff to pilot the recently repaired entertainment mechas, armed with makeshift weapons, towards the administrative hall. Given the bustling area, government regulations prohibited entertainment mechas from operating there, so Lei Shangwu and his team proceeded cautiously, ultimately arriving just in time. Uncertain of the identity of the unidentified forces ahead, Lei Shangwu advanced towards his old classmate, shielding the battle-worn flying dragon mecha. "Old Zhang, which ones are the enemies? Is that one as well?" He pointed the hefty hook of the crane arm at the mecha controlled by Yangmu, named Annihilation. Zheng Hai shook his head, quickly clarifying, "That one is here to assist. All the others that aren't standard mechas belong to the Bloodskull Brotherhood." The revelation of the notorious space pirate group sent shockwaves through the newly arrived mecha's channels. Hearing Zheng Hai's words, Lei Shangwu felt a sense of relief. as his instincts had led him to feel a disquieting aura emanating from the black mecha in front of him, an unsettling sensation akin to a prickling on his skin. This mecha-S design bore a resemblance to PAJR's elite models, yet it lacked any identifying insignia, which rendered Lei Shangwu uneasy. Consequently, he regarded Yang Mu's annihilation as the most critical target of vigilance. Had he known that the mecha was piloted by Yang Mu, his eyes would have widened in shock. As Lei Shangwu scrutinized Yang Mu's mecha, the heart of his compatriot, Franz, sank. It had been over 10 minutes since he initiated the attack, and in just a few more, regular reinforcements might arrive. He needed to seize every moment to complete his mission. Franz's veins throbbed, and his expression hardened. All brothers, gather around. First, take down Zhenghai. No sooner had Franz uttered these fierce commands than the blood skull mechas halted, charging fiercely towards Zhenghai, evidently preparing for a desperate struggle. Yang Mu could not stand idly by. He assumed an aggressive stance and propelled his mecha towards the looming blue giant in a cobra mecha. The blood skull forces surged toward Zhenghai, while the remaining guard mechas and repair shop mechas rushed to intercept, plunging everyone into chaos. The entertainment mechas, inherently weaker in armament, faltered against the military-grade weapons, gradually succumbing. Lei Shangwu could only laboriously protect Zhenghai's mecha as they retreated towards the administrative hall. The battle had once again descended into stalemate. At that moment, a thunderous rumble echoed from the sky. The thick clouds parted to reveal a massive starship over 1,000 meters long, engulfed in smoke and flames, descending slowly, capturing the attention of all present. Many citizens in Ocean Blue City witnessed this spectacle and shrieked in terror, plunging the city into a heightened state of panic. Zhenghai, equally astonished, gazed upwards, bewildered by the day's chaotic turn of events. From the series of explosions to the burning starship overhead, it resembled the scale of a localized war. Suddenly, Zhenghai noticed something peculiar about the starship that was drifting downwards. Its specifications did not seem to align with those of the military. As a graduate from the command department of the military academy, Zhenghai was well acquainted with the starships in Ocean Blue City. And the one in the sky was clearly not a military vessel. "Boss, is that Bloodskull?" A trembling subordinate voiced in Franz's channel. Franz, too, beheld the scene above, his pupils constricting as his heart sank. It indeed was his pride, the Bloodskull, which he had planned to have arrive at this moment. Intending to use it as an escape vessel after capturing Zhenghai, he had believed that the Ocean Blue Star Interstellar Fleet had dispatched nearly all its large vessels. With his starship exceeding 1,000 meters in length and a dozen small modified warships, it would effortlessly dominate the space defense systems of Ocean Blue Star. Yet now, his once mighty vessel was plummeting towards Ocean Blue Star, engulfed in flames. He had received no reports regarding the starship's status. Boom, boom, boom. As Franz remained stunned, the coastal defense cannons throughout the planet opened fire, illuminating the sky with beams of light aimed at the burning starship, attempting to obliterate it further to minimize the casualties upon impact. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, Franz mechanically turned his neck, his expression hardening into one of rigidity. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. What had once been his advantage had now transformed into a disadvantage. The operation had failed, but escape was still paramount. Capturing Zhenghai remained the only gamble worth taking. "Repair shop mechas, gather around me. Protect Zhenghai." Lei Shangwu also recognized the disarray in the situation and shouted urgently. Yang Mu similarly retreated to safeguard Zhenghai. Just a few more minutes, and these foes will meet their demise. Suddenly, Franz let out a thunderous roar, awakening all the Bloodskeleton-class mechas to the current battlefield dynamics. They unleashed an onslaught against Zhenghai, with several mechas even launching their last remaining missiles, plunging the arena into a fierce confrontation. At that moment, 5 dark dots descended from the lofty sky, tracing 5 white arcs as they plummeted from space, crashing onto the streets adjacent to the administrative hall. The impact stirred up clouds of dust, and the tremendous force sent shivers down Franz's spine. Reinforcements had arrived. The objects landed directly in a large crater, and before the dust could completely settle, a massive crimson box gradually revealed itself from the depths of the pit. In the next instant, the contents within forcefully kicked open the box's door with a clatter. "Heh, Bloodskeleton, you've made me search long and hard," echoed a mechanical voice. The sound of footsteps resonated from the pit's bottom as a dark azure mecha emerged, stepping out of the dust and confronting the blood-red mecha piloted by Franz. This was a standard military Raven mecha, and within it sat Su Huang, the commander of the 1st Mecha Corps of the Ocean Blue Star. Chapter 61. The cornered beast fights back. Franz's pupils constricted upon hearing the audacious proclamation from his opponent, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch involuntarily. The Black Crow mechas were among the most advanced models, utilized by the only 2 mecha regiments on the Aquamarine Star. The utterance of such words signified that the adversary hailed from the 1st Mecha Regiment of Aquamarine Star, a long-standing rival of the Blood Skull Brotherhood. Over the years, countless skirmishes had ensued between the 2 factions, resulting in a deep-seated enmity that promised a relentless clash whenever they met. Oh, so it is my good brothers from the 1st Mecha Regiment. Excellent. Now I can avenge my grievances. Lei Shangwu, present at the scene, quickly recognized the origin of the Black Crow mecha and exclaimed with delight. The arrival of the elite mecha regiment from Aquamarine Star indicated that Zheng was now secure. The impending concern lay with the Blood Skull itself. At that moment, the remaining 4 Black Crow mechas, having successfully landed, entered the plaza from various directions, subtly encircling the Blood Skull's mechas. Each mecha brandished its ethereal long sword, their sleek and minimalist forms exuding a palpable aura of menace. These 5 mechas were piloted by the regiment commander and 4 battalion leaders of the 1st Mecha Regiment, all seasoned veterans of countless battles. Their audacious maneuver into the fray aimed to ensnare the Blood Skull in one fell swoop. Do you fancy this welcoming gift from the 1st Mecha Regiment? Su Huang coldly gestured skyward, where a fallen starship had been reduced to fragments by the relentless barrage of coastal defense cannons. Several heavy aircraft had activated their force fields to prevent the larger debris from crashing onto the land. Franz's expression darkened further upon hearing this. His starship had been shot down by them. Could it be that the Aquamarine fleet had returned? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Rest assured, your scheme has succeeded, but you've deceived others, not me. Su Huang intoned, his voice laced with confidence. Today, the mission of my 1st Mecha Regiment is to apprehend you scoundrels and eliminate the threat once and for all. With that declaration, he wasted no time. The sharp blades of the Black Crow mecha glinted ominously as they charged towards the mecha piloted by Franz. From the outset, Su Huang had fixated on the conspicuous mecha that Franz operated, designating it as his primary target. The other 4 Black Crows also sought their respective foes, reigniting the chaos within the arena. Concurrently, aircraft began to sweep across the sky, and transport ships descended from above, signaling the deployment of reinforcements. In the short span of half an hour since the explosion, the once tranquil administrative plaza had morphed into a scene of dramatic conflict, with the Blood Skull Brotherhood's initial bravado giving way to a desperate struggle for survival. Brothers, engage all mecha components at full power. Overload everything, charge. Franz bellowed anxiously. The Star Pirates controlling the mechas began to activate all components, emitting white steam as the engines roared to life, clearly preparing for a fight to the death. Following Franz's command, the mechas surged forward with fervor. However, Franz's actions took a different turn. After successfully parrying an attack from Su Huang, he maneuvered his mecha to retreat, commanding his subordinates to shield him from Su Huang's advance. It appeared that Franz was seeking an escape route. Yet Su Huang was not one to allow such an opportunity to slip by easily. As the youngest commander of Aquamarine Star, he possessed remarkable battlefield insight, determined not to let Franz slip away under his watch. Moreover, Franz's unusual behavior only reinforced his status as the commanding mecha on the field. Su Huang was resolute. He would not let him escape. Su Huang propelled his mecha forward, deftly dispatching 3 opposing mechas along the way. Before launching an assault on the Crimson mecha, Yang Mu, recognizing the situation, prepared to assist, but was intercepted by the imposing blue giant before him. Through their previous encounters, Yang Mu had realized that the pilot of this mecha was quite formidable, capable of withstanding his attacks and maintaining dominance with assistance from others. Though Yang Mu held little affection for the blue giant mecha, he could not deny its advantages in the early stages of battle, particularly in the current flat plaza terrain, which allowed it to showcase its immense power. However, it was time to bring the conflict to a conclusion. Yang Mu had no intention of lingering any longer. He crossed his 2 long swords before him, causing sparks to fly as they slid against each other. In the next instant, arcs of blue electricity crackled along the blades, signaling the activation of the electric mode. This mode would grant his swords extraordinary lethality, albeit at a high energy cost. He also possessed an ion slash mode, but he opted not to employ it. With 26 energy remaining, sufficient for 3 minutes of electric slash mode, he gazed at the blue arcs dancing along his weapons. The blue giant, undeterred, mirrored his actions, activating the electric mode on its crossed swords. Yang Mu furrowed his brow but hesitated not. The auxiliary engines of his mecha roared to life, propelling him forward. This time, he aimed for a swift resolution as their mechas clashed in close proximity. Yang Mu maintained his stance but abruptly lifted his right foot, delivering a powerful kick to the joint of the blue giant's leg. The blue giant's most significant vulnerability lay in its exposed hydraulic systems and universal joints. A single malfunction in any of these would leave the mecha severely compromised, akin to a plucked phoenix awaiting its fate. After several strikes, Yang Mu achieved a breakthrough. The hydraulic system behind the blue giant's right knee twisted, rendering that joint incapable of bending fluidly. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Mu swiftly retreated, creating distance between them. He then positioned his long swords in a cross formation. With renewed vigor, he charged forward, launching a ferocious assault. The blue giant, unable to maneuver its mecha to escape, braced itself for Yang Mu's onslaught. Clang, clang. The sharp sounds echoed as the blue giant sustained damage. Although it had managed to block the vertical strike with its crossed swords, it was unable to evade the horizontal slash due to its leg joint issues, resulting in a deep gash across its chest armor. In that moment, the blue giant decided to fight back. After enduring Yang Mu's strike, it did not retreat but instead lunged forward, aiming its long sword at Yang Mu's chest. However, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. As the blade neared Yang Mu, he deftly sidestepped, allowing the sword's tip to merely graze his armor, leaving behind a faint white mark. After executing the maneuver, the opponent's upper body was entirely exposed before Yang Mu. He swiftly maneuvered the left hand of the mech, driving the long blade directly into the right chest armor of the adversary. With a forceful thrust, the mech's arm engine roared to life, generating immense power that, in the next instant, cleaved through the front armor at a downward angle, revealing the cockpit within. Seated inside was a figure adorned with a skull tattoo, none other than Cam, though now he bore a deep wound across his chest, signaling his impending demise. Yang Mu's display of close-quarters combat techniques captivated all onlookers. Lei Shangwu and others were left in astonishment, while Su Huang, entangled with Franz, found himself pondering the origins of this mech he had only just noticed. Chapter 62. Fierce as everyone remained in awe of Yang Mu's spectacular combat, Franz seized the opportunity to make his escape. Just 2 minutes prior, the sounds from the various channels within Franz's mech had gradually diminished, causing his heart to sink to the depths of despair. This could only signify one thing. The forces he had deployed at the Technology Museum and the Ocean Blue University Equipment Laboratory had been obliterated. If he did not flee now, everything would be irrevocably lost. With this thought, Franz called out to his wife, and Grace, the operator of the Pink Skull, immediately sprang into action. Franz, unusually aggressive, launched a fierce assault on Su Huang, wielding his broad-bladed battle axe with ferocity, forcing Su into a frantic defensive stance. As the notorious leader of a fearsome pirate band, Franz's prowess was indisputable. Under such relentless pressure, Su could only maneuver his crow mech backward. At that moment, the Pink Skull appeared beside him, and the mechanisms of her dual-chain swords sprang open. The tightly coiled chain swords began to soften and elongate, transforming into a long, flexible sword that lunged towards Su's chest. Clearly, in their desperate bid to create an opportunity for escape, Franz and Grace had resorted to their most formidable techniques. Su recognized the impending danger, but found himself unable to counter it. He was too occupied fending off Franz's assault, and his comrades were equally preoccupied. With Grace's attack already on its way, he realized he had no choice but to brace himself for the impact. Gritting his teeth, Su resolved to withstand the strike from the Pink Skull. He believed that if he could endure this blow, he would gain a moment's respite and avoid further entrapment in this perilous situation. However, just as Grace was reveling in her impending victory, the flexible sword abruptly snapped into 3 segments, falling to the ground. Both Grace and Franz stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. For this combined technique was one they had practiced countless times, once achieving remarkable success, yet now it had been so easily thwarted. Su was equally astonished. Glancing to the side, he saw a black mech standing a mere 20 meters away. In its hands, 2 long blades hung low, having just severed the Pink Skull's weapon. This was indeed the work of Yang Mu. While the bystanders marveled at his performance, Yang Mu had keenly sensed that the Crimson Mech was in a state of disarray. He had distanced himself from Zheng Hai and others, and was nearing the edge of the plaza, indicating that this individual was preparing to flee. Crossing over the corpse of the blue giant, Yang Mu deftly navigated past several blocking mechs and swiftly approached the Crimson Mech. At that moment, he noticed Su Huang's mech was in peril, prompting him to make an immediate decision to adjust his attack target. He zipped past the crimson mech, and with a powerful swing of his blades, he severed the weapons of the pink skull. "Thank you, kind sir," Su said in the public channel, mistakenly assuming the pilot of the black mech was merely a skilled civilian mech fighter, and he spoke with utmost respect. Such a belief was understandable. Given Yongmu's bewildering prowess in mech combat, Su had rarely encountered anyone who wielded such skills, and even he did not dare to claim he could achieve the same. Yongmu merely pouted, choosing not to respond. Throughout the battle, he had remained silent on the public channel, although he could hear their exchanges. He would not reveal his identity. He resumed his stance, and Su immediately understood his intent, readying himself to deliver a decisive blow to Franz and his allies. Both the crimson and pink mechs quickly grasped their precarious situation. With one strike thwarted, they began to retreat while still engaging. However, Yongmu and Su were unyielding in their pursuit. With the long knives in hand, Yongmu charged towards the two mechs, and Su mirrored his movement, both advancing toward Franz. The speed of their maneuvers was unprecedented, and in an instant, they stood before Franz. He and Grace were compelled to turn and confront the onslaught, blocking the attacks from Yongmu and Su. This marked Yongmu's true confrontation with the mech piloted by Franz. As they clashed, Yongmu instantly recognized the depth of his opponent as strength. His rapid blade techniques were all countered, and he faced significant threats in return. Yet, Franz was not inclined to engage in a drawn-out battle. He sought only a swift escape, and Yongmu was determined to prevent that. At that moment, Su Huang managed to repel the pink skull and advanced towards Yongmu's direction. Yongmu quickly comprehended Su's intentions and coordinated his assault accordingly. The pressure on Franz intensified dramatically, and just then, the pink skull re-entered the fray, resulting in a chaotic clash among the four mechs. Seizing an opportunity, Yongmu struck hard against the thigh of Franz's mech, slicing through the armor and damaging the internal components significantly. The pink skull rushed to defend, but Su kept her at bay. It was then that Franz, desperate to flee, disregarded the damage to his mech, called out to Grace, and propelled his machine toward the adjacent street. Yet, as if anticipating his escape, Yongmu suddenly appeared before him, halting Franz's advance. With his gleaming long knives drawn, he thrust forward, targeting the cockpit of Franz's mech. Franz was struck with terror, not only at the sudden appearance of Yongmu, but also at the lethal technique he was employing, which seemed destined to seal his fate. Grace, witnessing Yongmu's movement, let out a shriek, and Su rushed forward, ready to assist. Yongmu's piercing gaze remained fixed on the trajectory of his blades. The distance between their mech shrinking to less than 4 meters, his long knives poised to pierce through the cockpit. Victory seemed assured. But in that critical moment, a pink mech unexpectedly intervened, positioning itself between Yongmu and Franz. Grace's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked down at the super long knife that had pierced her chest. Yongmu, equally astonished, stared at the pink mech before him. In the direst of moments, the pirate leader Franz, in a desperate bid for survival, had sacrificed his beloved to shield himself from the attack. The pink mech slowly collapsed, and Franz drew the broad-bladed axe from its back armor. In his most perilous hour, he had thought of Grace, wielding his axe to strike into her mech's armor, using her as a shield against Yongmu. Franz's ruthless act bore fruit. Grace's mech absorbed the impact, preventing Yongmu's blade from reaching its target. Yet, in her final moments, Grace could not have fathomed that she would perish at the hands of the one she cherished most. Gazing at the pink mech beneath his feet, surrounded by the advancing reinforcements from the Azure Star, Franz erupted into a resounding laugh, a cacophony of arrogance that pierced Yongmu's heart like the chill of winter. He had nearly forgotten that the figure before him was a true harbinger of death, a being no longer deserving of the title human. In this moment, he had transformed into a most bloodthirsty beast, devouring everything in sight, even his own comrades and beloved. Chapter 63, Fulfillment of Wishes. At this moment, all those present gasped in shock, taken aback by the ruthless nature of the pilot within the blood-red mech. Meanwhile, the battle in the square was nearing its conclusion. The Bloodskull mechs lay defeated on the ground, while the reinforcements had completely sealed off the surrounding streets. In the desolate square, the only mech still standing, aside from the guard mechs and those that had come to assist, were the solitary Bloodskull mech piloted by Franz. The outcome was now inevitable. The victors and the vanquished had been determined. Franz remained rooted to the spot, laughing maniacally, his expression wild, bloodshot eyes narrowed with madness. After meticulously planning for over 6 months, everything had initially proceeded smoothly. He had fantasized countless times about the glory that awaited him, dreaming of becoming a figure of dread throughout this star domain. Yet, he had miscalculated. All of this had merely been a bubble, dissipating before he could soar. And now he would die upon this square. Yangmu had distanced himself from the mech, his heart filled with astonishment at the ferocity displayed. He resolved to ensure that Franz met his end here. Allowing such a threat to linger would pose danger to all. Su Huang, on the other hand, had a different agenda. He issued commands over the military channel, ordering all combat mechs to withdraw from the battlefield and instructing the arriving reinforcements to tighten their encirclement, aiming to capture the enemy alive. However, the cackling Franz had his own intentions. Aware of his impending demise, he was determined to take as many of them down with him as possible. Despite the defeat being apparent, he intended to make them pay a steep price. Franz once again maneuvered his mech, turning to face the many mechs in the square. Ha ha ha, today, I, Franz, shall make you all accompany the Bloodskull Brotherhood into the grave. He bellowed, as the crimson mech radiated a brilliant red light, forcing all its components into overdrive mode. In this state, the mech's power would surge dramatically for a brief period, yet it would render the core components and most vital parts utterly inoperative thereafter. The surrounding mechs immediately formed a defensive formation, bracing for the impending assault. Yet Yangmu had no intention of remaining a mere spectator. Grasping his long blade once more, he surged forward. His motivation was clear: the relentless determination of his adversary, if left unchecked to unleash the full potential of his mech, would create a perilous situation, inevitably leading to greater casualties. Simultaneously, Yangmu harbored personal motives. His beloved father had met his end at the hands of such foes, and in his past life, he had lamented his inability to eradicate them. Now, in this lifetime, the opportunity lay before him. Thus, he vowed to fulfill his father's legacy. On the opposite side, Su Huang had also initiated his mech's movements, recognizing the grave danger posed by Franz's actions. The likelihood of capturing him alive was slim. To minimize unnecessary losses, Su Huang resolved to confront him alone, sparing his troops from potential casualties. He too aspired to fulfill the long-cherished desire of his mech brigade, to obliterate the Bloodskull Brotherhood. With their intentions clear, the two charged toward Franz's mech from opposite directions. Upon seeing the two mechs barreling toward him, Franz roared defiantly, maneuvering his smoke-emitting mech to engage. The clash of three mechs erupted, sparks flying as each combatant exerted their utmost strength to bring the others to their knees. After several exchanges, Yangmu's dual blades struggled to penetrate Franz's defenses. Instantly, he adapted his strategy, directing his attack toward the wound he had inflicted on Franz's right leg. Su Huang, recognizing this, continually harried Franz to create openings for Yangmu. However, in his overdrive state, Franz was not easily subdued. His broad-bladed axe sliced through the air with ferocity, thwarting Yangmu's repeated assaults. In a moment of opportunity, Franz struck, the heavy handle of his axe crashing into Su Huang's mech, sending Yangmu's mech reeling. Su Huang's mech was left exposed, and with a sinister grin, Franz pivoted, raising his axe to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, as he turned, his crimson mech's back lay open before Yangmu, who would not let this chance slip away. As Franz aimed to strike Su Huang, Yangmu leapt into action. His two long blades raised high, slicing down toward Franz's back just as Franz's attack reached its target. The sound of metal clashing resonated. But the scene unfolded differently than anticipated. Franz's axe struck true against Su Huang's chromech, embedding itself in his shoulder, held firmly in place by Su Huang's grip. Simultaneously, Yangmu's strike severed the head from Franz's mech, yet his other blade became lodged against the thick armor of its chest. Franz attempted to withdraw his axe, but Su Huang held on tightly. Your fate rests in your hands, Su Huang shouted over the public channel. Yangmu understood his role. He forcefully extracted his long blade and retreated a couple of steps. Glancing at the energy meter, now at 5, he questioned whether he could execute his next move. With determination etched on his face, he gritted his teeth, his blade crackling with blue arcs of energy, resolutely declaring, "Pay with your life." With a decisive step, Yangmu swung his long blade downward, the engines behind him glowing fiercely with power as he exerted all his strength. He must succeed. The glimmering blade illuminated the night as it descended toward the previously created opening. Yangmu clenched his eyes, feeling a powerful impact on his arm, then a sudden release. When he opened his eyes, he beheld the gash he had carved into Franz's mech, a deep and definitive wound. The square fell into an eerie silence. Moments later, the blood-red mech released its grip on the axe handle and collapsed backward, the front armor dislodging to reveal Franz within. His chestnut hair lay disheveled, and his eyes dimmed. At that moment, a faint light appeared on the eastern horizon, the sun, just peeking above the skyline. The sun's rays bathed the square, illuminating Franz's pallid face, while the golden light spilled over the devastated city of High Blue. Yet, the spark in Franz's eyes had entirely faded. On this day, the High Blue Army eradicated the long-dominant Bloodskull Brotherhood. Simultaneously, a son fulfilled his wish, avenging his father with his own hands. Chapter 64. The bet concluded. The game has ended. Congratulations on your victory, a personified feminine voice declared. Instantly, the cheers of the crowd filled Yang Mu's headphones, prompting him to laugh heartily. It was the last week of August, and Yang Mu had finally completed his training at the Martial Arts Academy. Coincidentally, everyone had free time that day. Yang Mu invited Chen Kai, Duoluan, Jia Hao, and a fellow named Su Yuanming to partake in several rounds of online gaming within the immersive mech simulation. Following the recent Bloodskull attack, the planetary defense system of Hylon City, in concert with the timely return of the first Mech Corps, had decisively eradicated the Bloodskull threat, allowing Yang Mu to exact revenge for his father. However, after the battle in front of the administration hall, Yang Mu encountered considerable difficulty in retracting his mech, Annihilation, as Su Huang mistook him for a reclusive mech expert and insisted on forming a friendship. Unwilling to comply and with daylight breaking, Yang Mu sought to keep Annihilation from being overly exposed to the public and hastily declined, making his exit. Initially, Su Huang attempted to pursue him relentlessly until Yang Mu noticed a river flowing beside the administration hall. He promptly maneuvered Annihilation, nearly out of energy, into the water and concealed the mech, successfully evading Su Huang's tenacity. Later, in an effort to explain his absence to his mother, Uncle Lei, and Chen Kai that night, Yang Mu found himself weaving a web of lies that nearly drove him to despair. Fortunately, the matter soon faded into the background, and the tranquility of life in Hylon City resumed. The incident involving the new star domain became merely a topic of casual conversation among the citizens, with reports of astute merchants collecting fragments of the fallen Bloodskull warships to fashion mech designs, thus profiting handsomely. Yang Mu subsequently learned from news reports and Lei Shangwu that the Bloodskull Brotherhood had orchestrated the attack. In Yang Mu's original memories, no such assault had ever occurred in Hylon City. He had only heard of similar malevolent events in the extraordinary city near the equator during his schooling. However, Hylon Star had managed the situation adeptly, tracing the perpetrators and dismantling the Bloodskull Brotherhood. In this timeline, the Bloodskull met its demise prematurely, and the venue shifted to Hylon City. Yang Mu discovered that this incident was closely linked to the technology exhibition. Due to Yin Shenfu's instigation, the Blue Giant faced military scrutiny, leading to subsequent investigations that revealed issues, prompting the military to intensify their review standards for the exhibition mechs and requiring relevant practical evaluations. Ultimately, this responsibility fell to the Equipment Laboratory of Hylon University for testing, which delayed the entire exhibition timeline and inadvertently extended the duration of their stay in Hylon City, thereby granting the Bloodskull Brotherhood further opportunities. Of course, an inspirational master, who secretly bore the blood of countless victims as a space pirate leader, dominated the headlines for several days, with reports circulating across other star regions. Additionally, the market that suffered catastrophic damage and incurred the highest casualties underwent a thorough reconstruction by the City Hall, which capitalized on the opportunity to cleanse and renovate the area. Due to the renovations, Chen Kai could no longer work there, and she subsequently found a job as a sales assistant in a shopping mall, earning only slightly less, but enjoying a much lighter workload. Boss, your skills are truly commendable. One word, legendary. Duoluan exclaimed excitedly in the chat. Jia Hao, still with Duoluan, retorted dismissively. That's 2 words. Look at you, being told to study hard, yet you can't even count. You fatso, let's settle this in a one-on-one later. Not a chance. I'll take on our wealthy brother instead. He has more mechs, and it's much more enjoyable, Jia Hao replied, ignoring Duoluan's challenge. Su Yuanming, who was also in their party, burst into laughter, eager to mediate between the two. Yang Mu chuckled, exchanged farewells with the group, and logged off. As the gaming pod opened, he found Chen Kai beaming beside him. Today, she wore her hair in 2 braids, paired with denim overalls and a white t-shirt, giving off a refreshing vibe. Yang Mu, when did you become so skilled at this game? Chen Kai squinted playfully at him. Yang Mu laughed it off, boasting about his natural talent, earning a playful eye roll from her. The two exited together, as today was Chen Kai's day off, and Yang Mu had specifically taken her out for a stroll. Since the recent attack, she had increasingly leaned on him, and that night, he had seen her vulnerable side, prompting him to cherish her even more. Their sweet, clandestine relationship did not escape the notice of others, particularly when Lei Ming and Lei Hong encountered Yang Mu and Chun Kai during a stroll in the Riverside Park after finishing supplementary classes one day. Yang Mu's mother and uncle Lei became aware of their outings, with Yang Mu's mother subtly hinting multiple times for him to invite Chun Kai over to their home. Yang Mu had contemplated this idea and even discussed it with Chun Kai, but she had shaken her head in refusal, perhaps unprepared for such a step. Yang Mu chose not to press the matter, appreciating the straightforwardness of being able to tell his family he was out without having to concoct various excuses. It was now 4 in the afternoon, and with Chun Kai needing to start work at 6, they had spent the entire afternoon shopping, both feeling a bit hungry. Yang Mu led Chun Kai into a restaurant. Despite her initial hesitations about the prices, she eventually acquiesced to Yang Mu's insistence. Once seated at a table by the street-facing window, they engaged in light conversation about recent events while waiting for their food. At that moment, Yang Mu's wristwatch vibrated, prompting him to glance at it. It was a message from Yu Wenqiu. Yang Mu raised an eyebrow. Although Yu Wenqiu hadn't performed admirably in his recent exams, he had scored slightly higher than the previous year. Yang Mu had previously inquired about which school he planned to attend, but Yu Wenqiu had remained tight-lipped, merely stating that his father would handle it. As for Yu Wenhong, in July, Lei Shangwu had somehow managed to persuade him to come work, and he quickly proved his worth, becoming a mechanical engineer at the store while also serving as a mechanical consultant for a company, aided by his former comrades. Yu Wenqiu no longer needed to resort to dubious means for income, working diligently at Uncle Lei's shop, where Cheng Shu had even expressed a desire to take him on as an apprentice. However, Yu Wenhong insisted on teaching him himself, leading to a few days of playful bickering, eventually blossoming into friendship. Seeing Yu Wenqiu's message now surprised Yang Mu. Yet he opened it to read, "Are you free at 6 this afternoon? I want to hold you to our bet." Yang Mu was taken aback, having nearly forgotten about this agreement, but it seemed Yu Wenqiu was intent on settling it today. Yang Mu chuckled and shook his head, yet still replied affirmatively. "All right, where shall we meet?" "The usual place," Yu Wenqiu quickly responded, adding, "I'll be waiting for you there." Yang Mu shrugged, texted back a simple acknowledgement, and then closed the message window. Beside him, Chun Kai naturally noticed Yang Mu's expression, yet she appeared somewhat perplexed. "Yang Mu, what news is this?" she inquired. "Oh, just a wager with a classmate from the same grade," Yang Mu replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Chun Kai involuntarily furrowed her brow, seemingly concerned. Observing her demeanor, Yang Mu reassured her, "Don't worry, we are already acquainted. It's merely a trivial competition among boys." As the conversation unfolded, Chun Kai joined him, and Yang Mu promptly invited her to dine. Although Chun Kai found Yang Mu's explanation somewhat hard to believe, she chose to remain silent, nodding in acknowledgement as they began their meal. After finishing, Yang Mu escorted Chun Kai to a large shopping mall, waving goodbye as she entered. With a sigh, he then adjusted his course and pedaled away on his bicycle. Chapter 65. Fierce combat. Riding his bicycle unsteadily, Yang Mu arrived at the narrow alley beside the school. From a distance, he spotted a tall figure standing upright in the center of the alley. It seemed that Yu Wenxiao had arrived early to await his presence. Yang Mu smirked slightly as he parked his bicycle and strolled over. Upon seeing Yang Mu approach as promised, Yu Wenxiao lifted his head, his bright gaze fixed on Yang Mu. As Yang Mu stood before him, he too observed Yu Wenxiao. To be honest, Yu Wenxiao was quite striking, his prominent nose, a lean yet handsome visage, and a mane of thick golden hair that gently brushed his forehead. Such features, with a touch of refinement, could easily captivate countless admirers. Amidst his admiration, Yang Mu felt a twinge of jealousy. "Let us commence," Yu Wenxiao said coldly, extending a box he held in his right hand. Yang Mu glanced down at the box, raising an eyebrow in recognition. It appeared to be a container from Uncle Lei's shop, typically used to store mechanical components. Inside, it housed a mechanical arm, custom-built by Uncle Chung with slight modifications, which should pose no issues. Noting Yang Mu's surprise, Yu Wenxiao explained, "I previously mentioned that you could use the mechanical arm to compete with me. I have brought it for you." Yang Mu, intrigued by Yu Wenxiao's seriousness regarding their wager, replied, "There's no need. My physique has reached level 1, and I can manage without it." He shook his head confidently. After 2 months of rigorous training during the summer, Yang Mu had made significant progress, coupled with his solid foundation. The dual stimuli of medication and intensified training had allowed him to surpass the threshold of level 1, making him a standout among his peers. His coach had even suggested that with continued practice, Yang Mu could soon advance to level 2. However, Yu Wenxiao, maintaining an expressionless demeanor, insisted, "You should wear it. I have already attained level 3. Upon hearing this, Yang Mu's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape. Level 3 was the pinnacle standard for ordinary active mech warriors. Such a physique required intense training and a substantial regimen of potent substances, with a considerable risk of failure even under those conditions. Yet, Yu Wenxiao seemed to lack any of the prerequisites for reaching such a level, and yet he had achieved it quietly? Yang Mu swallowed hard, accepting the box that Yu Wenxiao handed over. As Yang Mu took the box, Yu Wenxiao glanced at him and then slowly retreated, shedding his work uniform and revealing a physique well-defined by muscle, clearly prepared for their confrontation. Noticing Yu Wenxiao readying himself for battle, Yang Mu hesitated no longer. He retrieved the mechanical arm from the box and adeptly secured it to his right arm. After taking a few steps back to make minor adjustments, he lifted his gaze, determination blazing in his eyes. Their gazes clashed, igniting the spirit of combat. In an instant, Yang Mu made the first move. He raised the silver mechanical arm and charged towards Yu Wenxiao with fervor. Since Yu Wenxiao had expressed his desire to fulfill their wager, Yang Mu took it seriously from the moment he accepted, adhering to his principle of giving his all to any task he committed to. As Yang Mu charged, Yu Wenxiao stood his ground, not meeting the attack directly but instead widening his stance, surveying Yang Mu's silver mechanical arm and focusing on his lower limbs. Having learned from past mistakes, Yu Wenxiao reflected deeply on why, even at level 2, he had failed to best an ordinary opponent. Was it solely due to the powerful mechanical arm? Naturally, Yu Wenxiao dismissed this notion. He possessed the combat skills to defeat his opponent without relying on machinery. The true challenge lay not in the mechanical arm but in the opponent's extensive combat techniques, augmented by the mechanical arm's formidable power. As Yang Mu's powerful strike approached, it bore no finesse, merely a straightforward punch imbued with colossal force. In response, Yu Wenxiao swiftly evaded, sidestepping the blow. Yang Mu, noticing this, adjusted his attack, sweeping his fist horizontally towards Yu Wenxiao's body. In that moment, Yu Wenxiao retaliated, using his height to target Yang Mu's torso. However, as Yang Mu's fist swiped across, Yu Wenxiao was compelled to block with his left hand, leaving his own punch ineffective. Consequently, Yang Mu gained the upper hand, landing a solid hit on Yu Wenxiao. Both fighters recoiled, creating distance between them. They had merely been testing each other's capabilities, neither having achieved their objective. Unleash your true skills. Do not hold back, Yu Wenxiao remarked coldly, tightening his fists. Yang Mu met his gaze with a smile. Very well. With that, Yang Mu sprang into action once more, this time utilizing the narrow alley's walls to his advantage. His physical prowess now permitted him to execute such daring maneuvers, leveraging the wall to elevate himself slightly. This tactic was a prelude to his next move, as Yu Wenxiao had expressed his desire to see Yang Mu's true capabilities. Observing the agile Yang Mu, Yu Wenxiao, while dodging, allowed a faint smile to surface. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. He sought Yang Mu's full commitment, to grow through fierce combat. That was Yu Wenxiao's truth, and by fortunate coincidence, it was also the principle Yang Mu had long upheld. Chapter 66, Friends. Yang Mu, propelled by the formidable force of his mechanical right arm, launched a fierce strike aimed at Yu Wenxiao's face. However, Yu Wenxiao anticipated the attack and deftly evaded it, simultaneously raising his right leg to sweep at Yang Mu's. Yang Mu, refusing to be careless, likewise twisted his body to dodge and then retreated, establishing some distance. Panting heavily, Yang Mu regarded Yu Wenxiao, feeling somewhat at a loss for how to proceed. In a brief exchange, they had executed at least 30 moves, yet both had managed to counter each other's assaults. Even if one sustained minor injuries, the other would quickly retaliate. Nevertheless, they remained at a stalemate, both slightly breathless. Their eyes locked onto one another, ever vigilant for a flaw. It was Yu Wenxiao who broke the impasse, charging at Yang Mu with rapid strides. Yang Mu gritted his teeth and pressed forward to meet him. Their forms collided once more, with Yu Wenxiao's left hand gripping Yang Mu's mechanical fist tightly, while his right arm interlocked with Yang Mu's left. At that moment, they were nearly face to face, with no distance between them. Suddenly, Yu Wenxiao's eyes darted downward, a movement Yang Mu keenly detected. Yet, instead of looking down, he swiftly withdrew his right arm. Just as he did, Yu Wenxiao acted, lifting his left foot to deliver a powerful kick towards Yang Mu's shin. Yu Wenxiao aimed for the spot where the impact would inflict great pain, hoping to create an opening to exploit. With his right hand firmly held, Yang Mu quickly devised a plan. He bent his mechanical arm forward, causing Yu Wenxiao's grasp to falter. In that moment, Yang Mu pushed him away, driving his elbow toward Yu Wenxiao's face. Realizing the danger, Yu Wenxiao sidestepped. But with his left foot already elevated, he lost his balance and began to topple backward. The tides of battle shifted. Yang Mu seized the opportunity, his free left hand launching an attack towards Yu Wenxiao. Yet, Yu Wenxiao supported himself with both hands on the ground, propelling his left foot upward to strike at Yang Mu's head. Yang Mu raised his right hand to block, and neither gained the upper hand. Before Yang Mu could create more distance, Yu Wenxiao sprang back to his feet, using the moment to deliver a powerful punch to Yang Mu's chest. Caught off guard, Yang Mu instinctively clenched his right fist, striking back at Yu Wenxiao's chest. They both emitted muffled groans and staggered backward, separating once more. Yang Mu's right hand trembled, and he felt a dull ache in his left chest, realizing the toll this confrontation had taken on him. Yu Wenxiao, too, hunched slightly, his hands hanging by his sides, beads of sweat forming on his brow, indicating he had not fared any better. Shall we continue? Yang Mu gasped, breaking the silence. Yu Wenxiao looked up at him, then lowered his gaze, remaining silent. I won't continue, Yang Mu stated, waving his hand dismissively. He felt it was unnecessary to endure such a predicament. As he spoke, he began to disengage from his mechanical arm, worried that his hand might swell within it, leading to further complications. No, we have yet to determine a victor. Yu Wenxiao interjected, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Yang Mu looked up at him, sighing in confusion. Why does it matter so much? Yu Wenxiao furrowed his brow and paused before responding. This is a wager. A victor must be determined. Yang Mu, sensing Yu Wenxiao's firm stance, felt a wave of frustration. He approached Yu Wenxiao, looking him in the eye. Is it truly that important? He tossed the disengaged mechanical arm to the ground. Let us not be concerned about who is subordinate to whom. Wiping his brow with the hem of his clothing, Yang Mu extended his slightly swollen right hand. We can be friends. A faint smile graced his lips as he regarded Yu Wenxiao. Upon hearing Yang Mu's words, Yu Wenxiao's eyes widened slightly, his gaze fixed on the outstretched hand. He was taken aback, for he was a fiercely competitive individual shaped by past experiences that instilled in him the necessity of strength for survival. He had dedicated countless hours to training, achieving remarkable prowess, yet had grown increasingly solitary, often cold towards outsiders. Thus, for many years, Yu Wenxiao had not known a true friend. Those who claimed friendship were merely drawn to his strength. Yet, when Yang Mu uttered those words, Yu Wenxiao hesitated, sensing something different in him. Despite their earlier conflicts, which stemmed from a desire to defend his brother, Yang Mu had chosen to assist him and now proposed friendship. At this moment, Yu Wenxiao, a seasoned individual with a wealth of experiences, found himself momentarily lost in thought, standing still. Yang Mu, noticing Yu Wenxiao's silence, felt a twinge of awkwardness, yet was earnest in his desire to forge a friendship. Acknowledging the misfortunes they had faced, Yang Mu had come to admire Yu Wenxiao after learning the full story behind his actions. Moreover, with Yu Wenxiao's remarkable talent, Yang Mu was keen to cultivate a friendship. However, as Yu Wenxiao remained silent, Yang Mu's awkwardness grew, and he began to retract his hand. Just then, Yu Wenxiao extended his own right hand, taking Yang Mu's in a firm grip, lifting his gaze to meet Yang Mu's eyes, a faint smile breaking across his face for the first time. All right, let us be friends. Although his tone remained calm, Yang Mu felt the excitement radiating from Yu Wenxiao regarding this development. Yang Mu looked at the golden-haired youth, glancing at their clasped hands, and nodded with a smile of his own. Chapter 67. A New Journey on Monday, August 26th. Yang Mu embarked on his journey to report to school. This voyage was shared with Chun Kai as they set off together towards the capital star of the Yanhuang Star region, marking a new beginning in their lives. That morning, Yang's mother rose early to prepare a lavish breakfast for him, quietly assisting in the organization of various items he needed to take along, occasionally wiping away tears when she thought he was tea-looking. Yang Mu offered comfort several times, yet his mother held back her emotions, ultimately helping him pack everything. Uncle Lei, along with Lei Ming and Lei Hong, busied themselves assisting Yang Mu, and the family set off for the Haibu City Airport at 9 o'clock. Although Yang's mother had initially wished to accompany him on this long journey, she ultimately could not. The distant travel could pose a threat to her health. Furthermore, as Yang Mu was attending a military academy, it was customary for military students to be coordinated by their respective star region's military departments or personally received by the academy staff. However, Yang Mu was the only student from his star region attending that particular school, and Yin Shunfu from the Nuhan star region had arranged for his transportation. Standing beside Yang Mu and chatting with Lei Shangwu was Su Huang, the former commander of the 1st Mecha Regiment of High Blue Star, who was dressed in a crisp military uniform and smiling as he reassured his former superior. During a recent operation to eradicate the Bloodskull Brotherhood, Su Huang had demonstrated remarkable foresight and timely assistance, ultimately thwarting the Brotherhood's schemes. As a reward, the High Blue Star military had granted him an opportunity to further his studies at the Capital Star. Coincidentally, Su Huang was headed to the very military academy in Taishan on the Capital Star, where Yang Mu had previously studied. At that moment, Yang Mu spotted Chun Kai approaching the terminal, laden with bags. He hurried over and noticed a middle-aged man assisting her, helping carry her belongings and managing her paperwork. This man was evidently Chun Kai's uncle, who had come alone to see her off, unlike others who brought their entire families. Yang Mu quickly lent a hand with a few items, catching the attention of Chun Kai's uncle. Chun Kai blushed and promptly introduced Yang Mu to her uncle. "Uncle, this is my friend, the one I mentioned who is going to the Capital Star with me. Yang Mu, this is my uncle." Yang Mu smiled and greeted Chun Kai's uncle, identifying himself. Kong Hai, Chun Kai's uncle, observed Yang Mu and then glanced at Chun Kai, his expression inscrutable yet seemingly understanding. Upon learning that Yang Mu was a military academy student, Kong Hai's demeanor shifted slightly. "So you are Yang Mu? In that case, I hope you can assist Xiao Kai. It's quite complicated for me to accompany her." Yang Mu nodded. Having already heard from Chun Kai about the situation, her aunt was at home caring for 2 children while Kong Hai needed to attend work. The round trip to the Capital Star would take approximately 10 days, making it difficult for an ordinary employee to take leave. "Rest assured, uncle. I will ensure that Chun Kai's enrollment goes smoothly," Yang Mu assured him. At that moment, Lei Shangwu and the others noticed Yang Mu's interaction and approached. Yang's mother had been watching Chun Kai intently. Lei Shangwu confidently shook hands with Kong Hai, handing him his business card, which led to a lively conversation between them. Yang's mother smiled at Yang Mu and Chun Kai, her expression revealing her satisfaction. Seeing Yang Mu's family gathering around made Chun Kai feel bashful, especially when Lei Hong tugged at Yang's mother's sleeve, pointing at Chun Kai and exclaiming that she was the beautiful sister who walked with his brother. Chun Kai's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head in silence. After a while, Kong Hai bid farewell in haste. Yang Mu's family accompanied him and Chun Kai to the boarding gate. "Xiao Mu, that place is unfamiliar. You must take good care of yourself. And also look after your classmate," Yang's mother said, her eyes glistening as she grasped Yang Mu's hand, speaking to herself. Lei Shangwu, having already briefed Yang Mu, was preparing to urge him to board but hesitated upon seeing Yang's mother's emotional state. Yang Mu understood that his mother found it hard to part with him, but time was of the essence. "Mom," he said, placing his hands on her shoulders, gazing into her eyes. "I'll be back for the new year." At that moment, the boarding announcement echoed, and Lei Shangwu had no choice but to nudge Yang Mu. Yang's mother became even more agitated. Yet she managed to suppress her tears and urged Yang Mu to board. Yang Mu cast a deep glance at his mother, his expression solemn as he nodded, stepping forward to embrace her tightly. "Mom, please take care of yourself." After releasing her, he picked up his bag from the ground, shouldered it, and took a few steps back towards the boarding gate, then turned to walk alongside Chun Kai. "Xiao Mu, you must study diligently and aspire to be like your father." Just as Yang Mu was about to step through the entrance, his mother's voice suddenly rang out. Turning back, he saw his mother's face streaked with tears, covering her mouth in an attempt to stifle her sobs. As she watched her son set forth on his journey, her maternal instincts overwhelmed her. Yang Mu felt a swell of emotion but managed to maintain a broad smile, waving goodbye as he called out, "I promise, Mom, I will make you, Dad, Uncle Lei, and Lei Hong and Lei Ming proud." With that, Yang Mu turned and resolutely entered the aircraft, alongside Chun Kai. They would board the flight to the Equatorial Space Elevator and from there transfer to the Interstellar spaceship bound for the Capital Star. Good afternoon, passengers. Welcome aboard the Interstellar Flight TC-9527. This flight's final destination is the Capital Star of the Yanhuang Star region, with an expected arrival in 4 days. The spacecraft will enter the wormhole at 10 o'clock this evening. Please proceed to the sleep chambers in the meantime. We wish you a pleasant journey. Listening to the announcement, Yang Mu sighed deeply and turned to gaze out the window. Outside, the azure beauty of High Blue Star unfolded, while he found himself aboard the interstellar spaceship now docked at the spaceport. Chun Kai sat opposite him, equally silent and visibly affected by the situation. Yang Mu recognized her mood, shaking his head as he approached to comfort her with gentle words. After conversing with her for a while and seeing her spirits lift, He watched as Chun Kai settled into her sleep chamber. The ship had already departed, and the announcement urged passengers to enter their sleep chambers. Yang Mu reclined in his own chamber and retrieved a gleaming medal from his pocket. This was the medal of his father, Yang Li, which he had brought along for this journey. Just yesterday, on the Zhongyuan festival, Yang Mu and his family had paid respects at his father's grave, offering solace to his departed spirit. From this day forth, I shall embark upon the grand stage of the cosmos. In pursuit of a life filled with happiness 2 decades hence, I am determined to transform my existence into something distinctly extraordinary. Yang Mu let out a deep sigh, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute as he clutched the medal tightly in his hand. As the sleep chamber sealed shut, Yang Mu gradually succumbed to slumber, while the medal in his grasp shimmered with ethereal radiance amidst the cosmic twilight. Henceforth, a new journey begins. Chapter 68. Yanhuang Star AJR stands as the sole nation with the most ancient history among the alliances of the Milky Way. From the very dawn of human civilization, this enduring nation has remained steadfast, continually growing stronger throughout the ages, ultimately rising to the pinnacle of today's world powers. The splendid narrative of its ascendance can be succinctly encapsulated in a single phrase. This nation venerates equality, champions diligence, and holds heroes in profound reverence. Throughout the vast expanse of history, this civilization, boasting nearly 6,000 years of heritage, continues to shine brilliantly, radiating magnificence. The Yanhuang Star domain occupies a relatively small area, being the least expansive sector under the jurisdiction of PAJR, yet it stands as the most prosperous region within the entire PAJR. At its heart lies the capital, Yanhuang Star, serving as the administrative and cultural epicenter of PAJR, a planet that encapsulates countless radiances, dazzling like a constellation. Yanhuang Star is a super-habitable planet, with a volume exceeding 3 times that of the aquamarine star and approximately 5 times that of Earth, humanity's ancestral home. This celestial body orbits a moderately sized star within a suitable trajectory, with a rotation period in time almost identical to Earth's. Although its land and ocean ratios are approximately 46 to 54, resulting in extensive, yet somewhat dispersed, land masses. As a forefront bastion of human technological achievement, this planet showcases a flawless amalgamation of nature and technology, with vegetation covering more than 75% of its land surface, advocating the use of clean energy, thus making it a wholly ecological planet. At 7 in the morning, the TC-9527 Interstellar spacecraft was granted permission to dock at the enormous spaceport located in the outer orbit of Yanhuang Star. Despite the multitude of spaceports surrounding the planet, the bustling spacecraft adhered strictly to order, presenting a vibrant scene both inside and outside the planet. Upon awakening and witnessing the magnificent spectacle outside, Chun Kai found herself captivated, her gaze wandering across the scenery, intermittently raising her personal terminal to capture a few photographs. Yang Mu, however, was not as astonished. Observing the same expression on Chun Kai's face that he had displayed during his first visit in a past life, he merely smiled knowingly, choosing not to disturb her. Instead, he took her hand and led her off the spacecraft toward the port to board the circumstellar orbital train, followed by a space elevator leading to the planet's surface. Accompanying them was Officer Su Huang, who had promised to escort Yang Mu and others to their school for registration before heading to Taishan Academy. However, once Yang Mu and his companions successfully reached the ground station exit of the space elevator, Su Huang found himself able to conclude this task ahead of schedule. Inside the lobby of the space elevator station, numerous reception points for various universities were prominently displayed, with eye-catching banners making it easy for Yang Mu to spot the banner for Qian'an University in a conspicuous location. After bidding farewell to Su Huang, Yang Mu pushed a multitude of luggage while holding Chun Kai's hand, heading toward the reception area. "Hello, are you here to register at Qian'an University?" A refined young man with gentle eyes greeted Yang Mu with a smile, glancing at Chun Kai behind him. "Yes, but only she is here to register at your school," Yang Mu replied, noticing the student council badge on the young man's chest. He nodded and gestured towards Chun Kai, clarifying that she was the one registering. Taken aback by Yang Mu's words, the bespectacled boy quickly assumed Yang Mu was merely accompanying a family member. "All right, could you please have this student verify her information?" He politely directed Chun Kai. Recovering from her earlier astonishment, Chun Kai smiled and nodded, stepping forward. She leaned slightly over the reception desk, where a device emitted a beam of white light, scanning her eyes. "Iris verification complete. Welcome, Chun Kai, to Qian'an University's class of 223. The device emitted a mechanical electronic voice, and the student council boy nodded with a smile, his gaze flickering toward Chen Kai's eyes. Unbeknownst to them, the bespectacled boy politely addressed Chen Kai. "Welcome to Qianhan University, Chun. May I assist you with your belongings?" Before Chen Kai could respond, the young man approached Yang Mu, reaching out to take one of the two carts Yang Mu was pushing. Yang Mu halted him, smiling as he said, "No need to trouble yourself. I can manage." A hint of embarrassment crossed the boy's face as he glanced at Yang Mu and then back at Chen Kai, but he still nodded politely, indicating a few buses parked nearby. "The school has arranged buses over there for you." Yang Mu smiled and nodded, pushing the luggage in that direction. Chen Kai also politely greeted the young man before quickening her pace to catch up with Yang Mu. "Yang Mu, your attitude towards that senior wasn't very friendly," Chen Kai remarked playfully, sensing Yang Mu's underlying thoughts. Yang Mu squinted his eyes, feigning annoyance. "Well, he is not my senior anyway." "Hey, Kaya. You should keep your distance from such seniors. They tend to devour freshmen whole." Yang Mu suddenly turned to Chen Kai, speaking earnestly. Chen Kai was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter upon seeing Yang Mu's exaggerated expression, playfully patting his shoulder. "Don't worry, Yang Mu, you're the most handsome. You're the only one I have eyes for." Hearing Chen Kai's words, Yang Mu broke into a broad smile, turning his head and feigning arrogance as he replied, "That's more like it. Yang Mu, how will you get to your school?" "I didn't see your college's emblem earlier," Chen Kai inquired, her curiosity piqued after their playful exchange. "Don't worry, I already have the exact address. It's just as easy to go by myself," Yang Mu replied nonchalantly. Having studied on this planet in a past life, he was quite familiar with many of its cities. Moreover, the people from Kunlu Academy had already provided him with specific directions, so he was confident in navigating his way. But it's such a vast place, what if? Chen Kai glanced at Yang Mu's indifferent demeanor, sensing his determination to see her to her school. Choosing not to press the matter further, she pursed her lips and assisted Yang Mu in pushing the luggage carts. As a prestigious institution on Yanhuang Star, Qianhan University enjoys a stellar reputation globally, showcasing the formidable strength it possesses. Standing before the main campus, Yang Mu felt that few schools in the world could rival its expansive grounds. With nearly 1,000 square kilometers of area, encompassing all educational disciplines, it boasts numerous renowned experts and scholars from around the globe serving as lecturers, professors, and mentors, truly representing the aspiration of countless families. After the bus transporting new students dropped them off within the campus, Yang Mu and Chen Kai transferred to a hover train, heading to the dormitory address indicated on the registration instructions. After assisting Chen Kai in settling her various belongings, Yang Mu took her to dine. As it was now approximately 1 o'clock in the afternoon, having skipped breakfast due to a lack of appetite upon awakening from stasis, they were indeed feeling a bit hungry after their long journey. They arrived at a cafeteria not far from the dormitory building, where Yang Mu found a spot to eat. Following their meal, they strolled around the campus, engaging in conversation until Chen Kai urged him to prepare to leave for Kunlu Academy's registration. As Yang Mu noticed that the time had already surpassed 2 o'clock, he decided not to linger further. He simply asked Chen Kai to retrieve her personal terminal device. "What for?" Chen Kai inquired with a hint of confusion, yet she still pulled out her communicator from her pocket and handed it over to Yang Mu. He took it, skillfully accessed the applications within the personal terminal, and scanned it with his own communicator. 20,000 yuan has been credited, the communicator announced. Only then did Chen Kai realize what Yang Mu had done, and, astonished, she questioned, "Yang Mu, what are you doing?" Upon witnessing the transfer notification on her communicator, Yang Mu raised his head and returned the device to Chen Kai. "The cost of living on Yanhuang Star is high," Yang Mu began to explain, but he noticed that Chen Kai did not take her personal terminal back. Her expression had turned frosty, and she looked at him with displeasure. "My major doesn't require tuition fees, and I have insurance for medical expenses. I have saved up my daily living expenses, and my uncle has provided me with some support. I do not need your assistance." Yang Mu, observing the sudden shift in Chen Kai's demeanor, understood that she was a girl who disliked accepting charity from others. Nevertheless, he sighed deeply, grasped her arm, and gazed into her eyes. "Kaier, I know you are capable of being self-sufficient. However, life is unpredictable. Could you do me a favor? At the very least, it would bring me a sense of reassurance, would it not?" Yang Mu, attending a military academy, realized that opportunities to meet Chen Kai in the foreseeable future would be exceedingly scarce. Being in separate locations, they were unable to look after each other, so having Chen Kai carry a bit more money would likely resolve most issues. Hearing Yang Mu's words, Chun Kai pressed her lips together, scrutinized him closely, and then silently lowered her gaze. Chapter 69. The test in the end. Chun Kai accepted the 20,000 yen Huang coins that Yang Mu had transferred to her, and Yang Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief, ready to depart with a sense of assurance. Subsequently, Chun Kai accompanied Yang Mu to the entrance of Qianhan University, where they bid a reluctant farewell. Yang Mu then embarked on his own journey to confront the challenges that lay ahead. "Excuse me, sir? Is there anything ahead if I walk a kilometer?" Yang Mu, burdened by his heavy luggage, pointed towards a distant grove of trees and inquired of an elderly gentleman with white hair. "A kilometer? What are you talking about?" The elderly man, seated in front of a house and smoking, glanced at Yang Mu and asked, "I mean, is there any school 1,000 meters in that direction?" Yang Mu, seeing that the only person around was this old man, continued to inquire politely, reiterating his question. "Oh, I don't know. I haven't heard of any school in that area." The old man finally understood, but shook his head after glancing in the direction Yang Mu indicated, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Furrowing his brow, Yang Mu took a couple of steps back, filled with confusion. He had followed the address given by a person from Kunlun College to reach this point. Now, having distanced himself from Yanhuang City, the largest city on Yanhuang Star, he found himself on the outskirts, with only a farm in sight and fewer people around. At that moment, his personal terminal's mapping system indicated that he still needed to walk another 1,000 meters to reach his destination. However, the grove before him, accessible only by a narrow path, hardly resembled a place where a school might be situated. After spotting an elderly gentleman nearby in the farm, Yang Mu approached him for information but learned nothing useful. Sighing, Yang Mu stowed away his personal terminal, tightened the straps of his backpack, and decided to press onward in that direction. He had only heard of the college's formidable reputation, yet he was uncertain of its actual location. Regardless of whether a school existed there, the address had been provided to him, and even if it were incorrect, Yang Mu resolved to investigate further. As he contemplated this, his pace quickened. With the afternoon nearing 6 o'clock, the sky had begun to darken, and if he failed to locate the school, he could return to find shelter for the night. After all, the wilderness at night was hardly a safe place to linger. After nearly 10 minutes of walking along the overgrown path, Yang Mu finally arrived at the location marked on the map. However, upon reaching the site, he was met with desolation. A patch of woodland with only the rustling of leaves and the sounds of insects and birds echoing around him. There was no sign of human presence. Yang Mu's mind filled with frustration. He glanced around and even called out twice, but received no response, indicating that there were no guides waiting for him. After waiting for some time, without any sign of life, and with the sky beginning to darken, Yang Mu could only sigh and prepare to leave. At that moment, Yang Mu suddenly stumbled. Looking down, he noticed something partially buried beside the path. A yellow piece of fabric protruding from the earth. Intrigued, he crouched down, picked up a nearby stick, and began to uncover the dirt, revealing a small yellow cloth bag buried within. On top of it lay a document pouch. Was this perhaps meant to test him? Yang Mu smiled wryly, realizing that everything he had encountered might merely be a trial. With a sense of acceptance, he reached for the pouch and opened it, spilling its contents onto the ground. Inside lay a piece of paper, a chocolate bar, a tactical flashlight, and a key. Yang Mu examined the items, then unfolded the paper to read its contents. "Hello, student. Congratulations on finding this bag. However, this is just the beginning. First, beneath your feet lies a set of tactical clothing. Be sure to wear it. You have a chocolate bar, a small gift from me, along with a flashlight and a key. Don't forget to take them. Now for the task details. Please reach the equipment point 8 kilometers away within 1 hour. There, a mech will be waiting for you. The route is on the back. Good luck, handsome young man or beautiful young lady." After a cursory glance at the note, Yang Mu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was this the entrance exam? He refrained from criticizing the simplistic writing style, and instead pondered the absurdity of running 8 kilometers in 1 hour, especially in such a rugged environment. Just then, the yellow bag emitted a sound. Setting the paper aside, Yang Mu opened the backpack to find a yellow jacket inside, along with a watch that was set to count down from 1 hour, which had already begun. Stunned, Yang Mu realized the test had commenced. But he couldn't afford to be careless. With the esteemed reputation of Kunlun College at stake, he knew he could not simply give up. Hastily, he set aside his larger backpack, donned the tactical jacket, and strapped the watch onto his wrist. He then shouldered his backpack once more, checked the paper for the destination, oriented himself, and began to run towards the indicated location. However, as soon as he took his first steps, Yang Mu's expression shifted. "Goodness, Why was this jacket so heavy? After just a few strides, he felt as though lead weights were strapped to his legs, making each step feel burdensome. This was not a favorable development. Running 8 kilometers in 1 hour was already a daunting task, manageable only due to his robust physique. But now, with the added weight of his backpack and the tactical jacket, he was easily carrying over 60 kilograms, nearly equivalent to his own body weight. Realizing that this was a classic test designed to push his limits, he understood the challenge ahead, albeit it was undeniably grueling. However, if he discarded the jacket, there was a chance that the college staff would appear promptly to send him away. Thus, Yongmu had no choice but to accept this reality, grit his teeth, and continue running towards his destination, laden with all his gear. Shortly after Yongmu departed, a scruffy-looking man appeared at the spot where Yongmu had discovered the backpack. Observing the path Yongmu had taken, he raised an eyebrow and placed another identical backpack into the ground. After burying it once more, he released 2 black spheres from his hands, which projected a holographic map before him, displaying several light points moving in a unified direction. The man chuckled softly, gathered his belongings, and strolled away. Chapter 70. Task to be continued. Sometimes individuals possess the capacity to unleash untold potential in the most unexpected of circumstances, often unbeknownst to themselves. Yongmu, a seasoned veteran of the Special Forces, had traversed many tumultuous paths and had once braved the battlefield repeatedly. Yet today, he found himself in a state of panic, being relentlessly pursued by 2 wild boars across the rugged landscape. To his astonishment, these ferocious creatures, towering at 1.5 meters and stretching over 2 meters in length, weighed more than half a ton. Their movements were as fluid as if traversing flat ground. Despite the treacherous terrain of the forest, burdened with a heavy pack, Yongmu had been driven across a mountain peak by the 2 formidable boars. At last, on a slope, they halted, snorting and gradually retreating. Leaning against a nearby tree, Yongmu gasped for breath. However, upon witnessing the boar's unexpected withdrawal, a flicker of anxiety surged within him. Was there something in his vicinity that instilled fear in the wild boars? Gripping his dagger tightly, he scanned the surroundings with a tense expression. After confirming with his tactical flashlight that there were no lurking threats among the nearby underbrush, he finally exhaled in relief. Fatigue washed over him, as he realized the swift exertion had drained his energy. He retrieved water and food from his pack to replenish his strength. Glancing at his watch, he noted there were approximately 15 minutes remaining. Yongmu quickly checked his location against the map, noting he was still over 1 kilometer away from his objective. A deep sigh escaped him. He marveled at having traversed such a considerable distance under the weight of his burdens within a mere 45 minutes. Yet he lamented his own poor condition. His body was drenched in sweat, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Yongmu had initially believed that, relying on his robust physique, he could maintain a steady pace despite the heavy load. However, an unexpected encounter with a newly nurtured litter of wild boars had led him astray, forcing him to flee at least 1 kilometer from his intended path. Striving to stabilize his breath and regain composure, he oriented himself and continued towards the direction indicated on his map. The distance to his destination had significantly decreased, and he hoped to find respite upon arrival. Gritting his teeth, he pressed onward. Just moments later, as he descended the slope, a voice called out from behind, "Brother, could I have a sip of water?" A beam of light illuminated the area, revealing a fellow student clad in a yellow jacket. The young man, of average appearance and burdened only by a small backpack, approached with an air of desperation, his condition seemingly worse than Yongmu's. Yongmu glanced at him, and the young man, noticing Yongmu had halted, hastened his pace. "Please, I'm parched," he gasped, almost sliding down the slope towards Yongmu. Yongmu surveyed him briefly, then retrieved his water bottle from the pack. Before he could extend it, the young man eagerly snatched it from his hands, unscrewing the cap and gulping down the liquid. Yongmu frowned at the sight, not out of pity but concern for his dwindling supply. The young man, belching loudly, returned the now empty bottle. "Thanks, brother. I'm Lu Hao. You're also heading to the academy, right?" Yongmu nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Hao's eyes lit up as he noticed Yongmu's sizable pack. "Could you spare some food as well?" Yongmu remained silent, fastening the water bottle back onto his pack and turning to descend further down the slope. "Hey, why aren't you responding?" Lu Hao called after him, hastily following. "We're classmates. Surely, you can help me out?" His tone carried an edge of hostility. Yongmu felt a twinge of annoyance, but continued his descent. He harbored no goodwill toward this sudden acquaintance. Regardless of wealth, one should anticipate the challenges of entering such a school, Arriving unprepared and seeking assistance was unseemly. Fortunately, Lu Hao fell silent after his remark, sparing Yang Mu from further irritation. With approximately 10 minutes remaining, Yang Mu spotted a well-lit area nearby, estimating he had around 800 or 900 meters left to cover. With a slight increase in speed, he could reach the gathering point on time. Lu Hao seemed to relent, trailing behind Yang Mu, though his expression remained sour. With just over 2 minutes left, Yang Mu finally arrived at a clearing in the forest where several individuals clad in yellow jackets were gathered, examining the rows of mechs stationed on the ground. As he approached, he noticed a sign that read, "Pilot the mech to the destination." Yang Mu paused, realizing his watch hadn't stopped. Suddenly, he recalled the task at hand and hastily retrieved the key from his pocket. Inspecting it revealed no markings other than a gleam of brass. In the expansive clearing stood nearly 100 mechs, and he observed someone already piloting one of them. Confusion washed over him, as his key bore no indication of which mech it could operate. With only a couple of minutes remaining, how could he possibly test them all? What was he to do now? Just as Yang Mu was engulfed in confusion, an individual brushed past him and boarded a nearby ground dragon mech. Mere moments later, the instruments of the mech illuminated, and the individual deftly maneuvered the machine into the adjacent thicket. Observing this series of actions, a flicker of realization sparked within Yang Mu. Chapter 71. Confusion. Yang Mu swiftly located a colossal gorilla mech and, utilizing the ascent ropes attached to it, deftly entered the cockpit. He retrieved the key he held, locating the ignition slot within the cockpit and inserting the key. As he turned it, the mech emitted a sound signaling the activation of its systems, and the dashboard before him gradually illuminated. The armor plating on the mech's chest automatically sealed shut, and from a compartment within the cockpit, a suit of clothing emerged, a sleek black combat uniform, accompanied by an oversized holographic helmet. At that moment, Yang Mu's wristwatch trembled slightly, and the countdown timer abruptly halted. Indeed, it was as he had suspected. A surge of elation coursed through him, a hint of a triumphant smile gracing his lips. The mech was precisely as he had envisioned. He had just surveyed all the mechs displayed across the expansive area, and an intriguing thought struck him. Could these mechs be piloted freely? Or perhaps, each individual's key was identical, capable of unlocking any mech in this vicinity. With a spirit of experimentation, Yang Mu chose the colossal gorilla mech and succeeded without a hitch. At this juncture, clad only in a windbreaker, he discarded it and donned the combat uniform, stowing the windbreaker in the compartment that had just housed the combat suit. The operation mode for this mech bore a striking resemblance to the one he had utilized previously. It featured a similarly cylindrical cockpit where the pilot operated while standing. The enclosed holographic helmet secured itself snugly in the collar of the combat suit, and Yang Mu slid his hands into the side slots, positioning his feet on the footrests below. Having not piloted a military mech in quite some time, Yang Mu felt a flutter of excitement in his heart. The cockpit soon echoed with mechanical sounds as the mech's operational system came online, the mechanisms enveloping his hands and feet entirely. Simultaneously, the holographic helmet displayed the exterior environment of the mech. This operational system, reminiscent of the Annihilation interface, was a standard version used in military mechs, albeit the Annihilation system had undergone numerous optimizations and featured a rudimentary intelligent combat system to assist the pilot. While the gorilla mech before him lacked the sensitivity and finesse of Annihilation and did not possess the user-friendly motion controls of the Green Line, Yang Mu was nonetheless delighted to have access to military mechs at this moment. As an institution dedicated to nurturing super elites, Kunchuo Academy's provision of numerous mechs for the entrance examination showcased its formidable resources. In contrast, during his time at Taishan Academy, he had not encountered such privileges. It was only after a year of studying military command theory that he first ascended a military mech. Now, at Kunchuo Academy, he could immediately engage with these clearly decommissioned military mechs. Maneuvering the mech, he performed a few minor adjustments, and suddenly, a pop-up window appeared on the display of his holographic helmet. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a newly issued mission. Please pilot the mech along the designated route to the specified location. Route planning is complete. Note: failure to follow the planned route will result in disqualification. After reading the prompt, a map illustrating the planned route popped up above the holographic helmet. Yang Mu widened his eyes, then lifted his gaze to the camera of the mech, directing it towards the plotted route. As his vision extended, he beheld a dense forest, with a range of mountains looming in the distance, and further beyond, seemingly a towering, majestic peak. Must he navigate the mech over a mountain? Yang Mu gazed up in astonishment, momentarily taken aback, before quickly regaining his composure. Familiarizing himself with the mech's controls, he stowed his belongings in the weapon rack of the gorilla mech and prepared for departure. These mechs were not combat mechs. The original firearms and melee weapons had been removed, replaced with an array of engineering tools. Each limb of the gorilla mech was equipped with a large winch, laden with bundles of steel cables. Clearly, Kunchuo Academy's task for him was to pilot the mech and utilize these tools to overcome various challenges along the way. Edging closer to the destination. Having come to this realization, Yang Mu meticulously confirmed the equipment before maneuvering the mech to stand upright and advance towards the forest. However, after taking only a few steps, he abruptly halted, having discovered a pressing issue. An issue that could not be overlooked. The mech's power level was at a mere 50. Yet, the map destination lay at least 300 kilometers away, while this mech's battery could sustain it for less than 200 kilometers under optimal conditions. Given the mountainous terrain, achieving even 100 kilometers would be a remarkable feat. A sense of foreboding washed over Yang Mu as he surveyed the other parked mechs nearby. An idea sparking in his mind. He contemplated extracting a battery from one of those mechs for his own use. Although he briefly considered switching to another mech, he quickly dismissed the notion, reasoning that Kunchuo Academy could not possibly make such a fundamental error. All the mechs before him likely bore similar power levels. With this thought in mind, he resolved to take a different approach, intending to remove the batteries from the mechs nearby. Yet, as he prepared to proceed with the disassembly, he found to his dismay that the battery compartments were welded shut. To his astonishment, he discovered that his own mech also possessed a solitary battery slot, similarly sealed. This was a maddeningly cruel tactic. At that moment, a notification popped up on his holographic helmet. The use of other mech batteries is prohibited. Forceful disassembly will result in the mech's self-destruction. Yang Mu stared at the message, his mind swirling with frustration. This was indeed a diabolical scheme. Not only was he forbidden from obtaining additional batteries, but his mech was also limited to half power. How on earth was he to reach the destination with such constraints? Resolutely, Yang Mu paused, standing in the cockpit, pondering this dilemma. It was apparent that Kunchuo Academy had designed this challenge with a specific intent. But what was their underlying motive? If he wished to transport this mech to its destination, what strategies could he employ? As he attempted to unravel the Academy's intentions, the public channel of the gorilla mech crackled to life, and a voice emerged. Ahem, pardon my intrusion. Is anyone forming a team? A boy's voice rang out, clear yet imbued with a hint of magnetism, quite pleasant to hear. At that moment, enlightenment dawned upon Yang Mu. He understood the Academy's objective. Chapter 72. Siblings. The objective of navigating a mech with only half its power through such a complex and ever-changing environment was singular. To instill in the trainees the importance of unity and collaboration in reaching their destination. Yang Mu's heart leapt with joy as he quickly spoke up on the public channel. Add me to your team. May I inquire about your location? There was a brief pause on the other end of the channel before a male voice responded. I pilot a white skybird mech. Perhaps you could come to find me. Upon hearing this, Yang Mu scanned his surroundings and spotted a white mech at the rear, flanked by two others. He maneuvered his mech over to it. And at that moment, the individual sent a team channel number to Yang Mu's mech. Switching to the team channel, the boy's voice resonated once again. This is a newly added teammate. Greetings. I am Ji Jean, with Ji meaning female, minister and Jean denoting progress. May I ask your name, classmate? Yang Mu, not wishing to conceal his identity, replied straightforwardly. I am Yang Mu, Yang as in willow tree, and Mu as in solemn. Yang Mu, a pleasure. I am GMO. You may call me Sister Mo. Came another melodious voice, bright and confident. A gray raven mech beside them waved, revealing itself to be another team member, a girl. This is my sister. Also, we have another teammate named Lu Hao, who has just joined our group. Ji Jean continued, gesturing to another mech nearby. He is currently contacting a friend to join us. Please bear with us for a moment. Upon hearing that Lu Hao was part of the team, Yang Mu felt no particular aversion, but merely nodded. The pressing matter was to find a way to overcome the challenge ahead. After roughly 2 minutes, a tall mech approached, presumably Lu Hao's acquaintance. Apologies for the delay, everyone. Allow me to introduce my friend, Lu Feng. His father is the minister of our PAJR finance department, Lu Hao announced as he recognized his friend's arrival. Welcome. Now, let us discuss the specifics, Ji Jean suggested, ready to deliberate on their next steps. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Lu Feng. Since this is a team effort, let us first appoint a captain. I nominate myself. My level 3 physique should suffice for leading our team, Lu Feng declared unabashedly, seemingly believing that his appointment would be a favor to everyone. Lu Hao, standing nearby, laughed in agreement, indicating he was in league with Lu Feng. Yang Mu felt a sense of unease. Such a situation had arisen even before they began. Ji Jin, piloting the white skybird mech, frowned, surprised by Lu Feng's eagerness for power. Nevertheless, being well-mannered, he did not reveal his discontent and instead said gently, "I believe it would be better for me to take on the role of captain as I organize this team." Lu Feng erupted in fury, retorting, "What a joke. What qualifies you to lead? My management experience far surpasses yours. My father oversees a vast number of people, making me the most qualified. Listen to Lu Gu. He is absolutely capable." Lu Hao chimed in, and the tension in the air thickened as neither side yielded. Yang Mu observed this unexpected farce, incredulous at the fierce competition present even in this preliminary examination at the elite academy. It was astonishing that even in a hastily formed team, individuals would argue so vehemently over the role of captain. Yet, Yang Mu found himself inclined to support Ji Jin's candidacy. His initiative in seeking allies to complete the task demonstrated intelligence. In contrast, the aggressive demeanor of Lu Hao and Lu Feng left Yang Mu discomfort. They prioritized power over problem-solving, a trait he found distasteful. "Are you two here to stir trouble? Brother, kick them out. We sought out team members." GMO, piloting the purple mech beside Yang Mu, interjected, her tone displeased. Yang Mu merely smiled and nodded in agreement. "Who are these three country bumpkins to speak to Lu Yi like that? Such audacity," Lu Feng boasted, completely oblivious to his rudeness, escalating his insults towards the trio. "You three are nothing but softies, deserving of a beating." Lu Feng's tirade was abruptly cut short. Yang Mu glanced up to see Lu Feng's mech being seized by another mech's arm, forcefully yanking it down. Lu Feng, furious, attempted to retaliate. But before he could punch out, the white skybird mech delivered a crushing blow to Lu Feng's heavy mech's chest armor, creating a significant dent. Was Ji Jin truly this aggressive? Yang Mu's heart raced in astonishment at Ji Jin's unexpected ferocity, delivering such a direct and ruthless strike. The sound of the skybird mech's fist impacting Lu Feng's armor echoed throughout the area, bending and deforming it entirely. "This is not a place for you to rely on your connections. If I were to end you, your father would dare not utter a word." Ji Jin's voice echoed coldly in the channel, a hint of menace creeping into his tone as he lifted Lu Feng's mech. "You may think you can intimidate me, but here, your status means nothing." Ji Jin's fierce words rang true, for upon entering the academy, every participant had signed a life and death agreement. A fact Yang Mu had kept from his family. Lu Feng's voice trembled through the mech, no longer arrogant, but quivering instead. Yang Mu noted that Lu Feng was now trapped within his own mech, the deformed armor constraining him. Yang Mu marveled at Ji Jin's transformation from polite to ruthlessly assertive in mere moments. "Brother, well done. This guy deserves a beating." GMO cheered from the sidelines, while Lu Hao attempted to intervene, only to be halted by Yang Mu. "You two should leave. MO, find 2 more people. They can only be team members. And I will lead." "Understood." The voices of the siblings resonated within the channel, as at that moment, the celestial avian withdrew its wings, causing the mech piloted by Lu Feng to collapse limply onto the ground. Lu Hao stepped past Yang Mu to ascertain Lu Feng's condition. Meanwhile, Ji Jin turned to regard Yang Mu. "I am indifferent, as long as you can form a team with me," Yang Mu articulated, fully comprehending the significance of Ji Jin's gesture, which was to prompt him to express his stance. Upon witnessing Ji Jin's prowess, Lu Hao refrained from any further provocations, silently attempting to lift Lu Feng's mech and departing in disappointment. It appeared he would require considerable effort to extricate Lu Feng from the confines of the mech. Shortly thereafter, GMO approached with 2 additional mechs, one a Titan assault type, piloted by a young woman, and the other a red Goliath mech, operated by a young man. Thus, the quintet was formed, with Ji Jin naturally assuming the role of captain. Noticing the willingness of the 4 to heed his command, he commenced. "Let us deliberate on the specifics of our strategy." Chapter 73. The plan. Ji Jin shared his schematics with everyone through their mech helmets and began to elucidate his plan. "I have assessed the situation. The total distance for this mission is approximately 300 kilometers, and each of our mechs only has half of its battery remaining, sufficient for nearly 100 kilometers of travel. To ensure the successful completion of our task, we have a team of 5 individuals operating 5 mechs, which can effectively utilize energy to reach our destination. So how do we achieve this?" The nearby Titan assault mech pilot, A girl named Yuan Miao from the New Han Star domain interjected, "The mission requires both the Mechs and the pilots to arrive at the destination together." Ji Jin continued, "Thus, my plan is to divide the entire journey into 5 phases, with each individual piloting their mech for a segment of the route, while the other 4 mechs remain in standby mode. The mech operating each segment will be responsible for transporting the remaining mechs to the next checkpoint, where they will then switch pilots. I have calculated that if we maintain a steady speed, each mech can carry the others for approximately 80 kilometers. Ji Jin further illustrated 5 segments on the route map. No, the route includes that dormant volcano. We must ascend and descend it, which will incur significant energy costs. 60 kilometers is likely the limit, countered a boy named Quinn, who piloted the red giant lizard mech and hailed from PA. It is widely recognized that despite the Titan Assault being a lightweight mech, its energy consumption remains comparatively greater than that of standard mechs. I suggest we replace the Titan with a lighter model, Quinn asserted, pointing at Yuan Miao's mech, clearly displeased with her choice to pilot the Titan Assault. I refuse to switch. I'm piloting this one. If you want to change, feel free to do so yourself. Yuan Miao retorted vehemently, her stance unwavering. As their disagreement escalated, Ji Jin intervened. Conflict is inevitable in such discussions, but I have a solution. I understand that heavy mechs consume more energy. Yet due to the challenges posed by the volcanic path, we must utilize the Titan Assault. Everyone should recognize that the steep incline of this volcano makes it difficult for our mechs to ascend. Only the Titan's immense traction can pull us all up. At this point, Ji Jin paused briefly. As for the descent, I will lead you all, allowing us to travel approximately 120 kilometers. That far? How will you manage that? GMO inquired, puzzled. Ji Jin unveiled a 3-dimensional topographical scan of the mountain, specifically of the volcano, and marked it. I discovered that the peak of this mountain reaches nearly 4,000 meters. Once we cross the crater, we will encounter a nearly 5,000-meter deep valley. Here, I can leverage the characteristics of the sky bird and the flight capabilities of the cold crow mech to assist us in gliding, which will require less energy. Even if we encounter turbulence, we can still traverse around 100 kilometers. Yang Mu nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit of Ji Jin's plan. It was evident that the volcano represented the most treacherous phase of the journey, necessitating substantial energy for the ascent, while the descent could exploit the elevation differential to cover greater distances. However, Yang Mu suddenly realized a concern. Just as he was about to speak, Quinn preempted him. That still won't work. While the sky bird and cold crow can carry the giant ape and my red giant lizard down, the Titan is too heavy to fly down. Quinn shook his head again, directing his criticism at Yuan Miao's Titan Assault. Are you out of your mind? Why do you always pick on my mech? Yuan Miao exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Ji Jin interjected once more. I am aware of this issue, but I have examined all the mechs present, and only the Titan Assault can pull us up the mountain. As for its descent, let us not forget its unique characteristics. High armor resilience, robust endurance, and a gyroscopic cockpit ensuring the pilot's safety. Yang Mu spoke up, exactly. And in my proposed descent plan, I did not intend for it to accompany us. What? How do you plan to get my mech down? Yuan Miao asked, bewildered by Ji Jin's assertion. Roll it down, Ji Jin replied coolly. Roll it down. Yuan Miao, GMO, and Quinn exclaimed in unison, while Yang Mu nodded, recognizing a similar solution in his mind. Indeed, the Titan can retract its body. Although the slope of the valley is nearly 60 degrees, there are not many rocks on the descent, and the trees below will cushion the fall. Rolling down poses no significant risk, Ji Jin calmly analyzed. Moreover, as long as we establish a rendezvous point, the Titan will reach us before its energy is depleted. All right. I concur, Quinn said after careful contemplation, finally accepting the plan. But, brother, how do we get past the crater? The route requires us to traverse the entire crater, which is at least 20 meters deep and filled with highly acidic water, GMO pointed out, articulating the concern Yang Mu also harbored. It appeared that everyone present was astute, capable of incisively identifying issues and voicing their concerns. Upon hearing the question, Ji Jin smiled confidently. I have certainly considered that. That area, Yang Mu, will rely on you. The sky bird mech gestured towards Yang Mu's giant ape mech, drawing the attention of the 4 others. Yang Mu was momentarily taken aback. The bundles of steel cables you have are the key to resolving this issue, Ji Jin elaborated. Yang Mu surveyed the 4 winches and 8 bundles of cables affixed to his mech, suddenly realizing his oversight. He had completely forgotten that these cables could safely transport them across the crater. All right, no problem. I'll handle this, Yang Mu declared confidently. I propose we chop down a few long trees to bind our mech together. This way, when the first mech moves, it can pull the others along, he suggested. The group found his idea reasonable and unanimously agreed. 10 minutes later, Yangmu had secured his mech and the others to several felled tree trunks with a bundle of cables. As the leading red giant lizard mech began to move, it guided the four mechs into the jungle. Meanwhile, on the mech's open ground, Lu Feng, with his yellow hair, sat on his mech. His expression dark as he watched Yangmu and his team depart. Not far from him, Lu Hao had gathered 3 individuals and was beckoning him over. Lu Feng spat on the ground in frustration before standing and walking towards Lu Hao and the others. Chapter 74. Traversing the volcano crater since time immemorial. The Yanhuang star has placed great emphasis on the preservation of its ecological environment, resulting in vast expanses of forests and wetlands across the planet. By day, such landscapes epitomize the quintessence of natural beauty. However, beneath the cloak of night, these enchanting forests and boundless wetlands reveal their sinister and terrifying aspects. Various creatures traverse the jungle, often causing disturbances for the mech team. Fortunately, the towering stature of the mechs sends these once ferocious beasts into a panicked retreat. Retracting their claws and fangs, Yangmu and his companions meandered through this terrain, progressing steadily albeit at a leisurely pace. Along the way, they encountered numerous solitary mechs, halted mid-journey due to unheated power levels, seeking the assistance of their comrades. Thankfully, the rules of the trial mandated their traversal along a predetermined narrow path, preventing any from straying off course. Yet, amidst such an environment, no one dared to emerge from their mech's cockpit recklessly. Some individuals expressed a desire to join Yangmu's party, but were rebuffed by Ji Jin. It must be noted that Ji Jin's initial approach was exceedingly prudent. During the first 2 segments of their journey, the red giant lizard mech adeptly guided them through a swamp, its design and equipment enabling it to tow the remaining 4 mechs across the treacherous terrain with ease. After traversing 80 kilometers, the red giant lizard mech depleted its power to 10% and transferred the mission to Yangmu's giant ape mech, conserving its remaining energy for the impending passage through the volcano crater. With Yangmu's mech now in command, the giant ape mech showcased its advantages in the jungle, effortlessly transporting the remaining mechs to the base of the volcano with its immense upper limb strength. At this juncture, Yangmu's giant ape mech still boasted 18% energy. Having covered 150 kilometers, Yangmu and Quinn led the entire team, surpassing their task expectations. Upon successfully navigating the volcano, they would undoubtedly reach their destination with ease. Yangmu's remaining energy was sufficient for him to set up ropes at the volcano's summit, thereafter relying on the other mechs to assist him in descending. The 5-person team, though hastily assembled, displayed remarkable synergy. Despite their diverse origins as elite students, each individual possessed the capacity for independent thought and swiftly devised solutions upon encountering challenges. At the foot of the volcano, Yuan Miao piloted the Titan assault mech to the forefront, while the other mechs began unloading the timber strapped to their bodies. They then utilized the steel cables from Yangmu's mech to connect with one another. "Are we ready?" Yuan Miao inquired through the communication channel. As the engines of the Titan assault mech roared to life, undergoing calibration, the mech was equipped with spikes on its lower limbs capable of anchoring into the soil, and 2 deployable support frames on its back, while its hands wielded ice-breaking hammers, which would serve as tools for climbing. "Yuan Miao, the slope here is too steep. I advise you to refrain from starting too quickly, and remember to stay close to the rocks while moving. Should any issues arise..." Whoa! Quinn adjusted his glasses, intending to offer further guidance to Yuan Miao, but the latter unexpectedly activated the mech. The Titan mech, renowned as one of the most powerful mechs in existence, unleashed massive blue flames from its 2 colossal engines, sending scorching gusts that stirred up thick volcanic ash, enveloping Yangmu and his companions. The sudden forward thrust of the mech startled Quinn. "You are truly loud." Yuan Miao finally found an opportunity for retort, mockingly ridiculing Quinn before the Titan assault mech surged forward, steadily ascending. Nevertheless, despite their differences, Yuan Miao accepted some of Quinn's suggestions, such as maneuvering the mech closer to exposed volcanic rocks while climbing. Although primarily composed of loose, porous basalt, these rocks could provide some cushioning in emergencies. After nearly 2 hours of arduous climbing, the Titan assault mech finally brought the entire team to the summit of the volcano. In a final effort to conserve energy for traversing the crater, all mechs activated their systems, collaborating to reach the peak. "Wow, this place is enormous." GMO exclaimed with excitement as she turned her mech to survey the area. Yongmu, meanwhile, steered his mech forward to assess the situation, hoping to find a suitable spot to set up the steel cables to aid the team in crossing the crater. Yongmu, come check this out. Ji Jin's composed voice resonated through the channel, beckoning Yongmu over. Upon arrival, he observed the Skybird mech standing beside a massive rock at the edge of the crater. As Yongmu approached, Ji Jin swung his fist towards the rock, striking it with such force that his fist embedded itself within, causing numerous cracks to radiate from the point of impact. Ji Jin sighed heavily upon witnessing this. Initially, he had envisioned an alternative plan. If the crater's conditions were not particularly dire, especially if the distance were manageable, he could use the Skybird mech to transport each mech across. However, now faced with a crater approximately 200 meters wide and of unknown depth, Ji Jin abandoned that notion. Although he could still carry each mech over, doing so would significantly deplete his mech's energy, severely disrupting the subsequent gliding plan and potentially jeopardizing future arrangements. At this moment, Ji Jin realized he had overestimated his confidence. He should have brought along 1 or 2 additional mechs during the journey. Unfortunately, the rest of their group remained in the jungle, searching for teammates. With no other mechs having reached the crater as they had, it appeared they would have to rely solely on the 5 mechs of their team. We seem to have underestimated the situation here, Yongmu remarked gravely, picking up a stone from the ground and crushing it effortlessly within his mech's palm. Ji Jin nodded in agreement. Indeed, these rocks cannot withstand the strain of the cables. It seems we will have to exert even greater effort. Ji Jin's somewhat resigned words echoed through the channel, catching the attention of the other mechs still surveying the surroundings. Yongmu maneuvered his mech to the crater's edge, peering into its depths. This volcano was dormant, featuring a volcanic lake at its center, the water tinged with a ghastly green hue. The presence of volcanic materials rendered the water highly acidic, making it impossible for the mechs to traverse directly through it. Furthermore, the conditions beneath the lake remained perilously uncertain. It seems we must resort to alternative methods, Yongmu concurred thoughtfully. How do we get across? Can't we go around? Yuan Miao interjected, only to be met with a shake of Ji Jin's head. There's no route around. We already attempted that. The mechs are likely under high-precision satellite surveillance. Our mechs were warned the moment we deviated even slightly from the planned route. Any attempt to circumvent the crater would certainly fall outside the designated path, forcing us to traverse directly through it. Yongmu nodded and directly articulated his method. Given the issues with the rocks, we must resort to using our mechs as stakes for the binding cables. Using mechs as stakes? How does that work? Quinn inquired, evidently not having grasped the concept yet. Yongmu's intention was clear. I will fly over, secure the rope, and then ferry each of you across. Ji Jin quickly comprehended Yongmu's idea, perhaps having already contemplated this solution and immediately communicated in the channel. However, we must carefully consider the Titan assault mech. It must be the third to cross. Otherwise, with only one mech providing the necessary traction, it likely won't withstand the gravitational pull. At this moment, Quinn redirected the focus toward Yuan Miao's mech. Uncharacteristically, Yuan Miao did not contest this assertion. Ji Jin nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, therefore, I and Hanyu will go first, followed by the Titan assault mech, then Quinn. And finally, Ji Jin glanced up at the mech piloted by Yongmu. I will bring up the rear, Yongmu declared, his tone calm. Oh, but how will you cross, bringing up the rear? GMO suddenly realized this dilemma and questioned. The crater has a diameter of 200 meters, and its vertical height above the lake surface is estimated to be less than 50 meters, with the cables unable to be secured. Perhaps I should make 2 more trips. Ji Jin proposed, but Yongmu dismissed the idea. Making round trips would consume more energy, while he had a method that, albeit risky, would reduce energy expenditure. Yongmu smiled slightly, pointing to the cables on his mech, and said, the plan is quite simple. Once all of you have crossed, each bundle of cables here is 220 meters long. We will pull over 4 cables. Each of you will carry 1. And the 3 of you will each take a winch from me. When I cross, Yuan Miao, you will pilot your mech down the cliff, while the other mechs should spread out a bit. This way, I can make it across. Upon hearing Yongmu's plan, the 4 remained silent, pondering its feasibility. All right, I agree, Quinn was the first to speak. After a moment, the others could not devise a better alternative and thus consented. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Yongmu began to rally them to action. He removed the winches from his feet and right hand, distributing one to Ji Jin, GMO, and Quinn. Each winch had one end of its cable tied to his foot, and then Ji-jin was the first to pull a cable taut and flew across. Upon successfully reaching the opposite side, the other mechs began to hang onto the cables and glide over. First GMOS Hanya, then Yuan Miao's Titan Assault Mech, followed by Quin's Red Giant Lizard. With all four mechs successfully arriving at the edge of the volcanic crater, Yangmu breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, those on the other side were reinforcing their winches, preparing to pull Yangmu's mech across. Yangmu also moved his mech, noting that he still had 15% of energy left, and readied himself, waiting for confirmation to commence. At that moment, a triumphant voice suddenly echoed through Yangmu's public channel. Humph, what a small world for rivals. Yangmu turned to see a squad of 6 mechs. It appeared that another team had adopted his group's method. Yangmu furrowed his brow, sensing trouble, as he immediately recognized the voice on the public channel. It belonged to the arrogant individual named Lu Feng, who had previously been driven away by Ji-jin. Chapter 75. Fury. Yangmu slowly turned around, observing as a crimson-painted burner emerged from the small squad of 6, gradually advancing towards him and halting a mere 2 to 3 meters away from his mech. The pilot inside was evidently Lu Feng. Yangmu, what is happening on your end? Ji-jin's voice crackled through the channel, indicating he had sensed something amiss. It's nothing serious, just a brief encounter with another team. Are you all prepared over there? Yangmu refrained from disclosing Lu Feng's presence, as he was on the verge of reaching the opposite shore with his teammates' assistance. There was no need to dwell on past grievances that would only complicate matters for his own team. With this thought, Yangmu ignored Lu Feng, turning his mech's body instead, tightening the steel cables strapped to it, awaiting Ji-jin's signal of readiness. Just then, a green mech positioned itself directly in front of him, emanating a defiant and triumphant voice. Huh, you think you can just walk away after putting my brother Feng in such a predicament? Yangmu instantly recognized the voice belonged to Lu Hao, indicating a mutual affinity between the two. At this moment, Lu Hao's green mantis mech obstructed Yangmu's path, signaling that neither of them intended to relent. However, Yangmu understood that instigating a conflict here would merely drain the energy of his mech unnecessarily, which was already running low. Thus, he resolved to take a step back. We're all classmates here. There's no need for hostility. Bah, who is your classmate? Lu Feng retorted harshly, denying Yangmu any chance for reconciliation. Besides, none of us have passed the test yet. Whether we're classmates is still debatable. Lu Feng's venomous words echoed through the channel, prompting a resigned sigh from Yangmu. It seemed today would not end amicably. At that moment, Ji-jin inquired again about Yangmu's situation, informing him that they were ready. Yangmu opted against further explanation, deciding to navigate past this volcanic pit first. He revved the engine of his mech to maximum power, preparing to launch towards his comrades on the other side. However, just as he was about to issue a command, a crimson-painted arm swung towards his mech. Yangmu reacted swiftly to evade, but the sudden movement caused the rocky edge beneath him to crumble. His mech lost its balance, plummeting towards the volcano's mouth. Panic surged through Yangmu, but he quickly regained his composure, drawing upon his formidable willpower to maneuver his mech's foot and, utilizing the engine's thrust, firmly planted it against the rock face, stabilizing himself just in time to avert disaster. Heh, a coward like you dares not accept my challenge. Yet dreams of entering Kunchuo Academy? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Lu Feng, the instigator of this chaos, stood where Yangmu had just been, mocking him loudly. Lu Hao beside him joined in the laughter, while their teammates remained inactive. Yangmu had initially believed that competition would naturally arise among students vying for admission to this esteemed institution, and that some rivalry would exist. He had sought to avoid conflict, choosing to exercise patience. Yet, he had not anticipated that amidst the turbulent waters, some would be utterly devoid of integrity, bent solely on destruction, their sordid hearts unworthy of his tolerance. Yangmu was genuinely enraged. He had always aimed to maintain harmony among classmates. Yet the adversaries were treating his life as a mere joke. Such individuals did not deserve to be his peers. As the dust settled, Lu Feng's laughter gradually ceased. For not far in front of him stood Yangmu's towering gorilla mech, which was quietly disengaging the winches and steel cables that bound it. A serious expression crossed Lu Feng's face as he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The silence of the mech before him, focused on unbinding its equipment, caught him off guard. Some relish in being scoundrels, acting as dogs, resorting to underhanded tactics. Yet even a dog with golden teeth. Yangmu's calm voice resonated across the public channel, as the mech lifted its head defiantly. cannot change its nature. Yang Mu's voice, calm yet seething with anger, echoed in Lu Feng's channel, akin to the stillness before a storm. With resolve, Yang Mu raised his Mech's head to meet Lu Feng's gaze. And in the next moment, the entire Mech surged forward, charging towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng grinned, poised to counter Yang Mu's assault. However, as Yang Mu closed in, he abruptly shifted his footing and executed a side kick. Lu Feng, controlling his Mech, attempted to evade, but Yang Mu's Mech leaped into the air, performing a spinning kick that struck Lu Feng's Mech squarely in the chest, sending the burner reeling backward. Lu Feng's Mech crashed to the ground, his heart racing with shock, and he roared in fury through the channel, commanding his teammates to assist him. Lu Hao also maneuvered his Mech forward. As 3 or 4 Mechs advanced, seemingly intent on surrounding Yang Mu, a Mech suddenly descended from the sky, gray volcanic ash swirling beneath its thrusters, yet failing to obscure its striking white form. It was Ji Jin piloting the Sky Bird Mech. Yang Mu, are you alright? Ji Jin asked as he steadied his Mech before Yang Mu. I'm fine, Yang Mu replied, surprised that Ji Jin had returned to assist him. Good to hear. Some individuals never change. A good beating might just teach them a lesson, Ji Jin quipped, evidently aware that Lu Feng was among their adversaries. In truth, Ji Jin had been monitoring the situation from the onset, initially reluctant to expend energy in such a setting. He couldn't remain idle upon witnessing Yang Mu's Mech being attacked and teetering towards the volcano's edge. It was against Ji Jin's principles to stand by while his comrade was being bullied. Thus, he immediately piloted his Mech back to provide support. As Yang Mu observed Ji Jin's arrival, he redefined his understanding of Ji Jin's character. This individual was evidently loyal and worthy of friendship. In the face of Yang Mu's predicament, Ji Jin and the others could have easily abandoned him. After all, Yang Mu's Mech had already lost much of its utility. Many would have forsaken him in such a situation. But Ji Jin did not. He risked his precious energy to come to Yang Mu's aid. This indicated that Ji Jin considered him a valued member of their group. Yang Mu, let us not get entangled with them. Completing the trial is our priority, Ji Jin urged, but Yang Mu shook his head resolutely. Yang Mu adhered to a principle, courtesy before conflict. He believed in treating others with respect initially, but once hostilities commenced, he would not easily relent. For that was not his nature. Moreover, allowing this would only reinforce the perception that he was a pushover. Moreover, the individual before him had nearly caused a significant mishap, and Yang Mu would certainly not let him off so easily. After a brief pause, Yang Mu resolutely declared that today he would enlighten certain individuals on the concept that there are greater realms beyond one's own, and superior beings beyond mere mortals. With unwavering determination, he maneuvered his Mech forward. Chapter 76. The lesson, haha. Alright, I will assist you. However, Ji Jin offered no words of counsel. Instead, he chuckled upon hearing Yang Mu's jest. It appeared his initial intention had been to teach the opponent a lesson, yet in a bid to conserve energy, he resolved to endure. Nevertheless, since Yang Mu had made his stance clear, Ji Jin decided not to dwell on the matter any longer. If a confrontation was inevitable, then it should be executed with vigor. Yang Mu shook his head and replied, Brother Ji Jin, please refrain from intervening. Save your strength for later. I can handle these individuals alone. His proclamation echoed through the arena, sounding somewhat audacious, yet the resolute tone imbued those present with a sense of possibility. Lu Hao swallowed hard, hesitating to advance his Mech while weighing the pros and cons of the situation. The other nearby Mechs also took a cautious step back, revealing their uncertainty. However, the fallen Lu Feng paid no heed to such considerations. Yang Mu's earlier display had ignited a fierce anger within him, leaving him feeling deeply humiliated. All he could think of was to exact revenge on Yang Mu to alleviate his resentment. With this thought in mind, Lu Feng maneuvered his Mech to stand, positioning the burner in an aggressive stance before roaring and charging at Yang Mu's giant ape Mech. Witnessing their captain's reckless assault, the other Mechs hesitated, choosing to stand by and observe the impending clash between the burner and the giant ape. Yang Mu, of course, noticed Lu Feng's approach. As Lu Feng charged towards him, a smirk of disdain crossed Yang Mu's lips. He bypassed Ji Jin's Mech and assumed a confrontational stance against Lu Feng. The burner closed in, throwing a punch. But Yang Mu deftly evaded the blow. He retaliated with a powerful strike, his robust upper limbs delivering a force far surpassing that of the comparatively well-rounded burner. Lu Feng attempted to evade, yet his piloting skills paled in comparison to Yang Mu's. The terrain further restricted Lu Feng's maneuverability, and ultimately, he could not escape Yang Mu's fist, which landed squarely upon the burner's head. Sparks erupted from the Mech's neck, indicating a significant impact, and the light in its head flickered ominously. Yang Mu's assault did not relent. Another punch swiftly followed, crashing into the burner's chest. Lu Feng found himself at a loss, retreating desperately. At that moment, Yang Mu's mech leaped again, raising its immense right fist before delivering a devastating blow to the burner's head, twisting it a full 180 degrees, causing the entire mech to crash to the ground. Yang Mu continued his relentless onslaught, stepping forward to seize the burner's right arm, pinning the struggling mech beneath his foot. With a fierce exertion of strength, he ripped the entire arm free. All this transpired within mere breaths, taking no more than 10 seconds. Yang Mu's movements were both brutal and fluid, sending tremors through every mech present. Lu Hao never anticipated that the individual he had deemed an easy target could exhibit such terrifying combat proficiency. If he were in Yang Mu's position, he would have stood no chance of retaliation. Meanwhile, Ji Jin observed Yang Mu's series of actions, nodding subtly in approval. His curiosity piqued about the person within the giant ape mech, who displayed such exceptional piloting skills and executed movements with such fluidity. Surely, such talent could be classified as that of a high-level operator, Ji Jin mused. As Ji Jin pondered, Yang Mu executed his final maneuver, lifting the burner once more. He swung his fist with ferocity, caving in the cockpit's armor, indicating that Lu Feng would require significant time to extricate himself. Given the current state of Lu Feng's mech, it was unlikely he could safely navigate the remainder of the competition. Although he could potentially switch mechs in an open area, here, he would likely have to rely on others. Finally, Yang Mu ceased his assault, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. Understanding that he was participating in an entrance examination, he exercised restraint, cognizant of the limits of his actions. Thus, he released Lu Feng's mech, which thudded heavily to the ground. Yang Mu cast a silent glance at it, uttering no words, before approaching Ji Jin's skybird. "Let us depart," Yang Mu stated quietly. A smile crept onto Ji Jin's face, his intrigue regarding Yang Mu deepening. Though he remained silent, positioning himself behind Yang Mu. The mech's arms clasped the shoulder joints of Yang Mu's mech, and with the engines ignited, they ascended, flying toward the opposite side of the volcano. As they departed, Lu Hao hurriedly approached to assess Lu Feng's condition. The other mech stood idle, surveying Lu Feng's plight, and began to examine the volcano's surroundings, contemplating how to navigate the area. It seemed clear that the teammates understood the gravity of their captain's earlier actions and the adversary he had provoked. Ji Jin guided Yang Mu's giant ape mech to land on the opposite side of the volcano. "Yang Mu, you are truly remarkable." Ji Mo's excited voice resonated through the channel, to which Yang Mu merely responded with a smile. Yuan Miao and Qin echoed her sentiments. But Ji Jin interrupted their exchange to outline the forthcoming tasks. "We are still a little over 100 kilometers from the finish line, but we must strategize carefully," Ji Jin stated, marking a location on the planning map. "In a moment, Titan will roll down the slope. Hanya and I will take Qin and Yang Mu to this point. Afterward, Hanya will return to bring Titan over, and then we will proceed together to the finish line." Ji Jin explained the upcoming plan. "What does everyone think?" "Sounds good." The group responded in unison, clearly satisfied with the strategy. "However, I have depleted 15% of my energy. So let us be mindful of our energy consumption to ensure we can complete the challenge successfully." With the group's agreement, Ji Jin wasted no time in collecting the cables and watching Titan roll down the mountain. He and GMO then activated Yang Mu's and Qin's mechs, extending the flight wings from their backs and soaring toward the designated location below. Chapter 77. The final destination in early September. The northern hemisphere of the Yin Wang star remains swelteringly hot. The dawn breaks early, and even the yet-to-emerge stars emit a faint red glow, tinting the eastern horizon. Nestled within a vast, lush valley, numerous retro-style buildings face the east, their sweeping eaves gracefully rising. The interplay of the forest and these structures is captivating, and few would guess that this is the esteemed PAJR Military Academy, an institution recently established yet fervently sought after by countless aspirants. At this hour, past 7 o'clock, the academy is enveloped in silence, save for a dozen individuals gathered at the grand entrance, either seated or standing, all gazing intently towards the eastern horizon. There, the sun has begun to peak above the distant skyline, its radiant glow flickering before their eyes. However, their attention is not solely on the rising sun, but rather on a hillside not far from the valley's mouth. In the center of the entrance, a venerable elder with a long white beard sits in a chair, exuding vitality as he gazes at the nearby woods. He raises his left hand to stroke his lengthy beard and leisurely inquires, "Brother Shinfu, how many youngsters do you think will arrive this time?" This bald elder, surnamed Ouyang, is named Ouyang Qin. He once held the esteemed position of the supreme commander of the PAJR military, a figure of great renown across the stars, and now serves as the academy's president. Beside him sits an elderly man with silver hair, clad in traditional Tang attire, who does not respond directly but squints as he sips his tea. This man is Yin Shinfu, the one who granted Yang Mu an opportunity. His presence here is twofold. He is a visiting professor and is also keen to observe whether the young man he admires can indeed surprise him yet again. Setting down his teacup, Yin Shinfu squints at the distant scene and mutters, "As long as there are more young talents from our nation, that's all that matters. As for the foreign brigands, the fewer, the better. It allows my skills to remain undisclosed." Yin Shinfu's words carry a hint of dissatisfaction, but he can only voice such sentiments in passing. Last year, the Academy was established with a global recruitment initiative, encompassing all military-related disciplines. However, as a military academy founded within PAJR, it was initially intended for domestic students only. Yet, unexpected circumstances arose when PAJR intervened to mediate a territorial conflict in a distant star region. During this time, PEA and OSA emerged, negotiating terms that included the opening of advanced technologies and the allowance for their students to attend the academy. Despite the higher-ups being taken aback by how foreign nations learned of the academy's existence, the immense interests at stake, alongside the pursuit of peace, ultimately led PAJR to acquiesce. However, this decision inadvertently attracted attention from other nations, prompting them to request the opportunity to send their students as well. Faced with such pressure, PAJR found itself in a dilemma, even contemplating the academy's dissolution. After extensive discussions among the legislators, a resolution was reached. Each country would be allocated a specific quota of students who would be selected to attend. The academy would impart knowledge impartially, but these students would need to invest substantial resources to meet the entry requirements. Indeed, the entry condition required a significant investment merely to qualify for the preliminary examination, an examination that Yang Mu is currently undergoing. The legislators hoped to establish this barrier to filter out many incoming foreign students while simultaneously enhancing the competitiveness of their own country's candidates. Although all students were required to take the exam, the number of foreign applicants was several times greater than that of domestic ones, thus significantly boosting the enrollment of local students. Nonetheless, the academy only admits 80 students annually, with around 10 reserved for recommendations. The precious slot that Yin Shinfu has offered Yang Mu is one such exemption from the examination. However, Yin Shinfu has chosen not to disclose this to Yang Mu, wishing to see if he can maintain his exceptional performance. Despite the limited number of students accepted, there are always a few exceptionally gifted individuals who can navigate through the hurdles and ultimately become representatives of the academy. Yin Shinfu, who regards his life's work as paramount, is compelled to share some knowledge due to national obligations. Therefore, whenever he teaches mecha design classes, he harbors a certain disdain for foreign students. Although they are equally eager to learn, the thought of sharing his expertise with others is something he finds difficult to accept. Hence his earlier remarks. Your mindset requires adjustment. Advanced technology can be learned, but without the corresponding high-end equipment, can they truly create anything with mere ordinary machines? President Ouyang, seeing through his old friend's concerns, attempts to enlighten him further. Xiaoqing, what is the current situation? Ouyang Qin inquires of a refined gentleman with glasses beside him. This man, referred to as Xiaoqing, gestures with his arm, and a half-square meter blue display screen materializes before them. 463 mechas have been launched from the base, with 122 having successfully passed the volcanic passage. 24 mechas are currently within 10 kilometers, and a small team is less than a kilometer away. Oh, Ouyang Qin raises an eyebrow, but rather than inquire further, he turns to a nearby brawny man and asks, "Shall I, as the designer for this selection, have you noticed any remarkable young candidates?" However, Ouyang Qin's words are met with silence. Leaning against a pillar at the academy entrance, a robust man squats on the ground, smoking a cigarette, his neatly cropped hair accentuating his rugged visage. A red mark on his right cheek resembles a burned scar, lending a fierce aspect to his otherwise resolute face. In this era of advanced technology, such scars can be easily treated, so his choice to retain it likely bears significant meaning. Long Lai remains silent, absorbed in his smoking. His gaze distant and seemingly oblivious to Ouyang Qin's inquiry. Seeing his lack of response, Ouyang Qin shakes his head in resignation, abandoning the conversation and turning his attention back to the east. At this moment, the sun has risen significantly above the horizon, its brilliance illuminating the academy with a radiant glow. In the near distance, a mecha silhouette gradually emerges on the hillside. The crowd instinctively stands, their eyes fixed on the sight, while Long Lai remains seated, but the spark in his gaze rekindles as he lifts his head to observe. As Yongmu's mecha crests a small hill, the buildings come into view, eliciting a surge of excitement within him. He promptly shares the news with his teammates, who, invigorated, begin ascending the slope behind him. After a night of relentless toil, the entire team was utterly fatigued. Half an hour prior, while traversing a river, Quinn's mech suffered a slight depletion of energy, rendering it incapable of even the most basic maneuvers. Consequently, it slipped and fell into the stream, taking several other mechs down with it. It was only through the collective effort of the group that they managed to remain on course. This unfortunate mishap significantly drained the energy reserves of all the mechs, and just 5 minutes ago, only Yongmu's mech retained a meager 5% of its energy. Thus, Yongmu took upon himself the formidable task of guiding the team to their destination. As the team worried about their dwindling energy, the sight of their goal finally emerged, serving as a powerful impetus that rejuvenated their spirits. Yongmu skillfully maneuvered his mech, using a steel cable to tow the others as they steadily approached the distant finish line. Chapter 78. The Dean's Reaction with a Resounding Crash. As Yongmu fixated on the last flicker of energy from the mech, he managed to pull everyone's mechs through the academy gates. The colossal gorilla mech finally succumbed. Its power depleted, and it crashed thunderously onto the vast bluestone plaza behind the school gate, tethered by steel cables to the other mechs. At that moment, rescue vehicles swiftly arrived, and personnel operated various instruments to restore energy to each mech. The front armor of Yongmu's mech gradually opened, allowing him to finally observe the outside world. Struggling to remove the holographic helmet from his head, Yongmu clambered out of the cockpit. The sunlight poured directly into his eyes, although the morning rays were not blinding. Having spent the entire night in the dim cockpit made it challenging for Yongmu to adjust. He instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes. At that instant, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, leaving his mind somewhat dazed. The previous night's rigorous off-road journey, particularly the 8-kilometer trek on foot followed by a sleepless night piloting the mech, left Yongmu feeling quite exhausted. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he wiped his face vigorously and glanced around. At that moment, individuals began to emerge from several nearby mechs, allowing Yongmu to finally discern their appearances. First to emerge were Ji Jin and GMO, whose features astonished Yongmu. Both possessed yellow skin, black hair, and dark eyes, yet their visages were remarkably delicate, exuding a unique aura. They had previously mentioned being expatriates from a small nation, but Yongmu had not anticipated their resemblance to people from his own country. Watching Ji Jin leap from the mech and approach his own, Yongmu noted that Ji Jin was clad in a yellow combat suit. Lifting his gaze to meet Yongmu's with an intense stare, Yongmu felt a tinge of embarrassment under Ji Jin's scrutiny, but with the assistance of the staff, he descended from his mech and stood before Ji Jin. "Fortunate to meet you, Yongmu." Ji Jin extended his slender fingers, smiling as he shook Yongmu's hand. Yongmu reciprocated with a smile, taken aback by Ji Jin's extraordinary handsomeness. At that moment, a delicate hand reached out, accompanied by a clear voice. "Hello, Yongmu." Turning to the sound, Yongmu beheld a girl with wavy, voluminous hair, shorter than him by half a head, yet strikingly beautiful, clearly Ji Jin's sister, GMO. "You too?" Yongmu asked, somewhat surprised, gesturing towards their similar appearances. "Is our skin tone similar to yours?" Ji Jin seemed to anticipate Yongmu's curiosity and promptly responded. In this grand era of interstellar travel, such a situation should not be uncommon, correct? Yongmu scrutinized the pair once more, feeling reassured. Although they spoke fluent Huaxia, which was unexpected for foreigners, he consoled himself that it was not surprising for students sent to study abroad to possess such abilities. "Hello, I am Yongmu." He introduced himself, clasping Ji Mo's hand warmly. As their hands met, a fleeting glimmer of protectiveness flickered in Ji Jin's eyes, quickly vanishing. "Weren't you quite formidable? Always opposing me." Just then, a sharp voice interrupted from nearby, accompanied by a boy's hesitant tone. "Hey, this is the academy. You can't just start a fight. Besides, doesn't your nation have an ancient saying? A gentleman uses his hands sparingly. Coincidentally, I prefer being a scoundrel. It was clear that Yuan Miao had decided to confront Quinn about something. Yang Mu and the others turned to observe, spotting Quinn, with his dark skin, appearing solemn as he evaded a short-haired girl, Yuan Miao from the new Han-Star region. Yang Mu exchanged glances with Ji Jin and GMO, intending to greet them when a hearty laugh resonated from a distance. Haha, Yang. Quite impressive. Yang Mu halted, recognizing the source of the voice. It belonged to Yin Shinfu. Turning his head, he saw a group approaching the gate, led by Yin Shinfu himself. Yang Mu beamed at Yin Shinfu as Ji Jin and GMO gathered closer, intrigued by the bustling crowd. Yang, as expected of my recommended candidate. The first to arrive here, well done. Yin Shinfu approached Yang Mu, his face adorned with creases of joy as he patted Yang Mu's shoulder, exclaiming loudly in admiration. The surrounding individuals were taken aback, realizing that this seemingly ordinary young man was the one recommended by Yin Shinfu. They were astonished that he had achieved such an impressive feat. The companions who had accompanied Yang Mu were equally surprised, now understanding the significance of the recommendation. Yang Mu felt the weight of everyone's gaze and hurriedly clarified, "Old Yin, please don't say that. This is a collective effort. Without everyone's cooperation, I could not have achieved this. This quintet comprises PAGR Yang Mu, PAGR Yuan Miao, the Proud Kingdom's Ji Jin, GMO, and PA Quinn Wilson." As Yang Mu spoke, a bespectacled man named Shu Qing, standing behind Yin Shinfu, scrutinized the display screen and announced the identities of the 5 who had successfully reached the destination. The academy leaders and instructors present were momentarily stunned. They had not expected that 3 expatriates would arrive at the finish line, while only 2 students from their own nation had made it. Upon hearing this information, Yin Shinfu remained unperturbed, whereas Ouyang Qin, who had just been encouraging him, displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Then, Ouyang Qin confidently stepped forward, addressing the 5 individuals with a warm welcome, acknowledging their efforts, and outlining a bright future ahead. "Young gentlemen, you have journeyed far, so let us first indulge in a hearty breakfast. Shortly, arrangements will be made for you to rest. Xiao Lai, please escort your students for breakfast," Ouyang Qin instructed, and Long Lai quietly approached, beckoning Yang Mu and his companions to follow him into the academy. Hearing the bald elder's words, Ji Jin and the others let out a sigh of relief, nodding as they followed Long Lai inside. Yang Mu exchanged a few more words with Yin Shinfu before bidding farewell at Ouyang Qin's urging, heading into the academy. "Ouyang, what are you doing? I haven't seen my excellent student in ages and was hoping to ask him more." Yin Shinfu watched Yang Mu depart, somewhat displeased that Ouyang Qin interrupted him. However, Ouyang Qin directed the staff to remove the Mech from the square and turned to Yin Shinfu, raising an eyebrow. "I understand, but there will be ample time in the future. New students will soon arrive, and we must prepare to welcome them." As Ouyang Qin spoke, his expression was serious, continuously inquiring with Xiaoqing about the nationalities of the incoming arrivals and why the number of domestic students was low. After some discussion, he instructed several teachers, signaling the commencement of the rescue process for the examination. Yin Shinfu felt a twinge of confusion regarding Ouyang Qin's sudden actions. He found himself at a loss for understanding. Nevertheless, he chose to remain silent and followed along, returning to the grand entrance of the academy. After a brief interlude of 10 minutes, another mechanized unit appeared on the hillside not far from the entrance. Although Yang Mu had also emerged from a military academy, he was overwhelmed when he received the academy's issued items that afternoon. As he gazed upon the neatly arranged sets of winter and summer uniforms, combat uniforms, shoulder insignias, and badges, a wave of goosebumps coursed through him, and his hands involuntarily trembled. After months apart, the sight of the familiar military attire stirred a sense of nostalgia within him, the tactile sensation of the fabric causing a fleeting moment of disorientation, which he only confirmed as real by pinching himself. In the dormitory, styled like a large communal space, others who received their uniforms were eagerly trying them on, their faces alight with excitement, filling the room with raucous chatter. Observing those around him donning their military garb, some clumsily attempting to wear their uniforms while mimicking salutes, Yang Mu couldn't help but notice a few individuals awkwardly blending their combat and dress uniforms. Having donned a summer uniform, Yang Mu found that each piece had been tailored to fit him perfectly, with the exception of those whose physiques were less symmetrical. After securing his cap, he straightened up and caught sight of Ji Jin, who had also dressed smartly. Ji Jin looked at him, puffed out his chest, raised his right hand, and cheerfully saluted him. Yang Mu immediately returned the salute with equal seriousness, locking eyes with Ji Jin. At that moment, Ji Jin perceived a flicker of brilliance in Yang Mu's gaze, sensing an inherent military aura about him, as if he were a soldier by nature. Shaking his head to dismiss the notion as mere illusion, he lowered his hand and joined in the merriment with those nearby. At that moment, regardless of whether they were citizens of PAJR or young individuals selected from other nations through rigorous assessments, all were clad in the most formal military attire of PAJR, each one admiring their appearance in uniform with an overwhelming sense of pride. After dinner, the academy held a modest enrollment ceremony in the square at the main entrance. All newly admitted students, having passed their assessments, gathered neatly and sat in order. Nestled within a valley, the academy was shrouded in early darkness. Yet the square was brilliantly illuminated. On one side of the square, 10 of Par's latest serpent Mech stood in formation beside the podium, while all the students sat upright in their chairs below, their eyes scanning the impressive Mechs before them. Yang Mu was not particularly astonished by the spectacle, as such ceremonies were customary in military academies, though he surmised that the Mechs presented for the initiation would not typically be of such advanced caliber. After a while, an elderly man strode confidently to the center of the podium, surveying the assembly of new students while stroking his beard. This man was Ouyang Qin, who was poised to address the gathering. As he looked down at the eager faces before him, his eyes instinctively narrowed, and with a relaxed tone, he spoke. "Greetings, everyone. I am Ouyang Qin, the principal of Kuntu Academy." His brief introduction elicited gasps and murmurs from the crowd. Is it truly him, the former leader of the national military? I cannot believe we are to be guided by such a venerable figure. It seems PAJR is quite generous. Surely, we will learn a great deal here. Yang Mu was taken aback. He had not recognized the esteemed elder just yesterday. This figure, renowned as the guardian of the Republic, had unexpectedly taken the role of principal at Kuntu Academy after retiring several years prior. He exchanged a glance with Ji Jin, both reflecting astonishment in their eyes. Ouyang Qin, standing at the podium, observed the whispering students, cleared his throat, and the crowd fell into a hush. "All right, let me proceed with the matter at hand," he said, maintaining a warm smile that radiated a familial warmth, akin to an elder imparting wisdom to younger kin. "First and foremost, I extend a hearty welcome to all of you for successfully passing the entrance examinations and joining Kuntu Academy." Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. This year, we have admitted a total of 80 students, 63 distinguished individuals from our nation's various star regions, and 17 outstanding candidates from other countries. Each of you has faced rigorous challenges, and it is with great sincerity that I welcome your arrival. The applause grew even louder. It brings me immense joy to see you all at this esteemed institution, for you represent the brightest and youngest generation of our time, bearing the hopes of our nation and embodying exceptional talent worthy of our utmost attention. Ouyang Qin spoke with a gentle authority, though his brow slightly furrowed. However, as the principal, I must establish a few rules to provide clarity on our expectations. He raised his right hand, extending his index finger. Firstly, this academy does not impose a fixed graduation timeline. What does this mean? It means that as long as you fulfill the tasks assigned by the academy, you may graduate at any time, receiving your diploma and the rank of captain in PAJR. Ouyang Qin stated with a smile. Secondly, here, you are to obey superior orders without fail. Should anyone defy this, he said in a calm tone, you are all aware of the agreements you signed regarding life and death, correct? The students collectively felt a sense of apprehension, sensing an underlying gravity in his words. Ouyang Qin continued, Kuntu Academy was established just last year, and last year we also admitted 80 students. However, do you know how many remain today? 71. The remaining 9 are now etched upon our monument to the fallen. He gestured toward a nearby stone tablet, and Yang Mu turned to see a square monument, evidently the memorial for the heroes. In a single year, this academy had lost 9 exceptional talents, indicating that this was no mere gilded institution. Regardless of your backgrounds, be it wealth or poverty, turmoil or tranquility, now, when you don this military uniform, you are a soldier, one who can confront life and death without hesitation. Ouyang Qin's voice resonated with strength and conviction. Yet, in the next breath, the elder sighed. However, you are still in the prime of your youth. You should not meet such a fate. I look forward to the day of your graduation when I can personally adjust your uniforms and bestow upon you your shoulder insignia. His words struck a chord, and the new students stood solemnly, grasping the weight of his message. Now I digress. Let us return to the matter at hand. Ouyang Qin chuckled lightly. Next is the third rule. Remember this phrase. though 1,000 may stand against me. I shall press forward. The concept of going on an expedition may not be particularly clear to everyone, so allow me to elucidate. This phrase originates from the ancient Chinese literary work Mencius, where the original sentence reads, to reflect upon oneself and to retract, even if faced with a myriad of adversaries. I shall advance. What does this imply? It signifies that one must engage in introspection, and if justice indeed resides in one's grasp, then despite the presence of countless foes, one must forge ahead with unwavering resolve. This embodies a spirit of courage and grandeur, epitomizing a relentless pursuit akin to that of a valiant hero. The audience listened intently to Ouyang Qin's words. However, my intention is not to encourage everyone to become chivalrous heroes overflowing with bravado. I adopt this phrase as a guiding principle for another purpose. Ouyang Qin paused, cleared his throat, and regarded the students below with a solemn expression. Yang Mu sat upright, attentively absorbing the teachings of this venerable leader of the empire. What does it mean to be a soldier? To safeguard our homeland, to rise for the nation and its people. This is the essence of a soldier. What then is the duty of a soldier? When the populace retreats, we advance. When the people are in peril, we become their steadfast support. Even if the heavens were to collapse, we shall bear the burden first. When all others march northward, you must head southward. You are to walk against the tide, standing tall and resolute, forging ahead with valor, using your very flesh and blood to bring peace and stability to the nation. Ouyang Qin proclaimed, his face flushed with fervor, and the audience felt a surge of emotions. Heads held high, fists clenched tightly, their gaze unwavering upon Ouyang Qin. Therefore, I implore you to remember this phrase. Though faced with a myriad, I shall advance. Everyone was stirred by these words, filled with a fervent ambition to sacrifice for the people, to lay down their lives and shed blood for the greater good. Regardless of whether you encounter friends or foes in the future, I hope you will always remember this phrase, with your hearts aligned with justice. I believe that at the most critical juncture, you will make the most righteous decision. As Ouyang Qin's voice fell into silence, the entire venue was enveloped in profound stillness. After a moment, he broke the silence. What I wish to convey is thus. The subsequent arrangements regarding training will be explained by your instructors. With a smile, Ouyang Qin waved as he descended from the stage, prompting a resounding applause from the audience. Yang Mu, with resolute eyes, gazed at the elder's retreating figure, silently setting a personal goal for himself. Ouyang Qin's words resonated deeply with Yang Mu, echoing the aspirations he has long cherished, to stand tall and firm, to serve the nation and its people, to protect his own family while contributing to the greater community. To ensure the continuity of human civilization, he resolved to persevere through any adversity that may come. Throughout his lifetime, he would engage in self-reflection, declaring, though faced with a myriad, I shall advance. Chapter 80. Intense Training. Get up. Everyone get up. The door of the dormitory was forcefully kicked open, followed by several stern voices from outside. A blinding tactical flashlight suddenly illuminated the dormitory, then switched to a strobe mode, causing everyone inside to squint in discomfort. The sky outside the window was still dark, suggesting it was no later than 5 o'clock. To think that on the very first day of school, such rigorous training would commence. After years in the military, Yang Mu had become accustomed to being alert even in sleep, and as the door burst open, he sprang up, quickly donning the clothes he had laid out. Beside him, Ji Jin also moved swiftly, matching Yang Mu's pace. Though the freshmen were somewhat drowsy, they quickly grasped the situation and hastily dressed. Some, eager to impress the instructor, had even remained in their summer uniforms from the night before, only to face a swift reprimand and be sent back to change into their training attire. At that moment, Yang Mu was already the first to step out of the dormitory, sprinting toward the open space outside. From another dormitory building, a group of girls was also rushing down. Within a minute, dozens of individuals had gathered in the open area, standing in formation, indicating that all the freshmen had arrived. The atmosphere was eerily silent, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of insects from the surrounding greenery, the white streetlights casting a surreal glow over everyone. At that moment, a tall, robust man approached the front of the formation, turning to survey the attendees. The crowd soon recognized him as Long Lai, the chief instructor responsible for physical and tactical training courses, who had introduced himself the previous evening. Understanding dawned upon everyone. They realized what was about to unfold. Long Lai's piercing gaze swept across the group, his expression inscrutable, yet his intense stare rendered everyone hesitant to meet his eyes. After a brief pause, he spoke. 25 laps of cross-country running in the valley, starting now. His deep, resonant voice commanded attention, and the other instructors began issuing orders, instructing everyone to move their feet and run toward the distant academy gates. After a few strides, Yangmu noticed that 2 dormitories adjacent to his had also assembled a group, mirroring his own. He exchanged a glance with Ji Jin, who also looked toward the other group. A few individuals from that side turned to observe Yangmu's team, casting inexplicable smiles their way, leaving Yangmu somewhat perplexed. 10 minutes later, the reason for their smiles became clear. Long Lai's cross-country run was to take place around the entire perimeter of the academy, where a narrow path had been constructed atop the surrounding hills, allowing 2 people to run side by side. However, there were no safety measures. A misstep could lead to a perilous fall. Moreover, as Yangmu completed his first lap, he realized the day would be more grueling than anticipated. The lap stretched nearly a kilometer in length, and the instructors urged everyone to finish within 10 minutes. While this might be manageable on flat terrain, the mountainous landscape posed a significant challenge with its steep inclines, jumps, and time constraints, conditions that could indeed prove fatal. Yangmu had previously endured similar training intensities, having completed 5-kilometer cross-country runs during summer sessions at martial arts school, with the longest being 15 kilometers. Yet now, he faced an astonishing 25 laps, which, at 10 minutes per lap, would require 4 hours to complete. It was inconceivable for an average individual to sustain such intensity for that long. However, voicing such concerns would only invite punishment, and Yangmu knew he had to keep running. As the laps progressed, he noticed a stark contrast. The upperclassmen were significantly ahead, maintaining a steady pace, while his cohort lagged behind, needing frequent encouragement from instructors. After over an hour, dawn began to break, but then disaster struck. A girl in front of Yangmu suddenly halted and collapsed backward. Quick to react, Yangmu rushed forward to support her, only to find her face pale and her lips turning blue. He gently laid her flat and checked for a pulse, noting her rapid heartbeat and poor condition. Lacking water, he could only keep her horizontal. At that moment, an instructor noticed the situation and rushed over, pulling Yangmu aside and communicating via a radio. Soon, 2 drones flew in from the valley, and several instructors retrieved medical kits to administer first aid to the girl. "What are you looking at? Keep running," one instructor admonished Yangmu. He glanced at the girl, then at the instructors, hesitated, but ultimately turned back to rejoin the group. Yangmu harbored strong reservations about the high-intensity training regimen imposed from the outset. Such an approach failed to gradually build physical endurance, instead risking the well-being of many who might not adapt quickly enough. It was likely that more individuals would succumb and fall behind. Indeed, after 2 more laps, another boy and girl collapsed. The boy, somewhat stocky, appeared as though he had just emerged from water after enduring 12 laps, his face flushed and dazed. He was intercepted by instructors and transported via drone to the academy. The girl knelt on the ground, retching violently before toppling forward, narrowly saved from rolling down the slope by her classmates. With only half the task completed, 3 had already fallen, and the remaining participants looked equally fatigued. Having consumed no energy since morning, they faced such intense training. Aside from a single water break, they were teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Yangmu, too, was gasping for breath, feeling his heart race and the veins in his forehead throb. Despite his superior physical condition, he too felt the fatigue setting in as the instructors continued to urge them onward. Chapter 81. Perseverance. Several instructors urged everyone to continue running. Yangmu was just about to grit his teeth and persist when a boy beside him turned around and shouted to the instructor not far behind, "Report, instructor. I have a question." This was an ordinary-looking youth, yet he radiated the fervor of a 17 or 18-year-old. Perhaps witnessing the current situation, he felt compelled to voice his concerns. However, Yangmu understood that it was futile. A burly instructor stepped forward, casting a fierce glance at the boy. "What question do you have?" the instructor barked. The boy, undeterred, met the instructor's gaze and articulated his thoughts. "Instructor, I believe this task is excessively arduous. I hope you can grant us more time, and I think we need some provisions to replenish our energy." The boy spoke with conviction, echoing the sentiments of many others present. But would the instructor acquiesce? At that moment, a group of students from the previous year jogged past, evidently having heard the boy's words. They cast disdainful glances at him, their expressions revealing an unmistakable air of contempt. Yangmu, puzzled by their demeanor, was suddenly startled by a cry from the boy. He quickly turned to see the youth clutching his abdomen, kneeling on one knee, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat streaming down his face. unsure if it was from the exertion or the sharp pain inflicted by the instructor's reprimand. Yet the ordeal was not over. The stout instructor bent down, seized the boy by the collar, and glared at him, declaring, "Do not negotiate with me here. In this place, you have but one path: obey orders." Yang Mu, witnessing the boy's pained expression, felt a surge of indignation and prepared to intervene, only to be blocked by another instructor. The instructor shot Yang Mu a look that said, "Mind your own business," and the other instructors once again stepped forward, brandishing their batons and barking at everyone to resume running. Yang Mu realized that such tactics were ineffective. He observed the instructor's intimidating demeanor and the drones hovering above, constantly monitoring the entire squad. Their singular objective today was to exhaust everyone to the point of collapse. Frustrated, Yang Mu turned away, wiped the sweat from his brow, and continued to run. At that moment, someone patted Yang Mu on the shoulder. He turned to find Quinn beside him, adjusting his glasses. Quinn offered a word of encouragement. "Hang in there. Just push through." Just then, Yang Mu noticed Ji Jin trailing slightly behind him, who also exchanged a supportive glance. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yang Mu steeled himself and pressed on. As time slipped by, the sun rose high in the sky, and the entire group appeared disheveled, their pace barely resembling a run. Of the 80 students in their class, by the 23rd lap, more than half had succumbed to fatigue, leaving only a handful of boys still pushing forward. Among those remaining, each displayed signs of exhaustion, their training uniforms visibly caked with salt, and the imprints of their feet etched deeply into the concrete steps, a testament to their sweat. Yang Mu struggled to articulate the scene around him. His mind seemed to have ceased functioning, overwhelmed by the sound of his labored breaths. His throat felt parched and painful from the strenuous exertion, and his heart raced, threatening to burst. Moreover, he sensed blisters forming on his feet. Despite the high-quality shoes and socks he wore, all he could feel was a searing heat and persistent pain. Behind him, the shouts of the instructors continued, eager for the participants to collapse so they could return to rest. Yang Mu. Suddenly, a hoarse, feeble voice called out from behind, struggling to catch its breath. Turning, Yang Mu saw Quinn's face, usually dark, now pale, with cracked lips and a look of utter depletion, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Quinn's eyes were rolling back, his body swaying as he ran, relying solely on instinct. In the next moment, Quinn stumbled forward, and Yang Mu, close enough, instinctively reached out to steady him. As he grasped Quinn's weight, Yang Mu felt himself nearly topple over, but just then, Ji Jin seized Quinn's other arm. Ji Jin, too, appeared to be in dire straits, his face drenched in sweat and flushed, clearly struggling as well. Meanwhile, Ji Jin's sister, GMO, had been taken away earlier, likely receiving intravenous fluid somewhere. Breathing heavily, Ji Jin shared no words with Yang Mu. They merely supported Quinn together, pushing onward. Quinn seemed to regain a bit of strength, casting a grateful glance at the two of them, mustering the will to lift himself and persevere. The trio continued forward in this tenuous state, and it appeared that others were inspired by their determination, forming small groups to encourage one another. In the final lap, the three of them struggled to ascend the highest point along their route, then began their descent. Surprisingly, the instructors refrained from reprimanding them, instead leisurely following alongside. Gritting their teeth, the trio pressed on, Yang Mu's blisters likely having burst, and he felt the raw skin chafing against his shoes, sending waves of pain with every step. Suddenly, Yang Mu's legs gave way, and he stumbled. Yet in an instant, Quinn's grip tightened around him, steadying him. Yang Mu assured Quinn that he was all right, and together with Ji Jin, they supported each other as they moved down the path. The finish line was within sight, just 300 or 400 meters away. They had to hold on. Perhaps sensing the proximity of the finish, no one else faltered in these last laps. They all supported and encouraged one another, united in their pursuit of the ultimate goal. Hold on. Just a few more steps, Yang Mu urged, and the three of them, almost like a chain, moved forward step by step toward the finish. As the end loomed closer, Yang Mu found himself oblivious to the instructors cheering them on. His focus was solely on the blurred finish line ahead, his ears filled with the sound of his own heavy breathing, one breath following another. Time seemed to stretch, and soon everything faded to darkness. Chapter 82. Unfathomable. How is the situation, Shaoli? Mr. Ma, the ZT nutrient solution has just been replaced, and 2 more doses of the reinforcing agent have been administered. Good. Monitor the concentration of the nutrient solution closely, and remain vigilant for any signs of consciousness. In a spacious, white room, 2 individuals stood before a row of glass cylindrical containers, observing the undulating figures within while communicating their observations on a recording panel. Yang Mu felt as though his entire being was enveloped in a warm, cottony cocoon, gently cradled, and he had no desire to move, content to languish in this serene state. However, gradually, he began to perceive sounds from the outside, the murmur of conversation, footsteps, and the rhythmic ticking of instruments. Reluctantly, Yang Mu opened his eyes. The scene before him was initially a blur. He blinked several times until he could discern his surroundings more clearly. He found himself reclining in a glass tank, an oxygen mask covering his face, while his body was submerged in a soothing blue liquid, various adhesive sensors connected to him. Instinctively, he stirred, casting his gaze outward, where a hazy silhouette approached. A figure clad in a white lab coat approached Yang Mu's nutrient tank, initially intending to check the tank's data. But their eyes met as Yang Mu opened his own. The person paused momentarily, then swiftly turned to call out to other staff members in the Stark room. Subject in nutrient tank 001 has awakened. Come and take a measurement. Upon hearing this, several similarly clad individuals hurried over, carrying recording devices, and gathered around Yang Mu's tank. How could this happen so soon? The dosage of the sedative was supposed to ensure they remained asleep until tomorrow morning. Who knows? Perhaps it's a matter of individual constitution. What does his nutrient tank data indicate? A young man in a lab coat stepped forward to retrieve the data from Yang Mu's tank, blinking in disbelief. How is this possible? His tank only contains the base solution. Both the ZT nutrient solution and the reinforcing agent are gone. This cannot be. Weren't they just replaced? A middle-aged man pushed past the young man to examine the data himself, equally incredulous. He straightened up and turned to the individual who had initially spoken. Indeed, Mr. Ma. I just infused these tanks with fresh nutrient solution and reinforcing agents an hour ago. This is tank 001. I assure you, I was meticulous. The middle-aged man, referred to as Mr. Ma, waved his hand dismissively. Enough. It seems the nutrient solution and reinforcing agent have been absorbed. Drain the base solution and let him out. Shaoli, please retrieve the data again. The system should have been monitoring continuously. The middle-aged man instructed the young researcher, while the others began recording the relevant data. Shaoli hurried to the control panel nearby, typing away, and Yang Mu felt the blue liquid in his tank begin to drain from the bottom. In a matter of moments, the tank was empty, the sensors affixed to Yang Mu's body detached, and the glass cover of the tank popped open. He removed the oxygen mask from his face and slowly sat up, shaking his head to clear the fog. At this moment, a researcher approached and handed Yang Mu a set of white garments, prompting him to realize he was entirely unclothed. Oh no, Yang Mu exclaimed, hastily covering himself and pulling the clothing over, making no effort to find privacy as he dressed quickly beside the nutrient tank. As he donned the clothes, he instinctively reached for his neck, only to find his subspace necklace missing. His expression shifted to one of alarm, and he looked up nervously at the researcher before him. Excuse me, where is my necklace? Where are my belongings? The subspace necklace contained annihilation, and Yang Mu had always kept it close to him, fearing to leave it in any fixed location. Designed to be waterproof and dustproof, he trusted it would withstand damage, particularly in moments of peril. But now, the absence of the necklace left him anxious. The researcher, observing Yang Mu's agitation, pointed towards a door. It's in the cabinet in the preparation room over there, all numbered. You can retrieve it shortly. Relieved, Yang Mu hurriedly finished dressing. When he looked up again, he noticed a circle of individuals clad in white coats and masks surrounding him. One older man, holding a display panel, gazed at Yang Mu with an intensity that felt unnerving, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Young man. The middle-aged individual stepped forward, grasping Yang Mu's hand, startling him. Come, we must go. Without waiting for a response, he pulled Yang Mu towards an adjacent room. Confused, Yang Mu asked, What is happening? Yet, the man persisted, dragging Yang Mu along. A physical examination. We need to conduct a physical examination. A physical examination? I've just emerged from the nutrient tank. Surely you know my condition. Yang Mu protested, bewildered, but he found himself compelled to follow, casting a glance around the room. The chamber was vast, with an intricate network of pipes overhead, while rows of nutrient tanks lined the walls, each containing individuals. Yang Mu quickly recognized them as fellow newcomers to the academy, all male. As he was led further into the room, a cadre of doctors and nurses turned their attention to him, drawn by the commotion. Give him a comprehensive examination immediately. The middle-aged man commanded, urgency in his voice. Yang Mu stood bewildered, but the medical staff seemed to understand, promptly setting aside their previous tasks and preparing their instruments. A slender man approached Yang Mu, flanked by several nurses who began to usher him aside. Hey, wait. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Yang Mu protested, panic rising within him at their serious demeanor. Feeling cornered, he summoned his strength and twisted, shaking off the grasp of the individuals holding him, causing one nurse to stumble and fall. Frowning, Yang Mu glared at them. Who are you? What do you want? And what have you done to me? His voice, tinged with anger and astonishment, echoed through the sterile white room. Chapter 83 Explanation. Yang Mu felt a surge of anger, as the current situation made him feel as though he were being manipulated. His surprise stemmed from the realization that, upon breaking free from the grasp of those around him, he sensed a remarkable increase in his physical strength. Simply clenching his fists allowed him to perceive an overwhelming power within. Drawing from his past experiences, Yang Mu quickly deduced the cause of this phenomenon. His physique had ascended to the second level. This progression, which typically required more time, had unexpectedly occurred immediately after his awakening. What on earth was happening? Who was causing this commotion? At that moment, the door to the medical room swung open once more, and two soldiers in military attire entered with serious expressions. Noticing the distinct white stripes on their uniforms, Yang Mu recognized them as military police. Simultaneously, the two military officers fixed their gazes upon him. The sight of military personnel eased Yang Mu's anxiety, and he was about to explain the situation when the middle-aged man who had brought him in spoke first. My apologies, comrades. This student may still be disoriented from awakening. The middle-aged man stated calmly, gesturing towards Yang Mu. Upon seeing this individual, the two military policemen immediately saluted respectfully, addressing him in a composed tone. Director Ma, is there anything we can assist you with? Their presence was not coincidental. A nurse in the medical room had pressed the emergency button. Hearing the inquiry from the military police, the man known as Director Ma waved his hand dismissively and replied courteously, no need for concern, we can handle this. Thank you for coming. The two military officers, upon hearing this, glanced at Yang Mu once more, saluted again, and then exited. Yang Mu was taken aback by the unfolding events. At that moment, Director Ma turned his attention back to him and approached slowly, removing his white cap and mask. He revealed a kindly face and produced an identification card from his pocket, tossing it to Yang Mu with a gentle tone. Young man, please remain calm. My name is Ma Wenjun, and I am the person in charge here. Bringing you here is not intended to harm you. It is merely a routine physical examination. Yang Mu caught the card, cautiously opened it, and discerned that it indeed belonged to the man before him. Ma Wenjun held the rank of lieutenant colonel. This is part of the training program at Kunlun Academy, aimed at enhancing your physical condition. Ma Wenjun continued. Is this arranged by the academy? Yang Mu inquired, perplexed by what he had just heard. Indeed, this will occur once every half-month, and today marks your first session, which takes place after you complete your training. Ma Wenjun patiently explained. We are currently situated in the underground research facility of the academy. Technically, you have not left the premises. Listening intently, Yang Mu remained silent and handed the identification back to Ma Wenjun. Observing Yang Mu's growing composure, Ma Wenjun elaborated further. I brought you here for a thorough examination to reassess your physical condition. It is now 11 o'clock at night, and you have spent 12 hours in the nutrient tank. Originally, our plan was to administer 2 infusions of nutrient solution and enhancers for optimal absorption to solidify your foundation and bolster your physique. However, just an hour ago, after injecting the new nutrient solution into your tank, you unexpectedly awakened. Moreover, you completely absorbed all the nutrients and enhancers from the tank. As Ma Wenjun spoke, his expression shifted to one of seriousness, and the doctors and nurses present exhibited surprise at this revelation. Yang Mu furrowed his brow and responded, Is that unusual? Surely, one can absorb these substances within an hour? Though he had never absorbed nutrients this swiftly in this lifetime, he recalled accomplishing similar feats in his past life, leading him to believe it was not an insurmountable issue. No, theoretically, it is indeed possible depending on an individual's physique, but you are different. The system's monitoring data indicates that you completed the entire absorption process within just 10 minutes after the new nutrient solution and enhancers were injected. This is unprecedented. Ma Wenjun's incredulous voice echoed, leaving Yang Mu momentarily stunned. Such nutrient solutions and enhancers were fully developed products, having undergone numerous practical applications. Theoretically, a single dose would require 10 hours for complete absorption, while even those with exceptional physiques would require over 2 hours. Hence, Ma Wenjun suspected that Yang Mu's rapid absorption contradicted medical norms and could potentially impact his health significantly. I merely wish to reconfirm your physical status, Ma Wenjun stated, his eyes revealing a blend of urgency and keen interest. Although this situation posed a risk, if Yangmu were indeed unharmed, it could yield significant experimental outcomes. Driven by these dual motives, Ma Wenjun had been eager to bring Yangmu here. Upon hearing Ma Wenjun's words and scrutinizing the identification card in his hand, Yangmu began to trust the man's claims, especially in light of the military officer's earlier respect. Moreover, the implications of this situation intrigued Yangmu, and he yearned to uncover the truth behind it. In that case, I acted rashly earlier, sir. Yangmu straightened up, saluted, and offered his apologies. However, Ma Wenjun appeared unfazed, his expression filled with anticipation as he looked at Yangmu. Shall we proceed with the examination? Ma Wenjun inquired, to which Yangmu nodded in agreement. The personnel in the medical room exhaled in relief, and a nurse promptly guided Yangmu to a nearby seat. The other doctors and nurses busied themselves, initiating a comprehensive examination of Yangmu. Meanwhile, on the top floor of a certain building within Kunlun Academy, Ouyang Qin sat in an antique chair, continuously scrolling through the control panel in his hands, reviewing the reports displayed. Little Ma is quite efficient. This preliminary report is very well done. Ouyang Qin nodded in approval as he assessed the document. Opposite him, Yen Xinfu fanned himself while also reviewing the information on his own display panel. The quality of this batch of students is exceptional. There are over a dozen with a third-level physique. Notably, these two have even reached the fourth level. Yen Xinfu extracted 2 files from the panel and displayed them on a massive screen in the room, revealing the images and records of Ji-Jin and GMO. Ouyang Qin glanced over, a hint of jealousy crossing his features as he remarked, the male student completed the entire course, while the female student was pulled out midway. What do you think? Are they concealing something? Physical ability and endurance do not necessarily correlate. It depends on individual conditions. Yen Xinfu observed Ouyang Qin's expression, took a sip of tea, and replied calmly, I wonder why these promising individuals are not from our nation? Suddenly, Ouyang Qin set his display panel aside, leaning forward to engage Yen Xinfu. What if I were to recruit these two? He suggested, a mischievous smile gracing his face, indicating ulterior motives. That's inconsequential. But I anticipate it will be difficult. Yen Xinfu waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unperturbed by Ouyang Qin's proposition, responding with a tranquil demeanor. What is there to fear? The kingdom of Aulai has only emerged in the past decade or so, a remote star domain, lacking the appeal of our PAJR, Ouyang Qin retorted confidently. Yen Xinfu remained silent, merely casting a glance at Ouyang Qin. Perhaps it was best to take things slowly. Observing Yen Xinfu's reticence, Ouyang Qin, as an old friend, could hardly be oblivious to his thoughts. He reclined back in his chair and resumed his perusal of the report. Chapter 84. Ineffectual at this moment. Yangmu sat on a chair in a corner of the medical room, observing the doctors and nurses bustling about. The researcher, Ma Wenjun, was engaged in comparing various data that had just emerged. However, the expression on his face grew increasingly grave. Yangmu swallowed hard. Ever since the series of examinations had been conducted on him, he had been pondering the situation. It was astonishing that he had absorbed such a high dosage of nutrient solutions and enhancers in such a short time, yet he did not feel any discomfort. Instead, it seemed that these substances had not harmed him. Rather, they invigorated him and significantly enhanced his abilities. Initially, Yangmu was taken aback and reassured himself that this was a positive development. However, observing the flurry of activity around him, particularly the deepening frown on Ma Wenjun's face, he began to sense that something was amiss. The more he contemplated, the more he felt that this matter bore an air of the uncanny. He was quite familiar with the absorption process of such nutrient tanks, which involved the substances being absorbed through the skin to stimulate cellular activity and enhance physical condition from the outside in. Yet, this method inherently suggested a gradual process. It was implausible that one could absorb these substances instantaneously. Yet, this peculiar occurrence had undeniably transpired within his own body, and the cause remained elusive. If this was not a malfunction but a reality, what could possibly be the reason? Suddenly, he recalled a figure from his dreams named Cuz. Could all of this be connected to him? A wave of unease washed over Yangmu as he contemplated this. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching and looked up to see Ma Wenjun. The researcher's expression mirrored his confusion, suggesting he had not found any satisfactory results. Director Ma, what is the situation? What are the results? Yangmu inquired anxiously, rising to his feet in anticipation of an answer. Ma Wenjun shook his head. swiping through a display panel before addressing Yang Mu. There were no residues of nutrient solutions or enhancers found in your blood, saliva, or cell samples. It is likely that your body has fully absorbed them. This should be a good sign. Do not worry excessively. Yang Mu recognized the dismissive nature of this response and was unwilling to let the matter rest. Taking a step closer, he implored, Director Ma, please tell me the final results. Just then, the door to the medical room swung open, and another individual clad in a white coat and mask entered. Professor Ma, the time is up. They are beginning to withdraw the students, the researcher said, casting a glance at Yang Mu. Upon hearing this, Ma Wenjun prepared to leave, but suddenly remembered Yang Mu was still beside him. He turned, adjusting his demeanor, and said, Student Yang, what I just mentioned is indeed the truth. No anomalies were detected in your body. The results here indicate everything is normal. It may simply be a case of malfunction that requires gradual resolution. Now, please accompany us back. With a sigh, Yang Mu understood that further inquiries would yield no additional clarity. He nodded and followed Ma Wenjun out of the medical room. Upon entering the research lab, which was now abuzz with activity, Yang Mu noticed that the nutrient tanks, which had previously lined a wall, were now scattered across the floor. Students were emerging from them, some still adjusting to their newfound consciousness, while others were on their knees, retching violently, evidently reacting adversely to the medication. Several researchers moved through the room, distributing clothing to the newly awakened individuals and monitoring their conditions. With dozens of students regaining consciousness simultaneously, the researchers found it challenging to attend to everyone. Student Yang, you should head back first. Your belongings are in the preparation room. Your name is on the storage cabinet. Ma Wenjun pointed toward a door not far away. Retrieve your things and regroup here. Then you can return to the surface. After delivering this instruction, Ma Wenjun immediately set about delegating tasks among the researchers, some beginning to compile data while others assisted students coping with the negative effects of the medication. Yang Mu observed their frantic efforts, turned to glance at the door, and stepped toward it. Inside, he quickly located the storage cabinet marked with his name. Opening it, he found his soiled clothing and personal items. He retrieved his necklace first, ensuring it was unharmed before placing his clothes into a bag. At that moment, several other students dressed in white entered the room, searching for their respective cabinets. Ji Jin was among them. Noticing Yang Mu exiting with his belongings, he paused briefly before hurrying over to greet him. Why didn't I see you earlier? Ji Jin asked. I woke up a bit earlier and stayed in the medical room for a while, Yang Mu replied with a smile. Stepping aside to allow Ji Jin passage. Let us chat later. I'll wait for you outside, Yang Mu said before making his exit. He had no intention of sharing his situation with Ji Jin. There was no need. A quarter of an hour later, Yang Mu and the others stood before a large white door in the research lab, where several instructors had arrived to escort them out. The students in line were animatedly discussing their experiences of awakening from the nutrient tanks, marveling at the process. Some speculated on the cost of the substances used in the tanks, while others remarked on how the prestigious PAJR Academy had the resources to conduct such experiments every half-month. Such occurrences were likely unprecedented for them, yet they were poised to become commonplace, eliciting excitement and awe. Meanwhile, Yang Mu stood quietly, his head bowed in contemplation. He had just learned from Ji Jin that he had already attained a level 4 physique, rendering the nutrient tanks of little benefit to him, at most. They could assist in healing minor injuries. Yang Mu was taken aback by Ji Jin's revelation. At such a young age, achieving a level 4 physique required immense financial resources and effort. Compared to Yu Wenxiao, such prowess was indeed formidable. Before long, an instructor finished the handover with Ma Wenjun. At his command, the 60 or so male students lined up, and the white door slowly swung open, allowing them to exit in an orderly manner. As they passed through the doorway, Ma Wenjun stood at the control console, his gaze fixated on one particular figure among the departing students. Sir, should we reorganize this data or directly input it into the database? A researcher named Li approached with data extracted from the system. Ma Wenjun glanced down at the information. Input it directly into the database. Just create a summary of material consumption and a comparative chart of physical enhancement. After issuing this directive, he suddenly felt he had overlooked something and quickly added more instructions. Retrieve the information pertaining to Yang Mu and compile it into a separate document, ensuring that his data is thoroughly exported for a meticulous analysis, Ma Wenjun articulated. The researcher, well aware of his mentor's intentions, nodded in agreement and promptly engaged with his colleagues in a flurry of activity. Ma Wenjun turned his gaze towards the slowly closing white door, squinting slightly as he stroked his clean-shaven chin. He swiftly removed his white lab coat, imparted a few instructions to several researchers, and then proceeded towards an adjacent elevator.